Galactic Inferno, Book 1, Chapter 1. Their planet had no name, but they were about to fix that. The colonists had been using its dry scientific designation or calling the planet their new home long enough. The time had come to settle the question of what to call it and get on with the colonization. Cariad sat on the stadium bench, waiting for the leader to get to the point. The votes on the proposed names had been cast. All the leader needed to do was to announce the most popular choice, then the job would be done and everyone could party. But like the natural politician she wasn't going to miss out on an opportunity to speechify. Cariad stifled a yawn, conscious that, sitting in the leader's box, she was under everyone's gaze. Ethan caught her eye and winked at her. He had to be finding the experience as tedious as she did. The rest of the audience was tiring of the drawn-out address too. The assembled gens and woken were restless, and a low chatter had started up. Even the few guardians present, stiff in their uniforms, appeared to be struggling to maintain their attention. The leader began winding up her speech. At last! She consulted the interface in her podium. Placing a fingertip on the screen, she said, "I am pleased to announce the winning name is..." A massive explosion roared. A force hit Cariad, flinging her from her seat and through the air. She landed heavily and her head struck something hard. Debris rained down, trapping her. There was a crunch that sounded terrifyingly like a bone breaking. She lay in the darkness, unable to move. Her ears rang. Dizzy and faint, she pushed against the wreckage, holding her down. But it was too heavy. She couldn't move it, and one of her arms didn't seem to be working. She was losing consciousness. She fought to remain awake. She had to get out. She mustn't pass out. She mustn't. She had journeyed so far. She'd broken the hearts of everyone who loved her. She couldn't die within weeks of arrival. Her confused mind drifted, trying to make sense of what had happened. Her shift was over, but she wanted to check on the final batch of fetuses before she left for the naming ceremony down on the surface. She had time to catch the last shuttle planetside if she didn't take too long. Planetside. She smiled as she repeated the word in her mind. She was picking up the gens' vernacular. Their English wasn't very different from hers and the rest of the Wokens, despite the 184 Earth years that separated them. But the gens had invented new words. She admired their creativity, though other Woken made a point of not adopting the new terminology. Quite a few Woken stubbornly insisted on calling themselves the previously cryopreserved, or project scientists, in using the Nova Fortuna Project's official designation for the gens, referring to them as the generational colonists. Still, the gens' words accurately described the new way of living. Why shouldn't Cariad use them? In time, a blending of Woken and gen language was inevitable. She thumbed in the code at the gestation room door and exhaled into the breath reader. The lock gave out its familiar metallic whir and clunk. She eased the heavy door open and stepped into the dim red light of the room. 50 thick-walled, transparent gestation bags hung in rows from the ceiling. Some of the bags were motionless. Others gently swayed or jiggled as the human infants inside squirmed or kicked, their tiny limbs testing the constraints of the artificial wombs. As she walked the aisles, Cariad checked the bag monitors. She could have checked the growing baby's vitals on her personal interface, but she liked to get a visual. She liked to see the little faces, slightly distorted by the pressure of the bag and the fluid that surrounded them. The babies would grimace and smile and yawn and suck their thumbs, and sometimes even open their unfocused eyes. It was a pleasure to watch their personalities and habits developing even before they were decanted. Her comm chirped, and she lifted her lapel button to check it. Ethan was calling. She opened the channel. "Hi," she said. "You're still aboard the ship too? I thought you would have left by now." "Yeah, I was packing the last of my stuff. I transfer planetside today. Do you want to meet at the shuttle bay?" "Sure. I'll be there in around 20 minutes. "I'll meet you at the entrance," said Ethan. "Don't be late. I'm not waiting for you." Cariad chuckled as she closed the connection. Ethan would wait for her, even if it meant he might miss the shuttle and the ceremony. That was the kind of person he was. Taking a final look at the last generation of colonists that would ever be decanted aboard the Nova Fortuna, Cariad left the gestation room, passed through the fertilization lab, and walked to the nearest transit bay. Her footsteps echoed faintly in the empty corridors. All but a skeleton crew would remain aboard for the duration of the naming ceremony. Afterward, most of the Yens wouldn't return to the ship unless for a special reason. Cariad, as a woken, would be able to come and go as the shuttle schedule allowed. For the time being, she was needed aboard ship. She would assist in the final decanting and wrapping things up in the reproductive facilities. Shutting everything down properly was essential. If things didn't go according to plan, they might need to start up the processes again. What she would do after she'd finished her work aboard the Nova Fortuna, she hadn't yet decided. She would think about it during the naming ceremony when she was planetside. The transit car drew up and she boarded the predictably vacant carriage. Without any more passengers to stop the car, she was whisked 6 clicks around the outer circumference of Nova Fortuna's gigantic spoked wheel in less than 10 minutes, arriving at the shuttle bay ahead of Ethan. A few more last-minute passengers passed her at the entrance, while she waited for her friend. By the time she finally spotted him approaching, she was beginning to wonder if she would be the one who would miss the naming ceremony due to his delay. Ethan jogged closer, a large bag over his shoulder. "Sorry," he panted when he was within speaking distance. "Took longer than I thought." "That's okay, but we'd better run. The shuttle's leaving in 1 minute." They sped through the entrance and across the wide shuttle bay to the station at the very end, where a single shuttle stood, its ramp down. An attendant appeared as they approached and took Ethan's case to stow it in the hold. The passenger cabin was nearly full, but they managed to find 2 seats together, where they sat and caught their breath as the pilot made the final checks and sealed the hatch. "I can't believe I almost missed the ceremony," said Ethan, when his breathing had returned to normal and the shuttle was maneuvering from the bay. "What would I have told my grandkids when I'm old and gray? I'd have to make something up. Oh yes, Grandpa had a front row seat and saw everything. The leader forgot her words 3 times. No, that's no good. I'd have to think up something more interesting than that." "Whatever you made up," Cariad replied, "it would likely be more interesting than the actual ceremony. I know it's a momentous occasion and all, but I'm not looking forward to it. Our new leader's capacity for monotonous droning has to be some kind of record." "Didn't you know that's an essential requirement?" Ethan asked, straight-faced. "The candidates take a test after nomination. If they can't drone monotonously for at least 4 hours straight, they're not allowed to stand for election." Cariad chuckled, but when her laughter subsided, she said in a serious tone, "I still think it should be you up there speaking today. It's what most people want. They look up to you. You would make a great leader." No, I wouldn't. And I don't want that anyway." Her friend began to look uncomfortable, as he always did when she mentioned the issue. So Cariad let it slide. She would only be stating the obvious. The facts were plain. Ethan had saved hundreds of colonists' lives practically single-handed during the first night attack, when a sabotage on the planet's surface had led to an invasion of predatory native wildlife. Everyone knew of Ethan's heroism, though the man's role had never been formally acknowledged. The Gens and even some of the Woken would have felt safer with Ethan in charge, but his self-effacement wouldn't allow him to contemplate the notion. "It's a pity you can't be leader," said Ethan. "You would be perfect for the job. Plenty of people would vote for you." "No," Cariad replied. "It's right that none of the Woken can stand for election. We're from the old world. The new world belongs to you Gens. We're only here to help with the transition." Ethan tutted and shook his head. "But if it weren't for you," Cariad placed a hand on his arm, "we've talked about this often enough already. Let's not go over it again, huh?" He was referring to her actions that terrible night of the attack. She'd figured out how to repel the predatory organisms, but he always overstated her role. It wasn't her who nearly died saving others. What was more, Ethan was wrong to think the Gens would countenance a Woken as leader. Gens viewed the Woken with a mixture of suspicion, envy, and animosity. The friendship between her and Ethan was rare. The window covers around the passenger cabin retracted. The shuttle had entered the atmosphere of the planet and would be landing soon. Cariad looked out at the view of the blue and green dome beneath them and wondered what the planet would be called. They dropped lower. The settlement was coming into view. At the center of the small town of prefabricated houses sat an open-air stadium. Within it were the tiny moving figures of what had to be more than 2,000 people. The surrounding streets were empty. Beyond the town, a low jungle of vegetation spread out. The life forms that had attacked the first night's camp had come from among the plants, and now a well-maintained electric fence and regular patrols protected against a reenactment of that devastating event. Cariad recalled the digging of the first cemetery afterward with sorrow. To one side of the settlement, the rest of Nova Fortuna's shuttles stood in short, neat rows, and standing out among them was the sleek, shiny shuttle that belonged to the Guardians, the most recent arrivals at the planet. Their ship, Mistral, humanity's first faster-than-light starship, hung in orbit above the New World like Nova Fortuna did, though Cariad had never been to it. The Guardians hadn't invited any of the Woken or Gens aboard. It was odd, but no one dared to challenge them on the subject. The shuttle was making its final descent, and Cariad realized that the normally talkative Ethan hadn't spoken for most of the flight. He looked pensive as he gazed out at the rapidly approaching shuttle pad. "Thinking about your new life?" she asked. "Have you received your allotment yet?" "I haven't, no," he replied. "That's tomorrow, I think. All the farmers have a meeting in the morning. I expect they'll tell us then. Is there any area you'd prefer?" "The lake area looks pretty." He shrugged. "I don't really mind what they give me. The work will be the same. Clear the land, plow, sow, reap, just as people always did on Earth." "You don't seem too happy about it." The cabin intercom chimed. "We have safely touched down," said the pilot. "Welcome to your new home." His announcement was met with cheers and applause. For some of the passengers, it was their first time on the planet's surface. If they worked in a profession that had kept them aboard Nova Fortuna, they might not have had the opportunity to go down until now, but everyone was invited to the naming ceremony. "Disembark from the rear," the pilot instructed. "That's the cool zone. And no pushing. You have plenty of time to get to the stadium before the ceremony begins." In spite of his words, the rising excitement in the cabin did result in a mild scuffle among the passengers in their eagerness to leave the vessel. Cariad and Ethan waited for the aisles to clear. When they finally arrived at the bottom of the ramp, a guardian called Strongquist was waiting for them. He had never told Cariad his first name. Like all of the guardians, Strongquist was tall and he wore the guardian uniform, a tunic of dark gray with thin white stripes, close-fitting and neat from his gaiters to the collar. His hair was drawn into a neat top knot and not a trace of stubble was visible on his face. He nodded in greeting as they reached him. "Ethan Cariad," he said, "it's a pleasure to see you again. I was becoming concerned that neither of you would make it to the ceremony. None of the shuttles were posting manifests, and I believe this is the last one." "You've been waiting for us all morning?" Cariad asked. "I have, but that's no matter. It's been interesting to meet more colonists. Would you care to accompany me to the stadium?" Cariad exchanged a subtle look with Ethan. Like her, he seemed uneasy about the invitation, but she couldn't think of a reasonable excuse to refuse. Everyone Cariad had spoken to about the Guardians seemed to share her unease regarding the newcomers. They had set out in their starship centuries after Nova Fortuna had departed in order to warn the colonists of a plot to sabotage the colony they had uncovered in historical documents. And they had been the colonists' ultimate saviors during the first night attack. No one could deny it. Yet they volunteered few details about themselves or the Earth they'd left behind, which was odd. "I have to collect my luggage," Ethan said, and walked around to the hold. Strongquist was watching Cariad expectantly, waiting for her reply. "Sure, we can go together," Cariad said. "Why not?" Ethan reappeared with his bag. He looked hopefully at Cariad, but his expression fell when it became clear she hadn't thought of a way to turn Strongquist down. The Guardian positioned himself in the middle of their small group as they left the shuttle pad and crossed the open area that led into the settlement. The passage of many feet had already worn paths through the rubbery, moss-like ground cover. "You must both be very excited to be present at the naming of not only a new world," said Strongquist, "but also humanity's first deep space colony." "I know I am. It's quite something, don't you think? The names of every person present today will go down in history." "Are we still the first, then?" Cariad asked, seizing the opportunity to probe the man for information. "No colony ships left after ours? I've always wondered about that." Strongquist looked like he'd swallowed a fly. No, none did." He paused. "As you know, the natural movement was growing very powerful at the time Nova Fortuna departed, and soon afterward it entered its heyday. The movement's influence continued for centuries." He brightened his tone. "But that's all in the past. Today we should be thinking about the future. And what a future it will be. Nova Fortuna colonists will thrive and spread across the planet. I'm sure of it. And who knows, one day another colony ship may launch, and humanity will take a step farther out into the galaxy. That's a long way ahead, Ethan said. If we ever get there, I'll be happy if we make our first target of self-sustainability within 5 years. That's what we should be thinking about right now, not what our descendants might achieve. We'll all be dust by then. Practical as always, Ethan, said Strongquist. I know I can rely on you to bring me back down to earth. Or rather, I wonder what name I should use. What did you vote for? He addressed the question to Cariad. I didn't vote. You didn't? Said Strongquist. Why not? A, I really don't mind what we call it, and B, I don't feel I have the right. Don't have the right? Strongquist's tone was surprised. He turned to Ethan. What about you? Don't tell me you didn't vote either. I did vote. I voted for... A klaxon sounded within the stadium. The ceremony was about to begin. Hurry up, Strongquist said. We don't want to miss the opening. He grabbed Cariad's and Ethan's upper arms and urged them forward. Cariad squirmed free. Ease up. It won't matter if we miss the first few minutes. The leader's going to speak for at least an hour before she gets to the point. Oh yes, it will matter, Strongquist said. Come on, they're all waiting for you. Cariad and Ethan stopped in their tracks. Strongquist turned to face them, then swept his arm in a wide curve, inviting them to lead the way. They shared a worried look. There seemed no other option than to do as Strongquist suggested, however. Together, the three went through the wide, open doors that led into the stadium. A deafening cheer erupted from the assembled gens, woken, and guardians. It was so loud and unexpected, Cariad's first impulse was to run, but Strongquist was right behind her, lightly pushing her forward. Along with her friend, she walked into the open area at the center of the stadium, entirely bemused. She stood side by side with Ethan in the strong afternoon sunlight, while the crowd cheered and clapped. Eventually, the noise began to die down, and the leader brought it down further by beginning to speak over the broadcast system. At first, Cariad couldn't make out what she was saying, but as the cheering subsided, it became clear the woman was speaking about the first night attack and the roles Cariad and Ethan had played in it. At last, it all began to make sense. The leader was well aware the gens would rather have had Ethan in her position. By orchestrating this show of appreciation, she was piggybacking onto his popularity with the gens, and to a lesser extent, Cariad's with the woken. The leader would be perceived as gracious, humble, and generous. She was an intelligent woman. There was nothing Cariad could do except smile and bow to show her thanks. The leader talked for an excruciating 10 minutes or so, while Cariad and Ethan stood and waited for it all to be over. When she had finally mercifully finished, and the audience had given another round of applause, they walked toward the seats that had been reserved for them in the dignitaries' box. As they reached the stadium steps, the leader started up on another monologue that promised to eventually lead to the announcement of the winning vote on the name for their new home. A drop of water hit Cariad on the nose. She paused at the bottom of the steps and held out a hand, looking up at the sky. Gray clouds had blown in. The stadium roof would protect the seating areas, but it looked like the ceremony would be slightly spoiled by rain. She began to climb the stairs, but she halted when she realized that Ethan wasn't with her. He was standing at the edge of the field, holding out both his hands and looking up in wonder at the sky. Gasps and murmurs were running through the crowd, and people were leaving their seats to run down to the stadium center. Rain had begun to fall, softening the light and dimming the view. Of course, Cariad laughed. It was the first time any of the gens had experienced rainfall. They had grown up aboard the Nova Fortuna, where water had been a precious commodity. Each drop had been carefully dispensed, collected, and recycled. No gen had ever felt the rain on his or her face or listened to a thunderstorm at night. Nearly all of the 2,000 gens were wandering about the field, getting wet, grinning and whooping. Some of them were dancing. Cariad watched, her heart warmed by their enjoyment of the simple pleasure. Their lives on the new planet promised to be an amazing adventure. Chapter 2. Something was lying across Ethan's chest, pinning him down, and it was covering his face so all he could see was darkness. His legs were free, however, and he didn't seem to be badly hurt. The only discomfort he could feel was an ache where he'd hit his head and the crushing pressure on his ribcage. All around him he heard sobs, screams and cries of pain. The memory of where he was flashed back into his mind. There had been an explosion. He began to struggle. He had to find Cariad. She could be seriously hurt. He had to help the others. Ethan pushed against the thing that was trapping him. He felt it shift, and he pushed harder, grimacing with the effort. The object seemed to move toward his head, so he concentrated his efforts in that direction. The pressure on his chest began to lift. He pushed harder, drew up his knees, and used his legs to drag himself downward. As he eased out from the confined space, his chin caught on a metal corner. He twisted his head away, but he couldn't escape the sharp edge. He was panting with the effort of holding up the object that pressed down, but he couldn't let it go. If he did that, the corner would descend into his neck. There was nothing for it. If he wanted to get out, he would have to drag his face down the corner. He took a deep breath, pushed upward as hard as he could. He lifted the trapping object another few millimeters and pulled with his legs. As he slid along, the corner bit into his skin at his jawline. He winced. A cut tore up his face to his cheekbone. He gasped in pain and paused for a fraction of a second before making a final effort. The corner grazed his eyelashes and hit his eyebrow. It drew another cut up to his forehead. With a yell of effort, Ethan pulled himself the last few centimeters. He was finally free. His left eye immediately filled with blood from his cut, and more ran down his face and dripped from his chin. He sat up and looked about him with his one good eye, wiping the blood from the other. Before the explosion, he'd been seated in the leader's box roughly midway up the tiers in the audience section of the stadium. Now he was nearly at ground level, and the seating was in broken chaos all around him. A section of it had fallen onto him. He realized he was lucky to have survived relatively unscathed. Some people from the unaffected parts of the stadium were running over to help. Some were already lifting the wreckage left by the explosion, desperately trying to free trapped victims. Still wiping the blood from his eye, Ethan leapt to his feet. He had to find Cariad. She'd been sitting right next to him. She couldn't be far away. He scanned around and spotted a single white shoe. He was sure it was one of hers. Then he caught another glimpse of white deep within the jumbled remains of the seating. It was the other shoe. He was sure of it. He scrambled over shards of broken plastic and metal and put his face to the opening where the shoe was visible. He could see a glimpse of her ankle. "Cariad!" he shouted. He repeated her name twice but heard no reply, and her foot didn't move. He pulled at the ruins that were trapping her, removing the mangled pieces one by one. "Have you found her?" Strongquist had appeared by Ethan's side. "Let me help you," the Guardian said. Ethan briefly wondered where the man had been seated that had allowed him to survive the blast. He'd thought Strongquist had been sitting close by, but his fears about Cariad soon drove the thought from his mind. He could now see her leg. Blood was spattered across her dark skin. Together, Ethan and Strongquist removed the remaining pieces that covered her. They each grabbed one end of a large section of seating and lifted it up. Beneath it, Cariad lay on her side. One of her legs was folded up but looked okay. However, one of her arms was bent at an unnatural angle. Her clothes were stained red and her eyes were closed. Ethan crouched down beside her and gently touched her shoulder. "Cariad, don't move her," said Strongquist. "Her neck could be broken. Is she breathing?" Ethan watched her chest, which rose and fell slowly. "Yes." "Good. Stay with her. If she wakes up, keep her still and calm. I'll be back as soon as I can." The Guardian stepped down over the seating and ran across the stadium field, heading for the exit that led to the shuttle field. Other Guardians were working through the wreckage from the explosion, but many gens were standing around in shock, simply watching what was going on or wandering around the muddy ground aimlessly. Rain had begun to fall again, but this time hardly anyone seemed to notice. Ethan remained with Cariad, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder. The fact that she didn't seem to be bleeding heavily reassured him a little, but he wished that she would wake up. What had caused the explosion? There had been nothing explosive in the stadium, no fuels or anything under pressure. It had to be a bomb. But who would want to set off a bomb during the naming ceremony? He didn't have to think hard to answer that question. It had to be a member of the natural movement. After the sabotage on the first night attack, the perpetrator had been caught and executed. But now it was clear there was more than one of them. Natural movement fanatics were living among the colonists, determined to prevent the expansion of humanity into the galaxy. Memories of Lauren flooded his mind. He would never forget seeing her fall beneath one of the predatory native life forms on that fateful night. He couldn't erase the image of her remains from his memory. His feelings of loss were still raw. Looking down at Cariad, he swallowed. He couldn't face losing someone else he cared about. Her eyes were moving beneath their lids. They flickered, then opened wide in alarm. She tried to rise, but Ethan gently restrained her. "You're okay, but you mustn't move. You've been hurt. Strongquist has gone for help. You're going to be all right, but you need to stay still." She seemed to hear him because she stopped struggling. Her gaze sought out his. When their eyes met, he managed a small smile to try to reassure her, but he imagined the sight of his bloody face was less than reassuring. She struggled to speak, but he couldn't make out the words. "Don't worry. We'll get you fixed up. Everything's going to be okay." Strongquist was back. He'd brought two of his guardian buddies with him, and they were carrying a board somewhat like a stretcher and other items Ethan didn't recognize. A flitter hovered nearby, and more were spread across the field. Guardians were loading the injured onto them. Ethan stepped back to give Strongquist and the other guardians room to work. First, they pressed a jet injector against Cariad's neck. Immediately, her body relaxed and her eyes half closed. Then they carefully turned her onto her back while one of them held her head, keeping her as straight as was possible on the uneven surface. They slipped some kind of collar around her head, neck, and back, and lifted her onto the board. Ethan helped the guardians carry Cariad down to the flitter. "Where are you taking her?" he asked. "Back to the Nova Fortuna," Strongquist replied. "Her back or neck may be broken, and the settlement's medical facilities aren't yet equipped to deal with an injury of that severity. We can assist with her treatment aboard the ship." Ethan wanted to go with Cariad, but he also wanted to remain to help search for more survivors. The scene was still in chaos. The leader was nowhere to be seen, and no one else seemed to be organizing a response to the emergency. "Can you please send me word as soon as you know anything about her condition?" he asked Strongquist. "Of course," the Guardian replied. "Don't forget to have someone check you over and fix that cut." With those words, the Guardian sped away on the flitter with Cariad. Ethan turned to face the pandemonium. He went to the nearest group of bystanders who seemed to have been frozen to immobility and gave them instructions for organizing others who were also doing nothing, forming them into rescue teams. He also told them to find people with medical experience and send them to him. They needed to divide the destroyed portion of seating into sections, and they could take it apart, piece by piece, shoring up unstable parts. They would find everyone who was trapped. Ethan realized he was still using only one eye because the other was covered in blood. He took off his shirt and ripped off the sleeve. He tried to wipe the blood from his eye so that he could see out of it, but it was too crusted up. Instead, he cleaned his face as well as he could, though his cut continued to weep fresh blood. Then he tied his shirt sleeve over his eye. A gen ran up to him, panting. "I'm a medic. Where should I go first?" It was going to be a long, hard, heartbreaking afternoon. When Ethan woke up the next morning, the whole left side of his face ached. He reached up to touch the gauze that covered his cut and the healing gel the settlement doctor had applied. He seemed to be the first to wake in the dorm of 20 men. Instinctively, he lifted his lapel to check his comm button for messages, then remembered he was planetside and the comm network wasn't set up yet. The colonists were using stationary interfaces. Ethan remembered there was one in the dorm, and that the previous evening when he checked it, there hadn't been any messages from Strongquist about Cariad. He got up and weaved through the sleeping men to check the screen by the door again. A message had finally come. It was short. Strongquist only stated that Cariad had a broken arm and was heavily concussed. She should make a full recovery in 2 or 3 days. He exhaled in relief and rested his forehead on the wall beside the screen. After a moment, he lifted his head again to check the general news. 14 people had died in the explosion. 13 gens, including the leader, and 1 woken. 32 people had been injured. No one had claimed responsibility for the bomb, but the natural movement was suspected. The Guardians were investigating the cause of the explosion and hoped to find evidence that would lead them to the bomber. The Guardians were coming to their rescue again. Ethan couldn't imagine what they would do without these late arrivals from Earth and their advanced technology. He hoped they would catch the saboteurs before they killed or hurt anyone else. The other men in the dorm had begun to stir and wake. Like Ethan, they were all farmers. Or rather, they were all going to be farmers. Ethan hadn't had much success at school, so not many professions in the colony were open to him. Farming had seemed as good as anything else when the time came to choose, but he'd never been content with his decision. He would be confined to his farm for most of the time. His crops would need a watchful eye to guard against pests, disease, drought, and any of the other hundreds of things that could affect them. On the other hand, the colony needed farmers. The colonists were relying on the success of the farms to survive. If their buildings leaked or their children didn't learn much from their teachers, they could live with it, but they couldn't live without food. Yet for as long as he could remember, from when he'd first understood the purpose for which he'd been born, Ethan had always nurtured a secret desire to explore the new planet. But that role was strictly off the cards for Gens. It was written in the manual. Aside from venturing a day or two from the main settlement, exploring wasn't allowed. The new settlers couldn't afford to risk their lives on adventures, and that stricture had been cemented after the first night attack. Even with all the supplies they had brought, the colony wouldn't last longer than 5 or 6 years if they couldn't make it self-sustaining, and that would require the utmost effort from everyone. "That's a beauty," remarked another farmer, Misha, as he passed Ethan on his way to the shower room, gesturing toward Ethan's face. Ethan followed along to check his reflection in the shower room mirror and found a black and purple bloom surrounding his eye. "What's happening about the explosion at the stadium?" Misha asked Ethan as he went into a shower. "Did you read anything about it?" "The Guardians cordoned off the area once everyone was out. They're going through the wreckage looking for evidence. I haven't heard any more than that." Ethan stepped into another cubicle, and began to wash, carefully avoiding exposing the gel on his face to water. His skin crawled at the thought that whoever had planted the bomb was living among them, pretending to be the same as everyone else, working toward the colony's success while secretly plotting its downfall. The saboteur could even be Misha. Ethan shook the thought from his head, suspecting everyone he knew of belonging to the natural movement would be playing right into the terrorists' hands. The only bright side to the situation was the fact that the bomber hadn't been able to create a bomb large enough to take out the entire stadium. If they truly wanted to destroy the colony, that would have been the obvious move. For the moment, it seemed that they didn't have access to materials to make larger or more deadly explosives. He turned off the shower and turned on the blower, which quickly dried him. After dressing, he ate breakfast before joining the rest of the farmers in the meeting room. The organizer waiting for them wasted little time in getting down to business. "I'm sure what's at the front of all your minds is the explosion at the stadium yesterday. I don't have any news on that, but what I will say is this. Whatever the murderer who planted that bomb might think, we're not going to let him or her stop us from building a thriving community here. We're going to carry on as normal and not let the bastard stop us. Right?" "Damned right," said a voice, and the other farmers joined in with loud agreements. "Let's get on with it then," said the organizer. "I have the land allotments here." He swiped across a pad in a hollow of the settlement, and the land surrounding it appeared above the desk. Lines cut through the 3D map, marking the boundaries of the section land. At the center of each block, a name floated. The farmers got up out of their seats and went closer to see their allocations. Some asked to swap with others. Ethan had remained in his seat for a while as the rest crowded around the hollow, but he decided he might as well find out where he was going to spend the rest of his life. He went over and saw that he'd been allocated a squarish block that bordered a lake about 7 clicks from town. Well, he thought, Cariad said it was pretty. Chapter 3. Cariad woke. She opened her eyes and gasped. Where was she? Then she remembered. She was aboard the Nova Fortuna. She'd made it. She'd survived cryo. The lights above her were bright, blindingly bright, and she closed her eyes against the pain. She tried to move, but her limbs were leaden. She recalled her last memory. She'd thanked the medical team and said goodbye before they put her to sleep. It had been a weird, sad parting after they had cared for her so well while preparing her to be frozen. By the time she woke up, if she woke up, they would all be long dead and buried. The team had been emotional too, though for some of them it was probably because they believed they were euthanizing her. Yet despite the risks, despite the unproven process of cryonically preserving people for centuries, the chance had been too good for Cariad to miss. Public opposition to the launching of the Nova Fortuna had grown to fever pitch in the years and months leading up to her departure. If she hadn't taken the opportunity offered to her, another wasn't likely within her lifetime. As a world-class geneticist involved in the Nova Fortuna project, her application had been almost a formality. Cariad had familiarized herself with the cryonic preservation process and knew it should work, yet she almost couldn't believe she'd survived. After she'd been made unconscious, her blood was replaced with a non-aqueous, oxygenated solution that would not expand when frozen. External to her body, the solution was circulated and gradually cooled until she grew so cold that her breathing ceased and her heart stopped beating. She was lowered into a frozen slush that suspended her, avoiding pressure sores from the pooling circulatory fluid. Her body was cooled still further until she was entirely frozen. To all intents and purposes, she had died. Along with 199 other scientists, some old friends and acquaintances, a few strangers, she was sealed within an individual chamber aboard Nova Fortuna weeks before the ship left. She hadn't witnessed the ship's departure from Earth's orbit, never seen the protesting mobs, never met the first-generation men and women who embarked aboard her, knowing that they would end their lives in deep space, people who would create and raise children who, before they were even conceived, were sentenced to share the same fate. Now the long journey was over. She had survived. She opened her eyes again and felt the smooth sheet beneath her. She moved her fingers and toes and tried again to lift an arm. She winced as a bolt of pain came from the limb. Something seemed to have gone wrong with it. She tried to raise her head and she winced again. She had the mother of all headaches. To one side, out of her field of vision, a door opened and she heard footsteps. "Glad to see you're finally coming around," a voice said. "How are you feeling? You took quite a knock. How's your arm?" She squinted and managed to bring into focus a man in red scrubs who looked familiar. She remembered he was one of the infirmary medics. She thought his name was Alistair. She became very confused. How did she know the medic's name? He was 6 or 7 generations in the future, from her perspective. And what did he mean about a knock? Alistair was fiddling with the infuser that was attached to her inside elbow. "How are the others doing?" Cariad asked him, hoping that the rest of the scientists in cryo had also been successfully revived. Alistair replied, "There were 14 deaths and 32 injured, I'm sorry to say. You've been out around 50 hours in case you were wondering." "What?" "Dr. Montfort put you into a coma to give your brain a chance to heal from the concussion. We withdrew the sedative a couple of hours ago." "What?" Cariad repeated. Now completely confused, she tried to sit up to get a better look at her surroundings. Maybe she would see something that would help her make sense of what the medic was saying. Alistair laid a hand on her shoulder. "Just relax for now. You'll be feeling the effects of the sedative a little longer. I've told the doctor you're awake. He'll be along in a moment. After he's checked you over, maybe you can sit up and have something to drink." Now that he mentioned it, she realized her mouth and throat were dry and sore, as if she'd been sleeping with her mouth open. She gave up trying to move and instead tried to make sense of what was happening. A memory of an explosion flashed into her mind. She recalled flying through the air, then nothing. She worked back from the explosion. She'd been in a stadium and resigning herself to listen to a boring speech, then everything came flooding back. She'd woken from cryo 2 years previously. The Nova Fortuna had reached her destination. They'd held the arrival day celebration, and then after that, there had been the first night attack. She gasped again. "Is something wrong?" Alistair asked. "Are you in pain?" "Ethan," Cariad said. "Is he okay?" Alistair smiled. "He's fine. He pulled you from the wreckage, in fact." As she closed her eyes, Dr. Montfort arrived. After examining her, the doctor said she could sit up. He wanted her to stay in the medical bay another night just in case of any after effects of her concussion. Her broken arm would be mended in about a week, the doctor said, and then she could return to work. Montfort paused. "A guardian, Strongquist, has been asking about you. He wants to speak to you about the explosion. I can put him off another few hours if you don't feel up to talking to him, but—" "No, it's fine. I'll speak to him." She had a burning desire to find out who or what was responsible for the disaster. Though she had her reservations about Strongquist, she was willing to put them aside for the sake of a successful investigation. The guardian came into her room. I'm glad to see you looking so well, Cariad. Thanks. I'm lucky I didn't suffer worse injuries. But you're even luckier than me. You weren't hurt. I have to confess I'm not one for long speeches. When the explosion occurred, I'd already left the box. Good timing. Yes, indeed. I'm sorry for being so impatient to see you, but I want to catch the person or people who did this, and quickly before they do something else. She sat up higher in bed. Then it was a bomb. I'm afraid so. The natural movement again? We can't think of any other explanation. Cariad digested the information dejectedly. After the Guardians had apprehended and executed the person who was responsible for the first night attack, she'd thought the threat to the colony was over. She hadn't imagined there might be more than one natural movement fanatic among them. Whoever is masterminding these attacks, it could be a woken or a gen, Strongquist said. It's more likely to be a gen, don't you think? Asked Cariad. Though I hate the idea. The saboteur you executed was a general. We aren't ruling out the possibility that it's a woken. The first night attack saboteur could have been persuaded to turn off the electric fence by someone else. She said she'd acted alone, but she must have been lying, of course. Conversely, she could have been a member of covert gen cult that's existed since the Nova Fortuna departed Earth. You mean like a secret tradition, passed down the generations? Cariad asked. Exactly. If that's the case, we could be talking about more than one or two people. We could be talking about tens or hundreds. I doubt that it's hundreds. If there were so many, it would be difficult to keep their beliefs secret, and they wouldn't be confined to single small acts. They could do something much bigger and more damaging. A few hundred can overwhelm a couple of thousand with a little planning. But if the natural movement followers are gens, there could still be quite a few of them. We already know there's more than one, said Strongquist. Cariad sighed. The colonization was going to be hard enough without contending with a secret, subversive faction. We seem to have lost track somewhere. How can I help with the investigation? Yes, I'm enlisting the help of the Woken because you may remember things from the development of the project that aren't recorded. We've analyzed the bomb residues at the site, but the chemicals used aren't particularly difficult to acquire. Anyone could have stolen small amounts while we were bringing down the supplies. So we turned our search to historical records, hoping to discover natural movement affiliations among the Woken or the original gens. But we haven't uncovered anything useful so far. Then it occurred to me that the project scientists are living, talking historical documents. People like you, Cariad, are a source of knowledge and memories. I've been asking all the Woken to watch the news recordings from the protests and read the reports and other documents. Perhaps you'll see a face or read a name that you recognize and you may make a connection. Would you mind going over a few things and telling me of anything that strikes you as possibly relevant, however insignificant or tangential it might seem? Yes, I can do that. Thank you. And when I'm up and around again, in a day or so according to Montfort, I'll help with the investigation too. Strongquist looked less happy about this proposal. Thank you for offering, but I don't think there's any need. We can't continue to rely on you Guardians all the time. We aren't babies, and now that my work with the actual babies of the colony is coming to an end, I'll be able to devote some time to ensuring justice for those who were murdered. She gave Strongquist a fixed smile. The Guardian didn't buckle under her gaze, but he seemed to concede the fight was one he wasn't going to win. As you wish, I've sent links to the relevant files to your account. He rose to leave. I want to thank you for everything you and your colleagues have done for the colony, Strongquist, Cariad said. It isn't that I don't appreciate it. I just think the sooner we learn to stand on our own 2 feet, the better. I understand perfectly. He nodded to her and left. She reached toward a nearby interface with her broken arm, winced, and swapped to her other arm. She pulled the screen in front of her and swiped it open. Strongquist's list was at the top of a string of messages from friends wishing her well. She opened the first of the Guardian's links, a vid-news report. She checked the date. It was the day that the Nova Fortuna had begun its maneuvers to break free of Earth orbit, the official departure date. By that time, she had already been frozen in slush for several weeks, and she'd missed the response of Earth's population to the ship's departure. It was quite the reaction. The recording showed massive crowds in the world's capitals and major cities. Protesting millions surged through the streets of Beijing, Washington, Moscow, London, Cape Town, Nairobi, New York, Sydney, Mumbai, and Buenos Aires. Her hand rose to her mouth as she watched the rioting, fires, water cannons, and the effects of exploding nerve gas canisters. Leading up to the final preparations, she'd been aware of the growing popularity of the natural movement, but she'd been working around the clock and hadn't followed current affairs closely. She also hadn't been very interested in them. As a scientist, the objections of the movement toward deep space colonization had been hard for her to understand. She'd rarely bothered to think about them. She would have better understood an angry reaction to the fact that so few were able to come along. She wondered what she was supposed to be looking for. Did Strongquist expect she might see something significant in the mobs? After witnessing a particularly violent confrontation, she gave a shudder and silent thanks that the Nova Fortuna had been built in space and out of the reach of the natural movement followers. Otherwise, they would probably have tried to blow up the ship. The next link led to an interview with some natural movement leaders at the scene of a protest. She leaned closer. Here was something that might yield useful information. She scanned the faces in the background. Prominent figures in the movement wouldn't have been so foolish as to try to infiltrate the colonization project, but individuals who were behind the scenes had a greater degree of anonymity. Yet no one looked even remotely familiar. The scene shifted to a studio interview, and her heart skipped a beat. What had moved her wasn't any of the debaters, who were natural movement leaders and politicians with global influence, but the large image that hung behind them. It was a portrait of a scientist. Though she looked younger in the photograph than she'd been when Cariad knew her, she recognized the woman right away. It was Dr. Crowley, the first victim of the first night attack. Poor Meredith, always so warm-hearted, so ready to see the good in others, so trusting. Too trusting, as it turned out. Cariad had warned her friend that the Nova Fortuna project's ambition of creating a society free of violence was too lofty, that human aggression was innate and not a product of social conditioning. Cariad would have given anything to have been wrong and having her friend back again. Sickened by the brutality of the riot scenes and the anger from the natural movement leaders, Cariad closed the recording and opened another of Strongquist's links. It was a list of members of the subversive society. The Guardian had attached a note explaining that in Cariad's time, the document hadn't been in the possession of the authorities. It was a secret list uncovered by historians centuries later. He wanted to know if any of the names meant anything to her. She scanned the list, the names numbered in the thousands. For several minutes, she saw nothing familiar. She yawned. After the surge of adrenaline when she woke up, her injuries were catching up with her. She drank some water to help her stay awake, but her mind drifted. 184 years had passed while she'd been in cryonic suspension, and she had only lived through 2 since being revived. Yet her time on Earth seemed a lifetime away. Memories that she'd successfully suppressed up until then began to surface. Memories of saying goodbye to her parents and 2 sisters, knowing that she would never see them again. Recollections of the sharp sting of guilt at seeing the stoicism on her family's faces. Their parting was something she would never forget. Effectively, in her terms and theirs, they had all died at that moment. Carrie had wiped away a tear with the heel of her hand. Her family, friends, and acquaintances had all passed away while she'd been in suspension, and by the time she was revived, they were turned to dust and long forgotten by anyone but her. She swallowed, trying to force down the emotions that threatened to overwhelm her, but it was no use. For the first time since she'd been brought back to life 2 years previously, she gave in to the grief and sorrow she had been denying for so long. It was some time before the edge of her feelings softened and she returned to browsing the lists of natural movement members. Almost immediately, a name caught her eye. Frederick Aparicio. She frowned. She wasn't sure why the name was familiar. She couldn't place him in her memories of everyone she'd known on Earth. Yet she knew the name, unless her mind was playing tricks on her. She opened her personal files of vids, mails, and images from her previous life. She rarely dared to look at them, but perhaps because she'd vented her feelings, viewing the files didn't upset her as much as she'd feared. In fact, it gave her pleasure to remember all the people she left behind and read their messages. She searched all the files for the name Frederick Aparicio, but turned up a blank. As she was puzzling at the problem, deep in concentration, a new mail arrived. It was from Ethan. "Heard you're awake and feeling better. Glad to hear it." I'm going to see my farm tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Chapter 4. Ethan waited for Cariad in the lot outside the shuttle station. A regular shuttle schedule of 3 arrivals and departures per day had begun to run, and Cariad had calmed to say she would be on the noon arrival. Ethan had watched the shuttle fly in, appearing from out of the sky as if by magic. To him, Nova Fortuna was now no more than a stationary point of light at night, and in the daytime the starship was entirely invisible. As a Gen, he now required special permission to return to his old home. The new rule rankled, especially because woken like Cariad could come and go as they pleased. The reason given was that the woken's roles were mostly scientific and performed aboard the starship, while Ethan's and the other Gen's jobs were confined to the settlement or nearby. Yet the delineation was clear. The woken had freedom to travel to and from the ship, and the Gens did not. The planet-side dwellers had quietly pushed back by taking control of the flitters. Nova Fortuna had brought 30 of the fusion-powered land vehicles to the New World. They would run for around 3 years before their energy ran out, but the technology to refuel or replace them was unlikely to have been developed by that time. Consequently, the manual stated that they must only be used when absolutely necessary, such as for emergencies and transportation of materials or equipment that was too heavy to be moved by any other method. The Gens had taken it upon themselves to bend the parameters of what constituted absolute necessity by routinely using the flitters on trips outside the settlement. Massive road-making machines were already crawling slowly across the landscape, and solar-powered electric vehicles to run on them were being assembled from kits, but neither were ready yet. The Gens were nervous about venturing into the wild with no means of escape from predatory organisms other than their own 2 feet. Also, they had quickly picked up on how convenient it was to ride a flitter. After growing up aboard a starship that had transit cars, they weren't used to walking long distances. Ethan was looking forward to taking Cariad for a ride. He'd packed some food so they wouldn't have to return to the settlement to eat when they got hungry. Shuttle passengers began to emerge from the station exit, and Ethan smiled as he saw Cariad's familiar figure among them. She spotted him seated in the flitter and waved. "Hi," she said as she approached. "How did you get permission to take one of these?" "I thought we were hiking out there. I wore my walking boots." "It's a little far to walk," Ethan replied. "Besides, all the farmers have the use of the flitters." Cariad's eyebrows lifted. "All the farmers? But aren't you supposed to be—" "Saving them for emergencies?" Ethan said. "Strictly speaking, yes, but the roads out to the farms aren't ready yet, so that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Also, though the creatures from the first night attack are nocturnal, there's always a chance something else might take an interest." "Have any other life forms been spotted?" Cariad asked. "No, not yet. Xenobiologists have combed the farming districts, but they didn't find anything. We put up an electric fence around the farms anyway, just in case." Cariad opened the flitter door and climbed in. There were seats for 6, but the rear 4 were folded down to make room for a load. The flitter briefly dipped under the extra weight, then returned to its former elevation. "What happened to your face?" Cariad asked when she saw Ethan close up. He'd forgotten they hadn't seen each other since the bombing at the stadium. She probably didn't remember being rescued. "Just an injury from the explosion," he said. "The scar is fading now. How's your arm?" "It's getting better. The doctor said just another few days and it'll be good as new." "Good. And your head?" "It's fine. I heard you pulled me out of the wreckage. I wanted to thank you." "You don't have to thank me. Anyone would have done it." "I know, but—" She drifted to silence, apparently unsure how to frame what she wanted to say. "It's good to be planetside again. I always feel a little claustrophobic aboard ship, even though it's as big as a small town. There's something weird about living in an entirely artificial environment. I've never quite gotten used to it. I never minded it. Living aboard Nova Fortuna was all I knew before we came here. In fact, the first time I came planetside, I was nervous. The idea that I could walk for years and never walk in the same place twice freaked me out a little, though I wouldn't admit it to Lauren." Cariad's expression turned sympathetic, but the atmosphere between them became awkward. Ethan wondered if it was the first time he had mentioned Lauren to her. He couldn't remember. Thinking about Lauren since she passed was almost unbearably painful. Maybe he hadn't talked about her up until now. "It's about time we left," he said, starting up the flitter. He reversed the machine from the curb and pulled out of the lot. Once they were through the gate in the electric fence, he set the flitter to automatic. Cariad gave a surprised "oh" as it left the road before setting off through the fern-like trees that surrounded the settlement. Ethan chuckled. "We're heading directly to my land. The flitter doesn't pay much attention to roads. When you're floating 30 centimeters high, there's no need for them." "I would have thought there might be some need for them," Cariad replied. "Nope. Flitters go around anything that's in the way, moving or not, or they rise up and pass over. They're very safe. You never went in a flitter back on Earth?" "I didn't. They were entirely new technology. Anti-gravity propulsion had only just been invented, and the engineers had barely run all the safety tests on the flitters before they were loaded onto the Nova Fortuna. I hadn't even seen one in real life, only in vids. I remember the FTL Starship engine scientists had hopes that a grav would lead them to a breakthrough, but that hadn't happened by the time we left." "This is really your first time in a flitter?" A wave of delight washed over Ethan. He'd always seen Cariad as smarter and more experienced than he was. He'd never thought he would be more accomplished at something than her. "What are you thinking?" Cariad asked. "Nothing much. Why?" "You have a goofy grin on your face." "I do?" "You do. Is it because I said it was my first time in a flitter?" "No. Well, yeah, actually. I didn't think I'd ever have more experience in something than a woken. You always seem to know everything and have done everything. Being around you makes most of us gens feel stupid, if I'm honest." Cariad's expression fell, and she turned to look out at the passing landscape. "Is something wrong?" Ethan asked. "I didn't mean anything by what I said. I was only talking about what it's like being a general. I wasn't criticizing you." When Cariad turned back to Ethan, her face remained sad. "Is that how you see me? Is that what I am to you? A woken?" "Number, I didn't mean it like that. I was only talking generally. I don't think of you as just another woken. You're a friend, Cariad. A good friend." She appeared to feel a little happier. "You're a friend, too. I don't think of you as a Genon." She returned her gaze to outside the flitter. They had left the forested area that surrounded the settlement and were traveling across an open plain where the rubbery ground cover grew waist-high. The flitter adjusted its height accordingly. On the horizon lay a thin blue line. It was the lake that bordered Ethan's land. Ethan stole another look at Cariad. She seemed to have gotten over the downturn in her mood. He recalled her as he had first seen her in the first night attack, carrying a flaming brand in each hand, the light of the torches flickering across her face. The image had remained in his mind and probably would forever. "I think I can see it," she said. "That's the lake, right? Is your land on this side of it?" "Yes, it is. Of all the allotments, mine is farthest away from town. The land on the other side of the lake doesn't belong to anyone yet." "Yes, it does. It belongs to everyone," Cariad said with a smile. "Yeah, that's right, until it's allocated. Maybe if your farm does well, they'll give you the land on the other side too. You could have a huge place." "I guess so." "Wouldn't you like that?" The only person Ethan had told about his dissatisfaction with the idea of becoming a farmer was Dr. Crowley, his other woken friend who had also died that terrible first night of the settlement. The profession allocation system was intended to be flexible within the parameters set by academic achievement, strengths, and temperament. But refusing to choose any of the positions offered to you upon high school graduation was seen to be antisocial. Ethan was only going to be a farmer because he didn't really have a choice. In another life on Earth, he thought he would have done something quite different. "Ethan," Cariad said. He realized he hadn't replied to her question. "Sorry, no, I'm not very enthusiastic about farming. If I could choose, I'd rather explore this new world. I used to read a lot when I was a kid, mostly when I should have been doing my homework. I read about the great explorers of the 18th and 19th centuries on Earth. They would go places where no human had ever set foot, like the South Pole. Then fewer and fewer of those places existed. Later on, people went to the summits of the highest mountains and deep into ocean trenches. They went to all the places on Earth where it used to be too hard for people to survive. They went to the moon. Then by the 22nd century, there wasn't even anywhere on the colonized solar planets that someone hadn't explored. But this place, we know hardly anything about it. We only have information from probes to tell us what's here, and we found out on the first night that information isn't reliable. We need to know more about this planet. I want to find out more. But I'm going to be stuck here digging the ground and growing crops for the rest of my life." His voice had risen. He paused and gave a wry smile. "Sorry, I guess I needed to vent." They had passed through the gate in the fence surrounding the farming district. Cariad looked out at the approaching lake in silence for a little while. Then she said, "You know, you're right. What if there's some other menace out there that could destroy us? We need to know about it. If we don't, how can we defend ourselves? We're lucky that the electric fence seems to keep everything dangerous out of the settlement. What would we do if there's a life form that isn't affected by electricity? We need people like you to find out what the dangers are." "I'd love to do that," Ethan said, "but I don't see anyone giving the order anytime soon." A new leader had yet to be elected after the bombing, and a date for a new naming ceremony hadn't been set. "We're nearly there. We might already be on my land, in fact. It isn't easy to tell without boundary markers, but I think this is it." The lake stretched out in front of them. If he had to be a farmer, Ethan counted himself lucky to have such a useful resource on his doorstep, though water channels to other farms would cut across his land. Maybe the lake contained something like fish too, something that humans could eat. He stopped the flitter a short distance from the shore, and they got out. The ground was spongy, and their footsteps left imprints as they walked across it, wading through the vegetation. Together, they went toward the stretch of water. "I wanted to ask you," Ethan said, "is this planet very different from Earth?" Cariad thought a while before replying. "At first look, it isn't. The sky's blue, the vegetation is green, there are mountains and oceans, rocks and soil, and the gravity is nearly the same. That was the main reason this place was chosen. Once the colonists arrived, they would be on their own. No request for help would even reach Earth until it was way too late. So we couldn't commit to a colonization except on a world where conditions were as near perfect as possible. But now that I'm here, it's different in so many ways. The plants look weird, the air smells funny, the sunlight isn't quite right, and of course the night sky is totally different. And the sounds, can you hear anything? Only the noise of the wind. On Earth, if we were out in the countryside, we would hear birds and insects, maybe frogs and other animals depending on the time of day. This planet is almost entirely silent. If I don't think about it, I don't notice, but I guess I feel it on another level. Nothing is quite right about this place. I don't dislike it, but I seem to always be a little bit aware that I'm somewhere different." A warm, humid breeze came toward them from across the lake. The sun was still high. Its rays blazed across the water surface, creating a silver sheen on the smooth expanse. They reached the lake's edge where the vegetation gave way to black sand. Lazy ripples lapped at the shore. They were alone in the alien landscape. "What do you think?" Ethan asked. "It's beautiful." Chapter 5. Cariad squatted down next to a gestation bag. 5 trainee midwives stood in a half-circle behind her. So far, none of them had volunteered to assist with the decanting. "There really isn't anything to be frightened of, you know," she said. "Isn't anyone willing to try? I know it seems scary, but the chances of losing a baby are vanishingly small. I don't think a single one has been lost at the decanting stage aboard Nova Fortuna. It's much safer than natural childbirth. We can see if the baby's stuck, or the umbilicus is wrapped around its neck, or it's past meconium. We don't have to rely on instruments to tell us what's happening. Things are going to be a lot harder planetside when you're assisting women giving birth." She shut her eyes. That was exactly the last thing she should have said. She was supposed to be reassuring these young women and men, not making them nervous. When she opened her eyes, however, a fresh-faced man had raised his hand. "Great," Cariad said. "Step over here." "Oh, the man mumbled. "I just wanted to ask a question." Deflated, Cariad said, "Shoot. I was wondering why you don't just open up the bags and take the babies out. Wouldn't that be a lot easier and safer?" "Good question. So it might seem easier to do it that way, but when the babies are squeezed out through the decanting channel, the action forces mucus out of their lungs and respiratory tract, and that helps them breathe. There might be other unknown benefits too. We try to mimic nature as much as possible because sometimes we can only guess why humans evolved to reproduce the way we do. That's why we play the audio of a pregnant woman's heartbeat to the babies from the embryo stage onward, because without it or other sounds, their hearing might not develop normally. We can't be sure because it would be unethical to conduct an experiment to find out, so we take the precaution of exposing them to noise. On the other hand, in the artificial method, we've removed the known risks of natural childbirth, like a too narrow birth canal. Is natural childbirth really risky? Asked a frightened-eyed young woman. Cariad couldn't tell if the trainee was asking in a professional or personal capacity. It's riskier. I can't deny it. Unfortunately, the reproductive technology that served us on the Nova Fortuna won't last forever. It's already wearing out. We need to move reproduction planet-side and increase the birth rate, which means that after this final decanting, it's down to you gens to do things the old-fashioned way. But the settlement hospital will be equipped with birthing facilities of the best quality, and those facilities are going to be staffed with the best midwives, right? It was an unfortunate consequence of the impersonal replenishing of the gen population that none of them had any experience of natural pregnancies or births. Up until then, reproductive technicians had been responsible for creating and gestating the project's new babies. Working alongside the settlement doctors, the people Cariad was training would be dealing with soon-to-be new mothers who would probably be frightened if not terrified. What was more, the women might also have a higher risk of complications due to 6 generations, without selective forces preventing the number of mothers who couldn't give birth naturally from passing on their genes. Still, Cariad tried to give the students her most encouraging smile. It seemed to do the trick. The man who had first asked a question stepped forward and said, "I'll try." "Fantastic," Cariad replied and waved him forward. "Come over here. You saw what I did, right? Make sure you have everything ready before you open the channel. I'm going to watch, but I won't intervene unless I see you need some help, okay?" When she had studied human reproductive biology, Cariad only assisted with a decanting a few times in preparation for taking her finals. Students were supposed to experience the nitty-gritty of practical applications of their subject. Later on, as a reproductive geneticist, she hadn't been expected to actually decant babies. That was a job for technicians. Since being revived from cryonic suspension, however, she'd enjoyed bringing the little squirming, mewling infants into the world. She hoped she could pass on that enjoyment to these women and men. Cariad moved out of the trainee's way as he prepared the receiving dish and checked the emergency equipment. The baby he was about to decant was one of the less active ones. The female infant hung upside down in her gestation bag, her eyes closed, a serene expression on her tiny face. She was entirely unaware that her life was about to begin. The man paused and half-turned toward Cariad for reassurance. "Good," she said. "You're ready to go." He stood and activated the decant function on the panel at the top of the bag. Pulsations began to ripple the surface and fluid dripped from the channel as, slowly, it opened. The student squatted as Cariad had and held his hands beneath the opening. It was a precaution in case a malfunction or a particularly wriggly infant caused the exit to suddenly burst wide. Now that he'd found the courage to try, the man was doing well. Time wore on, and the gestation bag pushed the baby girl into the narrow, flexible channel at its base. The trainee was beginning to look uncomfortable, probably due to squatting for so long. "You can kneel if you want," Cariad told him. "It won't be long now." The receiving dish gurgled as the fluid dripping from the bag was drained away. The trainee midwives leaned closer. The moment of decanting was approaching. The baby was packed into a ball, her small, chubby arms wrapped up high around her chest. She gave a wriggle and the channel opened wider, spilling a gush of fluid into the dish below. "Nearly there," Cariad said to the kneeling student. "Get ready." He held his gloved hands beneath the baby's crowning head. Pink liquid soaked his hands and wrists. The top of the baby's head appeared. Centimeter by centimeter, the head emerged from the channel. A small face came next, its eyes still closed. Then a tiny fist showed up, followed by one round shoulder, then another. As the baby slid out of the collapsing bag, the man carefully took the weight of her head and body. He gently lay her down in the receiving dish. She took her first breath, and a pink color suffused her skin. "Great job," Cariad said. "Do you remember the procedure for the placenta?" The trainee nodded without turning around, apparently unable to take his eyes from the baby, who gently waved her arms and legs, testing out her newfound freedom. She grimaced and her deep blue, unfocused eyes briefly peeked out from between their eyelids. When the placenta was ejected from the gestation bag, the trainee cut the umbilicus and picked up the baby to swaddle her. He turned around, his face wreathed in a beaming smile. I did it! You certainly did, Cariad said. Do you want to take her to the nursery? The baby was breathing well and didn't seem to have any problems, but the duty doctor would check her over thoroughly. Sure, the trainee replied. Do you think they'll let me name her? Cariad chuckled. Maybe. It won't hurt to ask. Like a proud new father, the man carried the newborn out of the gestation room. Cariad turned to the waiting students. Who's next? By the end of the session, each trainee had taken a turn at decanting a newborn, and Cariad finished the training a little less worried than she'd been when it started. Though the gens still had a long way to go to restart natural human reproduction on a scale that would increase the population, it seemed they could at least lose some of their fear of it. Dr. Montfort would take over the students' preparation for the real thing with natural childbirth vids and whatever else he had in mind. When the last of the trainees had left, Cariad took a final look at the gestation room with its empty gestation bags, some still dripping. For nearly 2 centuries, the reproductive facilities had served the Nova Fortuna project well, steadily maintaining a heterogeneous gene pool of 2,000 individuals. But its days were finally over. Cleaning up the room and putting everything into storage could wait until tomorrow, Cariad decided. It had been a long day. She turned off the Heartbeat soundtrack and the lights and went out. As she left, she bumped into someone who was on her way in. It was Anahi, an agricultural geneticist and a woken. When she had been revived from cryo, the process had left her blind. The Nova Fortuna wasn't equipped with the technology to grow new eyes and optic nerves, so she relied on a vision aid. A black strip of light-sensitive material wrapped around her head and connected with her brain through a contact at the back. The crueler Jissons, who weren't used to seeing anyone who deviated from standard human physiology, would make jokes about Anahi within her hearing. They said she had eyes in the back of her head and made other crass comments. In fact, Anahi did have better than normal peripheral vision and could probably see a wider color range. However, Cariad imagined she would probably rather have had real eyes. Cariad had gotten to know the fellow scientists over the years they'd both been working on the project preparations. And though the older woman was likable enough, Cariad had found her to be rather brittle and not the type to take the genes teasing in good humor. She must have barely met the psychological standard to be allowed to join the cryo-suspended contingent of the colonists. Did the decanting go well? Anahi asked. Yes, thanks. 50 new babies added to the gene pool, all healthy and normal. Good, so that's it then. The last gens conceived and gestated artificially. I hope so, Cariad said. They're on their own for the time being anyway. In the case of a disaster, we can always open up the shop again. Yes, you still have plenty of frozen eggs and sperm, haven't you? Said Anahi. And how's the equipment? Has it held up well? I remember you were concerned about that. It's still functioning adequately. I haven't encountered any failures. Have you in your section? No, but everything's looking tired and old. Rather like me. Anahi smiled. Cariad said, I'm sure you have quite a few more decades in you. Thanks, but I wasn't fishing for compliments. I wanted to speak to you about something. What's that? Well, first of all, I want to say the generational colonists have done well in getting this far. Do you remember when we were placed in cryo? We thought we might never be revived, or that only 1 or 2 ancient descendants of the first generation would be alive at the journey's end. Yet we woke up and it seemed everything had worked like clockwork. 2,000 healthy colonists with a good genetic mix. They'd followed the manual almost to the letter in that regard. She paused. But, Cariad raised her eyebrows. There's something, I'm not sure how to put it, Anahi went on. The generational colonists, they're kind of childlike. They don't have much initiative, much get up and go, if you know what I mean. They just mindlessly do things without really thinking. I'm not sure I understand you. Okay, for example, the first night attack. I wasn't there, thank goodness. But I heard almost everyone ran around like panicked sheep. I heard that if it wasn't for you, they would have all been killed. You heard wrong then. I helped, yes, but it was Ethan, a gen, who saved the day, and the attack was terrifying. It isn't surprising the gens reacted as they did. I was pretty close to running around like a panicked sheep myself. I don't think you'd be so quick to criticize if you'd been there. Cariad wondered where Anahi was heading. Something was clearly bugging her. Still, Cariad said nothing, waiting for the other woman to speak her mind. Anahi said, Cariad, I think we need to resume the revival process. We need more project scientists to oversee the colonization. If we don't, we risk the entire project failing. But Anahi, what? Do I have to spell it out? Cariad asked. You're one of the last people I would expect to make that suggestion. You lost your sight, others lost the use of limbs, and some are permanently brain damaged. Some didn't even make it. Everyone we revive is at risk of serious complications or death. And anyway, I don't agree with you about the gens. They're entirely capable of making a go of this. They might seem naive and inexperienced to us, but they were raised in an unnatural environment. They can adapt and meet the challenges of living on the planet. I'm sure of it. They're human, the same as us. Adapting is what humans do best. Anahi seemed pensive. I thought you might say that. Huh? You thought I might say what? Never mind. Look, I get it that you like the generational colonists. I like them too. I just don't think they're equipped for this job we've set them. And it isn't their fault. It's our fault for imagining they ever could be. Hell, it would be hard enough to colonize an alien planet even for us. People experienced at living in a planetary environment and not coddled all our lives aboard a starship. I think it's time to admit that we were wrong. It would have been better to freeze 2,000 individuals and maintain a much smaller population of living crew. Just enough to look after the ship and begin the reviving process. That can't be helped now, but we do need more project scientists. We need their skills and their experience of living in a natural environment. Seriously? Cariad asked. Do you really think we need more people from Earth so badly we should risk their lives? If we don't wake them up, they're as good as dead. Don't you think we should give them a chance of life? We need more time to understand what went wrong. How long do you think we should wait? Anahi asked. The last I heard, we'd made hardly any progress in understanding why some of us were revived with no problems and others died. For all we know, it could be something to do with the way we were frozen, and there isn't anything we can do about that now. At least this way the question is decided, one way or another. Cariad hesitated to answer. She felt that Anahi was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on why. Her arguments seemed rational. If only the cryo-organizers had thought to provide for this eventuality. All the woken had written wills about life-saving measures if something went wrong during revival. But no one had been asked to state whether they should be revived. That was a given. Think about it, Anahi said. I'm going to speak to some of the others and see if we can come to a consensus. I'm not going to do anything if most of us think it's too risky. But personally speaking, I'd rather be blind and living and breathing than lying frozen in sludge, possibly forever. And the generational colonists need more of us if the colonization is to stand a chance of succeeding. But even if the other woken agree, Cariad said, you have to get the permission of the leader to restart the revival process. There is no leader, and even if there were, why do we need his or her permission? We were the ones who organized the Nova Fortuna project. We were there at the beginning, and we know what's needed for it to succeed. The others only exist because of us. Cariad was becoming increasingly annoyed at Anahi's reasoning and opinions, and it clearly showed on her face. The woman touched her arm in a conciliatory manner. I just want to help the gens, as you call them, for their benefit and our own. And to do that, we need strength in numbers. We need more of us. Cariad was about to reply when Strongquist appeared. She didn't want to continue the discussion in front of the Guardian. It felt like washing the Woken's dirty laundry in public, and she didn't quite trust the man. I thought I'd find you here, Strongquist said to Cariad. I wanted to ask you something if you have a moment. Anahi gave Cariad's arm a squeeze and said, think about it, again before leaving. What is it you want to ask me? Cariad asked Strongquist, still irritated by her conversation with Anahi. I was wondering if you'd gotten any further with checking the resources I gave you. Did you find anything that might lead us to the stadium bomber? No. I checked everything through, but I didn't see anything that'll help. Strongquist peered at her. You seem hesitant. Do you mean you didn't see anything? Or you saw something but you aren't sure how it might be useful? Cariad frowned. The latter. There was a name that seemed meaningful, but I looked through all my records and couldn't see anything that would link me to the person. I think it's just my imagination running wild. Hmm. Maybe this person didn't have anything to do with you, but the name is familiar due to an event or encounter that you can't remember just yet. Don't forget that you were in cryonic suspension for nearly 2 centuries. It wouldn't be surprising if you experienced some memory loss. What was the name? It wasn't difficult for Cariad to recall. The name had been on her mind so much while she tried to figure out its significance, it was burned in. Frederick Aparicio. Thanks. I'll check it out and see what I find. Are you any closer to catching the bomber? Asking the Guardian the question felt weird. It was as if they were the colony's police force, yet no one had appointed them. No, I'm sorry. We aren't much further on, but maybe this name will help. I'll let you know if I discover anything. Thanks, I appreciate it, Cariad replied, wishing she knew what she could do herself to find the culprit. Chapter 6. It was Ethan's turn with the plow. 5 of the machines had been assembled from the kits brought aboard the Nova Fortuna. There were plenty more waiting to be put together, but the first crop was a priority. The farmers were sharing the use of the plows that were already available. The machine was mechanical only. It had no computer controlling it or refining its operation according to variations in soil, plants, or the weather as agricultural technology on Earth had. The farmers would have to learn all the nuances of their job and not rely on support from tech, passing their knowledge and skills down to the next generation. Computers required complex parts, and those complex parts required rare, refined resources. Until the colony progressed to a level capable of providing those resources, it would rely on human ingenuity. Ethan stared at the instruction manual, then at the plow, then at the manual again. The farmer who had brought the plow over had explained its operation. It had seemed straightforward while he was listening, but Ethan was having problems matching his memory of the farmer's words with the machine in front of him. His difficulties probably had something to do with the fact that he had no interest whatsoever in operating it. Heaving a sigh, Ethan approached the machine. Maybe he could learn how to work it by trial and error. There wasn't anything around for him to collide with, so he wasn't likely to do any harm. He didn't even have a house yet to run into. He rolled the plastic paper document and pushed it into his back pocket before grabbing the bars on either side of the cab door and pulling himself up and in. He sat in the driver's seat and stared at the controls. They seemed simple enough. Some steered the machine, and others operated the plow. "Hey," called a voice. Ethan jumped nearly out of his skin. A short woman was standing right next to the cab, squinting up at him from under a cap, her hands on her hips. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to startle you. I guess you didn't hear me arrive." A flitter rested on the ground behind her. "I'm your neighbor," the woman went on. "Name's Cherry." She held up her hand. Ethan leaned down and shook it. "Ethan, but I thought my neighbor was—" "He got reassigned. I took over his land. Always wanted to be a farmer, and here I am. Can I join you up there? I think I'm next in line for this plow. Thought I'd get a handle on it." "Sure." With some difficulty due to her shortness, Cherry climbed up into the passenger side of the cab. "Have you figured it out yet?" "Honestly, number I was just about to start it up and take it from there." "Sounds like a good idea to me," said Cherry. "Do you have the instructions? Can I take a look?" Ethan pulled the thin book out of his pocket and gave it to her. Then he pressed a button. The engine started. "Doing good so far," said Cherry, not looking up from the manual. Ethan wasn't sure if she was being sarcastic. He had finally recognized her. Cherry had been 2 grades above him at school. Then he remembered something else that made him pause. "Aren't you going to start driving it?" Cherry asked. "You should go to a corner of your land and begin there." "Wait a minute," Ethan said. "I'm trying to figure out what you're doing here. Why are you a farmer? You were top of your grade in math and science." Cherry rolled her eyes. "Just because I was good at something doesn't mean I have to like it. I didn't want to do any of the jobs my grade average qualified me for. I wanted to be a farmer. I can't think of anything else I'd rather do." "So they let you change jobs? Just like that?" "Not exactly just like that, but it wasn't too hard. Things are in disarray at the moment with no leader. I think they just got tired of arguing with me in the end and gave me permission to take over the land after it became vacant. They only wanted me to go away and stop bothering them." "Really?" "Yep, so, are you going to drive this thing or not?" Do you want to try? I'd love to. Ethan jumped out of the cab and walked around the plow to the other side. He climbed into the seat Cherry had vacated as she moved across to the driving seat. She turned her cap around so the bill faced backward, and giving Ethan a grin, she pressed the accelerator. The plow lurched violently forward. He grabbed the side of the cab to prevent himself from being thrown out. Sorry, said Cherry. He slid his door closed and Cherry did the same. Then she set off. As they drove along, the rough ground bounced them up and down and threw them from side to side. Cherry began to laugh, and so did Ethan. Where do I go? Cherry asked. Ethan turned and pointed to the side of the lake where his land bordered the shore. It was as good a place to start as any. Cherry swung the plow around so hard Ethan thought it was in danger of toppling over. He held on tight. Whoops, Cherry said. Take it easy. What's your hurry? We have all day. I know, Cherry replied as she stopped the plow at the edge of the lake, where the vegetation gave way to the shore. Her expression turned more serious. But it would be great if I could plow and sow my own land soon. The sooner this colony is self-sustaining, the better. I don't think anyone would disagree with you on that, said Ethan. But let's face it, none of us knows what we're doing. This is an expensive item of equipment that we can't replace. It might be good to take things slowly, step by step. Cherry's look darkened further. You mean none of us gens knows what we're doing? I guess I do mean that. We grew up aboard the ship, while the Woken and the Guardians... Don't say it. Don't say what? Ethan asked. You were about to say they're more experienced than us, better than us, just because they grew up on Earth. Yes, something like that. The Woken went to college. They worked hard to become the world's top scientists. They didn't have everything provided for them like us, and they know how to handle living planetside. And I suppose you think that makes them better than us? It depends what you, Cherry said. I can't believe I'd hear an opinion like that from you, Ethan. Everyone likes you so much because you helped save people in the first night attack. But if the others heard what you just said, what? What did I say? He thought he'd only stated the obvious. I didn't say anything bad about Gens. I don't think there's anything wrong with us. But we're different from the Woken and the Guardians. There's no denying it. And there I was thinking of asking you... Cherry shook her head. Asking me what? When she refused to answer, Ethan said, Wait a minute. You aren't really here because you wanted to help me with the plowing, are you? Yes, I am. No, I don't think so. It doesn't make any sense that someone as smart as you would want to be a farmer. Why are you really here? Cherry wasn't meeting his gaze. I do want to be a farmer, but don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. I think I better go. I'll walk back to my flitter. Bring the plow over when you're finished with it, okay? Before Ethan had a chance to reply, she jumped down out of the cab and set off along the shoreline. His brow knitted in confusion. Ethan slid over to the driver's seat and took the manual out of his back pocket to study it again. The engine was humming, and he only just heard another sound over it, something like a gasp and thud. He checked over his shoulder to locate the source. A mass of thin, writhing threads from the lake had Cherry by her ankles. She was on her stomach being dragged into the water. She was terrified and her mouth gaped in a soundless scream. Ethan leapt from the plow and was at her side in moments. He grabbed her arms and pulled as hard as he could. Cherry finally managed to scream, and the shriek she gave cut through Ethan's mind. He was immediately back to the first night attack, hearing the almost inhuman howls of settlers being digested alive. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't break the threads' hold on Cherry. They were winning the dreadful tug of war. Cherry was slowly inching backward to the water's edge. The prehensile threads were also squirming up her body toward Ethan, seeming to seek out the source of the resistance. Desperately, he cast about for something to cut the threads, but all around him was nothing but vegetation, sand, and water. All he had with him were the clothes he was wearing. The moment he let go of Cherry, the threads would drag her into the water. Then there would be nothing he could do to save her. Please, Cherry gasped. Please help me. Please. I'm trying. I can't pull any harder. As he spoke, Ethan's hand slipped on her arms and Cherry jerked closer to the lake. She gave another shriek. Ethan quickly grabbed her again and tugged with every ounce of strength he had, but he could only maintain a stalemate against the threads. There was no one for kilometers around, and even if he managed to calm someone, the struggle would be long over before help arrived. I'm going to have to let you go just for a moment. Ethan said through a clenched jaw. No, Cherry howled. Don't let go. I have to. I have to run back to the plow. Try to hold on to the sand as hard as you can. Fight with everything you've got. Don't let them drag you into the water. When she didn't answer, he said, Cherry, do you understand? Don't let them drag you into the water. Her face was drained of color, but she managed a brave nod. Good. 3, 2, 1. He released his grip and flew back to the plow. As he swung the machine around, he pushed down a lever that looked like it might lower the blades. His heart surged as the long, sharp slices of metal moved downward. But then his heart fell as the turning machine brought him in sight of Cherry. She was scrabbling and clutching the ground like a wild thing, but she seemed to be having no impact on the inexorable tugging of the threads. She was nearly at the water's edge. Ethan pushed the accelerator forward, and the plow surged ahead. He would need to drive it into the lake to avoid cutting Cherry with the blades. The plow entered the lapping waves. Ethan hoped the water wouldn't drown the engine. He drove toward Cherry. He had to turn even deeper into the water or he would hit her. Her feet were submerged and only the threads that were wrapped around her legs remained visible. The threads jerked and pulled her deeper. The plow blades churned the water close enough to Cherry to freeze his heart. He passed just beyond where he guessed her feet were, and the water filled with clouds of black sand and hundreds of pieces of thread, still wriggling as they bobbed to the surface. He was past Cherry. He looked back. She was in the same spot. He turned the plow, watching her all the while. She pulled up a leg so that she was on one knee. Then she was up and running. He steered the plow toward her. After running for half a minute into the vegetation, she seemed to calm down. She stopped, looked around and found him, then sped over. She climbed quickly into the cab, covered in wet sand, grazed and still looking terrified. She grabbed Ethan and sobbed into his chest. He comforted her until her weeping finally slowed. Wiping sand from her face and body, she said, "What the hell were those things? They were going to drown me. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be dead. I don't know. When I think of the times I've walked along that shore by myself." Ethan shuddered. "We should head back to town and tell someone what's happened." "Yeah, let's go. We can use the flitter." Ethan pushed the accelerator and turned the plow toward the place where Cherry had left the vehicle. He would need to drive it into the lake to avoid cutting Cherry with the blades. The plow entered the lapping waves. Ethan hoped the water wouldn't drown the engine. He drove toward Cherry. He had to turn even deeper into the water or he would hit her. Her feet were submerged and only the threads that were wrapped around her legs remained visible. The threads jerked and pulled her deeper. The plow blades churned the water close enough to Cherry to freeze his heart. He passed just beyond where he guessed her feet were, and the water filled with clouds of black sand and hundreds of pieces of thread, still wriggling as they bobbed to the surface. He was past Cherry. He looked back. She was in the same spot. He turned the plow, watching her all the while. She pulled up a leg so that she was on one knee. Then she was up and running. He steered the plow toward her. After running for half a minute into the vegetation, she seemed to calm down. She stopped, looked around and found him, then sped over. She climbed quickly into the cab, covered in wet sand, grazed and still looking terrified. She grabbed Ethan and sobbed into his chest. He comforted her until her weeping finally slowed. Wiping sand from her face and body, she said, "What the hell were those things? They were going to drown me. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be dead. I don't know. When I think of the times I've walked along that shore by myself." Ethan shuddered. "We should head back to town and tell someone what's happened." "Yeah, let's go. We can use the flitter." Ethan pushed the accelerator and turned the plow toward the place where Cherry had left the vehicle. "Only," he added. "What's wrong?" Cherry asked. Ethan peered back at the lake, then around at the low vegetation. "Only what?" asked Cherry. "Those threads, or tentacles, or whatever they were. There were so many of them, and they were capable of moving an adult human. You don't need to tell me that. It was the first time the creature or creatures attacked one of us. But they didn't evolve to eat people, if that's what it had in mind." Cherry said, "I think I know where you're going. You mean whatever it usually eats is human-sized or bigger. I think I'm going to be sick." She wasn't speaking figuratively. She leaned out of the cab and vomited. When the spasm was over, she leaned back, looking exhausted in her seat. Ethan said, "Sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it." "It's okay. I was going to do that anyway. Have you ever seen any large creatures out here? I haven't. No, but the plants are knee-height. It wouldn't be hard for a large animal to conceal itself. All it would have to do is stay still, and it would be impossible for us to detect. We could have walked right by something and never known it. I think I'm going to be sick again. The electric fences we set up aren't enough. We need the xenozoologist to go over the area again with a fine-tooth comb. I don't trust their report that the place is safe for farming. Not after today. When we get back, I'll calm the ship. You mean you have to ask the Woken for help? Cherry asked. Why? Why can't we handle this ourselves? Why do we always have to go running to them at the first sign of trouble? It isn't like that. It's exactly like that. They drove the rest of the way back in silence. Chapter 7. An announcement was to be made in the stadium. Cariad's gaze roved the gathering crowd as she waited. A gaping hole in the seating remained from the bomb explosion. All loose material had been stripped away by the Guardians for investigation, and the structure temporarily braced for safety. To Cariad, it was a stark reminder of the terrible event, and the sight of it made her newly fixed arm ache in psychosomatic sympathy. The mood was in somber contrast to that at the naming ceremony. Most of the noise came from people maneuvering between the seats. No one was saying much, and what was said was conveyed in low voices, as if in fear of being overheard. Guardians had scanned the stadium thoroughly for any explosive devices and found nothing, but the tension and unease in the atmosphere was almost palpable. Cariad noticed another marked contrast. At the naming ceremony, Gens and Woken, and even Guardians, had intermingled and seated themselves randomly, but now the groups were mostly sitting apart. She could identify the Gens and Woken even at a distance due to their clothing styles. Both groups clothed themselves from the ship's printing facilities, but the Woken sported the fashions of Earth at the time they left. Cariad wore the same exaggerated swirls and folds in muted shades herself. The Gens, however, favored tighter, more body-defining shapes and bolder colors. A patch of dark gray in a corner of the stadium represented the Guardians. They made up the smallest group, only 10 or 12 of them. Cariad knew Strongquist and a few others by name. The faces of the rest seemed to constantly change, as if they were serving shifts planetside or aboard Nova Fortuna, which, she reflected, was probably the case. She sat among Gens, but no one was speaking to her. Looking around, she noticed that people were avoiding her gaze. The Gens' attitude toward her seemed to have changed within the last few days. Even those who hadn't been planetside during the first night attack knew who she was, and previously everyone had been friendly. Now she was beginning to feel like a pariah. Something was happening within the colony. Groups were defining themselves into factions. Cariad was strongly reminded of her conversation with Ethan about the Gens' feelings about the Woken, and Anahi's attitude that the settlers were divided into the Gens and us. The divisions didn't bode well for the future, but Cariad didn't know what to do about them. Hey, it was Ethan. He sat next to her, and Cariad's spirits rose immediately. She had one friend at least. He must have sought her out among the crowd. Hi, she replied. How are things down at the farm? You didn't hear what happened? No, I haven't heard much news. I've been busy. He related a story about a farmer being attacked by an organism living in the lake. That must have been terrifying. Was she okay? She didn't suffer any permanent damage that I know of. Do you know what this announcement is about? I've no idea. I just received the message, the same as everyone else. The stadium's sound system gave out low rumbles, indicating someone was about to speak. The background noise dropped to silence, and all gazes turned to the newly constructed speaker's box. A prominent Gen called Garwin was standing there, facing the crowd. Strongquist was in the box with him and another Guardian. A woman, she sat at the back, and Strongquist was standing behind Garwin. Anahi also appeared in the box. Gens, Woken, Guardians, Garwin began. Thank you all for coming here today. This meeting is long overdue. We've never gone so long without a leader. The general mood seemed to soften a little. Garwin was well known and well respected among the Gens. An older man, he had stood for election to be the leader several times, but had never won, probably due to his reputation for philandering. While not particularly frowned upon in Gen culture, Cariad had guessed it gave the impression he was unreliable. He was a good speaker, however, and the Gens were prepared to listen to him. I'm pleased to tell you the election process will begin soon, Garwin continued. I'm not going to be standing again. Don't worry, I don't need it spelled out to me. You don't want me, and that's fine. He spoke wryly and without rancor. Some gens began chanting Garwin for leader, but the chant quickly faded when no one joined in. He raised a hand. My chance has come and gone, my friends. As I said, the election process begins soon. We have important things to talk about before that happens. He paused as if to gather his thoughts. It's been 30 days since we arrived at our new home, and what a tumultuous time it's been. Counting the Gens and Woken, who died in the first night attack and the stadium bombing, 55 people have been lost to us, and more have suffered serious injuries. The other day, we also nearly lost 2 more in a wildlife attack out by the lake. He looked down and shook his head before raising it to speak again. Friends, we aren't well prepared for the dangers of our new lives. Whoever we elect as leader has a tough job ahead of him or her, the toughest leadership job ever in the history of Nova Fortuna. But electing a new leader isn't enough. If we're to succeed and make this colony viable, we need to improve our game. As she glanced around, the people nearest her were frowning. It's time for a change, Garwin said. There's an old Earth saying I've heard. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It's time that we rethink what we've been doing and invent a new way forward, a way that will save lives and bring us the success we need and deserve. I'd like all our lives, we gens have followed the guidelines laid down for us in the manual, but we weren't ready for what we found here. How could we be? He spread his hands wide. We only knew how to live aboard a starship. We'd never known danger, so how could we protect ourselves against it? Sure, we learned basic ideas about survival, but learning is one thing, practice is another. We've been doing our best, but it isn't enough. We need more guidance. We need people with experience of a real world to lead us. Cariad had assumed that Garwin was going to try to dispel the unrest and calm people's fears, but the man's last few sentences brought her to a sharp focus. His words had begun to sound worryingly familiar. They were very similar to a certain person's opinions she'd heard only a short time ago. She was surprised to hear them coming from the mouth of a general. She glanced around. The people nearest her were frowning. It's time for a change, Garwin said. There's an old Earth saying I've heard. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It's time that we rethink what we've been doing and invent a new way forward, a way that will save lives and bring us the success we need and deserve. I'd like you to listen to someone who has thought up a plan for that new way. It's a plan that promises to solve these problems we've been having and ensure a thriving, healthy colony for all. The previous warmth that Garwin's appearance had generated entirely drained away. Puzzled or concerned looks were turning angry. Anahi stood. Cariad suddenly became very conscious of the fact that she was a woken sitting among hundreds of gens. Thank you, Garwin, Anahi began. Thank you for your wonderful introduction to my proposal. She turned to the crowd. My name is Anahi, and I am what you call a woken. I was revived 2 years ago, along with roughly half of the rest of the cryonically preserved. I wanted to speak to you today to give you my perspective on what's been happening. To say things have not gone according to plan would be a gross understatement. People have died. People have been injured. As some of you are no doubt aware, we are already behind schedule according to the manual. I'm sure a few may be pointing the finger of blame at the natural movement, whose terrorists and saboteurs we've unfortunately brought along with us. And you would be entitled to do that. It was they who precipitated the first night attack, and it was a natural movement terrorist who planted the bomb in this very stadium. But the natural movement are not the only ones at fault here. We, the Woken, must also take some of the responsibility for the problems that have occurred. It was we who unknowingly allowed natural movement members to infiltrate our ranks. It was we who were foolishly lax in putting security in place that might have prevented their terrorist acts. It was we who failed to anticipate the problems our new colony would encounter with native species. My friends, I'm here today because I want to tell you we wish to make amends. Though Earth's best scientists did their utmost to create a viable plan for humanity's first deep space colony, we could not conceive of how that plan would play out in reality. Here in our new home, we are finding that the information brought to us by probes was inaccurate. This planet harbors far more dangers than we realized. But all is not lost. The Guardians are helping us root out the natural movement members, and we Woken can fix other problems. We can start anew, armed with fresh knowledge, gleaned from on-the-ground experience. We want to help, not only for our own sakes, but for yours. Nova Fortuna was built for you. This planet is yours. Anahi held up a finger. But you need a new plan, a new manual, written to see you through these fledgling days, based on everything we now know and everything that our current experiments discover. We Woken need to be more proactive. Simply put, we need more control of the colony. I would like to propose that, while this emergency situation continues, generational colonists take a step back. When we have assessed what needs to be done, we will tell you. We will guide you as we did during your time aboard Nova Fortuna, as we guided your ancestors for generations. In order to do this, the next leader should be awoken. That did it. Angry murmurings had been growing around Cariad as Anahi spoke. At her last sentence, the murmuring broke out into yells and shouts. Expletives were hurled at Anahi. Friends, friends, she called. Listen to me. Listen to what I have to say. This would be a temporary measure only until... The noise from the crowd was so loud it drowned her words. Anahi gave up and returned to her seat. Strongquist stepped forward. Simultaneously, guardians appeared from the tunnels that led to the stadium field. Armed guardians. Cariad clutched her seat. No guardians had carried weapons since the first night attack, when they had fired at the predators that had invaded the camp. Their firearms were slim, sleek weapons, clearly far in advance of the weapons brought aboard Nova Fortuna. She could hardly believe they were being used to control the Gians, for it was the stands filled with Gians that the Guardians went toward. They let the Woken stand alone. A shocked hush settled on the crowd. Strongquist began to speak. Please do not be alarmed. The armed guards are for your own safety. I understand that you are upset at Anahi's proposal. I anticipated that it might not be well received, and I'm sorry to say that I was correct. I want to make it clear that we do not want anyone here today to be hurt. We want to protect you. That, after all, was our role during the first night attack, and that has been our aim since then. You have called us your guardians, and we will not shirk that task. So please do not be alarmed. When emotions run high, crowds can get out of control, and then people get hurt. Remain calmly in your seats, and no one will be in any danger. We will give more information about the election for the new leader at a later date. Meanwhile, I would like to answer the many inquiries we have received about the state of things on Earth. Gens and Woken alike are naturally very curious about their old home. I wanted to take this opportunity to satisfy that curiosity. In order to do that, I have brought Fana here to speak to you. She is our captain. She can outline the pertinent facts for you. The Guardian woman stood. Her dark gray, short hair matched her uniform, and when she spoke, her voice was crisp and loud. Gens, Woken, thank you for this opportunity. I acknowledge that the time for answers is long overdue, and I apologize for that. We felt that you were all psychologically vulnerable after the first night attack. Cariad and Ethan shared a puzzled look. Whatever the Guardian was about to say, it didn't sound like anything good was coming up. I will first answer the question that's on many lips, Fana said. I'm sorry, but there is no going back. It's true that our ship travels faster than light. It's also true that we could take some of you back to Earth tomorrow, but it is an Earth that none of you would want to live on. Earth is full and its resources depleted. Mars is full. Ganymede and Ceres are full. There is nowhere for you to go. Gens and Woken, your new home is a difficult place to live. There's no denying it, but it's your home. It must be, so you must make the best of it. The Guardians wholeheartedly endorse Anahi's proposal that the next leader should be awoken. We are prepared to enforce this. This colony must succeed, and the Woken have the expertise to ensure it. We are lending them our support to safeguard everyone's survival. Fana sat down and no one rose to take her place. The announcement was over. The armed guardians moved away from the stands, walking backward toward the center of the field. It was the signal that the audience was free to leave, or perhaps that they had to leave. The Gens filed silently out of their seats. I can't believe it, Cariad said quietly to Ethan as they stood to take their place going down the stairs. Me neither, he replied. There's going to be trouble. The Gens already held a grudge against the Woken before this. And Anahi doesn't respect the Gens, said Cariad. They reached the bottom of the stairs. I want to talk to her. I'll see you later. Okay, take care. Cariad sped around the edge of the field until she spied the person she wanted and walked quickly over. She caught up to Anahi as she was about to enter an exit tunnel. Strongquist, Faina, and Garwin were ahead of her. The woken stopped and turned when Cariad touched her arm. She pulled the older woman to the side of the tunnel, out of the way of the crowd. What the hell are you doing? Cariad whispered fiercely. Do you have any idea what you've started? They already dislike us. So what? All children hate their parents, and that's what they're like, children. They need our guidance, and now they're going to get it, whether they like it or not. You're an idiot, Cariad hissed. You've handed over military control to the Guardians. This isn't supposed to be a military state. What's wrong with you? We're supposed to be building a new kind of society here. A better society, not another Earth, with people murdering each other. Ha! Anahi exclaimed. Weren't you one of the ones who insisted on bringing weapons along? Look, the situation's only temporary, okay? Until we get things back on track. I'm not prepared to sit around while some stupid gens cock everything up. When the colony is working, and when the gens gain some more experience of living in the real world, then we'll hand back control. But not until then. Maybe Anahi believed her own words. Cariad wasn't sure. Maybe she really was that deluded. Whatever she thought, if history was anything to go by, the Woken had just started the events that were going to repeat it. A battle for independence and control was coming. I thought you were going to propose that we revive more Woken, Cariad said. Like you said at the final decanting. Oh no, Anahi replied. Why would I propose that to the gens? We don't need their permission to restart the revival process. At least now we don't. Chapter 8. Ethan stood at Dr. Crowley's grave, hardly able to believe that it had only been just over a month since they had buried her. The remains of the other victims of the first night attack were also buried in the small graveyard, along with those who had died in the stadium bombing. The soil on the bombing victims' graves was still fresh, while on Dr. Crowley's, the moss-like native ground cover had already overgrown it and was creeping up the gravestone. He cleared the tendrils away, detaching them with some difficulty as their roots gripped tightly to the artificial stone. When he had cleaned off the surface, he sat on the ground and stared at the inscription. Meredith Crowley, Star Voyager. Your journey is over. May you rest in peace far beyond the graveyard. A roadmaker trundled along, its square, bulky form inching across the horizon, dark against the lighter sky. Even with the intervening distance, its deep bass hum penetrated as it turned the native soil and rocks to firm, cambered dirt roads. Some days Ethan almost forgot that Dr. Crowley had died. Then the memory of that awful sight of her, trapped beneath the alien predator, would resurface like a wound torn open, and his grief would rise up fresher than ever. He wished she were still alive. Everything seemed to be going wrong, and he didn't know what to do about it. He wondered what Dr. Crowley would have said about what happened at the stadium meeting. He suspected she wouldn't have approved of the Woken's proposal to take over the leadership of the colony. She would have definitely protested the Guardians' use of guns to control the genes. He was certain of that because she and Cariad had argued about having weapons aboard Nova Fortuna. Dr. Crowley had been against the idea. She'd believed the colony should be founded upon nonviolent principles. He recalled one of their talks they'd had not long after they'd become friends. They'd met in Nova Fortuna's main park, as they usually did, beneath the clock. Ethan had spent the morning studying the fertilizer requirements of root crops, and he was numb with boredom. He perked up when he saw the older woman waiting for him, reading an interface she held in one hand. Doctor, he said, sorry I'm late. Are you? I hadn't noticed. Dr. Crowley looked up at the clock. Only a few minutes. She closed her interface and slipped it into a pocket. Where would you like to go today? The time they spent together usually followed the same pattern. Ethan would suggest a section or facility aboard Nova Fortuna for them to visit. Dr. Crowley would explain the history behind the place as far as she knew it. The space colonization project had involved tens of thousands of people, and she wasn't familiar with all its aspects. Ethan found it fascinating to hear about the building of Nova Fortuna from the perspective of someone who had actually been there when it all took place. Dr. Crowley would name long-dead space architects and engineers who she had known personally, but to him they were historical figures. That day, however, Ethan hadn't been in the mood for a trip into the past. How about we go to the observatory? You want to go there again? I think I've told you all I can remember about it. Yeah, Ethan replied. That's why I want to go. I'm kind of tired, and I don't think I'll take much in today. It would be good to relax for a while. Sure, if that's what you want. The observatory was quiet as usual. They sat down and reclined the seats until they were nearly lying flat. Is something bothering you, Ethan? Dr. Crowley asked after some moments of silence. What makes you say that? You're quiet. You usually have lots of questions for me. It isn't just that you're tired, is it? I'm okay. I'm just bored of my course. Agriculture? I remember you telling me once that you would rather be an explorer than a farmer. I think if that's what you want to do, you should do it. It isn't as easy as that. Exploring was removed as an option when they revised the manual. Dr. Crowley's pft of disgust came through the darkness. You know what I think of the new manual. I'm sorry, Ethan, but no one gave Gens the mandate to rewrite the manual. Scientists and engineers with decades of experience in the outer planets put those guidelines together. I appreciate that it's Gens who will be impacted by the rules, but that doesn't give them the right to change them. No explorers? Nonsense. And forcing people into occupations they have no interest in or aptitude for is even more unwise. I have to tell you, I have grave reservations about the success of the colony if we follow the revisions that were made to the manual. Grave point subdued somewhat by the older woman's ire, Ethan didn't respond. After a short while, she continued, I would hate to see our new home go the way of Earth. I don't know what you understand from the vids and learning resources, but politicking is one of the greatest flaws in human nature. The lust for power and desire to control others is a highly addictive, corrupting drug. I've read the revised manual, and that motivation to change things for the sake of leaving a mark, to know that the new guidelines would affect others for generations, is written clearly between the lines. It worried me to see it. Perhaps I'm only a foolish old woman, but I had hoped we would leave such evils behind. I'd hoped that such things were taught, not instinctive, and that if we could shape the Gens' education to promote egalitarianism and empathy, you wouldn't develop such traits. It seems, alas, that I was wrong. Ethan, I've been meaning to tell you this for some time, and I suppose this is as good a time as any. You have some wonderful qualities, and I believe you should put them to better use. I hope you don't mind my frankness when I say that you seem to think less of yourself because you weren't top of the class at school. But after getting to know you, I have to conclude that the education system we devised did you a disservice. Either that or the guidelines in the manual for teaching were also revised. You strike me as a very intelligent, capable young man. What's more, you're very personable. You would be very popular if you put yourself out there more. Dr. Crowley's words made Ethan uncomfortable. He wasn't sure how he'd given the doctor such a positive impression. Was she trying to make him feel better about not wanting to be a farmer? What I'm trying to say is, Dr. Crowley continued, it wouldn't hurt you to have a little more faith in yourself. You have a lot to offer. Don't be afraid to speak out if you think something isn't right. Believe me, it seems there will be plenty of people vying for power in the not-too-distant future, and they won't be the ones who should be leading the colony. It's people like you, people who don't want to lead. They're the Gens who will serve the colony best. Watching the stars move slowly past, Ethan weighed his friend's words. That's good of you to say that, Dr. Crowley, but I don't think I'll be leading anyone anywhere. I just can't see myself doing that. Can you see yourself being a farmer? Nope. We have a long way to go yet. Think about what I said. The colony will need a very special leader after arrival. A stiff breeze had started to blow through the graveyard, and the chill brought Ethan out of his reverie. While he'd been musing over the past, shelf clouds had risen, towering tsunami-like overhead. The roadmaker had edged farther along the horizon. For the first time since he'd had that conversation with Dr. Crowley in the observatory, Ethan began to wonder if there was some truth to what she'd said. After the first night attack, as the Guardians prepared to execute the natural movement saboteur, Strongquist had called him a hero. It was true that he'd been one of the few to keep his head during the attack. Maybe Dr. Crowley had been right when she'd said he had more to offer the colony than he'd thought. Maybe he could do something to stop what was happening with the Woken and the Guardians. "Hi, Ethan," came a voice from behind him. He started and turned. It was Cherry. "Hi. Sorry I made you jump." "It's okay, but you do seem to have a habit of appearing from nowhere." "But it's always good to see me, right?" She smiled impishly, and Ethan was forced to smile in return. "I guess so." "So much enthusiasm," Cherry exclaimed sardonically. "That's what I like." "Well, I'm just messing with you. I was looking for you because I wanted to ask you to come along to a meeting." "What kind of meeting?" "A meeting about what happened at the stadium." "Right. Who's going?" "Some gens. You'll see when we get there. They wanted me to invite you." "No Woken?" Number definitely no Woken. Ethan thought about it. "Okay, I'll come." "Good, I was hoping you'd agree. And Ethan, I'm sorry for saying that you were taking the Woken side that day out of the lake. I thought about it, and I don't think you're like that." "No problem," Ethan said, thinking her reversal a little odd. "Shall we go?" Ethan stood, stretching his stiff muscles, and walked with Cherry back to the settlement. She led him to a newly built shop. In time, it would sell groceries. Cash vouchers were to be introduced to start a fledgling economy until a commercial network and credit system was set up. For the moment, the place functioned as a storehouse for supplies. The colonists collected them according to their allowance every day. By the time Ethan and Cherry arrived, that day's rations had been given out, and the building was quiet. Cherry took Ethan around the back, and they went through a door that led to the stockroom. Food supplies in sacks and large tubs filled it to the ceiling, and the musty odor of dried grains and beans tinged the air. They walked inside, and Cherry opened the door to another back room. This was packed with chairs and people. Only one corner was empty of chairs, and a man stood there, obviously addressing the meeting. The man was the last person Ethan had expected to see. It was Garwin. "Ethan," he said, "good of you to join us. Come in, come in." The attendees shuffled chairs aside so that Ethan and Cherry could move from the door to spare seats. "I had just begun explaining the situation to the newcomers," Garwin said. "I know it must be confusing, hearing me say one thing in the stadium and another thing here. The fact of the matter is, I and a few others have seen the way things were going for a while now. Since before arrival day even, we didn't think the Woken would continue to leave control of the colony to us Gens for much longer. We knew what would happen, and we knew we would need someone on the inside when it did. So I've been friendly with the Woken and gone along with what they've said. I've made them believe there are gens who are sympathetic to their position and support them. Believe it or not, they really think there are some of us who like to be treated like we're inferior." This elicited both chuckles and grumbles among the listeners. "The Woken trust me," Garwin went on. "Idiots that they are. I believe they'll tell me what they have planned, and we can use that information and turn it against them. We can take back control. We have the numbers, and pretty soon we'll have the weapons too." It was a resistance meeting that Cherry had invited Ethan to. Suddenly, her professed change of opinion about him made sense. They were hoping to bring him over to their side, and after the events at the stadium, he wouldn't take much persuasion. He didn't think any gen would. "Yes, weapons," Garwin continued. "That's one reason you see a lot of farmers here. We've singled you out because after the creature in the lake attacked Cherry, you've been allocated guns for protection while you're out in your fields. We're lucky the decision was made before the stadium announcement. I believe they're regretting it already. It's my prediction that the Woken's next move is going to be to tell the Guardians to relieve you of your weapons at the earliest opportunity. So what I'm saying is, if you already have a gun, don't give it up. Make an excuse. Tell the Guardians you'll bring it in, then don't. Tell them you were never given one, or you lost it. They think we're stupid, so it's more than likely they'll believe you. Hell, just refuse if you want to, but don't give up your guns. We'll store them, ready for the day we fight back. Right?" Ethan found himself nodding along with the rest. He'd received a weapon 3 days previously. "Ethan," Garwin said. He held up an arm outstretched. "Come up here." With the gaze of everyone in the room upon him, Ethan felt he had no choice but to comply. However, going up in front of the other gens didn't make him as uncomfortable as he thought it would. Things had gone too far. They were being wronged. They couldn't trust the Woken or the Guardians anymore, and he agreed with Garwin that they had to do something about it. He would do something about it. As he stepped through the chairs, someone began to clap. Garwin motioned downward with his hands to quieten the clapper. "We mustn't make too much noise," he said. "We don't know who might hear." He put an arm over Ethan's shoulder and spoke to the audience. "Here he is, the man who saved hundreds of lives in the first night attack. He's quick-thinking, brave, and he doesn't give up. With Ethan on our side, we can't go wrong." "That's right," called a voice. To his surprise, Ethan found himself speaking. "I'm just another gen like all of you. What's happening to us isn't right, and I'll do my best to fight alongside you to change it. But I want to say one thing. Don't think all woken are the same. They don't all agree with what's going on. We have friends among them who'll help us." From some expressions, he could tell that not all of them believed him, but they were keeping their opinions to themselves for the time being. "Wise words," Garwin said. "And I'll also say, the woken have friends among us, though I'm not one of them." He grinned broadly, eliciting some laughs. "So be careful who you speak to. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Ethan?" "No, I'm done for now." "Right," he addressed the room. "Going forward, I think we should hold each meeting at a different place, day, and time. Between now and the next meeting, we need to watch and learn everything we can about what the Guardians and the Woken are doing. Everyone, watch, listen, and remember. Don't make a record of anything except in your own heads. Don't write anything down. The next meeting is..." He gave the details. "Finally, farmers, don't give up your weapons. Thanks, everyone. Until next time." The meeting began to break up. Those nearest the door slipped out. The rest waited, chatting before leaving in small numbers at irregular intervals so that their movements weren't too noticeable. Garwin spoke to Ethan about the inner circle of Gen insurgents. As Ethan listened, he was surprised to discover that certain gens had banded together months previously, even before arrival, and begun preparations to fight the Woken, guessing they would try to assume control. "The only thing we didn't factor into the equation," Garwin said, "was the Guardians. It was quite a surprise when they turned up." "A pleasant surprise at the time," Ethan said, recalling how it was only through a Guardian's intervention that he was saved from a grisly death. "Maybe. They've shown their hand since then." "I can't disagree," Ethan replied, "but I think something else is missing from your equation. The natural movement. What about them? Where do they fit into all of this?" "I confess that we don't have that figured out yet. Who they are, how many they are, whether they're woken or gens. We're as much in the dark as anyone else." Ethan wasn't sure if it was due to the man's convincing speeches on both the woken and the gen sides, or due to something more subtle about his manner, but he didn't think that Garwin was being entirely open. Someone tapped Ethan on his shoulder, signaling that it was his turn to leave. He said goodbye to Garwin and went out. It was dusk and the shelf clouds had risen higher, looming swollen and black over the small town. When Ethan arrived at the farmer's hostel, a Guardian was awaiting him. She told him he had to surrender his gun. Chapter 9. As far as Cariad knew, she was the first of the colonists who had been invited aboard the Mistral. At least, she'd never heard of anyone going to the Guardian's ship before, and that news would have spread through the colony like wildfire. The Mistral's shuttle had arrived for her not long after she received the comm from Strongquist. He'd said that he wanted to talk to her, the stadium bombing, and that it would be more convenient if she were to go to the Mistral. With Nova Fortuna's reproductive facilities mothballed and human reproduction planetside only just starting up, she was at a loose end and eager to help with the investigation. She was also eager to learn more about the mysterious Guardians and their intentions. The colonists' relationship with the Guardians had never been formalized. No agreements made or guarantees given. The late arrivals had stuck to their story that they were there to help protect the colony from the natural movement plot to sabotage it, and according to the Guardian captain's recent words at the stadium, they were also generally intent on safeguarding the colony's success. On the surface, it all added up, but the Guardians' apparently ready acquiescence to Anahi's request for armed support of her, move to increase woken control, made Cariad deeply uneasy. What else might the Guardians do if asked? Where would they draw the line? Guardian technology was far superior to that of the Nova Fortuna. That much was clear from their weapons, the medical assistance they offered, and their shuttles. Cariad imagined that the same would be true of their ship. What she'd seen of the small, sleek vessel seemed to indicate it, most importantly the fact that it had caught up to the Nova Fortuna at the end of her long journey by the means of its faster-than-light engine. If the Guardians used that technology to help the colony, that would be to the good. But if they changed their attitude, neither the Geens nor the Woken would be able to do much to resist them. In truth, these visitors from an Earth Cariad had never known held the fate of the colony in their hands. She also worried that the colony might end up depending on them, and then they would have the ultimate control. Despite the fact that the Guardians had arrived in the nick of time during the first night attack and saved many lives, Cariad wondered if things might have turned out better overall without their presence. She sat alone in the small passenger cabin of the Mistral shuttle as she was carried over, wondering what it all meant. The Guardian shuttle was smaller than Nova Fortuna's transport craft, but its superior quality and capability was clear. Cariad's seat conformed perfectly to her body, and the shuttle had wide windows in the passenger cabin, unlike Nova Fortuna shuttlecraft. The vessel's movement was smooth and unaccompanied by engine noise, and it seemed to Cariad that it was moving incredibly quickly. Below, the planet's surface skimmed past, and the Mistral soon loomed up. She had seen it before through Nova Fortuna's scanners, but up close it looked even more impressive. Its proportions perfect, the ship's designers clearly hadn't focused only on its FTL capabilities. The ship was also an aesthetic masterpiece and in marked contrast to Nova Fortuna's massive, chunky wheel. She wondered if the Earth engineers had built any more, and if people had set out to leave the crowded solar system and start new deep space colonies. The next moment, the shuttle was docking. As soon as the portal opened, air infiltrated the cabin. It smelled different from that aboard Nova Fortuna. Circulation and filtration units worked hard on the colony ship to eliminate odors, but after a trip planet-side, the slightly sweaty, moldy smell of the interior was distinct. The air aboard the Mistral smelled clean and mildly fragrant. Strongquist was here to meet her. His dark eyes were deep and unreadable, as always. "Thank you for coming." "It's my pleasure. I admit I'm curious about your ship. Am I the first you've invited aboard?" "You know, I think you are." "Ha, you say that like it wasn't intentional," Cariad joked. "You must know how curious we all are about you." She was skating close to the line of politeness. She didn't want to overstep it and cut short her welcome. But on the other hand, she wanted to take advantage of the favor Strongquist was showing her. Strongquist's expression became grave. Had she pushed things too far? "Curiosity is to be expected, I guess." He left his response at that, shutting the conversation down. "Come this way, please." As they went through the ship's corridors, one of the first things Cariad noticed the total absence of grime. Nova Fortuna had her Sanobots, simple, fist-sized, self-repairing machines that constantly crawled the surfaces of the ship, brushing and wiping as they went. They would automatically discharge into the trash chutes and return to recharging stations when they ran low on power. But Sanobots weren't perfect. There were areas they couldn't reach and others that, for some reason, their programming missed, resulting in certain ever-present patches of dirt. Whatever was maintaining the cleanliness aboard the Guardian ship was doing an excellent job. Not only were there no perma-grime spots, every surface gleamed like new. Cariad asked what was cleaning the ship. Strongquist replied with a word that sounded like gibberish. "I never heard that word before. Is it a trade name?" "No, it's just what we call the nano that cleans the ship." "Weird. It sounds like a word from another language." It's English." Cariad's brows knitted. She was no linguist, but it didn't sound like any English she knew. "You have to understand," Strongquist said. "English evolved after the Nova Fortuna departed. You would probably find modern English difficult to follow." "I thought I was speaking modern English." "No, you speak mid-third millennium English, as do the Gens because their learning and leisure materials are all in mid-third English." "Wait a minute," Cariad said. "How can I understand you if English evolved so much after we left?" Strongquist gave a rare smile. "You can understand me because I'm speaking mid-third English. Here we are." They stepped into a small room that had consoles on every wall. "I've been doing some more investigating into the name you gave me," said Strongquist. "I've been searching the databank of recordings we have from 20 years before and after Nova Fortuna departed." 20 years after we left?" Cariad asked. "Why so long?" "While the Nova Fortuna was within a reasonable distance from Earth, Transmissions could have been sent and received pertaining to the natural movement's attempt to sabotage the mission. But not after 20 years? Perhaps, but it was less likely. There was also a limit to how much data we could bring. We have millions of zettabytes. Cariad was about to ask another question, but Strongquist said, I have something I want to show you. He looked toward the empty space in the center of the room. A hollow started up, though Cariad hadn't seen the Guardian do anything to start it. She wondered if he was using a mind interface. Researchers had been working on prototypes in her time, but no one had been able to tolerate the web insert in their brain. She was looking from an above-head view down into a lobby, as if the camera had been stationed on the ceiling. Glass walls allowed a view of a street, and on the opposite wall, a line of elevators stood. The lobby was empty. From the dim light shining in from outside, Cariad guessed it was either around dawn or dusk. If it was dusk, the place seemed quiet. What am I looking at exactly? She asked Strongquist. I don't want to suggest anything to you, he replied. Please just watch and tell me what you notice. A figure appeared coming down the street, a man wearing clothes from Cariad's time. As the man approached the glass doors, they opened. He came into the lobby and went to the elevator. While he waited, another figure entered, a woman. Both were dressed for office work. Their clothes were light and cool, suggesting that it was summer. It was a very ordinary scene, but a strong sense of displacement struck Cariad. These people she saw arriving for work were long dead, though from her perspective, they'd been alive only 2 years previously. She was now living in a future people of her time had only dreamed of. Yet to the Guardians, she was a living relic, speaking an archaic language. The man and woman had entered an elevator and disappeared, but more people were arriving. It would help if you would tell me what I'm looking for, she said, her feeling of dislocation giving way to frustration. She wanted to catch the natural movement terrorists, not play Strongquist's games. I can't, Strongquist said. If I did that, I couldn't rely on what you tell me. The human mind is very suggestible. Eyewitnesses are notoriously unreliable. Witnesses? Was something about to happen? Was a bomb about to go off? Cariad scanned the scene. It would be helpful if you would watch the people, Strongquist said. The lobby now held 8 workers. Another appeared and joined a group that had congregated around an approaching elevator. The new figure was a man. Something about his features attracted her attention. She leaned forward to look more closely. It was hard to see his face clearly due to the camera angle. But there was something about him. She touched Strongquist's arm. Immediately, the scene froze. He'd stopped it somehow. What do you see, Cariad? That man! She pointed, her finger poking through his face in the hollow. She hesitated. The feeling was tenuous. She didn't trust it, especially as the hollow had frozen when the man's face was slightly turned away. Can you let it play on? The hollow started up, and, as if on cue, the man turned and looked upward, almost directly at the camera. It was like he was aware and concerned that he was being recorded, though from the direction of his gaze it was clear he couldn't see the camera. The elevator doors opened. He stepped inside and was gone. The hollow played on. Cariad turned to Strongquist. I think I recognize that man. Good. Where do you know him from? Do you remember? Cariad mentally replayed the moving image of the man's face. Not right now. I can't place him, but I'll think about it. I have other scenes I can show you to help jog your memory. You do? I'd like to see them. The hollow was replaced by another. It was a laboratory at night. Cariad asked, So you were showing me that man among other people hoping that I would pick him out? Exactly. If I'd shown you only his image, you might have been convinced you knew him simply because it would be obvious he must be important in some way. I needed you to pick him out from a crowd of strangers. Wait a minute, Cariad said. The hollow stopped. Who is the man I saw? Oh, I was hoping you would know. Huh? If you don't know who he is, what makes you think I would know him? Strongquist only looked at her. The penny dropped. It's Frederick Aparicio, isn't it? We believe so. So I did know him, or I wouldn't have recognized him. But where from? Cariad thought back to the time of the Nova Fortuna project. She was sure that Frederick Aparicio wasn't a distant relative. She was also sure he hadn't been a work colleague either. The work on the project had been intense, and relationships extremely familiar. Everyone had spent most of their waking hours on the job. Some had even slept on site. Perhaps Aparicio had been one of the more peripheral workers. They'd numbered in their thousands. But if that were the case, why did his name and face stick out? "Should I play the next hollow?" Strongquist asked. "Yes," she said. "But I wanted to ask, how are you controlling it?" Strongquist smiled. "The lesson in modern tech will have to wait for another day, I'm afraid. Now, if you don't mind," his eyebrows gestured to the scene in the lab that was frozen in midair in front of them. "Okay, go ahead." Cariad watched 4 more hollows of Frederick Aparicio before Strongquist said that was all they had on him. She couldn't tell him any more at that time, but said she would let the Guardian know as soon as she remembered anything. "Can I take the recordings with me to watch them again?" "Yes, of course," Strongquist said. "I had them converted to play on Nova Fortuna's drives." He took a vidring out of his pocket and handed it over. She took it, wondering why, if she could have watched the hollows on Nova Fortuna, the Guardian had brought her here. "Would you like a tour of the ship before you go?" Strongquist asked. "I'd love it." He took her to the bridge first. It was surprisingly similar to Nova Fortuna's. Much less instrumentation adorned the consoles, however. The Guardian's present didn't offer any greeting, but one stood up as she walked in. She recognized Faina, who had addressed the crowd at the stadium. "Cariad, welcome to the bridge. Strongquist said he was bringing you aboard. What do you think of the ship?" Was there tension behind the woman's words? Or was it a subtle anger directed at Strongquist? The man's expression was as enigmatic as ever. "I haven't seen a lot of it yet, but it's very interesting," Cariad replied. "Amazing, even. Everything's so much more advanced than on the Nova Fortuna. It's to be expected, I guess. But coming here, I feel like I've stepped into the future. Our ship was the pinnacle of human technology when we left, but I'm going to struggle to see it like that now. Don't forget that our ship serves separate purposes," Faina said. "Nova Fortuna was built for stamina, not speed, and it was intended to be home to 2000. Our ship was built for speed, and not for comfort." The slight hesitation was almost unnoticeable. Almost. What had Faina been about to say before she changed her mind? "But I could talk forever about my ship," the Guardian continued. "Don't let me keep you. I'm sure Strongquist has plenty more he'd like to show you." Cariad would have loved to stay longer to discuss the Mistral's specs, but Strongquist was already ushering her away. As they went down the corridor, Cariad asked him, "So Faina speaks mid-third English for our benefit too?" "Yes, that's right. You all learned the language before leaving Earth?" "Number, we learned it on the way." "You all speak it so well. I can't hear a trace of your original accent. How long did it take you to learn?" "Not long. Would you like to see the FTL engine?" "You can actually see it?" "Oh, yes." By the time her visit was over, Cariad had seen the living, eating, and recreational quarters, supply hold, and the engineering section. Several times she attempted to extract more information from Strongquist, but he politely and adeptly deflected her inquiries. She was left with few answers and a growing sense of unease. Chapter 10. It had been agreed they would stash the weapons in a certain shed for farm equipment. Conscious of the fact that he was openly carrying the gun after he'd informed a Guardian that he hadn't been issued one, Ethan headed quickly in the direction of the tool shed. Evening had fallen and the settlement seemed unusually quiet. Perhaps the emptiness of the streets would work in his favor. As he passed the corner of a building at the end of the lot, a hand grabbed his elbow and pulled him around and out of sight of the road. It was Cherry standing in the shadows. "Something's going to happen at the tool shed," she said. "I just went there to hide my weapon with the others. The place is crawling with Guardians." "Really? What are they doing?" "Just hanging around in the street, loitering." Ethan gave a snort of derision. "When did a Guardian ever loiter?" "That's my point. I think that somehow they figured out what we plan to do. They're waiting for us to bring over our weapons and then relieve us of them. Quite a few farmers went there already. I think they're caught in the shed, not wanting to leave with Guardians in the area. I won't take mine over then. I'll find another place to hide it." "Exactly what I was thinking." "Wait," said Ethan. "That's no good. We can't leave the others to get caught. How many Guardians did you see?" "5, but I can't swear there aren't more." It wasn't like I stuck around and surveyed the place. And how many gens in the shed, do you think? 20 of us have guns. I guess most of them are there by now. 20 against 5 is pretty good odds, Ethan said. 20 untrained gens against 5 highly trained guardians with superior weapons. Don't forget. I'm not forgetting. Their gazes met as they each made their decision. If we were fast, Ethan said. And if we approached from the east, said Cherry. Simultaneously, they nodded. 15 minutes later, after making a wide circle around the tool shed through several streets, the 2 gens prepared to close the final distance. The Guardians wouldn't be expecting anyone to approach the shed from the direction of the shuttle field. No gens took the regular shuttles to the Nova Fortuna anymore. If they rushed down the street, they could join the other farmers before the Guardians knew what was happening. Alone, a gen didn't stand a chance against a Guardian, but together they might be able to resist the attempt to take their weapons. At the very least, it would be a show of strength and an open demonstration that the gens were not going to take their suppression lying down. Ethan and Cherry were at the end of the street. Cherry had been correct. 5 Guardians were spread about, doing bad impersonations of people hanging around with nothing to do. In their formal uniforms, the effect would have been almost comical if it weren't for the fact they were armed. The rest of the colonists had clearly gotten the message that something confrontational and dangerous was about to go down, because this part of the settlement was entirely deserted. Okay, Ethan whispered, let's go. Their weapons at the ready, they set off running down the street, stooping low and trying to make as little noise as possible. Their efforts paid off. They made it nearly a third of the way before a Guardian noticed them. She called out for them to stop. Neither Ethan nor Cherry even broke pace. Ethan gripped his gun tighter and sped up. There was no sense in trying to avoid detection now. Hey, the Guardian called more harshly. Stop right there. Now. The farmers in the shed must have realized what was happening because the door opened a crack. Light from inside spilled out. Stop or I'll shoot, shouted the Guardian, but Ethan was almost at the door. It was widening in front of him. A hiss and a burst of warmth came from behind him. Then he was through the door and inside the shed. He spun around. Where was Cherry? She was flying into the shed right behind him. With a slam, the door closed. Ethan grabbed Cherry's upper arms. Are you okay? I thought you were hit. She shook her head, panting. A round hit the sidewalk between us. That was lucky, a man said. It was Misha. I don't think so, Cherry replied, still gasping. They were so close, they could have hit either of us if they'd wanted. I think they were only trying to scare us. That's something, said Misha. They aren't prepared to kill us just yet. Let's hope it doesn't get to that, said a woman called Frey. The door rattled in its frame. Someone was trying to open it, but it had been locked after Ethan and Cherry went in. A succession of loud, hard knocks sounded out. Open up, a Guardian said. We're taking your weapons into safekeeping. If you just hand them over, no one will get hurt, and there won't be any repercussions. We know exactly who you all are. If you don't comply, you'll be breaking colony laws, and you'll be subject to punishment. What's that, I wonder, said Misha. The punishment, I mean. They'll have to decide what law we're breaking first, Cherry said. I don't think there is one referring to weapons. They aren't mentioned in either the old or the revised manual. The door resounded with another loud knocking. Come out. You have 1 minute until we force you. Ethan went over to the door. You're the ones acting illegally here. Guardians have no jurisdiction in this colony, even if we were breaking any laws, which we aren't. You fired on me and Cherry with no provocation. If you don't back off and leave us to go about our legal business, you will be the ones in contravention of colony laws. We give you 1 minute to vacate this area. Huh, said Misha. That told them. But as he turned from the door to face the farmers, Ethan's expression was grave. What I want to know is, how did they know what we were doing here? The implication of his words lay heavy. Gazes were shared around the room. Someone had informed the Guardians about the plan to stash the weapons in the tool shed. There was no other explanation for them being there. One of the reasons they'd chosen the tool shed as the hiding place was because it wouldn't be unusual to see farmers come and go from the place. It was very unlikely that a Guardian had noticed their movements and guessed what they were doing. Seconds dragged past in silence. I can't believe anyone would do that, Cherry said quietly. Who would do that? Her eyes searched the faces of those around her. Someone on the lookout for themselves, said a woman. The farmers shifted uneasily, waiting for the Guardians to make a move. They stood and sat in the cramped space, surrounded by shelves filled with powered farming tools. It occurred to Ethan that the tools could double as weapons in a pinch. Then he winced at the thought of the kind of damage they would inflict on the human body. More than a minute had passed. The Guardians seemed to have backed down on their threat. Should I look outside? Misha asked. No, Ethan replied. Wait a little longer. They might be expecting us to open the door out of curiosity. It would make forcing us out a lot easier. Another minute passed, then another. By the time half an hour had passed, the farmers were growing fidgety. Ethan felt the same way. The waiting was unbearable. He almost yearned for the Guardians to burst in. Abrupt knocks made the entire room of farmers jump. We demand that you open up on the authority of the leader of the Nova Fortuna colony. Well, that was quick, Cherry said to Ethan. You told them they didn't have any authority, so they went and got the authority. We do not recognize the legality of your demand that we leave, Ethan retorted. Nova Fortuna has no leader. The newly elected leader is Anahi. On her authority, we demand that you leave. Shit, Ethan said. They've elected that woken. Who's elected her? Cherry asked. We didn't vote. I bet they've changed the rules so that we can't vote, said Misha. They're just doing whatever they want to get their way. I don't know. Maybe we should give up and leave quietly? They said there won't be any repercussions. I don't believe that for a minute, Ethan said. They know exactly who we are. We've declared our hand. There's no turning back now. I'm for fighting them. He held up his weapon. Who's with me? Cherry followed suit and raised her gun. One by one, the rest did the same. All except Misha. Finally, he raised his weapon too. Ethan said, We won't open the door except as a last resort. We can fire through the shutters. My guess is that one or two Guardians are directly behind the door. The rest are probably either next to them or across the street, ready to grab us if we run. Set your guns to stun. Stun? Cherry asked. Isn't that a bit stupid? I'm pretty sure they aren't planning to stun us. You said you thought they deliberately missed us when we ran in here. That was before they had the authority of the self-appointed leader. Now they can do what they like. We don't know that, Ethan replied, and I'd rather avoid more loss of life. Too many people have died already. Her brow wrinkling in disapproval, Cherry turned the dial on her weapon. Right, Ethan said. You two on these shutters, you two on those. He motioned the farmers he'd pointed at to their positions. Cherry, you and me are aiming for long-range targets. He took up a position facing the crack between one set of shutters. The pair of farmers he'd nominated stood on each side, ready to fire through at an angle. Cherry went to the other side of the room and stood with her rifle at her shoulder, left foot forward. Ethan gave a nod and the shutters opened. The gaps were just wide enough to shoot through. Pulse slugs hissed from every weapon, and in the enclosed space the air was tinged with their faint, acrid afterburn. From outside came the of a pulse reaching its target, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground. A flicker of movement passed on the opposite side of the street, and Ethan's finger jolted on his trigger. The figure was gone. He didn't know if he'd scored a hit. A massive blow hit the door. At the same time, a pulse round hit one of the shutters. Half of the round made it through and grazed Misha's face. He gasped and dropped his gun, his hand gripping the spot. Close the shutters, Ethan shouted. As they swung to, another massive blow hit the door, but it held. Then it began to smoke. Having failed to batter it in, the Guardians were firing their weapons at the door. The smoke quickly thickened. Move back, Ethan said. The minute you see any of them come through, start shooting. Some of the farmers spread themselves along the wall on each side of the door. Others found positions around the room where they were able to take aim. Ethan held his rifle grimly at his shoulder. He could hardly believe that only a few weeks previously, at the execution of the natural movement saboteur, Strongquist had patted his shoulder and called him a hero. Now he was in armed conflict with the people who had turned up to rescue them. The people the Gens had named Guardians because they believed they would help protect them from the dangers of the New World. Now it looked like they needed defending from their Guardians. How had it come to this? The smoke from the door was filling the room. The melting material gave off a choking and unpleasant reek. Any minute, the Guardians would be through and the firing would begin. Ethan wished he'd had a chance to talk to Cariad. She was a woken. If he didn't make it, he hoped she would sort out the colony's strife. Chapter 11. Cariad headed toward Anahi's quarters, determined to make the woman think twice about her actions. Visiting the Guardian's ship had been an interesting distraction, but Anahi's not-so-subtle move to wrest power from the Gens had grated on Cariad more and more in the intervening hours. She was damned if she was going to stand by and allow someone to take the colony in a direction that made a mockery of everything it was supposed to stand for. Anahi lived in the agricultural area of Nova Fortuna, which spanned 3 kilometers of the outer rim. She was responsible for developing crops that would grow in the conditions of the new planet. Some of the fields that had helped sustain 2,000 gens during their long space voyage had been converted. They now held the new planet's soil in experimental beds where Anahi could test the newly modified crops. In the years before arrival day, Cariad had enjoyed going to the fields. The massive lights mimicked nearly temperate climate levels of daylight, and the growing plants gave the air a green smell, so she felt almost as though she were back on Earth. During those 2 years since they had both been revived, Anahi had seemed a cordial enough colleague when they'd met during Cariad's visits. The emotional delicacy Cariad had noted before departure had been the same, but Anahi had never been unpleasant. Cariad wondered how long she'd been planning to move the colony to woken control. On her way to the residential section of the agricultural area, Cariad spotted Anahi working in a field. The older woman stood up from a crouch, shears in hand, holding a handful of plant stalks. Cariad changed direction and made her way down a muddy path toward her. Anahi's vision aids really did seem to give her eyes in the back of her head, Cariad mused, as the woman turned around when she approached, even though she'd been facing away. Anahi's arms fell limp. "I thought you would be along sooner or later." "I wish it had been sooner," Cariad said, standing at the edge of the rice paddy. "Can we talk?" "If you like, but you aren't going to change my mind." Anahi put the cut stalks in a shrug and squatted down once more. "Firstly," Cariad said, "it's clear you have the backing of most of the woken because no one spoke out against you, but you have absolutely no mandate for what you're doing." Anahi shrugged. "The generational colonists had no mandate to revise the manual. That didn't stop them. I'm not doing anything different than they did, except that I know what I'm doing." "Do you?" "When the gens changed some parts of the manual, they were only trying to exercise some control of their situation. They didn't choose this life. We consigned them to it. It shouldn't come as a surprise they want a say in their destiny." Anahi was examining the base of a plant. "I don't disagree, and in fact I don't blame them for what they did. As you say, it's a natural human reaction. However, they had no automatic right to do it. So when you come here and tell me that we have no right to take control away from them, I can only point out the hypocrisy of your position." "But we're the ones who wrote the manual," said Cariad. "If anyone should abide by its rules, it's us. Do you want to demonstrate that it's acceptable to seize power and do whatever you like? That's a dangerous precedent to set. I didn't hear your protest when you found out about the revisions they'd made after you were revived." Anahi deposited another handful of stalks in her trug and leaned in to cut a third. "You're not getting it," Cariad exclaimed. "We can't change everything just because we think we know better." "Number, you're not getting it." Anahi stood and pointed her shears at Cariad. "We can and should change things because we do know better. If you had a dog, would you let it run through traffic because it saw a rabbit? If you had a child, would you allow it to wear summer clothes when it was freezing outside?" She walked over to Cariad, her basket hooked over her arm. "Look at these rice plants. They're growing pretty well, don't you think? If none of us had survived cryo, do you think a gen could have modified them to grow in this soil? Of course not. Even the ones who specialized in genetics have next to no practical experience. It would have been years before they grasped the techniques required to do the work I do. If I wasn't around, they would have been forced to grow seeds suited to earth soil, which would give half the yield. Back home, it wouldn't matter. There's enough surplus food that no one starves from a few crop failures, or there used to be anyway. Here, low yields could mean the difference between survival and death." "You're being ridiculous," retorted Cariad. "You did survive cryo, and here you are, doing your work. No gen would have stopped you. The entire colony recognizes the importance of what you do. You didn't have to seize control in order to modify crop genes. Didn't I? Anahi seemed to glare behind her visor. There are 2,000 gens and only 100 of us with another 100 still in cryo. All it would take would be one madman, Cariad, one cultist or schizophrenic. That would never happen. All the first generations and all the stored gametes genes were screened for mental illness. Or one power-hungry idiot, Anahi continued regardless, to persuade the rest of them to follow him? And who knows what could happen? They could decide to murder us all in our beds. There's no protection for us out here, or at least there wasn't until I asked the Guardians for their support. Up until now, the generational colonists could have done whatever they liked. Now I'm thinking you're the one who's insane. I'm not mad, Anahi said crisply, pushing past Cariad on the narrow path. I'm pragmatic. She set off toward the glass houses that bordered the fields. Cariad followed on her heels. You're reacting to a situation that you think might happen. You're punishing the gens before they've done anything wrong. Helping someone isn't a punishment, and they need our help. No, they don't. And it is a punishment if it's unneeded and unasked for. Wait up a minute. She grabbed Anahi's shoulder, forcing her to stop and turn around. Though her eyes were covered by her vision aid, the woman's anger was evident from her thin, set lips. Cariad asked, Are you sure that helping the gens is what this is all about? Yes, I am. Helping them and helping us. It's the only sensible thing to do in the circumstances. Are you aware they have already begun using the flitters whenever they want, and some are leaving their designated professions, choosing to do whatever they fancy instead? We don't have that kind of wiggle room. Maybe in 2 or 3 generations we might, but not now. We can do this, but only if people stick to the plan. Bullshit, spat Cariad. No one was going so far off the guidelines to make a difference. I know what this is about. It's all about you, Anahi, isn't it? You want to be the one in control, don't you? You didn't like the idea of gens being in charge. It scares you. Or did the decades in cryo give you some kind of god complex? You're talking nonsense. Anahi marched toward the glass houses. Cariad watched her go, her guess about Anahi's motivations gnawing at her. Was she right? If she was, the scientist posed an even greater danger than Cariad had thought. As she decided to leave and consider her next move, she saw Anahi stop. She was answering a comm. The message seemed to agitate the scientist. She began to run, and as she went, her carefully gathered plant stalks spilled out of her basket. Anahi didn't pay any attention. She reached a hut and went inside. Curious, Cariad jogged after her. When she peered in at the door, Anahi was at an interface speaking to a guardian. The background showed that he was at the settlement. Cariad ducked outside again. Anahi was facing away, but that didn't mean she couldn't see her. Cariad leaned against the wall and listened to the conversation. The gen farmers are refusing to give over their weapons, the guardian was saying. We have them confined in one place, an equipment storage building. Apparently, they were going to stash all the weapons there. They noticed our presence, unfortunately, and locked themselves inside. They're refusing to come out or surrender their arms. You have to get those guns off them, Anahi said. We can't allow them to have any firepower. The Guardians must be able to control any potential unrest. We know, but as one of them pointed out, we actually don't have any jurisdiction in the colony. By trying to force them to surrender their arms without the proper authority, we're breaking colony laws. Under colony law, only the leader has the authority to order the use of force. Currently, there is no leader. This seemed to stump Anahi for a moment, because Cariad heard no immediate reply. Then the woken said, Well, that's simple then, isn't it? I declare myself leader. I authorize the Guardians to use all necessary force to seize the weapon of any Genor. The Guardian hesitated. What? Anahi challenged. What's wrong? Do as I say. I'm not sure. Look, we revised the manual to allow a woken to become leader, right? But we didn't define how the woken leader would be chosen. Nowhere does it say that the woken leader has to be elected. Until that part is decided and ratified, anyone can declare themselves leader. That's exactly what I'm doing. When the Guardian still gave no reply, Anahi said, I'm ordering you to force entry to the place where the gens are confined and seize their weapons. Do you understand? After another moment's silence, the Guardian's reply came. Yes, leader. Cariad was frozen in shock. The Guardian asked, I'm assuming we set our weapons to stun. After a moment's pause, Anahi replied, as I said, use whatever force is necessary to seize the Gen's weapons. Cariad couldn't let this insanity continue any longer. She ran into the room. Anahi turned to face her. Behind the scientist, the interface screen was blank. The guardian she'd been speaking to had left to carry out Anahi's orders. Call him back, Cariad yelled. Someone's going to get hurt. Nonsense. The generational colonists will give themselves up. They're just testing their boundaries. You're insane, you really are. You ordered the Guardians to take the Gen's weapons? But they need them. They're facing deadly life forms down there. They have to be able to defend themselves. We cannot allow them to have weapons that could be used against us. Cariad stepped so close to Anahi. Their noses were almost touching. She glared into the black, light-sensitive screen of the woman's vision aid. Call the Guardian back. No. I warn you, this won't stop here. I won't rest until you're made to answer for your actions. If anyone's hurt down there, you'll pay for it. Anahi laughed. I think you overestimate the support you'll have. The woken are on my side in this. They're just as tired of the Gen's stupidity as I am. Do what you like. You'll be fighting a lonely battle. Cariad had no time to argue with the unbalanced woman. She had to do something to stop the carnage threatening to occur at the settlement. She ran out of the hut and sprinted to the nearest transit car station. She would go planetside. It seemed the only option. As she was sitting in the transit car to the shuttle bay, wishing that the vehicle would go faster, her comm chirped. It was Strongquist. Guessing that he wanted to talk to her about Frederick Aparicio, she pressed the busy button. Immediately, the comm chirped again. She answered, I can't speak to you now. No point in appealing to him about the situation at the settlement. The Guardians were clearly on Anahi's side. Are you going to board a shuttle? Strongquist asked. Wondering how he knew, she replied, Yes, I am. Why? I believe you may be aware of the developing standoff between Guardians and Gen farmers at the settlement. Yes, Cariad said angrily. Your people are about to cause a disaster. I was hoping you had received news. It is regrettable. Unfortunately, our protocols state that we obey colony law, or, failing that, the orders of the colony leader. Unfortunately, you're a bunch of fools. You're following the orders of a madwoman. I think the cryos turned her crazy. She's megalomaniacal. So you're going down to the planet to intervene? Yes, I am. That's good. What? If you think it's a good idea to intervene, why don't you do it yourself? Why don't you call off your buddies? I'm afraid I can't. We have to follow protocol. Even if someone might get killed? Strongquist seemed to struggle for an answer. We respect the leader's judgment. Any threat to human life is acceptable if it's for the greater good of the colony. The transit car was pulling into the shuttle bay station. So what you're telling me is, I'm on my own in this. As I said, we will follow the leader's orders. Thanks a lot. Cariad closed the connection and ran for the shuttle. It was just about to leave. When she went into the passenger cabin, it was empty. The shuttle was the last of the day. It would pick up woken who had been working planetside and bring them back to the ship. On her way down, Cariad tried to figure out a way of removing Anahi from the leader's position. Persuading the other woken was going to be a struggle. They were sympathetic to Anahi's cause. Ever since being revived, most of them had been distant from the Gens. Cariad realized that she'd been remiss in doing nothing about the growing divide. She silently cursed Strongquist and the rest of the Guardians. She could hardly credit that they would allow themselves to be turned into the colony's bully boys. Anahi had availed herself of extremely dangerous, powerful allies, and Cariad didn't know what she could do about it. We must follow the leader's orders. If Anahi ordered them all to walk out of an airlock, would they do it? Her thoughts turned to the Gen farmers who were refusing to give up their rifles. Was Ethan among them? Her stomach clenched at the thought. By the time the shuttle touched down, Cariad was no closer to figuring out how she was going to defuse the crisis. She sped past the waiting line of scientists and out of the shuttle bay. She'd recognized the farmer's equipment shed behind the Guardian while he was talking to Anahi. It was on the edge of the settlement. The streets were quiet. Darkness had fallen and the solar-powered lamps had come on. A dull thump echoed in the distance. It came from the direction where she was heading and sounded like something heavy striking a hollow place, like a battering ram striking a door. She sped up. She was only a couple of streets away. Another thud. How could she make the Guardians stop? We must follow the leader's orders. She couldn't calm Anahi and demand that she call them off. The self-appointed leader would never agree. As she rounded a corner, Cariad almost stopped in her tracks. The self-appointed leader. Anahi had declared herself leader, saying that there were no laws in place governing a woken leader's appointment. So unless Anahi had put laws in place in the intervening time, she was in the street that held the equipment shed. Guardians were grouped around the door. A haze was rising from the pulse fire they were aiming at it, attempting to burn the thing down. "Hey!" she yelled from the end of the street. A few of the Guardians heard her. "Stop what you're doing. I demand you leave those people alone." Cariad ran up to the group. The Guardians paused their pulse fire. One said, "We're following the leader's orders." "I know, but the leadership has changed. I'm now leader of this colony, and I command you to withdraw." Chapter 12. Voices were coming from outside the door. New voices. Ethan thought he recognized one of them. "I command you to stop," a woman was saying. "Lower your weapons immediately." There was further discussion that Ethan couldn't quite hear, an argument that went on for some time. He heard the words leader and manual mentioned. Then after a long, quiet pause, there was murmuring, followed by the woman speaking again, this time through the door. "Whoever's inside, this is Cariad. I've ordered the Guardians to stand down. You are not in any danger. You're free to leave, and no harm will come to you. I swear." Cariad. "Open the shutters," Ethan said. The room began to clear of haze. After taking off his shirt and wrapping it around his hand, he opened the hot door. Cariad was directly outside, flanked by Guardians. His first impulse was to grab her into his arms, but something made him stop. Guilt? A sense of disloyalty to Lauren? No, it was something else. "Ethan," Cariad said with relief, "I thought you might be here. I'm so glad you're okay. Has anyone been injured?" "Yes, but nothing major." He stepped aside to allow the rest of the farmers to come out. The Guardians also moved back to make room for the men and women. The farmers watched them suspiciously as they filed by, their weapons clutched close to their bodies, dark and angry expressions clouding their features. The rift between Gens and Guardians and Woken yawned wider. Cariad glanced at the Guardians before saying to Ethan, "Can we talk in private?" He nodded and they went in the opposite direction to the departing farmers, also leaving the Guardians behind. "See you later," Cherry called. She didn't look too happy about him leaving with Cariad. As soon as they were out of earshot of both groups, Cariad laid a hand on Ethan's upper arm and said, "I'm so sorry. I've been trying to talk some sense into Anahi, but she's gone crazy. I can't reason with her, and I don't know what to do about it. She also seems to have most of the Woken on her side." "What did you do?" Ethan asked. "How did you get the Guardians to back down?" "That's another crazy thing," Cariad replied, and went on to explain that she had temporarily declared herself leader. "You mean the Guardians just did as you asked? Just because you said you were the new leader?" "Yes, that's exactly what happened." Ethan glanced back at the Guardians in the distance. "So what would happen if I declared myself leader and told them to go and arrest Anahi?" "I don't think that would work. Since Anahi changed the manual, it has to be awoken." "Then maybe you should tell them to arrest her." "I thought about it, but I don't want to do that, and I'm not going to contest it when she takes back the leader's position, as she inevitably will. Too many of the Woken think like her. It wouldn't be long before I found myself arrested. Up until now, Anahi's been tolerating me. She was trying to bring me to see her point of view. I don't think even after this incident, she would do anything rash against me. Most of us Woken go back a long way, but I definitely don't want to push it. I can only work to change the situation if I have my freedom." "So what are you going to do?" Cariad's expression told Ethan that his question stung. Perhaps he had been too harsh, but on the other hand, he didn't see how any of the problems were the fault of the Gens. They'd all mostly been doing as they were supposed to. None of them had deviated much from the manual, despite, in his own case, a strong desire to. It was the Woken who were changing the rules. It was the Woken who had slipped up and allowed a natural movement saboteur aboard the ship. Cariad was awoken too. "Maybe I should speak to the others privately and try to make them see sense," she said. "If I can change enough minds, we might be able to transition back to a more equitable situation peacefully." I know most of the woken well, Ethan. They aren't bad people. They're just worried about the long-term survival of the colony. They will be shocked to find out what happened here today. I hope it won't take much effort to persuade them that Anahi is unstable and needs to be stopped. Ethan didn't have much faith in Cariad's plan. He thought that her personal closeness to the Woken was blinding her to their faults. Yet he didn't have a better solution, or at least not one that didn't involve potential violence. Okay, he said, but I'll tell you this, Cariad. We may not be as well educated, experienced, or sophisticated as you Woken, but that doesn't mean we'll tolerate being controlled by you for very long. We were brought up with the manual. We know exactly what it says, and nowhere does it say that the Woken are to take charge of the colony. You're supposed to be here to join and support the colonization effort. You aren't our shepherds and we aren't your sheep. The adrenaline of the fight at the shed was fading, and his delayed emotional reaction was flooding in. His tone had risen. With some effort, he controlled his anger. We outnumber the Woken 40-1, and we're armed. Don't imagine we'll ever surrender. All our lives it's been drilled into us that this world is ours, that we're going to make it a home for our children and grandchildren. If it comes to consigning our descendants to what's basically slavery, what I mean is, you Woken might be able to turn the Guardians on us, but we won't go down without a fight, even to the death. He found himself leaning menacingly over Cariad. She had turned pale with shock. He stepped back. An apology rose to his lips but didn't make it out of his mouth. Though it pained him to have spoken so bluntly and threateningly, he'd meant every word of what he'd said. It wouldn't hurt to impress the seriousness of the situation upon her, so she would convey it to her friends. Cariad hung her head, uncharacteristically deflated. His conscience twinged. Perhaps he had been too frank. She was, after all, his closest friend, despite being awoken. She'd saved many gens from a horrible death in the first night attack, and she'd defused the situation over the weapons. But then Cariad's head rose, and she had a sharp look in her eye. Has it ever occurred to you to ask yourself why this has happened? What is it that's made Anahi take these steps to remove control from the Yeens? She wants the power, of course, Ethan replied, like most of the Woken. When it came down to it, in spite of what it says in the manual, some of you can't stand to see us in control. Some of you can't bear it that your pet project you worked so hard on has been handed over to someone else. You're wrong, Cariad replied. That isn't it at all, or at least not for most of us. You're forgetting that I was there when the manual was written. Hell, I even wrote some parts of it myself. We knew that what we were demanding of you wasn't fair. The people who embarked on the voyage were in full knowledge that they were never going to set foot on a planet again. But their children didn't agree to that, and neither did their children. We knew we were demanding the sacrifice of thousands of people to see the project through to the end and make the dream come true. We decided that the minimum we could do in recognition of the nameless individuals who lived and died aboard a starship would be to gift the planet to you, the final generation. We'd put you in the position you were in. You hadn't asked to be there. We wanted you to be in control. We wanted it to be your world, and we would only be there to help. So what changed? Can't you even guess, Ethan? When we were revived, we found out that somewhere along the journey, the manual had been rewritten. People who had never seen Earth, never breathed a natural atmosphere, and who never would, thought they were in a position to dictate what should happen. We didn't like it, but we didn't say anything. We left you in control. Now think back to the first night attack. How did all the gens behave, with you the only exception? It was near total panic. They couldn't deal with the emergency. And what's been happening since? You're doing as you like. Changing roles, using equipment in ways it isn't supposed to be used, putting yourselves in danger. I don't agree with the way Anahi's gone about it, but I can't deny that she has a point. If we allow you to continue as you have been, acting stupidly with no thought of the future, this colony might fail. If we sit by and let you do what you want, we could all end up dead. All that work, all that sacrifice by tens of thousands of people will be for nothing. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Ethan said. Why can't you trust us? You made us after all. You, Cariad, are personally responsible for our genetic inheritance. What you're saying is, you got it wrong. That's what you can't stand. You think you messed up. That's what's bothering you. That's why you want to take back control. The real problem is that we don't mindlessly obey. Do you want a second chance? Do you want to create people who will do as they're told? Your children have grown up and you don't like it. Cariad's hands were clenched into fists at her sides, but she didn't offer a return argument. I'm going back to the ship. I'll speak to the others and see what I can do. Ethan couldn't stand the hurt look on her face. He also couldn't take back what he'd said. When he didn't reply, Cariad walked away. He watched her go. She glanced back and their gazes met, but still he said nothing. After waiting for Cariad to turn the corner, Ethan went to see Garwin. The older man's job as a Priority 1 worker had qualified him for one of the first private homes that had been constructed. He was a mechanic and chief supervisor, overseeing the construction of the plows, road makers, and other machinery involved in creating the infrastructure of the settlement. Most of the rest of the Yins were housed as Ethan was, in large temporary dorms and barns, while they waited for more permanent homes to be built. As soon as Garwin opened his door and saw who had come to pay him a visit, he glanced from side to side along the street, which was empty. He pulled Ethan quickly inside, his usually open, friendly features creased into an expression that mixed irritation with concern. Not a good idea coming to my house, Ethan, he said quietly the moment the door was closed, and they were alone in the dim, quiet hall of his small home. Sorry, Ethan replied. I didn't think about it. Did you hear what? Garwin's wife, Twyla, had stepped into the hall from the living room. She was a tall, raw-boned woman. Her welcoming smile seemed fake. Hello. You're Ethan, right? I didn't know you were one of Garwin's friends. There's no need to stand and talk out here. Why don't you come in and have something to drink? Twyla gestured for them to follow her and turned away. Garwin shrugged. Ethan guessed that his wife might not be privy to his subversive activities. He went through with him to the living room of the prefabricated house. The room's pale gray walls were brightened up with cut-out prints of brightly colored flowers, which made the place seem less utilitarian. Ethan was reminded of conversations he'd had with Lauren about how they would decorate their farmhouse. Tea or coffee? Twyla asked. Tea would be fine, Ethan replied. Garwin said, Sweetener? Ethan was about to say no, but an almost imperceptible nod from Garwin made him alter his response. Yes, please. Oh, we don't have any sweetener, Twyla said. We don't use it. The store's still open, Garwin said. Maybe you could go and get some. It'll be handy for guests. I guess so. Sit down, Ethan. You're our first visitor, you know. She went out into the hall. As he took a seat in the armchair of their matching living room set, Ethan began to speak, but Garwin held his finger to his lips. He said, I know why you've come, Ethan, but I'm sorry, I'm no further along with that plow than I was yesterday. Like I said, the kit was incomplete, and I'm waiting for the missing part. It has to be printed and sent down. Until I receive it, there's nothing I can do. It isn't like I can just open another container and take it from there. Those things contain thousands of parts. The sound of the front door closing came through from the hall, and Garwin went out to check that Twyla really had left. When he returned, Ethan said, I didn't realize your wife doesn't know what else you do. Maybe I should go. No, it's okay. You're here now. We might as well make the best use of the time till Twyla returns. You heard about the assault on the shed? Of course. That news is probably halfway back to Earth by now. We need to talk about that, said Ethan, but it'll have to wait for another day. We don't have time at the moment, but I just wanted to tell you, we learned something important today. The Guardians will do whatever the Woken tell them, and they're prepared to use lethal force. We nearly didn't make it out of that shed. We can't let them catch us out again. What I want to know is, what are we going to do to protect ourselves? I totally agree, Garwin replied. That's a question that needs answering immediately. We've been playing it too safe with plenty of talk and precious little action. It's time to take control of the situation. We need to go on the offensive. The biggest problem we have is that nearly all of us are down here. The Woken are up there, he pointed at the ceiling, and as well as the force of the Guardians at their disposal, they have most of the technology and control. So what can we do about it? Ethan asked. I'm not sure, but I had an idea. If the situation doesn't improve, as long as we stay here, we're at their mercy. They know exactly where we are and what most of us are doing most of the time. But we do have some things on our side. We've been trained in everything we need to build a civilization on this planet. It's been our one collective purpose in life since we were born. The Woken are a bunch of scientists. Sure, they know more than us, but do they have the numbers or the raw power to make a colony on their own? They might not realize it, but they need us more than we need them. Ethan had an idea what Garwin meant, but it was almost too radical for him to comprehend. What are you saying? Look, we already have enough supplies down here to last us another year, plus tons of equipment. Most important of all, we have skills. Skills that are perfectly suited to the job ahead. But if we remain where we are, the Woken have us exactly where they want us. They're going to exploit us for their own ends. You're suggesting that we leave and build another settlement someplace else, aren't you? Exactly. Chapter 13. As Cariad went to the meeting that Strongquist had called, her wish for easy solutions to the problems that dogged the colony was peppered with pessimism. Anahi's behavior was unhinged, yet Cariad doubted that she could convince the woman of that, nor any of the Woken who supported her. She'd tried speaking to them as individuals, but she hadn't made much headway. Rather, she seemed to have turned some of them against herself. And after the confrontation over the weapons, the Gens were also unlikely to be in a conciliatory mood. When she reached the room aboard the Nova Fortuna they were using for the meeting, Anahi had already arrived. She was the only person there, but she didn't acknowledge Cariad when she went in, preferring an icy disregard. No doubt due to Cariad's interference in the standoff over the Gens' weapons. Cariad sat down, and the strained silence continued until Strongquist stepped in, closely followed by Fina. With an air of statesmanship, Anahi stood and welcomed the newcomers. She had reassumed the role of leader as soon as she'd learned of Cariad's trick. Then she'd immediately altered the legislation to prevent any further usurping of the position. The move had been inevitable, but Cariad was a long way from backing down over the issue. The two guardians sat together opposite Anahi, looking oddly twin-like side by side in their uniforms. Cariad had taken a seat at the end of the table. Strongquist had said he was also inviting some Gens. She had high hopes over who one of them might be. It would make sense for the Guardian to invite prominent members of the Gen community, especially those who had been involved in the incident at the equipment shed. Garwin entered first. Cariad approved of Strongquist's choice. The man was sympathetic to the Woken concerns and well-liked among the Gens. They would listen to him. As the older, broad-shouldered man took a seat next to her, the person she'd been hoping to see also entered the room. Ethan. They exchanged small smiles. Cariad was relieved their friendship seemed to remain intact despite their recent falling out. Strongquist leaned his elbows on the table and clasped his hands together. Thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you'll agree it's long past time that some of us tried to take these problems the colony has been experiencing in hand. I'm hoping we can thrash out some steps toward solving them today. Wait a minute, Anahi said. Are these all the people you invited? I wasn't expecting so few. I suggested several names to you, but none of those people are here. Shouldn't we have a little more expertise on board before we make any major decisions on the future of this settlement? And I'm not sure what she's doing here. The black strip of her visor turned to Cariad. Her face was stony. Leader, Strongquist began. Cariad balked at his use of the designation for the mad woman. I didn't intend that any decisions about the future of the Nova Fortuna colony be made at this time. Instead, I believe we should address the widening schism between the Gens and the Woken. We need to make an effort at conciliation and a meeting of minds. I propose that we address that concern first. We need to find a way to avoid further violence and to move toward returning to the previous atmosphere of mutual goodwill. I'll suggest a way to avoid further violence, Ethan said bitterly. You Guardians can stop your military tactics, and the Woken can stop using you to control us. Let us Gens go about our business freely. We haven't done anything that calls for our control by armed forces, and even if we had, so what? This colony is ours, as the manual says and the Woken used to say, until they change their minds. Cariad raised her eyebrows. He was right, but she was surprised to hear him speak so forcefully in front of Anahi and the Guardians. Ethan was growing in confidence day by day. Strongquist's expression was pained. He leaned back in his seat. What happened at the equipment storage unit was a situation that got way out of control. We should have found a better solution than an aggressive confrontation like that. Ethan asked, So we can have your guarantee that the Guardians will never threaten the gens again? Strongquist looked at Faina for a moment. Faina answered Ethan's question. It's important that you understand our mandate is to support this colony at all costs. We must avoid the loss of life as far as we possibly can. The Guardians who were trying to retrieve the weapons from the tool store were firing on stun setting. But if, in the direst circumstances, we must use deadly force to ensure the success of the colony, our mandate allows us to do that. As she finished speaking, her pale brown eyes seemed to lose all warmth. What the hell are you saying? Cariad exclaimed. You're telling us that Guardians have the right to kill for the good of all? Who gave you that authority? No one here did. Not one person aboard the Nova Fortuna or Planetside has that right. She looked pointedly at Anahi. And who are the Guardians to judge what's best for the colony and what isn't? You can't see the future. You can only guess, like the rest of us. Damned right, Ethan exclaimed, hitting the table with his fist. The first gen you kill will be the last. It'll be war. Into the tense silence that followed the outburst, Strongquist said, almost apologetically, I don't recall anyone objecting to the execution we carried out following the first night attack. Cariad and Ethan's gazes met. The Guardian's point was a good one. Not one person had challenged their actions when the Guardians killed the person who had turned off the electric fence, resulting in many horrible deaths. But at that moment, everyone had agreed who the enemy was. It was now that they might suddenly become the enemy that they objected to the Guardian's license to kill. This is all nonsense, said Garwin in a conciliatory tone. How can it be for the good of the colony to use lethal force? The first night attack was a special case, and if we ever catch the bomber who blew up the stadium, we'll make another exception. But for the general settlers, gens and woken alike, we need every one of them. There are only just over 2,000 of us. I'm not a geneticist, but isn't that the bare minimum needed for the genetic diversity to colonize a planet? Aside from the moral objections to murdering people, we can't afford any more bloodshed. We need every single person. Anahi spoke. Actually, no, we don't. She paused for effect, a wry smile on her lips. Garwin and Ethan looked confused, but Cariad knew what she meant. Anahi went on, we have enough eggs and sperm stored to replace every gen 10 times over. It wouldn't be easy, of course. We'd have to reopen the reproductive labs, gestate the infants, and then care for excessive numbers of them at a time. But it's feasible. I think we could do it. You're insane, Cariad said. Whether we could do it or not is immaterial. You're talking about threatening the lives of thousands of people just because they won't do what you want. And what if this next generation you raise from babies also disobeys you? Do you plan on murdering them too? On and on, until our supplies run out and at last the colony fails? Stop downplaying the gen's actions, Cariad, Anahi replied. You need to stop making excuses for them. You know as well as I do the expertise and care that went into crafting the manual. If they pick and choose what they follow and what they ignore, it puts the colony and all our lives in jeopardy. If they won't do as they're told, they have to be stopped. And if I have to command the Guardians to take whatever steps necessary to make them comply, I will do that. Aside from the insane logic of your thinking, Cariad said, you're forgetting that manual was written on another planet centuries ago. We were both there, remember. We both helped to write it, and at the time, we acknowledged that we couldn't anticipate every eventuality, that the manual was a guide only. And yet it's the best guide we have, Anahi retorted. If anyone's going to make a decision to deviate from it, it should be us. Cariad shook her head. You mean? There's something wrong with you, Anahi. Seriously. You aren't the person I worked with on the Nova Fortuna project. She turned to Strongquist and Faina. I believe Anahi may have suffered brain damage while in cryonic suspension or during revival. She should be medically examined and treated if necessary. It's only manifested over the last few weeks. But she's becoming more and more irrational with each day that passes. How dare you, Anahi shouted, rising to her feet. She took a breath as if to launch into a verbal attack. Then she smiled and sat down. Why should I care what you think, Cariad? If I'm suffering from brain damage, how is it that most of the woken agree with me? You must be just about the only dissenter, which makes me wonder why Strongquist even invited you to this meeting. Cariad performed a great service to this colony, Strongquist said, and I believe that many Gens and some Woken respect her opinion. Despite your assertions, she is as influential as anyone sitting around this table." Anahi simmered, but she didn't reply. "So what's the way forward?" Garwin asked. "We need to find a way to make things work between all parties. I'm sure none of us want the Guardians put in a position where they feel the need to exercise their mandate." "The way forward is to return to how things were," said Ethan. "We elect a Gen leader and we get on with making our new home habitable without interference." "No," said Anahi. "The proposal of a Gen leader is off the table. I won't countenance it, and neither will the rest of the Woken. If you ever prove capable of following the rules we set out, maybe we'll think about it, but I doubt that's going to happen in the near future." Ethan's expression darkened. He was about to respond, but Garwin laid a hand on his arm. An unspoken message passed between them that Cariad couldn't interpret. "I have a solution that I believe both sides might agree on. How about this? If whenever a Gen sees the necessity of deviating from the manual, they send up a request along with their reasons for it, then Anahi, as leader, can grant it or not." Ethan shot Garwin an indignant look. The older man gripped the younger's arm tighter. Ethan looked down and remained silent. Something ulterior was clearly going on between the two men, but Cariad couldn't guess what it was. After a few moments' consideration, Anahi replied, "I think I could live with that." A collective breath exhaled. The mood in the room lightened a notch, though not on Ethan's part. He remained gazing downward, a frown creasing his brow. The attendees began to shift in their seats. The meeting seemed to be drawing to a close, but Cariad still had questions. "Strongquist, do you have any updates on your investigation into the stadium bomber?" "Only in the negative sense, I'm afraid. I inquired of all the Woken about the name you recognize from the list of natural movement followers, but no one else remembers him. We've also gone through all the backgrounds of every Woken, revived or not, and we haven't turned up a single lead." "Are you saying the bomber was a Gen?" Ethan asked. "No, I'm not saying that," Strongquist replied. "But now that we've thoroughly explored that avenue of inquiry, we are turning to the Gens. Of the two groups, it's the least likely to harbor natural movement members. That's why we looked into the Woken first. But if the natural movement infiltrator died with the first generation, it's possible that the cult has been passed down somehow from one generation to the next." Cariad said, "Okay, there's one more thing I want to talk about. You told us today that the Guardians have a mandate to save the colony at all costs. That's the first I or anyone else heard about it as far as I know. Let's be frank, we're almost entirely in the dark about you. You've told us hardly anything about who you are or what's happened on Earth since we left. Are you from the global government? I guess you're military, seeing as you're armed. But whose military are you? And how come you're so intent on making a success of the colony?" Strongquist looked uncomfortable but nodded. He couldn't twist his way out of answering Cariad's questions, put directly and in front of others. "All good points. Yes, we are from the global government. We were sent to save you when the natural movement's plan to sabotage the colony was discovered in the historical records, as you know. But we are also here to protect the colony because you represent humanity's hope. As Faina said in the stadium, Earth, Mars, and the outer moons are overpopulated. They're also polluted and low on resources. When we set off, longer than 18 years ago, the situation was dire. Now it's probably at crisis point. The solar system is not a place you would wish to return to. The one reason that the resources required to build our ship and send us here were allowed was in order to save you. You are humankind's hope. If the Nova Fortuna colonists succeed, there is a chance for the rest of humanity." "Do you mean that if we make the colony viable, we can expect refugees from Earth?" Cariad asked. "As far as we're aware," Faina replied, "no refugee ships have departed Earth to come here. The global government is struggling to keep everyone fed, let alone anything else. It would find it hard to justify spending the billions needed to build a ship that would only save a few thousand people. Besides, overwhelming a fledgling colony with thousands more mouths to feed wouldn't be in anyone's best interest. Which isn't to say that, at some point in the future, you might not receive some arrivals hoping for a fresh start, but I don't think you need to worry too much about that right now. However, if the colony flourishes, it will prove that deep space colonization could be the long-term answer to the problems in the solar system." She placed her hands palm downward on the tabletop and leaned forward. We want you to succeed. Humanity needs you to succeed. We'll do whatever it takes to ensure that. Success at any cost? Cariad asked bitterly. If it means killing innocent people who just happen to have a different opinion, is that a price worth paying? I didn't think that was what we were trying to build here. If their opinions are invalid and their actions harmful, Anahi said, we have every right to deny them, with force if necessary. If someone gets hurt as a result, is that our fault? But anyway, we have the Guardian's word that they won't harm anyone unless it's absolutely necessary for the sake of the colony. Now it's time to move on from this circular argument. I have an announcement to make. Starting tomorrow, the process of reviving the remaining individuals in cryonic suspension will resume. We've looked at the problems that led to failures in the past, and we believe we've ironed them out. With more woken around, we'll have the benefit of additional expertise. Everything should go more smoothly. I'd appreciate it if you could lend a hand with the process, Cariad. I understand that you oversaw many of the more successful revivals after you'd recovered from your own. Cariad hesitated, surprised. The invitation was the last thing she'd expected from Anahi. She was sure the woman must hate her following her recent interfering. Then she remembered the saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Was this Anahi's way of keeping an eye on her? It didn't matter. The saying worked both ways, and several of her friends were still lying frozen in slush. If an attempt was going to be made to revive them, she wanted to be there. Sure, I'd be happy to help. Good, said Anahi. I thought you would agree. I put someone rather important to the top of the list. The colony needs a clear sense of purpose and direction, and so tomorrow you can be in attendance at the reviving of Obrio. Cariad's heart sank. Chapter 14. Ethan watched the curve of the planet's surface straighten out as the shuttle sank lower into the atmosphere. Below, the regular lines of the settlement were clear to see, carved on the natural landscape. After the heat of the meeting, his emotions were finally calming, and the sight of the settlement and the planet they had yet to name provoked an unfamiliar feeling in him. The only sensation he could liken it to was how he used to feel when returning to the kindergartner's dorm at the end of the day when he was a little boy. His spirits would rise when he saw the room and his caregivers. Even the smell of the place had made him feel warm and content. His feeling at that moment in the shuttle was similar, only stronger. He was looking forward to returning to the farmer's temporary housing, and maybe tomorrow he would go out to his farm, though he would stay well away from the lake. He'd planted seed with Cherry's help. Perhaps the shoots would be showing. Though Nova Fortuna had arrived only 2 months prior, Ethan already felt a kind of bonding with the new planet that was greater than anything he'd felt in all his years aboard ship. Garwin, who had been dozing in the seat beside him, stirred and woke up. He peered over Ethan and out the window. Nearly there. You know, I never thought about the planet much until now, Ethan said. I always focused on whatever we were supposed to be doing here. It was always, what do we have to do now according to the manual? What do we have to watch out for? What do we have to do exactly right? That's what you and I were brought up to do, wasn't it? As far back as I can remember, Garwin replied. From the moment I left my milk mother until arrival day, everything I did, everything I learned, was aimed at one purpose: build a colony, survive. That's how I saw things too. But look at it. Did you ever see such a wonderful sight? Garwin smiled. Never. Not in any vid of earth. Not even in art. And you know what? Ethan said. It's ours. It belongs to us. Living here is what we were created for. We mustn't ever let anyone take it away from us. Ethan was finally understanding what the feeling in his gut was. For the first time, he was seeing the planet as home. Not only that, he knew he would fight to his dying breath for his right to live there however he wanted. The conflict with Anahi and her supporters wasn't about woken versus gins, or minor points like whether flitters should be used for non-emergencies. It was about protecting his home, his territory, and his independence. They didn't say much more as the shuttle made its final descent and landed, but as they were leaving the shuttle field, Garwin asked Ethan to follow him. It was soon apparent that they were going to the flitter shed. A gen called Verney was guarding the vehicles. Ethan only knew him by sight. Verney's job was to check that the gens who borrowed the flitters had the authority to do so. The man took no notice when Garwin went in and beckoned Ethan to do the same. Inside, the space was full of the boxy, flat-bottom vehicles, their covers down. Only one was missing from its bay now that it was nearly evening. "Are we going somewhere?" Ethan asked. "No," Garwin replied. "Or at least we're not today. I wanted to bring you here so that we can talk without being overheard." Garwin moved closer and held Ethan's gaze firmly. "With most of the Woken remaining shipside, we have the planet virtually to ourselves at the moment. If we find a site for another settlement soon and transfer everything and everyone there little by little, well, we could do it under their noses. It's us gens who are in charge of most everything down here. We could manage it if we were careful. Then once we've built our defenses at the new place, the final few who are managing the facade of a working settlement can transfer over. When the next Woken or Guardian visits, they'll find a ghost town. What do you think?" "I think it's a great idea," Ethan replied. He glanced around the shed. "I'm guessing this is the reason you brought me here." "You guessed right," Garwin said. "I can't leave my job for long periods without it being noticed. But you have the perfect excuse to be away from the settlement. Everyone will assume that you're working on your farm, and no one's likely to check on you. You're also a lot younger than me, Ethan. I have to admit I'm not up to spending hours traveling about these days. Verney here will let you take a flitter, no questions asked. I want you to look for a place, somewhere like this area, where the vegetation isn't too dense and the ground is flat. Somewhere that seems safe. As soon as you found it, we'll build a fence, set up a generator, and start bringing supplies over. Before we know it, we'll have a new home." As the impact of what Garwin was suggesting settled in, Ethan didn't answer right away. Garwin mistook his silence for a reluctance to agree. "You'd be doing it for gen autonomy, don't forget. But if you want to think about it, I understand it's a lot to ask." No, it isn't a lot to ask at all. All my life I've wanted to be an explorer. You just gave me the perfect opportunity. I'll start out at first light tomorrow." When Ethan returned to the flitter shed the following morning, he was surprised to find someone besides just Verney there. She seemed to be waiting for him. "Hi," Cherry said. "I hope you brought plenty to eat." "I couldn't sneak much off the table at breakfast." "I have plenty of food," Ethan replied, but Garwin didn't mention anyone else coming along. "He didn't? He must have forgotten. I suggested that 2 people should go. You know, in case something bad happens. Then the other one can go and get help. Makes sense, I guess." Ethan scanned the identical flitters in their bays before pointing at the one nearest the door. "We'll take that. Jump in. Wait, did you bring your weapon? We don't know what we might find out there." "Of course. What did you think I was going to do? Leave it at home and let the slug limits get me?" "The what?" "The creatures that ate people in the first night attack. Is that what we're calling them now?" The memory of Lauren's corpse threatened from the edge of Ethan's mind. He suppressed the image. Cherry said, "A Woken gave them some long scientific name that no one can remember, but we're calling them slug limpets. You know, like the animals in the vids at school. Half slug, half—" "I get it. You know they're a lot bigger than slugs and limpets? Don't imagine that if one attacks you, you're going to flick it off." "Of course not. I wasn't there on the first night. Thank the stars, but I heard all about it." She had climbed into the flitter. "Are we going to set off now?" Ethan climbed in the other side. He put his bag next to Cherry's on the back seat and started the vehicle. As it rose 30 centimeters above ground and hovered, the interface screen came alive, displaying a map of the immediate surroundings. Satellites launched from the Nova Fortuna mapped the terrain and weather systems for several hundred kilometers around, broadcasting the data to the surface. As long as they stayed with the flitter, Ethan and Cherry would know exactly where they were. The sun was just coming up, and the streets were quiet. Ethan drove the flitter the shortest route to the gate in the electric fence. It opened automatically, and they were soon heading out across the fields. Ethan took them in the direction of the lake, as if he were heading toward his farm. As soon as they were out of sight of the settlement, however, he veered sharply to the right. Cherry had been training her weapon on random items in the landscape, turning to keep them in the sights as they passed by. At Ethan's change of direction, she lowered her gun and peered at the interface. "Where are we going?" Instead of replying, Ethan took one hand off the steering disc and touched the interface image with his finger and thumb, pulling it smaller and increasing the scale. The flashing red dot that signified their flitter slowed its pace rapidly on the larger map. Their direction was obvious. "The ocean!" Cherry exclaimed. "Great idea!" A grin spread across Ethan's face. "We'll be the first humans to ever see it up close." "But what if they have those thread monsters that live in the lake there, only 10 times bigger?" "Don't worry, we won't go too near the water. Only look at it from a safe distance." They'd been traveling for around 2 hours and the sun was well up when Cherry put the flitter cover down. The wind was invigorating. They were passing through a wide valley that meandered between high hills. Below them was what looked like an ancient, dry riverbed, filled with water-rounded boulders. "Do you think," Cherry said, "when the Woken and the Guardians see that we've all left the settlement to strike out on our own, they'll come looking for us?" "I don't doubt it." "And will they be able to find us?" "They'll find us for sure. We can't go far. We don't have the equipment or the time. If we did, maybe we could hide on the other side of the planet. Then it might be a long while before they found us." Hiding from them forever isn't the point, though. What we want to do is get out from their control. If they come after us and try to force us to return, we'll have to put up enough of a fight for them to conclude that it isn't worth their while to make us come back. I hope it doesn't come to that. I don't think most of the Woken or the Guardians are bad people. They just don't trust us not to mess up. I don't think they'll do us much harm if we make it clear that all we want is to be left alone. They probably wouldn't go so far as to turn us into slaves or anything like that. At least not according to Cariad. She said one of the aims of the Nova Fortuna project was to create a better society. Fighting each other isn't better. It's taking a step back. I can't believe they would really want that. "But without us, what'll they do?" Cherry asked. "There aren't enough of them to create a settlement by themselves." At the meeting Garwin and I went to on the ship, Anahi said they could start up the generation cycles again. Create new babies and bring them up. Maybe they'll do that. Or return to Earth, though it sounds like conditions are bad there. But if it's only the Woken who go, maybe the Guardians could fit them in their ship. "I don't know. They can do what they like. It isn't our problem." He sniffed. "Does the air smell strange?" Cherry breathed in deeply through her nose. "Yeah, it smells kind of... hard to describe." Ethan checked the interface. The dot that represented their flitter was at the blue edge of the ocean, but the scale of the map was large. He widened the image with his fingers and took another look. They were nearly at the ocean, but hills on their right were obscuring their view. Ahead of them, the valley petered out and ended in a narrow gap. "We're almost there," said Ethan, excitement rising in his chest. "It's through that opening." He pushed the accelerator and pointed the flitter's nose at the patch of sky between the final hills of the valley. He peered ahead. Was it only sky that he could see, or was that different blue at the bottom something else? The flitter cleared the last tens of meters. Ethan's eyes soaked up the ocean view that spread out before them. Less than a second later, the flitter's nose dipped and suddenly they were zooming vertically down. Cherry screamed as she fell forward. She hadn't fastened her safety belt. Ethan grabbed her with one hand while desperately pulling at the steering disc with the other to return the flitter to horizontal. He was hanging forward. Only his safety belt was preventing his certain death. Cherry's fumbling fingers quickly found and fastened her belt. Ethan could concentrate on controlling the flitter. "What's wrong?" Cherry yelled. "Pull it up!" The rocks below were zooming up toward them. "I can't. I'm trying. It won't move. It's sticking to the cliff. Oh, wait. I've got it." Ethan pressed the screen. The flitter responded instantly. A handful of meters from the base of the cliff, its nose lifted until it was horizontal once more. "That was close," Cherry exclaimed. "Yeah, no traveling without safety belts from now on." The flitter's default setting was to remain 30 centimeters above the ground, and Ethan hadn't changed it. The vehicle had done what its program told it, maintaining a short distance between its base and the nearest surface. Only the nearest surface had been the cliff face. Ethan checked the screen. They were 5 meters above sea level. Blue waves were below and all around them. "This," said Cherry, "is amazing." Ever since he'd been a young child, Ethan had wondered what it would be like to see an ocean. He'd also wondered how it would feel to set foot on the solid ground of a planet. But the concept of an ocean was something else. It was fairly easy to imagine standing in a landscape. The Nova Fortuna had Main Park, and he anticipated that a landscape would be similar, only bigger. To an extent, he'd been right, but it had been almost impossible for him to grasp the concept of a vast sea of quadrillions of liters of water. Not like the expanse of space, empty and barren, but somewhere where entire ecosystems lived and died under the waves. Vids of oceans on Earth had seemed unreal, like cartoons. The most water he'd ever seen in one place was the contents of the vats that fed the showers. Water was a precious commodity aboard Nova Fortuna. The idea of enough of it to fill an ocean boggled his mind. Ethan nodded slowly. The expanse surrounding them had robbed him of words. He drove the flitter higher, well out of the reach of ocean thread monsters, and brought it around to see the place where they'd exited the hills. The gap they'd come through was clear. Judging from the worn boulders that lay on the beach below the gap, their death-defying plunge had been along the route of what had once been a waterfall leading to the ocean. The dried-up waterfall wasn't the only geographical feature to capture Ethan's attention. All along the cliffs on either side of it were dark holes. Caves. Chapter 15. For a place where Cariad had spent 184 years of her life, the cryochamber didn't look much like home. In fact, it reminded her of a morgue, and she was glad that she hadn't asked to see it before she'd been frozen in suspension all that time ago on Earth. The coffin-sized receptacles that held the bodies were slotted into the wall behind steel doors, and their minus 101 Celsius temperature chilled the room, frosting Cariad's exhalations. Beside each door was a panel that displayed the temperature, the occupant's name and number, and his or her physical condition. Sensors constantly scanned for evidence of decay. In the event that the temperature rose, or the sensors detected a deterioration in the subject's condition, the individual was supposed to be revived immediately. The cryo units had functioned perfectly up until then, though that hadn't prevented problems from occurring during the revival process. Anahi had come along to the cryo chamber, as well as Dr. Montfort, the woken physician who had treated Cariad after the stadium bombing, and Alistair, the medic who had also attended her. Montfort was a cryonic revival specialist who had joined the Nova Fortuna project just before departure. None of the physicians who had put the subjects in suspension had applied to be one of those preserved, which had only served to highlight the riskiness of the procedure. Dr. Montfort had been one of the first to be revived by the Guians, and the only person in that initial batch to survive the process unscathed. Alistair was preparing the equipment on the cart that would transport the next person they would attempt to slowly return to life, Obrio, to a revival room. As Cariad watched the medic, she wondered which of the open doors and empty holes of vacated cryo units had been hers. It would have been easy to read the panels and find out, but she didn't want to know from which of those hollow graves she had arisen. "Everything seems perfect," Montfort said, straightening up from his squatting position next to Obrio's chamber. He turned to Alistair. "The cart's ready." "Yes, I've double-checked all the equipment. It's at the correct temperature." "Then let's begin." Montfort's tone had the air of someone enjoying a long-anticipated treat. He seemed about to rub his hands together in glee. The doctor squatted down again and inserted a card into a slot before swiping the display screen. He pressed the keys that appeared. There was a click. The seal was broken. The door slowly, smoothly swung open. Montfort keyed in another instruction, and the cryo unit slid out to its fullest extent. It was a transparent box, its sides and base threaded with fine wires. Inside the box was a semi-transparent white gel, and suspended within the gel lay a human body. Obrio. He was pale, entirely hairless, corpse-like. Cariad's stomach twisted. She had passed many decades in the same state, a hair's breadth from death. "Excuse me," Alistair said as he wheeled the cart over to the open unit. Cariad stepped out of his way, and he positioned the cart parallel to the box. Two slim metal arms lowered and slid under it. The arms lifted and retracted, so that the box moved over and into the cart. The cart's monitoring equipment sprang to life, drawing data from the contacts on the base of the box. "Looking good," said Montfort as he checked the readings. "Let's go." Alistair activated the cart's electric motor and guided it toward the chamber exit. Cariad followed in its wake with the others. Feeling like she was in a funeral procession, she grasped for a distraction. She asked Montfort, "How have you altered the revival process to reduce the rate of complications?" "I thought you might ask me that. I haven't done anything very sophisticated. I've slowed the process down and increased the monitoring. I analyzed all the data we had on the revivals we completed. I think we were too ambitious in our estimation of how long it would take organs and nerves to resume normal functioning. The problem was, the information on successful revivals that took place prior to the Nova Fortuna project was sparse." "Yes," Cariad said, "not enough data to base our predictions on." Montfort continued, "I've set the revival equipment to automatically halt the moment the monitors pick up an abnormal reading. We'll wait a while before resuming the process. If the readings continue to register as abnormal, I may make the decision to lower the patient's temperature and resume suspension before any further damage is done." "That sounds sensible," Cariad said. Montfort asked, "Did you do something similar with the few you oversaw?" Before Cariad could answer, Anahi interrupted. "So if something goes wrong, you're saying we won't revive Obrio?" "That's correct," Montfort replied. "Better to remain in suspension with the chance of revival later than risk permanent impairment or death, don't you think?" "I'm not sure I agree," Anahi said. "I've adjusted to my sightlessness, and we have the materials and skills to fashion other disability aids. I'd rather be here and blind than still in suspension. However, I'll bow to your superior judgment. For now." Anahi was clearly determined to have Obrio up and around, at almost any cost. It wasn't hard for Cariad to guess why. Anahi wasn't a natural leader, but Obrio was. She was clearly hoping to align him to her cause and profit from the man's dictatorial skills. The procession proceeded to the revival room. The equipment it contained was highly specialized. From the warming unit that would gradually increase the temperature of the cryonic suspension gel by points of a degree at a time to the cell nutrient supply system, all the devices were geared to the sole purpose of returning a long-frozen human body to normal health. Entering the room brought back strong memories of Cariad's moment of her own awakening, which she'd relived after the bombing. The place was decorated in pastel shades intended to be easy on eyes that hadn't worked for nearly 2 centuries. She recalled the pale yellows and blues as the first thing she'd registered as she'd slowly come to, when her new life had begun. Alistair and Montfort placed Obrio's cryo unit inside a white plastisteel container for the first stage of the process. "Attach him," Montfort said to Alistair. "I'll be back in a moment." As he passed Cariad and Anahi, who were watching from the door, he said, "There's no need to hang around. You know that nothing interesting is going to happen for a few days." He added to Anahi, "I'll keep you informed of progress, leader." He walked away down the corridor, and without a word to Cariad, Anahi also left. Alistair was busily connecting wires and flipping switches. Cariad asked, "How many revivals have you assisted with, Alistair?" "I was involved with most of them." He glanced at her with a smile. "In case you're wondering, yes, I helped with yours. Don't you remember?" He inserted a final jack and stood back before taking a slow walk around the revival container and double-checking the readout screen. Cariad moved into the room, recalling her glimpse of Obrio's prone figure in frozen slush. He'd been lying on his side in the recovery position. "What's it like for you watching us return to life?" she asked. "Weird at first," Alistair replied, "but you get used to it." He folded his arms and frowned for a moment before saying, "Your revival was straightforward. Textbook, in fact, but you were young compared to the rest. Others weren't so lucky, of course. We did what we could, but sometimes their hearts just refused to start, or just when we thought they were fine, their hearts would stop and nothing we did would get them going, or everything would seem normal but their reflexes were dead. Then when they regained consciousness, they couldn't move their arms and legs, or everything worked physically but their brains were mush. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound so callous." "I know, and it's okay," Cariad said. "We all knew the risks. Thanks for bringing me back to life." "No problem. So what does Dr. Montfort's new process entail exactly?" "Nothing much for 72 hours. We'll begin internal warming afterward, through the circulatory system, bladder, stomach, intestines, and lungs." "Lungs?" "Sure. It's another of the doctor's innovations. We spend the first 9 months of life with our lungs filled with amniotic fluid. and the patients don't begin breathing until right at the end of the process. Of course. How long will it be before you know the revival is successful? Montfort said 10 days before we replace the suspension fluid with blood. I think it's at least another 5 days after that before we attempt to start the heart. I'd say 3 weeks minimum, but you're better off talking to the doctor about that. 3 weeks. A lot could happen in 3 weeks. Cariad turned to leave. Did you know this man, Obrio, back on Earth? Alistair asked. She'd almost forgotten he was a general. So very few of them remained aboard Nova Fortuna. She'd grown used to thinking of everyone she encountered as woken. Yeah, I knew him. I'm surprised you don't too. Didn't you cover the founding of the Nova Fortuna project in history at school? I did. I wasn't that interested, though. It's hard to care about a place so far away and events that took place so long ago. So Obrio was a founder? He was the primary financier. When Alistair's expression still failed to register understanding, she added, the owner of Mercantor Enterprises? Oh. Recognition dawned on Alistair's face. He looked down at the frozen figure and took a step back as if he was frightened of disturbing him. I had no idea he came along. Really, it was his primary condition before contributing to the funding. He liquidated all his assets and sunk every last cred into the project. Even so, he barely scraped the 51% holding required to have the final say in board decisions. Obrio was first on the list for cryonic suspension. It looks like he was forgotten in the race to revive the key scientists. You mean he gave up everything? The ability to have whatever he wanted and taking a chance of never waking up, just to be a part of the colonization? That's the short version, said Cariad. The long story is that he took his majority holding and used it to ensure he did everything in his power to make sure he survived and the colony was a success. I know Obrio personally because the minute the preparations began, he insisted on knowing about everything that was happening, in detail. He questioned everything too, even stuff he had absolutely no understanding of. Made all the scientists and engineers dumb it all down until he thought he knew what it all meant. Then he would challenge our decisions and suggest different ways of doing things, insisting we try them out, claiming to know better. Made all our lives hell, basically, with constant interference, as if preparing for humanity's first deep space colonization project wasn't hard enough. Cariad drew breath. The sight of Obrio was causing long-forgotten memories to resurface. His constant, obsessive observation and criticism had driven her crazy. More than once, she had been tempted to slap his smug face when he doubted her assertions, which were based on groundbreaking world-renowned research she had personally conducted. Alistair said, smiling, I'm guessing you wanted to know when he wakes up so you can be as far away as possible? Something like that, Cariad replied. No, not really, Alistair. You know the problems we've been having? I think Anahi plans on gaining Obrio's support to tighten her grip on the colony. Reviving Obrio is like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. Alistair frowned. Realizing he probably didn't know what gas was, Cariad said, a very bad idea. Gotcha. So I'm going to do the opposite of what I want to do. I'm going to stick to Obrio like glue, hoping for some damage control. Okay, Alistair said. I get it. So do you want me to tell you as soon as he's awake? Can you do that? You aren't worried about getting into trouble with Anahi? He shrugged. Maybe, but we could pretend you happened along at the right time. Anyway, I don't care if she guesses what I did. I hate that crazy bitch. I really appreciate it, Cariad said. I want to warn you, though. The second he's awake, stay the hell out of his way. Obrio is going to be so pissed he wasn't the first to be revived. Chapter 16. Ethan could hardly believe his luck in finding what seemed the perfect place for a new, gen-controlled settlement on his very first scouting trip. He'd considered exploring farther before telling Garwin of his and Cherry's find, but Cherry had been as excited as him and had wanted to show Garwin the place right away. As they sped along on the flitter, returning to the site, Garwin was with Ethan at the front of the vehicle. Cherry was watching for dangerous life forms from the back, her weapon at the ready. Shelf clouds were building darkly and threatening rain, but Ethan estimated they had 2 or 3 dry hours ahead of them. I have to say, Garwin remarked, it feels good to get away for a while. I don't seem to step far from the workshop or home these days. How is work going? Ethan asked. Are there many more machines to assemble? Hundreds. And I also have to deliver and sometimes install them and instruct on their operation. Then people are always forgetting how something works or breaking it. I'm always busy. I don't see my work letting up for years to come. I'll have to start training some youngsters soon too. Otherwise, no one will know how to fix anything when us older mechanics retire. Will Twyla get suspicious while you're out here now? Ethan asked, remembering that Garwin's wife wasn't yet aware of the subversive movement he headed. They would have to tell all the gens what they were doing soon, but after the fight at the farmer's equipment shed, Ethan didn't think they would face many objections to their plan to create a new settlement free from woken or guardian interference. No, it's fine, Garwin replied. She's used to me disappearing for hours. Those are the hills I was telling you about, Ethan said as they appeared on the horizon. After passing a few more kilometers in silence, Garwin said, I'm going to reserve final judgment until I've seen these caves, but I want to say I'm not entirely convinced by the idea of building the settlement there. I agree that caves would be terrific hiding places. I don't think the satellites or the Mistral scanners will pick us up once we're inside. But what seems a sanctuary could easily turn into a trap. We might be able to prevent an attacking force from getting in, but they could also prevent us from getting out. All they have to do is lay siege to the place, and eventually they'll starve us into submission. I thought of that, Ethan said, but these caves are full of passages. We can probably find plenty of exit roads to escape from if we're under attack. We don't have to be trapped. Garwin nodded. Okay, let's see. Fasten your safety belts, Ethan said. We're nearly at the old waterfall. Ethan had disengaged the default setting on the flitter. This time, when they zoomed out over the ocean, the vehicle didn't drop precipitously down the cliff. Glancing at Garwin's profile, Ethan saw a grin growing wider over the older man's face as he surveyed the ocean spreading wide in front of them. The rising clouds had only marginally dimmed its deep blue. Whatever we find at these caves, Ethan, Garwin said, I'm glad you brought me here today. Spitting rain began to hit them. They would have to get under cover soon to avoid the approaching downpour. Ethan's gaze roved the cliff face for a few moments before locating an opening large enough for the flitter. He flew the vehicle over and settled it down on the floor, which was thick with soft dust. Ethan stepped out. His boots sank a couple of centimeters into the dry material. Reaching into the flitter, he picked up his weapon. After his encounters during the first night attack and Sherry's experience by the lake, he wasn't taking any chances. The cave went back 10 meters or so before the interior was lost in darkness. Not bad, Garwin said, looking around. Not bad at all. And I could make out plenty more entrances in the cliff. If the place is safe, and if it has other exits, maybe this would make the ideal setting for our new settlement. He took a bag out of the flitter. Inside it were helmets with lights. After you told me what you'd found, I made these. If we decide to move here, we can fix up a permanent lighting system, but for now, these will come in handy. He turned on the lights before handing a helmet each to Ethan and Sherry. Ethan put on his and went deeper into the cave, his boots sinking in and leaving deeply ridged footprints at every step. The first human footprints ever in that place. The light beaming from his helmet bobbed in time with his steps, illuminating more of the back of the cave. The walls were smooth as if water had once flowed through it. The other caves he and Cherry had examined had looked the same. He imagined the cliff face filled with pouring spouts of water. Let's see how far back it goes, Ethan said as Cherry and Garwin came up behind him. Yes, but no splitting up, Cherry replied. And if we're in danger of getting lost, we come out immediately, okay? No one else knows we're here, and I don't want to die just yet. The farther in they went, the narrower the cave grew. They didn't appear to be in any danger of getting lost. It was one long tunnel. Gradually, the floor rose. The roof remained the same height, however, so that they were soon stooping. A black gap in the wall opened on Ethan's right. I'm going to take a look in here. If it goes somewhere, I'll call out. The gap was tall, but only wide enough to squeeze through by turning sideways. Ethan eased in, the reflection from his helmet light brightly reflecting on the smoothly polished rock. He was temporarily blinded. The narrow space soon opened wide, but he stopped when he was through, waiting for the green glare that was affecting his eyes to fade. As he blinked, his view of the space he had entered became clearer. He was in a bowl-shaped chamber. The floor sloped down to the center, and at the far side a hole opened in the ceiling. At one time, he guessed that water might have entered the chamber from above and pooled temporarily before running out and down the tunnel to the ocean. There was no other exit. Ethan spent a few more moments assessing the chamber. It was entirely dry and so deep within the cliffs that he guessed the cool temperature would remain steady. He couldn't see any signs of animals or their droppings. The area would make a perfect storage place. He left to give Garwin and Cherry his assessment, turning sideways once more and edging through the gap. As he emerged into the main tunnel, the first thing he noticed was the lights from his companion's lamps moving oddly. Then he saw the reason for the odd effect. They were locked in a close embrace. Garwin and Cherry were kissing with an intensity that indicated a passionate, intimate relationship. Ethan felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. He took a step backward into the gap and paused a moment, resting against the wall while he decided what to do. He scraped his helmet against the rocky surface, making plenty of noise. When he returned to the main tunnel, Garwin and Cherry were standing apart, looking like they'd hardly moved the entire time he'd been gone. "It doesn't lead anywhere," Ethan said. He explained what he'd seen. "Maybe we could use it for storing food." "Great," Garwin said. "This site is looking better and better. Let's see if we can find another exit, and maybe we'll have time to explore a few more caves before we leave." "Yeah," said Cherry. "Maybe some of them link up." A few more gaps appeared in the walls and ceiling as they went on, but they weren't like the first. They were shallow dead ends. They came out and went to another cave. After exploring two more, the sun was getting low in the sky, and they decided to call it a day. Garwin and Cherry sat in the back while Ethan flew the flitter through the growing twilight. The surrounding hills grew colorless and dark as the sun disappeared. The only sound was wind. It was fresh and humid after the rain that had fallen while they explored. Ethan didn't turn around while he drove, leaving Garwin and Cherry to their privacy. The sight of them kissing had awakened mixed emotions in him. First had come the shock. Ethan had heard the rumors about Garwin, but it was another thing to be confronted with the evidence. Next came the ache and grief of Ethan's memories of Lauren. Finally, he felt something he realized he'd been denying to himself. As well as Lauren, the image of his friend's embrace had brought Cariad to his mind. He missed her and regretted their recent disagreement and unhappy parting. Chapter 17. Cariad surveyed the offerings at the buffet for that evening's dinner. Balls of yeast, flavored and colored to look like meatballs, floated in tomato sauce. Rolls of steamed rice were wrapped in layers of dried seaweed. Algae strips nestled among assorted fungi. Deep-fried crickets rested on a bed of taro mash. Cariad helped herself to some meatballs and salad and carried her tray to a table. The remaining refectory in use aboard the Nova Fortuna was much quieter than it had been before most of the Gens had gone planetside. Though at the time she hadn't much liked the noise and bustle they created, Cariad found that, now they were gone, she missed the crowds. Their absence had also made seating arrangements more noticeable and fraught. Now that only 100 or so woken were eating in a room designed to hold 5 times their number, who sat with whom and who sat alone was extremely obvious. Cariad had adopted a default position. She assumed that her vocal opposition to Anahi meant that no one would want to be seen fraternizing with her. She always sat at an empty table. Occasionally an old acquaintance would take the political risk of sitting down with her, but often no one did. She didn't really mind or blame anyone, but sometimes she felt the absence of company. She opened her personal interface and propped it up before digging her fork into the meatballs. She re-examined the link Strongquist had sent her regarding the investigation into the bombing. Frederick Aparicio stood out in her mind, but it stubbornly refused to yield any more information about the man. The more she thought about it, the more she was convinced that he had to be significant. He'd been on the covert list of Natural Movement members, yet though she'd had nothing to do with the organization, she knew his name and she recognized him. The answer was buried somewhere deep in her mind, if only it would let the memory through. Long experience of fathoming out scientific problems had taught her the best thing to do was to try to avoid thinking about the thing that was bothering her. She should try to put Aparicio out of her mind altogether. Then the link would probably pop out to her soon enough. But naturally, the more she tried not to think about him, the more he sprang unbidden into her thoughts. She chewed thoughtfully on a mouthful of algae and fungi salad as she gazed at the frozen image of the man's face, staring up at the camera in the lobby of the building where he'd worked. He'd been a systems engineer, Strongquist had told her. It seemed an odd profession for a member of the natural movement. The Guardian had said a fair proportion of the movement's members had occupied technical professions. Supposedly anti-science, they'd been possessed of that all-too-human trait of hypocrisy about their beliefs. "Frederick," Cariad murmured, "how did I know you?" "Are you working?" asked a voice. She looked up to see Renee, a young soil biologist who had been her roommate when they were both recovering from cryonic suspension. "Not on anything productive," Cariad replied, closing her interface. "I won't disturb you if you're busy." "It's fine. Please sit down." Renee put down her tray next to Cariad's. "Thanks," Cariad said as her friend joined her. "For what?" "Sitting with me. I'm not exactly popular at the moment." "You mean for standing up against our new, self-appointed leader?" "You're more popular than you think. More than a few of us feel the same as you. We're worried about the direction all this is heading, but we aren't sure what to do about it." Cariad put down her fork. "You aren't sure what to do. It's easy. Stand up to her." "I only said some of us. Anahi has plenty of followers who think she hasn't done anything wrong, and you know what we scientists are like. We hate getting involved in things that might take us away from our work. But don't think you're alone, because you aren't." Renee picked up a fried cricket with her fingers and bit it in half. She crunched up her mouthful. "Some of us want to swing things back to a more equitable situation with the Gens too, but we don't know how. If you really want to do something," Cariad said, "you can start by speaking out. Let Anahi know that she doesn't have a unanimous backing for whatever she wants to do. That might make her think twice before introducing yet another rule to crush gen autonomy. Or it might not. I don't know, I think she may be mentally unstable, and nothing anyone says or does will deter her. But it's worth trying." "You're right. We should do that. And when you hear anyone praising what she's doing, challenge them. Remind them why we're all here. What our intentions were for the colony. They seem to have been forgotten. But you remember, don't you? You remember the kind of world we wanted to build?" "I remember. We wanted to leave behind corruption and selfishness and start afresh with better ideals. If the colony were made up of people who had been brought up without of the influences of human societies, it wouldn't be unequal or cruel and uncaring. That was the idea. I guess we thought wrong." "Did we? Maybe if we hadn't come along too, the Gens would have achieved that. Maybe it's our presence that's creating the problem, but we shouldn't give up on that ideal. Things were going okay until Anahi decided to seize power. We can put things right again if we're given the chance. I'm sure of it." "You think all these problems are due to our being here?" said Renee. "I guess that old saying is true. Wherever you go, there you are. We've brought the contagion with us. Even the natural movement came along for the ride." "As if we didn't have enough to contend with," Cariad said. "But that has something to do with what's happened. People are frightened, and when they're frightened, they see enemies everywhere, even in people who are really their friends. Maybe if we catch the natural movement saboteurs, the woken and Yens would put aside their differences and reconcile." "Maybe." Renee ate the other half of her cricket. "I couldn't ever learn to enjoy those things," remarked Cariad. "Too many legs." "I like them. Full of protein, too." She popped another small one into her mouth. "What I wouldn't give for a cheese sandwich," Cariad said, looking at her meal. She pushed her tray away. "On rye with mayo." Renee chuckled. "Are we going to have one of those foods I miss conversations? They only make the cravings worse, you know. Unless you hid some cow eggs and sperm aboard the ship, I don't think you'll be eating cheese again anytime soon." "No," Cariad replied wistfully. "No cow eggs or sperm, or pigs, dogs, cats, chickens, or ducks. No salmons, trouts, tunas, or oysters." The decision to not introduce any Earth animals to the New World had been beyond debate. Any escapees in the alien environment could be disastrous, putting the ecological systems entirely out of balance. Growing Earth crops was risky enough. As for insects bred aboard Nova Fortuna, they were only available to eat on the ship. None would ever be taken down to the surface. On the New World, all food would be plant-based. The mention of animal gametes tickled a memory at the back of Cariad's mind, but the sensation was so slight that she barely noticed it. The thing I hate about it all, said Renee, is going down to take soil samples. I feel so uncomfortable working among the gens. I feel like I should wear a sign that says I'm on your side. I try to tell them that, but I don't think they believe me. She ran her fork around her plate, scooping up the last of her taro mash as she went on. One of my last thoughts before they put me under for suspension was that I was looking forward to meeting the people who would be there when I was revived. I thought it would be cool to meet people who had grown up on a starship. She ate her forkful of food and asked, "Did you guess that the coloring and build of the gens would homogenize like they did?" "To be honest, I didn't even consider it," Cariad replied. "We selected for health mostly, absence of recessive gene conditions, and sociability. Intelligence and other factors were a crapshoot. We predicted that we needed a range for a successful society." She frowned. The topic of the conversation was ringing a bell in her mind. "What's wrong?" "I feel like there's something important I've forgotten. Something to do with the gene selection process." "Does it matter anymore?" Renee asked. "That was a hell of a long time ago. If you forgot something, there's no going back now." It isn't that. It's, what were you saying?" "I was talking about how the gens all ended up black-haired and olive-skinned. I was wondering if you or the other geneticists knew that would happen." "And I said," Cariad gasped. "That's it. That's how I know Frederick Aparicio." "Excuse me?" "Frederick Aparicio. That's why I recognized him. Sorry, Renee, I have to go." Cariad got up. "Thanks for the talk. Remember to tell the others what I said. Stand up to Anahi. Show her she's going to be held accountable. See you soon." She hurried out of the refectory. She needed to speak to Strongquist. As she sped down the corridor to her quarters, where she would be able to calm him in private, the memory of Frederick Aparicio sitting opposite her in her office on Earth played as clearly as if it had happened yesterday. As soon as she reached her cabin, she opened a comm to the Guardian's ship. She had to wait to speak to Strongquist, and as she was waiting, she puzzled over something. The Guardians had all the documentation relating to the Nova Fortuna project from start to finish. So why hadn't Strongquist come across Aparicio in a simple search of the records? For Chapter 18. Cariad's face was vivid in Ethan's mind. He was glad he'd invited her to spend a day planetside with him, but he was also conflicted. The building of the new settlement in the oceanside caves was progressing rapidly, and he knew the secret would weigh heavily on him while he was with Cariad on their planned excursion. He wasn't comfortable about hiding what the gens were doing from someone who had grown to be a close friend. The problem was, the secret wasn't his to tell. It was something that involved all the gens. He couldn't betray them by telling a woken about it, even though he personally trusted her not to act on it. It was inevitable that Cariad would find out. There would come a time in the not-too-distant future that all the woken and Guardians would discover the old settlement was nearly empty and most of the supplies gone. What would she think then? She would know he had deliberately withheld the truth from her. Would she understand? Or would she be hurt that he hadn't trusted her? He didn't know. All he could do was hope that one day he would get the chance to explain, and that eventually she would forgive him. The only alternative was to avoid seeing her for weeks. He couldn't bring himself to do that. She was the one person he'd felt close to since Lauren and Dr. Crowley had died. The shuttle from the ship wouldn't arrive for another hour, but Ethan had nothing else to do, so he went to the flitter shed to borrow a vehicle. He planned on taking Cariad out to his farm to show her the green shoots sprouting in his fields, and the small progress he'd made on the prefabricated farmhouse. In truth, Cherry had done most of the fieldwork on his farm, as she had turned out to be extremely adept and efficient at using the machinery. Perhaps that was one secret he wouldn't need to keep. The flitter shed was nearly empty. Most of the vehicles were being used to ferry equipment and supplies to the caves, with the gen in charge, Verney, turning a blind eye to the practice. Ethan took one of the few remaining vehicles and flew it out and through the streets to the shuttle field. An office had recently been constructed there to process shipments and passenger arrivals and departures. A step in the settlement plan that had been too prominent to avoid, the gens had built the office. But it was to be their final construction on the settlement. Ethan parked the flitter in the lot and leaned back in his seat, putting his hands behind his head. He settled in for the wait, enjoying the pleasant anticipation of the afternoon with his friend. He looked up in the direction of the shuttle's usual approach. The sky was unusually empty of clouds. In a while, he would see a glint of light, the first sign of the descending shuttle as the sun reflected from its metal skin. He estimated that Cariad would have already boarded. He imagined her in her seat, looking out the window or reading her interface, her expression serious and intent. He liked how she always thought deeply about things, but he also loved it when she laughed. The interior of the flitter was warming up in the sunshine, making Ethan sleepy. Soon he was in a light doze, and memories mixed with dreams played through his mind. He remembered a time when he was very young, kindergarten age. He was at Main Park with his class and teacher, and all his classmates were playing or running through the grass and trees. Main Park had been one of his favorite places when he was a little boy. He loved the bright lights there, which his teacher had told him helped the trees to grow, and the smell of the air. It was cleaner and fresher than anywhere else. He was also fascinated by the clock. Every time his class went there, he would look up at it to read the numbers. Each time they were different. The numbers at the end of the line changed as he watched, and they counted down, which was strange. All the other clocks he'd seen counted up. His teacher had told the class that the clock was counting down to a special event called Arrival Day. Ethan didn't understand what that meant. He thought that to arrive somewhere, you had to travel there, like when he went from the children's dorm to school on the transit car. He didn't understand how they could be traveling when nothing around him moved. His teacher had said that Arrival Day would be when they reached their new home. He was looking up at the clock, watching the numbers change, when someone tapped him on his shoulder. He spun around just in time to see a little girl running away. She was from another class. He didn't know her name. As she was running, she looked over her shoulder and giggled. Then she stopped and grinned. "You can't catch me." "Yes, I can," Ethan exclaimed and took off after her. The girl gave a squeal and sped away, darting behind some shrubs. Ethan followed, but the girl had disappeared. He paused. Where had she gone? She had to be on the other side of the bushes. He ran quickly around just in time to see the flick of her ponytail and flash of her heels before she vanished. Ethan ran after her as fast as he could, but the girl was too quick. They ran around and around a large shrub, panting and giggling. Ethan was getting dizzy. He wanted to catch the girl, but how? He had an idea. He quickly about-faced and ran back the other way. A moment later, he collided with the girl, and they bounced off each other before falling down onto the grass. Immediately, the girl stuck her knuckles in her eyes and began to sob loudly. Ethan got up, concerned. He rubbed his forehead where he'd hit it. He hadn't meant to hurt the girl. He'd only been playing. Her crying attracted the attention of Ethan's teacher. She came over and frowned at him, standing and apparently unharmed, and then at the girl who was sitting on the ground and sobbing. She looked accusingly at Ethan. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" she asked the girl. "What happened, Ethan? Did you hurt her?" Ethan didn't reply. He had hurt the girl, but only by accident. He hadn't meant to. The girl took her hands from her face and said, "Oh no, he didn't hurt me. We only bumped." She stood up and straightened her play suit. Wiping away her tears, she gave Ethan a smile. "Okay," said the teacher. "Well, be a little more careful, both of you. If you want to run around, look where you're going." The teacher went away, and the girl invited Ethan to play a game she'd made up using little sticks. It was a neat game. Ethan had a lot of fun and was sad when the teacher said it was time to go back to school. He waved goodbye as the girls' class left the park in a crocodile line of pairs. His new friend turned back and waved too. He hoped he would see her again the next time his class came to the park. As he stood and watched the girl leave, the park turned strange and fuzzy. His teacher's voice, telling him to hurry up, became distant and indistinct. The sadness he'd been feeling at his friend's departure grew stronger and more painful. He had an ache in his chest that felt like someone had stabbed him. Ethan looked down. The agony was so great, he expected to see a knife handle protruding from his heart. He jerked awake, squinting in the sunlight that was now shining directly on his face. The flitter was unbearably hot. He opened his door, and refreshing, cool air rushed in. The pain from his dream still gripped him. Lauren. He dreamt of the first time they had met. His face was wet, and he was breathing heavily. He slumped back in his seat. Lauren. Her death still hurt so much. Some days he would almost forget she was gone, but on others the memory would hit him like it was yesterday. He didn't think he would ever get over losing her, or the appalling sense of helplessness when he remembered the moment he'd failed to save her life. He wiped his face on his shirt sleeve and checked the time. Almost an hour had passed. The shuttle would be arriving soon. He would have to try to brighten up a little for Cariad's sake, though after his dream he felt almost guilty for arranging to meet with her. It didn't feel right that he should go on living, meeting new people and doing new things, while poor Lauren's life had been cut abruptly short. Ethan squinted up at the sky in the place where the approaching shuttle should soon appear. There it was. He'd seen the telltale flash as the sun hit it. Within moments he saw it properly, the silver wedge swooping down. In 5 minutes it would land, and Cariad would be out soon after when she'd passed through the new arrival procedure. His sad mood began to lift a little. He would enjoy Cariad's company for a quiet afternoon out at his farm. As the shuttle approached, he raised his hand to shade his eyes. A flash burst from the speeding ship, so bright it blinded him. An ear-splitting boom followed. Ethan blinked, desperately trying to bring back his vision, while his ears rang from the noise. When he could finally see, the sky was filled with smoking, flaming, spiraling parts, plummeting to the ground. Dimly, Ethan heard screams and shouts of disbelief. He was frozen, unable to process what he was seeing. His hand was still shading his eyes, his mouth agape. Debris from the shuttle began to rain down. Twisted pieces of metal pierced the shuttle station office and the lot. Outside, moaning, screaming, and sobbing continued, but Ethan couldn't speak. He couldn't move. Cariad had been on the shuttle. The shuttle had exploded. Cariad was gone. Chapter 19. Cariad had only been speaking to Strongquist for a moment when an emergency announcement broke into the line. A shuttle had exploded. Her news about Frederick Aparicio died on her lips. The interface screen in her cabin switched from Strongquist's image to a vid of the vessel exploding. It was a view from the planet's surface. Her legs were suddenly weak. She sat on her bunk. "Are you seeing this?" Cariad asked Strongquist. "Yes," he replied. "I'm sorry to say." In horror, Cariad watched the recording of the shuttle debris falling like rain on fire. Numbly, she tried to process the news. No one could have survived the explosion. How many had died? Each shuttle carried 2 pilots and 4 cabin crew. How many passengers had been aboard? She gasped. "Cariad?" Strongquist asked. She'd arranged to go planetside to see Ethan. She'd planned to travel on that shuttle, but her realization about Aparicio had wiped the arrangement from her mind. She should have been one of the passengers. Her stomach clenched. Ethan would have been waiting for her. He would have been at the shuttle field. He would think she was dead. And he might have been hurt by the falling debris. Had there been planetside casualties too? "I have to contact someone urgently," she told Strongquist. "I'll speak to you soon." "Of course," the Guardian replied. "But you said you had something to tell me about Aparicio. If you have any more information on him, I must know immediately. I don't think this explosion is an accident." "You don't?" "It's extremely unlikely that any vessel belonging to the Nova Fortuna project would spontaneously explode. The shuttles were built well for their era and are very safe. We'll investigate, of course, but my guess is that this is another natural movement to sabotage." "No," Cariad exclaimed. "When is this going to stop?" She paused to collect herself. "What I have to tell you about Aparicio isn't much, but it might help. I'll comm you again in a couple of minutes." "I'll be waiting." She closed the comm to the Guardian's ship and tried to open one to the planet's surface. If she couldn't contact Ethan directly, she could at least leave a message at the farmer's dorms. But the comm line wouldn't open. Everyone aboard Nova Fortuna had to be attempting to calm the planet, she realized. Most shuttle passengers were woken, traveling to the surface to take samples or make observations. Their friends aboard ship would be trying to find out if, by some miracle, they had survived. Nevertheless, Cariad tried to open a line again. She had to let Ethan know she was okay. Another ship-wide announcement broke in. "Ship-to-surface comms have been temporarily suspended. Preliminary reports on the shuttle explosion state that 27 passengers and 6 crew were aboard. Guardians are at the scene surveying the wreckage. No survivors are expected." 33 deaths. The shuttle had been unusually full. Most of the time, they only carried 10 or 15 passengers. 33 more people had died, most of them woken. Cariad wondered who they were. She dreaded finding out. Why had the natural movement targeted a shuttle? If the bomber had wanted to kill a lot of people, they only had to blow up one of the dorms where hundreds of gens slept. But they'd picked a shuttle, and an exceptionally full one at that. The intention was clear: kill as many woken as possible. On her interface screen was a frozen image of the explosion. The passenger manifest and the names of the pilots and crew began to scroll across it. Cariad's eyes were filling with tears. Many of the names were familiar. They were women and men she'd worked alongside for years preparing for the departure of the Nova Fortuna. Despite all the previous setbacks to the colonization, for the first time since her revival, Cariad felt hope slipping away. After the first night attack, and even after the stadium bombing, she clung to the belief that the colony would win through. She'd seen the saboteurs as serious but solvable problems. All the colonists had to do was catch the perpetrators and move on. But then Anahi had started up her mad, divisive schemes, including reviving the powder keg that was Obrio. And now the natural movement had struck again, giving them all a brutal reminder of their lethal threat and the fact that even the Guardians with their advanced technology had failed to identify them. For several long moments, despair crushed down on her. She questioned why she joined the project, why she'd left Earth and everyone she loved. She remembered her parents and her sister's last embraces. In those final moments, they had all clung together tightly. Guilt at her decision wrung every fiber of her being. How could she have put her family through that dreadful parting? There she was, light years away, and nearly 2 centuries later, and everything she'd dreamed of was collapsing around her. She was about to be a participant in humankind's first failed attempt at deep space colonization. She'd subjected the people she loved to deep pain and grief, and deprived herself of their love and companionship for nothing. Then, as she recalled the final look her mother had given her before they parted forever, something shifted deep inside. Anguish and surrender were replaced by anger and determination. She wiped her eyes. She would not let the natural movement or Anahi win. She would fight for the colony with every gram of strength she had. She owed it to her family and she owed it to herself. She refused to accept that they had all suffered for nothing. She would make the colony a success or die trying. Hope remained. She had her friendship with Ethan, for one thing. Woken and Gens could work together. They could get through this. Again, she tried to calm the settlement, but nothing was working. When would they lift the suspension? A security alert sounded, and the ship's comm announced, "The leader has declared a state of emergency. Shuttle flights and private comms are prohibited indefinitely. Please await further instructions." No private comms? How could she contact Ethan and Strongquist? Cariad got up. She had to find Anahi and try to talk some sense into her. The self-appointed leader was at the official suite designated for the position. The leader's residence included an office as well as living quarters. Traditionally, anyone could make an appointment to speak face-to-face with the leader. By the time Cariad arrived, the office was crowded with people, appointments notwithstanding. It seemed like almost all the remaining woken were crushed inside, along with many of the Gens who worked aboard the ship. Cariad spotted Anahi in a corner, trying to speak to the crowd, but her voice was drowned out by the hubbub. People were discussing what had happened and shouting out questions. Cariad tried to push her way through to get closer to Anahi, but the office was too tightly packed. As she was trying to figure out a way to speak to her, Anahi got up on a chair and waved her hands, asking for silence. "Please," she said as the noise died down. "I'm doing everything I can to keep control of this situation. We mustn't panic. That's exactly what the bomber wants. They want to undermine this colony." "It was another bomb," a voice exclaimed. "I knew it." "That hasn't been confirmed yet," Anahi said, "but for now I'm treating the explosion as an act of terrorism." "Do the natural movement really want to undermine the colony?" asked a woken, a meteorologist. "It seems to me the saboteurs have switched tactics. Now they're targeting us woken. They want us all dead, and they want the gens in control." "We don't know that," said Anahi, irritation giving her tone a sharp edge. "We don't know anything yet. It's early days. We mustn't speculate. The Guardians are already examining the wreckage to find out the cause. If the natural movement is responsible, the Guardians might find evidence that will lead us to the saboteur." "When will we be able to comm planetside?" a plump young Gen maintenance worker asked. "I want to talk to my wife. She'll be worried about me. And when will I be able to go home? These are all questions I'm not able to answer right now, Anahi replied, her irritated tone intensifying. Cariad cupped her hands around her mouth. Anahi, she called over the heads of the crowd, I have information that might help the Guardians catch the bomber. I have to calm Strongquist. Anahi's black visual aid turned in her direction. She gave a huff of frustration. Very well, Cariad. Come with me into the back office. She climbed down from her chair, and the crowd eased apart a little to allow Cariad through. When she reached Anahi, the older woman unlocked a door at the back of the room and motioned her inside. When the two were through, Anahi closed and locked the door with a sigh. My interface over there, she pointed. It's the only one that comms outside the ship. Cariad wanted to speak to Anahi about her decision to ban private comms, but speaking to Strongquist was more urgent. She opened the interface. The Guardian answered immediately. Cariad, it's good to hear from you. I've been trying to calm Anahi to tell her I needed to speak to you urgently, but she didn't reply. Cariad looked at Anahi, who said, Things have been a little busy around here, in case you hadn't noticed. Cariad returned her attention to Strongquist. I remembered where I met Frederick Aparicio. I know who he was. Excellent, Strongquist said. Okay, Cariad took a breath. He was one of the first-generation applicants. Now that she'd finally recalled the man, small details of her encounter with him kept popping into her head. His application was rejected. Subnormal sperm count. What's this about? Anahi interrupted. Who was this man? Cariad briefly explained how she'd been helping Strongquist with his investigations. I see, Anahi said. Are you certain you remember who this man was? There were tens of thousands of applicants. I remember him because he appealed, Cariad explained. He took it all the way to the Supreme Court. Don't you remember? She asked Anahi. There were about 20 rejected applicants who argued for their right to join the project. Their attorneys cited discrimination laws, human rights precedents. They really scraped the barrel. Yes, Anahi said. I do remember. I felt sorry for them. Me too, until I met Frederick Aparicio. Cariad turned to the interface in Strongquist. After they'd run out of appeals and the final judgment was given, Aparicio contacted me. He wanted to speak to me in person, he said. I was insanely busy, of course. We all were. But I agreed. Like Anahi, I pitied him. The litigants had spent millions fighting to join the project and lost it all. I think they had to pay our defense costs too. I should have wondered then where a systems engineer got all that money, but I was overwhelmed with work and other concerns. Wait, Strongquist said. I have to echo Anahi. Are you sure you're thinking of the right person? We have records of that court case. If Frederick Aparicio was involved, his name would have come up in our searches. I'm sure. I also don't know why his name isn't on your records, but I remember him coming into my office as clearly as if it were yesterday. He was pissed as anything. In fact, he was so angry I was a little scared and considered calling security. I got him to sit down and I tried to explain the importance of optimum fertility in the candidates, which turned out to be a very bad move. He took it as an insult to his masculinity. So I tried a different tactic. I told him about the strict limitation on the numbers of the first generation, and that all the supplies and the life support systems had been calculated based on that number, so we couldn't add even one extra person. I emphasized that if we added him, it would mean someone else would lose their place. Nothing I said convinced him or even calmed him down. Finally, he accepted that a face-to-face meeting with one of the project organizers wasn't going to help him. He stormed out. That was the last I saw of him. When I think about the encounter now, I'm surprised it took me so long to remember him. It was only when I was talking to a colleague about the decisions around what gametes to bring along that I finally slotted him into place. Strongquist said, I'm sorry, but I have to ask you again. Are you absolutely certain the person you remember was Frederick Aparicio? The human mind can play tricks, inserting memories where there are none and seeing patterns that don't exist. Could it be that you're mixing up your visitor with someone else? What can I say? Cariad asked. I'm as sure as I can be. Do you have my work records from that time? I would have made a note about the meeting. I'll look into it, said Strongquist. All we found on our suspect so far are his affiliation with the natural movement, public data on him, and the recordings you saw. We haven't traced a single direct connection with the Nova Fortuna project. If he was an applicant, that should have been immediately apparent. That he was one of the 20 litigants in the... He paused. I have an idea. I need to do some further research. I'll contact you again if I need to ask you anything else. Anahi said, Strongquist, before you go, I want to speak to you about the current situation. Yes? This latest catastrophe has put everything on a new footing. People are panicking. That isn't surprising, Strongquist said. What do you want to say to me? We'll do everything we can to catch the perpetrator of this crime, if that's what it is. I understand that, Anahi said, and I appreciate the Guardian's efforts. But I wanted to know if you can help with the situation here. Cariad stared at Anahi. What situation? Ignoring her, Anahi continued to Strongquist. I'm concerned that things might get out of hand aboard ship. We don't have any security here, and with feelings running so high, I'm worried someone might get hurt. You want Guardians aboard Nova Fortuna? Cariad exclaimed. You want your bully squad to control Woken too? Is that what things have come to? Strongquist was looking uncomfortable. Do you believe your life or other lives are under threat? No, Cariad interrupted. No one's life is under threat. Anahi, we do not need or want Guardians patrolling the Nova Fortuna. We're in a state of emergency, Anahi replied. I just think everyone would feel more comfortable. You would feel more comfortable, you mean? 2 guards with weapons standing outside your office and protecting you when you fail to do your job would help you relax a little, right? Have you entirely lost your mind? Cariad found she was shouting. She breathed deeply, in and out, and went on in a quieter tone. Half of those people in your office are your personal friends. You want to threaten them with guns? Before Anahi could answer, Strongquist asked, How many are aboard Nova Fortuna right now? About 70 Woken, Anahi replied, and roughly 50 gens helping to run the ship. Some Woken were working planetside when the shuttle exploded. Our resources are stretched at the moment, said Strongquist. We'll have our hands full controlling the situation at the settlement, and we're doing all we can to catch this saboteur. He or she has to be aboard the ship, right? Cariad interjected. To have planted the bomb on the shuttle? Not necessarily, Strongquist replied. The shuttles aren't searched, more's the pity. A bomb could have been planted on one at any time. The bomber might have secreted it somewhere aboard a ship on one trip, then activated it from the surface when the shuttle returned. They would only need to wait until the vessel came within range of their signal. Still, it's a possibility the saboteur is among us, said Anahi. I don't think it's any more likely than the person living in the settlement, Strongquist said. Actually, after hearing Cariad's new information, and all other things considered, I think it's very likely that person is a genpool. I'm not surprised, Anahi said bitterly. Cariad said, Most of the surviving Woken are here, and we won't be taking shuttles to the surface anytime soon. That means the gens can operate with less oversight and interference. Yes, Strongquist said, the shuttle explosion could have been planned with that intention. With that in mind, I believe the best deployment of our resources will be planetside. The Woken who are currently there are at risk. We have to protect them and return them to Nova Fortuna as soon as possible. Looks like you're just going to have to deal with all these people up here asking difficult questions yourself, Cariad said to Anahi. Despite the fact that her blind eyes were hidden behind her visor, Cariad felt Anahi's glare. Unless the situation aboard Nova Fortuna escalates, Strongquist said, I would strongly suggest that we devote Guardian resources to more threatening or urgent situations. Anahi hesitated before saying, I understand. Strongquist signed off. When will you be restoring comms to the surface? Cariad asked. I need to speak to Ethan urgently. I was supposed to be aboard that shuttle. He must be thinking I was killed. You nearly took that shuttle? You were lucky. I think ship-to-planet comm can return in a couple of hours. I'm waiting on confirmation of the deaths so I can put out an official notice and for things to calm down. 2 hours would have to do. When Ethan saw her name wasn't on the notice of the deaths, he would know she was okay. Cariad's comm button chirped. It was Alistair. There was only one reason the medic would contact her. Obrio must have regained consciousness, but Cariad didn't want Anahi to know. She wanted to be the first Woken to speak to him. I have to go, she said to Anahi. Good luck with your little gathering. As she was about to leave, however, Anahi's interface signaled an incoming comm. It was Strongquist again. When Anahi opened the screen, the Guardian's face was grave. "Have you received a message from the surface?" he asked. Anahi replied that they hadn't. Strongquist said, "The gens must have decided to allow the information to filter through. We just heard from one of the team's planet side that the gens are refusing our instructions to remain inside while we collect the debris from the crash. They're stating that any attempts to control their movements will be resisted with extreme force." Chapter 20. "I'm not going anywhere," Ethan said. The Guardian was outside his flitter, about to move on after issuing her command. His response halted her mid-step. She turned back. It wasn't a suggestion. All gens must return to their dwellings immediately. Grief and despair gnawed at Ethan. Cariad was gone, the one person he felt close to. First Dr. Crowley, then Lauren, and now Cariad. And it wasn't only that he would miss her so badly. Cariad had been the only friendly woken he'd known apart from Dr. Crowley. She'd given him hope of a future when Gens and Woken would see eye to eye. Her death had killed that hope. "I said," he replied through his teeth, "I'm not going anywhere." The Guardians didn't want anyone interfering with the evidence from the shuttle explosion, of course. That was why they wanted to get the Yins off the streets. But the command turned his stomach, even if he understood the rationale. He imagined the rest of the gens would have the same reaction. It was like they were all under suspicion. But gens had died on that shuttle too, the pilots and cabin crew at a minimum, and there had probably been one or two more returning home after working on the ship. The Guardian hesitated. "The wreckage from the explosion must be spread over kilometers," said Ethan. "Gens can find those pieces. We want to help. Why won't you let us help you?" As he spoke, a sudden dread seized him. What if he came across Cariad's remains? But his point stood. "I'm afraid that isn't possible," said the Guardian. "We can't have hundreds of people tramping all over the crash site and contaminating the evidence. If you really want the person who caused the explosion brought to justice, you need to go home and let us do our job." Ethan said, "Right. Because you've been doing well so far, haven't you? How many people died in the first night attack? How many died in the stadium bombing? And now this. For all your technology, for all your superiority, you're useless. All you're fit for is walking around waving your guns." "Look," the woman said impatiently, "I'm not the one who gave the order, and I don't have time to stand around arguing with you. Return to your residence, now." She rested her hand on the butt of her weapon. Ethan clenched his jaw. There it was again, the threat of force. It was galling, but there was nothing he could do about it. Not right then, and not alone anyway. He kicked open the flitter door. The Guardian backed quickly away, her eyes widening in alarm. Ethan slammed the door closed and stumped off across the lot. He didn't go home. He went to Garwin's house. Twyla opened the door. She too took a step back at the sight of Ethan's glower. "Garwin isn't here. Where is he?" "He went to collect his credits from the cash office." The cash office was a simple bank where gens could receive vouchers, representing credits in return for labor they had performed for the benefit of the colony. They could use the vouchers to buy more luxurious items than the basic food and essentials they were all guaranteed. It was a stopgap measure until the planet-side data systems went live. When Ethan arrived, Garwin wasn't in the cash office. The room was empty, and the transactions window was closed and locked. Ethan had a good idea of where Garwin would be, however. He went through to the back. As he'd predicted, he found Garwin, along with Cherry, Misha, Phi, a few more farmers, and other gens who had joined the subversive faction. "Ethan," Garwin said as he saw him come in, "I thought we might see you before too long. Cheer up, man. We aren't going to take this lying down. Here." He picked up a small device from a pile on a table and handed it over. "One of our engineers put them together. It goes in your ear. Planet-side comm, gens only. There's nothing in the manual that says we can't have our own comm, but I'm betting the Guardians and Woken won't like it. So do your best to hide yours, okay? Pull your hair forward over your ear." Ethan took the device and looked at it lying in his palm. He lifted his gaze to Garwin's eyes. "Cariad's dead," he said leadenly. Garwin's cheerful smile faded. "She was on the shuttle," Ethan went on. "We'd arranged to meet. I was waiting for her." "I didn't know," said Garwin. Ethan had always found Garwin hard to read, but the man looked genuinely stricken at the news. "I'm sorry to hear it. I didn't know her, but she seemed like a good person, and she was a great asset to the colony. She was. The gathered women and men murmured their sympathies. "I'm sorry, Ethan," said Cherry. He nodded his thanks. "So we're here to discuss the latest violation of our rights?" "Naturally," Garwin replied. "It's outrageous. They're treating us like criminals, and it isn't to be tolerated." "I agree," said Ethan. "What are we going to do about it?" "Resist," exclaimed Cherry. "Refuse to do what they tell us. Confront them." "But is this the right time?" Misha asked. "Maybe we shouldn't draw too much attention to ourselves. It might make the Guardians watch us more closely. They could discover our side project." The new settlement at the caves was already under construction. It had been given the name Side Project to reduce the risk of eavesdroppers discovering what they were doing. The original settlement was alive with projects, and a reference to one more wouldn't stand out. "I thought about that," said Garwin, "but some conflict could work as a useful distraction. If the Guardians are on guard against our violent resistance, they're less likely to notice other activity, like transporting stores and equipment out of the settlement." "I'd love a chance to show them what we're made of," said Ethan. "I'm sick of taking everything lying down." "We didn't let them take away our weapons," Cherry pointed out. "We stuck up for ourselves then." "Right," Ethan said, "and it's time we did it again." A rage was rising up in him. He didn't know if it was in response to the Guardian's oppression or his grief at Cariad's death. The events of the last time they'd been alone together, after the incident at the storage shed, kept playing in his head. He'd been cold and argumentative, yet Cariad had been the one who had made the Guardians stand down. She'd possibly saved his and the other farmers' lives. He'd hoped he could smooth the difficulties between them when she visited. Now it was too late, and there was nowhere for his regret and sorrow to go. "I say we ignore the Guardians. We leave the explosion debris alone, but we go about our business as usual." "Exactly my thoughts," said Garwin. "Are we agreed?" His question drew nods from all those assembled. "I'll spread the word," Cherry said, "but people are going to ask what they should do if a Guardian orders them point blank to go inside." "What should I tell them?" Garwin said. "Tell them to notify us and we'll send someone who can give armed support." "If we have one-on-one gun battles in the street," said Ethan, "Guardians aren't the only ones who are going to get hurt. We should give them a warning. Tell them we're ignoring their command, and if they try to force us, then we'll respond with violence. That might make them think twice before trying anything." Strongquist said at the meeting on the ship that they wanted to avoid hurting us. "Let's see if that's true." "That makes sense," Garwin said. "Cherry, find a Guardian and tell them personally. Say that it's a consensus decision and you're only the messenger. I would do it myself, but I want to maintain the impression that I'm neutral in this power struggle." Cherry said, "I'll do it now." She hopped down from the tabletop where she'd been sitting and went out. Ethan told Garwin that he would be available if armed backup were needed before also leaving. His capacity for being around others was at its limit, and there didn't seem much more to be said. As he went, he pushed the comm into his ear. The device immediately activated. Random conversations and messages were passing between the gens. No one had yet set up protocols for using the new system. Ethan walked back to the farmer's dorm where he kept his weapon. It was in the ceiling above his bed behind removable tiles. But when he arrived, he didn't retrieve the gun. He lay on his bed in the empty dorm with his hands behind his head. Conversations between gens chattered through his earcom as he thought about Cariad. He recalled the first time they'd spoken, when Lauren was attacked by the predatory organism. Cariad had arrived, flaming brands of vegetation in each hand, telling him to burn the creature. Gens always gave him the credit for saving lives on the first night attack. The truth was, Cariad had saved many more people than he had. But gens didn't like to admit it. She had been, woken. They wouldn't admit anything that didn't fit with their prejudice that all the woken were against them. Ethan turned on his side. The loss of Cariad to the colony was great, but the loss to himself was greater. He wished he'd had the opportunity to tell her how he felt. Exhausted by the turmoil of his emotions, he drifted to sleep. Ethan, can you hear me?" It was Cherry, calling him through his earcom. He sat up. "Yes, I'm here. What is it?" "A confrontation with 2 Guardians is going down. Can you help out?" Cherry gave him the location. "I'm going there too, but I'm on the other side of town. I'll try to get over as soon as I can." I'll be there in 2 minutes. Ethan stood up on his bed and pushed against the ceiling tiles. He took down his weapon and checked it over. After leaving the farmer's dorm, he jogged toward the corner Cherry had named. 4 figures stood there, 2 guardians, a gen woman, and a child. One of the guardians was trying to take something from the child, but the small boy held the object behind his back. The woman, who seemed to be the child's mother, moved between them and pushed the guardian away. The other guardian's hands moved to his weapon. "What's the problem?" Ethan asked as he ran up. "Your boy could be holding vital evidence." The guardian who was trying to retrieve the item said to the woman, ignoring Ethan, "I demand that you hand it over immediately. It's already been contaminated. Don't make things worse." "Ethan," the gen woman said, "please help. These 2 want my son to give them this piece of my husband's shirt." "What?" Ethan said. "Why?" The woman's expression was racked with pain. "He was on the shuttle." Ethan looked at the little boy, whose grimy face was tracked with tears. The child brought the torn rag from behind his back and clutched it to his chest. It was covered in dried blood. "He's been searching for his father ever since he saw the explosion," the woman said. "I couldn't stop him. If I tried, he became hysterical. I'm thankful this is all he found." Ethan turned to the guardians. "Do you really need the cloth? It might be the only thing the kid has left of his father." "We do need it," the male guardian said. "We need everything. Any piece of debris could be the single thing that holds the evidence that will lead us to the bomber. The child must hand it over now. If he doesn't, I'll have to force him." "You're not laying a finger on my son," the woman exclaimed. "Then make him hand over the cloth." "Wait," said Ethan. "What if we put the cloth inside something to protect it and just let the little boy hang on to it for a day or 2? It's going to take you a while to examine all the evidence you find. I'm sure he'll promise not to touch it. The kid's lost his father. Don't you have any sympathy?" "We can't afford the luxury of sympathy," the guardian said. He turned to his colleague. "Take it." He raised his weapon and pointed it at the woman. Ethan pulled his own gun from his shoulder and also raised it. He fixed the muzzle at the armed guardian. "Leave." The other guardian was unarmed. She looked between her colleague and Ethan. "Ethan, what's happening?" Cherry asked through his communication. He couldn't reply without revealing to the guardians the fact that he had an earcom. He said to them, "Leave now." To the woman he said, "Take your boy and go." "No," the male guardian said. "Do not leave with that evidence. If you disobey, I'll be forced to shoot." "You better shoot me first then," said Ethan. He adjusted his grip. His finger was a millimeter from the trigger. A taut pause stretched almost to breaking point. The woman and child didn't move. The little boy held tightly onto the piece of cloth and watched with round eyes. The male guardian made his decision. He took a breath and moved a fraction, ready to shoot. "Hey!" a voice shouted. Cherry had arrived. The 2 guardians, the gen woman, and the child switched their focus to the street behind Ethan. He didn't want to take his eyes off the armed guardian. "Guardian, put down your weapon," Cherry yelled. "Go back to your ship. You're not welcome here." For a moment, the male guardian didn't react. Then he reluctantly lowered his gun. Ethan risked a glance over his shoulder. It wasn't only Cherry who had arrived to back him up. 2 more farmers walked on either side of her. All 3 were armed. Ethan returned his gaze to the guardians. "I'd do as she says if I were you. She's more dangerous than she looks." The female guardian said to her colleague, "Let's go. We'll log this incident and return for the evidence later." They departed. Cherry came up by Ethan's side. "What was that you said about me?" "Nothing," he replied. To the gen widow, he said, "They were right when they said your son could have found important evidence. Could you put it in a bag to prevent it from being contaminated?" "I will," the woman replied, "and I'll hand it in soon. I just couldn't bear to take it from my son right away. The guardians wouldn't listen when I tried to explain." "I understand," said Ethan. "This could all have been avoided with a little more compassion and respect. I'm so sorry for your loss." "Thanks for helping us," said the woman. She took her son's hand and walked away with him. "Ethan," said Cherry, "did you hear the list of the shuttle passengers?" "Number I'd stopped listening to the messages. I was asleep until I heard you call me. I don't want to get your hopes up, but Cariad's name wasn't on it." Chapter 21. "I must say," Alistair said when Cariad arrived at the revival center, "he's quite a specimen." Obrio lay under a sheet, unconscious but alive. The finest genetic engineering money could buy, Cariad said. Alasdair reported that Obrio's vital signs were all normal and that he'd opened his eyes but then quickly lapsed back into unconsciousness again. A standard reaction after a successful revival. Cariad could vaguely remember the phase. At that time, she hadn't been able to distinguish between dreams and waking. It had been a few hours before she understood that her cryonic suspension had come to an end, and she'd survived. Obrio didn't look too bad after his 184 years of freezing. His skin was fresh and peeling, which was an effect of the drugs he'd been treated with. They would speed up cell renewal for the first few months after revival to replace the many cells that had died during suspension. All of Obrio's hair had fallen out, as was also standard. His large aquiline skull was perfectly smooth. His sizable, well-muscled body was outlined by the thin sheet. His large feet poked out at the bottom. The sight of the man's face, even asleep, caused Cariad's stomach to knot with tension. As a person, he was definitely preferable in his current state. He didn't seem very angry, Alasdair offered, when he came round. What do you mean? You said he'd be pissed that he wasn't the first to be revived. I thought he would. What did you tell him? I told him his revival was going well, and he'd soon be able to meet the other woken. And how did he react? He just seemed to take in the information. Then he slipped away again. He's probably not understanding much yet. Perhaps he didn't understand who you meant when you mentioned woken. You gens only began calling us that a few months after you began reviving us, as I recall. Oh yes, said Alasdair. Maybe that's it. He'll soon realize what's happened when he sees me, though I'm not sure if I want to be there for that revelation. Why? You asked me to tell you. I know, but I told you who he is, didn't I? He financed the majority of the Nova Fortuna project. Yeah, Alasdair replied. You said he sunk his life's fortune into it. Not just his life's fortune. It was his grandmother who made the family's trillions. His father and he only added to the family's wealth. So yes, it was understandable that he would want that pain in the ass close oversight I mentioned. But imagine, Alasdair, what it was like for him being brought up with the kind of privilege his family had. The global government couldn't touch them, for instance. They were beyond the law. They could do exactly as they wanted to, whomever they pleased, and no one could do a thing. I'm beginning to see what you mean. The family made no secret of how much they spoiled him, Cariad said, and he was the only child. Whatever Obrio wanted, he received, maybe even before he conceived the wish. He had servants waiting on his every whim and desire from before he emerged from his mother's womb, fulfilling his needs to perfection, anticipating his wants. As a child, he must never once have experienced disappointment. And then under his father's stewardship, he took over the business. With the disposal of more money than you or I could imagine, he crafted the most advantageous deals and met with great success. Until one day, I guess, Earth wasn't big enough for him. The solar system wasn't big enough. Obrio wanted the stars, and what Obrio wanted, he got. How eloquent, Cariad, said the figure lying on the bed. Obrio opened his eyes. I couldn't have put it better myself. Cariad swallowed. You're awake. I've been awake for a little while. I just didn't want to interrupt your wonderful tribute to my achievements. He hadn't changed. Only Obrio could have interpreted her words as a tribute. Welcome back, said Alasdair. How are you feeling? He was reading the scan results on the screen beside the bed. I feel... Obrio sat up. The sheet fell to his waist, revealing a brawny, hairless chest. He stretched, triggering ripples beneath his skin. I feel bloody marvelous. That 4 trillion extra credits I invested in the cryo system paid off. Hey, Cariad. He looked at her from head to toe. We had some failures, actually, Cariad said. Sadly, some didn't survive the revival process, and some suffered irreversible physical damage. And some, like Anahi, might have suffered psychological damage too, she added to herself. She hoped that wasn't the case with Obrio, who was, in her opinion, already bordering on insane. Is that so? Obrio asked. Interesting. No sadness tinged his statement, no pity. He stretched again. I seem to feel fine. He threw back the sheet and stood up entirely naked. Careful there, said Alasdair, running to his side. Take it easy. Those legs haven't borne weight for nearly 2 centuries. Obrio wobbled, and the medic eased him down to a sitting position. He tried to cover Obrio with the sheet, but the man waved him aside. So when were you revived? He asked Cariad, his eyes narrowing. 2 years before arrival, as planned, which was 2 years and 3 months ago. You mean we've arrived? Yes. Obrio rose to his feet once more, eyes blazing. When Alistair went to support him, he pushed the man aside so violently he hit the floor. And why the fuck wasn't I revived first? After some time, Carrie had managed to calm Obrio down. She explained that after the failures, they'd wanted to perfect the revival process to ensure he didn't come to any harm when it was his turn. The white lie mollified him. If there was one thing Obrio understood, it was his own importance. Having gained this small victory, Cariad went on to press her advantage. She told him about the rift that had opened between Gens and Woken, and how the Gens only wanted some autonomy and responsibility. They wanted to help run the colony they had been bred to take part in, she explained, but Anahi and other Woken had seized the reins and wouldn't let go. Makes sense, Obrio replied. Alistair had finally persuaded him to put on some clothes. He was sitting on the edge of the bed. You scientists had your faults, he said, but you did seem to know what you were doing most of the time. These gens, as they call themselves, they're the seed corn, right? The seed doesn't get to decide where it's planted or how it's going to grow. Cariad pursed her lips, biting back a retort. Speaking with Obrio was like walking a tightrope over a pit of vipers. If she wanted to steer the Nova Fortuna project financier to her point of view, she needed to tread carefully. We engineered the gens. It's true, but we didn't remove their humanity. They're people, the same as you and I. Obrio raised his eyebrows. The same as me anyway, Cariad corrected. Their desire to be in control of their own destinies is entirely natural. The more independence we take from them, and the more control we exert, the more they're going to rebel. I don't know why Anahi doesn't understand that. Yawning, Obrio gestured to Alistair, who brought over the wheelchair that he'd demanded. I'm going to see the planet now. Alistair gave Cariad a look of panic. Obrio was having his usual effect. There's more that you need to know, said Cariad. While you were being revived, one of the shuttles exploded en route planetside. We think it was a bomb. What? Obrio looked as incensed as if the bomb had been intended for him. Cariad told him about the first night attack, the arrival of the Guardians, the bomb in the stadium, and the shuttle explosion. As she went on, Obrio turned red, then white, his eyes staring and his jaw clenching. Alistair watched the readings on the scanner screen with concern. The natural movement? The fucking natural movement? Obrio went on to curse loudly while he vented his fury. Then he suddenly sagged. His strong features turned haggard. Maybe you should lie down, Alistair said. Obrio flopped to his side and collapsed on the bed. It's been too much for him, Alistair said. He's still weak. You should go. Cariad stood to leave. Wait, Obrio said. His eyes remained on fire in his pale, tired face. I want to meet these Guardians, then I'm going down to the planet. You all fucked up, and I expect you to put it right. You're going to get this project back on track. I'm holding you personally responsible, Cariad. Great. Chapter 22. Ethan hit his head twice on the protruding rock before he decided to chip it away. Plenty more people would be entering and leaving the storage cave, and the stony spur would have more victims if he didn't do something about it. As he worked away with a hammer and chisel, the ocean view spread out in front of him. Ethan ruminated. Cariad quickly entered his thoughts, as always. He hadn't spoken to her for weeks, not since the moment the ship-to-ground comm had been reopened and they'd contacted each other simultaneously. It's good to hear your voice, Ethan had said. For hours I thought you were dead until I saw you weren't on the list of fatalities. Thank the stars you weren't on the shuttle. Yes, Cariad replied. I was incredibly lucky. It's good to finally talk to you again, Ethan. Then they'd both paused, uncertain what to say. Ethan spoke first. I wanted to tell you I'm sorry I got angry at you after the fight at the equipment shed. That was why I invited you down to visit. I wanted to apologize face to face. The argument we had has been on my mind ever since. When the shuttle exploded, I hated the idea that we'd parted on bad terms. Me too, said Cariad. I mean, even before the disaster, I regretted some of the things I said. And I really do understand how you and the rest of the Gens feel. I'm doing everything I can up here to make things better. I know you are, and I appreciate it. Now I've got the chance I wanted to say, we should never argue like that again. We have something special. There aren't many friendships between Gens and Woken. We have to try to preserve what we have. I know, said Cariad. I agree. A silence followed. There was more to Ethan's words than he'd stated, but he was struggling to express himself and didn't know if he should try. Do you know when the shuttle runs are going to start up again? He asked. Number no one knows. I don't think Anahi has any idea what she's doing. She's out of her depth and too proud to admit it. She was requesting guardians as an armed presence on the ship. On Nova Fortuna? The Woken need protecting from each other now? No, we don't, said Cariad. That's the problem. She's paranoid, and she's insisted on reviving another nutcase. Obrio, the financier. Between the two of them, who knows what's going to happen up here? I wish I was planetside with you. I wish you were here too. That was how they'd left it. They'd mended their rift, but Ethan felt the weight of things unsaid. The timing wasn't right, and he didn't know if it ever would be. Since then, he'd avoided Cariad's comms. The subversive Gen group had made their plans known to the wider population and found they were welcomed. The process of slowly fitting out the cliff caves to make them suitable for human habitation was well underway. Equipment and supplies were being transferred surreptitiously, piece by piece. Ethan knew that his silence had to hurt Cariad, and he was sorry for it. But he was worried that he might let slip a reference to what the Gens were doing. If she guessed or discovered the secret, it would put her in a difficult position. He didn't think it was fair of him to do that to her. One day within a few weeks or months, she would know the reason for his silence. He hoped she would understand and forgive him. The caves were dry and a little warmer than their surroundings, except for when the wind was blowing in from the sea. Sanitation had been the biggest concern at first. At the original settlement, the sewage treatment plant had been one of the first facilities that had been built. The manual had laid out all the plans and instructions, so the Gens had an intellectual understanding of such things, but no practical experience in creating their own facility from scratch in a different setting. Luckily, the proximity of the caves to the ocean provided somewhat of an answer. They had a never-ending supply of water, and the rocks below were regularly washed by waves. It wasn't the perfect solution. At some point, they would have to figure out a way to treat the waste, but it would do for the moment. The new settlement's first latrines were built. Garwin had devised a solar and wind-powered pump that kept the latrine storage tanks supplied with seawater, and another engineer set to work on building rainwater storage facilities. Then, after the basic plans for storage, private and communal caves had been decided, the Gens had begun the preparations for transferring the population. Sneaking supplies, machinery, and tools out from under the noses of the Guardians turned out to be even easier than anyone had guessed. Guardians didn't involve themselves in the day-to-day running of the settlement, and they rarely stayed planetside overnight. No Woken remained on the planet's surface either. After the shuttle explosion, they had all returned to the ship in an emergency evacuation, so the Gens had avoided their prying eyes too. The effect on the general mood was almost palpable. An air of hope permeated Gen society. Complaints and worries were rarely voiced. Everyone seemed constantly energized and happy. Ethan felt the same. He missed Cariad a lot, but not a single other Woken, nor his time aboard the Nova Fortuna. Living in the new settlement was hard and promised to become harder still, but he felt more alive than ever. He was finally living his own life in his own way, not an existence that had been dictated to him by others in the accident of his birth. Then the day had come when regular Gens could begin giving up their homes in the original settlement and going to live permanently in the caves. One of the first to make the move was Twyla, Garwin's wife. She was a kindergarten teacher, and she arrived to help set up the first small school, ready for the families who would transfer soon. The parents needed somewhere for their children to go while they worked on fitting out their caves. Cherry had also been heavily involved in the moving-in process. Ethan wondered how she felt about seeing Twyla so often. Did it make things awkward for Garwin? Did Twyla know about her husband's affair, or wasn't she even aware of his reputation as a philanderer? Ethan paused at chipping away at the rock to wipe dust out of his eyes and rest his arms. It had seemed to him that people had become more serious about their relationships over the few months since arrival. Couples had grown less casual about exclusivity. Extramarital affairs were more frowned upon. Even if Twyla had chosen to ignore Garwin's frequent dalliances in the past, she might have changed her mind. She could be young enough to still be able to have children, and she had to like them, going by her chosen profession. Now that procreation was actively encouraged, that might throw a whole different light on things for her. Ethan inspected the dent he'd made in the protruding rock, which had turned out to be extremely hard. Considering that he'd been chipping at it for about half an hour, he hadn't made much progress. He didn't mind the delay too much. The view over the ocean never ceased to enchant him. He didn't think he would ever tire of it. One of the other farmers, a man by the name of Seaberg, arrived. He'd lowered a box on the pulley system to the cave entrance, descended himself, and retrieved the box from the platform. When he reached Ethan, he stopped and put it down. Appraising Ethan's effort, he remarked, "It's tough stuff, isn't it?" "The rock?" "Yeah. I'm going to be here a while yet." He lifted his hammer and chisel to resume chipping. "You know, we could just blow that piece off." "Huh?" Ethan lowered his tools. "We could drill a hole about here." Seaberg pointed to a spot above the dent Ethan had made. "Pop in a little bit of explosive." Boom. It would blow most of that lump away, I'm guessing. "Really? I've been talking to Garwin about opening up some of the passages at the rear of the caves in the same way," Seaberg went on. "Widening the tunnels to make more room, you know? Before people begin to arrive in large numbers. It would be better to do it now. Safer." "You know how to do that?" "Pretty much. So do you, don't you? You studied farming too, right? We had a course on clearing vegetation with a subsection on blowing out tree stumps." "Yeah, that's right. I'd forgotten." "Well, it's all explosives, isn't it? The same principles apply to rock. I was talking to an engineer about it, and she agreed. She said they'd studied using explosives for demolitions, though they hadn't gone into the subject in any depth. Demolitions aren't a priority in a new colony. But anyway, we could begin with small projects like this." "You said you were talking to Garwin about it. What did he say?" "He said to talk to you." "Right." Ethan didn't mind the extra responsibility, but he didn't know much about explosives. He would have to do some research. But something else was bothering him. "I'll think about it. Thanks for the suggestion." "No problem," Seaberg said. He picked up his box and carried it into the back of the cave. Ethan lifted his hammer and chisel and recommenced chipping at the rock. Seaberg passed Ethan again on his way out. He gave a nod and disappeared out of the cave front. He would climb the ladder to the top of the cliff, from where he would lower another box. The transportation method was cumbersome, but it conserved the finite power of the flitters and overcame the previously awkward attempts to transfer boxes into caves that were too small for the flitters to fit. Ethan mulled over Seaberg's words. He'd known the man all his life, though they had never been close friends. They'd been through school and then farmers training together. He'd never liked or disliked Seaberg, but he thought that he knew him pretty well. Now he wasn't so sure. He knew his suspicion was unfair, based on an apparently innocent conversation. But the actions of the natural movement had changed his attitudes to others. Someone from the movement had taken Lorne and Dr. Crowley from him via first-night attack, and a natural movement follower had nearly killed Cariad twice. More than anything, Ethan wanted that person or those people caught and prevented from hurting anyone else. Seaberg's casual mention of explosives had sparked alarm. The context and the conversation had been normal and natural, but Ethan couldn't help making the connection. Was Seaberg the natural movement bomber? Chapter 23. Cariad's careful maneuvering to be the first woken Obrio spoke to as soon as he was revived had also brought her excessively under the man's scrutiny. On balance, however, she didn't regret her move. It meant that when he demanded to be taken planetside, she could go too. Anahi didn't dare try to prevent Obrio from doing exactly whatever he wanted, so when Cariad told her that Obrio was traveling to the surface and she was going along, she didn't protest. Obrio's initial energetic recovery after his revival had been short-lived. Extreme weakness soon assailed him and had plagued the man for weeks. He had undergone intensive rehabilitation, as if he'd been in a serious accident. Relearning gross and fine motor skills had taken up much of his time. Yet all the while, the man's mind had been as active as ever. The two factors combined led to many outbursts of frustration and fury, mostly directed at Alistair, who had helped the ungrateful patient through his treatment. Eventually, the day had come when Obrio decided he was strong enough to go down to the planet that he had sacrificed his fortune to see. There was no question that Dr. Montfort would agree, mainly because Montfort's opinion wasn't sought, which didn't mean the doctor would escape blame if the trip proved too tiring. Obrio believed himself to be a prime target for natural movement resentment. Cariad privately concurred, though for reasons that were probably different from Obrio's. He undoubtedly thought he was a target because he was so important, but Cariad thought that, as the primary financier of the Nova Fortuna project, he could easily be seen as the one most to blame for diverting humankind from its natural destiny. Woken, who understood the complexities of explosives, were screening a shuttle for bombs. They ran scanners over every inch of the vehicle before also visually inspecting it, and the crew were similarly scanned and body searched before being allowed aboard. Under the informal title of person responsible for getting the Nova Fortuna project back on track, Cariad's natural inclusion in Obrio's entourage meant that she should undergo the same procedure. At this, however, she drew a line. She yearned to go planetside. She wanted to see what was happening in the settlement, and she wanted to walk on soil and feel the sun on her face again. Most of all, she wanted to see Ethan, who had been silent for weeks. She hadn't even been able to contact him to tell him she would probably be arriving soon. But then again, maybe she wouldn't be. She wasn't going to let Obrio treat her like his slave and undergo the indignity of a body search. When her turn came, she said loudly, "No, I'm not doing it." By this time, Obrio was halfway up the shuttle ramp. "What? I'm not going behind those screens to have people poke and prod me. I'll be scanned if you insist on it, but I'm not undergoing a body search. It's undignified and unnecessary." "The scanners don't pick up every known explosive," Obrio said. "You have to be searched." "Look," said Cariad, "do you really think I'm the bomber? You know how hard I worked on this project. Do you think I'd do all that and say goodbye to my family and Earth forever, just so I could come here and sabotage the colonization? I nearly died in the stadium bombing. Do you think I did that to myself?" "Humph," Obrio said, his lip curling beneath his aquiline nose. "I guess not. Whatever." He waved dismissively. "Get aboard then." Cariad exhaled. Standing up to Obrio was always risky, but occasionally his capricious temperament allowed some wiggle room. As the shuttle flew down to the surface, Obrio nodded to himself every so often, as if carrying out a private conversation in his head. The shuttle made its final approach, and the settlement was plain to see. A neat block of civilization in a sea of wild vegetation. Obrio's nods became more vigorous, like he was giving his approval. "Not bad," he murmured. "Not bad." He turned to Cariad. "Looks all right so far. I was expecting worse from what Anahi told me." "She's exaggerated the problems we've been having with the Gens," Cariad said. "For the most part, they've been following the manual. It's only been in a few areas that they wanted to do things their way. You can see that the houses and roads follow the original plan, and they've begun farming according to the schedule." "Yeah, those are fields out there, right?" "That's right. And don't forget, no woken has been down to the surface for weeks. As far as I know, there haven't been any disasters. Everything's going as it should. In a few months, they'll start harvesting the first crops, and in time, they'll begin mining for iron and other minerals. Complete self-sufficiency should be achieved in around 3 years, just as we predicted. The only obstacle to that is the natural movement infiltrator, and that's hardly the Gen's fault. It was our security that failed back on Earth and allowed that to happen. Anahi's overreacting when she says we can't trust the Gens. Look at what they've managed to do, mostly by themselves. They were bred for it. We should let them get on with it. These are their lives. It's their planet." Obrio had been gazing out of the window while Cariad gave her speech, but at her final sentence he turned to her with a deep frown. "If anyone owns this planet, it's me. Fuck knows I paid enough for it." Cariad regretted her bold statement. Now was not the time to antagonize the man. He'd already granted her one concession. She couldn't expect another anytime soon. "Well, the ownership of the planet isn't in question," she said, hoping her ambivalent statement would mollify him. It seemed to do the trick. Obrio returned his gaze to the shuttle window as the vessel landed. "What did you name the place in the end?" "We didn't, actually. The previous leader was about to announce the results of the voting when the stadium bomb went off. Since then, things have been in such disarray, the question of the planet's name has been put aside. I think we may have another vote when we finally put the natural movement problem to rest. What about Obrio's world? Obrio said. It has a ring to it, don't you think? Cariad couldn't tell if he was joking. Cariad couldn't help but notice, as she left the shuttle field and walked the streets of the settlement, that the place seemed unusually quiet. Though she hadn't been planetside for weeks, she was sure that there used to be many more people out and about. She guessed the gens were all busy at their jobs, working hard to get the colony on its feet. Ethan was probably at his farm. He had no reason to be in town during the daytime. Alistair, whom Obrio had appropriated as his personal medic, formed part of his retinue. An agricultural scientist, not Anahi, who hadn't wanted to come down, an ecologist and a meteorologist had also come along. Obrio insisted on leading the way. They first visited the machine works, where the kits for vehicles, agricultural machinery, and the massive road makers were assembled. Garwin was there, covered in grease, his smile wide, white and gleaming in his oil-besmirched face. "Pleased to meet you, sir," he said, as soon as Obrio entered the workroom. The news of the financier's revival had spread planetside, and Garwin hadn't taken more than a second to understand who was paying a visit. He rubbed his palm on his dirty overalls, looked at it, and smiled again apologetically. "I would shake your hand, but—" "Don't worry about it," Obrio said, expansive in his generosity. Uninvited, he went to look around the place. Garwin raised his eyebrows as Cariad then followed him. Obrio went over to a half-finished solar-powered wheeled electric vehicle intended for traveling paved roads. "You in charge around here?" Obrio asked Garwin. Then, without waiting for an answer, "Got any of these working yet?" "Yes, we finished 5, but only in order to check that we could. These aren't a priority at the moment. The settlement's still small enough to walk from one side to the other. This one here is the final one for now. We're concentrating on the harvesters to get ahead of the demand, if you see what I mean." "I do. Makes sense." Garwin shrugged. "Just following the manual." "Any problems?" Obrio asked. "Not anything major. Occasionally a kit will be missing a small part, or the tool will be the wrong size for the job. Not anything we can't work around." "On schedule?" "Ahead of it." Obrio narrowed his eyes. "Garwin, isn't it?" "That's right. I heard about you." Garwin looked as though he was about to make a flippant reply, but checked himself. He had the measure of Obrio already. "I try to speak for the Gens when I can." "Someone's got to speak for them, right?" Obrio joked. Garwin laughed good-naturedly, though Cariad detected a hint of well-suppressed ire. "Is there anything else you'd like to see?" he asked Obrio. "You've caught us a little unprepared. We haven't had visitors from the ship in quite a while. If I'd known you were coming, I would have organized some demonstrations for you." "No," Obrio said. "I don't want to see demonstrations. Bad idea. I want to see things as they really are. No point in giving notice. Might as well not bother going." Cariad remembered Obrio's impromptu visits to the genetics center well. Catching people unawares and attempting to wrong-foot them was his style. "Is there anything in particular you're interested in around the settlement, then?" Garwin asked. "I'd be happy to show you around. The hospital's nearly finished, the school's already open, and we've started up the credits for labor exchange scheme. We've got people working on residential building projects at the edge of town. The construction program's on track to supply everyone with a private dwelling by the end of next year." Obrio said. "I don't often say this, but I'm impressed. I got a whole different idea of what was happening down here. I'm going to have a look around by myself. In fact," he turned to Cariad and the rest of his companions. "You can all wait here." He strode out of the building. After a short pause as everyone adjusted to his abrupt departure, Alistair said, "Do you think he meant we have to stay here until he comes back?" "Probably," said the agricultural scientist sardonically. "Not that it means we have to. I mean, who does he think he is? What gives him the right to order us around? He might have been the richest man who's ever lived, but that was on Earth. Here he's just another woken, except he doesn't have any useful skills. Unless we need the ability to wheel and deal in the colony's economy." Cariad smiled. The scientist had only just met Obrio. He'd been an external applicant for a cryopreservation spot and not part of the original team. The man would find out soon enough that Obrio was a force to be reckoned with. "Whatever he meant, I'm not staying here to wait for him," Cariad said. Do you know where Ethan is? She asked Garwin. No, but he's out on his farm, I expect. That's where he is most of the time these days. He said to the others, I have to get back to work, but you're all welcome to wait here for your new leader to return. The agricultural scientist huffed. Obrio isn't the new leader. What gave you that idea? Isn't he? Garwin asked, picking up a tool before bending over a machine. Cariad left the machine shop, wondering if she could use a flitter to go out to Ethan's farm and visit him there. Then she recalled that it wouldn't be an authorized use. She was thinking like a general, or was she only thinking as was natural and normal? Anahi loved to categorize the jinn's behavior as deliberately defiant, but they were only doing what seemed to work best in the situation they'd been placed in. What if the gens weren't disobeying the manual because they wanted to do things their way, but because they actually had the best idea of what was the appropriate way? It was she and other woken who had bred the jinns to be well fitted to the task of establishing the colony, and they'd created their education to teach them all the skills they needed. Ethan had pointed that out to her one time. By not trusting the jinns, the woken weren't trusting their own ability to create the best people for the project. The idea excited Cariad. Not only was her reasoning sound, it would appeal to the woken's way of thinking. She could argue if they didn't believe in the gens, they were doubting their own ability to create the best-suited colonists. She went through the quiet streets to the flitter shed, hoping to find one not in use. The shed was empty, however. Even the person in charge of it wasn't there. Cariad paused, looking around the quiet, cool space. It was odd that every single flitter was gone. She didn't think the gens needed them so badly. They were only useful for traveling outside the settlement, and Garwin hadn't mentioned any particular events going on that would require flitters. Cariad went out again. If she couldn't take a flitter to Ethan's farm, she would go to the farmer's dorm on the slim chance that he might be there. The place was 10 minutes' walk from the flitter shed. All the way there, she didn't see a single other person. At the farmer's dorm, no one was in the lobby area, so Cariad went through it to the living area, which was also empty. She poked her head into the communal sleeping room. Only one person was inside, and it wasn't Ethan. Cariad was about to leave until she heard what the man was saying. His words made her halt. The man was in the middle of a conversation via the room's interface, and he hadn't noticed Cariad at first. When he did finally see her, he abruptly stopped talking and turned red. I was looking for Ethan, Cariad said. I guess he isn't here. No, the man stammered. He's working out on his farm today, I'm pretty sure. Okay, thanks. Cariad left and went directly back to the machinery workroom. No one else seemed to have gone out while she was away. Obrio wasn't there. The others were standing around, not talking, looking bored and frustrated. The agricultural scientist who had been so verbally defiant of Obrio had apparently stayed in the workshop. Cariad walked over to the group. Garwin was close by, though he was under a large machine, his legs protruding. Did any of you go and have a look around? She asked. No, Alistair replied. We've been here all this time. Why? Before Cariad could reply, however, Obrio showed up. There's something fishy going on here, he announced angrily as he came inside. Something isn't right, and I'm going to find out what it is. Cariad couldn't help but agree. When she'd gone into the farmer's dorm, she'd heard the man say, Right, I'll try to act normal. Do you think they suspect anything? Chapter 24. Ethan had known the day would come, of course. Everyone had. Somehow, that didn't make anyone less jittery when it arrived. The woken knew something was up. It was only a matter of time until they discovered exactly what the gens had done. What wasn't so clear was what the scientists and their oppressive guardians would do about it. A party was down from the ship, including someone newly woken, a bigwig of some kind. Cariad was there too, Ethan had heard. He would have liked to have gone to see her. On the other hand, he feared her realization that he'd kept something important from her for so long, and he would have found her inevitable questions hard to answer. The woken were asking plenty of them. Why was the settlement almost empty? Where had everyone gone? As agreed, every gen there was giving the same answers. Sorry, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe they're working somewhere else today. Yes, it is strange, but I'm sorry, I can't help you. Ethan wondered how many were managing to sound convincing in their answers. Not that it really mattered. Only an idiot would believe them, and the woken were no idiots. What was remarkable was that the Guardians hadn't noticed the increasing absences for so long. However, the next question the Gens had to answer was, what were they going to do now? The new settlement at the caves wasn't anywhere near finished. The habitable caves remained little more than holes in the cliff with sanitation. The storage caves were full, stuffed with as many of the supplies from the original settlement that would fit inside them. But the supplies themselves were in a terrible mess. No single person had overseen the transfer, and everyone who had helped had organized the boxes and crates according to their personal idea of how everything should be stored. Certain essential items like disinfectant and salt had gone missing. No one thought they'd been stolen. The containers had to be somewhere among the randomly stacked jumble. It was just that no one knew where. The discussion to decide how to respond to this latest turn of the screw, tightening the tension between the Gens and the Woken, took place on the top of the cliffs above the caves. No cave was large enough to hold everyone who wanted to take part, which was some 300 or 400 Gens. Some young children remained at the original settlement, and many parents were nervous that they would be separated from their offspring. They wanted to go to retrieve them. Others argued that it would look suspicious if lots of people suddenly appeared on flitters, racing into town, especially those who could give no good reason for being away. Wait until we think up an excuse, the objectors argued. Only no one could think of anything that made any sense. Others wanted to tell the Woken and Guardians exactly what the Gens were doing and defy them to put a stop to it. Ethan didn't know the right answer, and without Garwin there to lead the discussion, it had descended into chaos. Loud arguments between individuals had broken out, while others were shouting themselves hoarse, asking for quiet. The debate was going nowhere, and Ethan needed some peace. He left the group and climbed down the network of ladders that led to his personal cave. He'd felt a little guilty at taking the cave all to himself, but others had urged that he deserved it, considering his service to the colony. That argument hadn't made a lot of sense to him. He'd only done what seemed right and what anyone else would have done in his position. But the cave was tiny, too small even for a couple, so he'd decided it wouldn't hurt to accept it. Ethan was nearly down to the level of his cave when a rung on the ladder gave way as he put his weight on it. He let out a cry of surprise and gripped the sides of the ladder while seeking blindly with his foot to find the next rung. He looked down at the beach, 30 meters or more below him, and the waves that pounded it. He'd come close to having his entire involvement in the Gens Woken problem solved for him. Climbing down further, he reached the defective rung. It had slipped out from its hole in the side of the ladder. The nut that held it there had become loose. Ethan sighed. The ladder system was pure Gen construction. Whenever they made something of their own, they never seemed to do it as well as when they followed the manual. It was an ingrained problem they faced. The Gens had been brought up to follow instructions, not to be creative or innovative. Ethan stepped sideways into his cave and nearly moved backward and off the cliff. Twyla was there. She was near the entrance, lifting a bag over her shoulder, as if she'd been about to leave. "Ethan," she said, moving out of his way. "Sorry, I had to come inside. Having no doors makes it hard to knock. I was looking for you." It was a poor excuse. She could have easily called out and left when he didn't answer. Ethan casually glanced around. He didn't have much in the way of personal possessions, and nothing seemed to have been disturbed. The likelihood of Twyla wanting to steal from him was remote, but he couldn't think of another explanation for her presence. "Can I help you with something?" Twyla looked at her feet, then out across the ocean. For an older woman, she suddenly seemed young and vulnerable. "You're angry with me for waiting for you here, aren't you? I'm sorry to invade your privacy, but I need to talk to you alone about something that's bothering me. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm not sure I know how to put it." Ethan's suspicions fell away. He had a horrible presentiment of what Twyla wanted to speak to him about. He began to grow uncomfortable. "It's weird," Twyla went on. "I had it all clear in my mind what I would say before I came here. Now I can't remember a word." "Do you want to sit down?" Ethan asked. If he was right about what Twyla wanted to talk about, he didn't relish the prospect of the conversation they were about to have, but he felt sorry for her. He would have hated to be in her position. She looked for a place to sit. Ethan pulled a storage box out into the floor space and wiped off the fine dust that permeated everything in the caves. He sat down on his mattress. Twyla put her hands on her bony knees. "I wanted to ask you something. I hope it's okay. You're the only person I can ask. I don't trust the others to tell me the truth. You're honest. That's what people say anyway. You have a lot of integrity, only, she swallowed. Now that it comes to it, I don't know if I want to ask you. I don't know if I want to know the answer. The situation was becoming extremely awkward, but what Ethan felt most was sympathy and sorrow. He almost opened the subject for her, but stopped himself. If his guess was wrong, it would be extremely embarrassing for them both, and potentially disastrous for Twyla's marriage. On the other hand, Twyla went on, I got up the courage to come here, so I guess I should go through with it. All the time she'd been speaking, she hadn't met Ethan's gaze. Now she looked him directly in the eye. Ethan, you spend a lot of time with Garwin, right? He nodded. Do you know, have you noticed anything? She stopped, closed her eyes, and took a breath. She opened her eyes. Ethan, is my husband having an affair? For some reason, Ethan felt almost as bad as if he was the one who was being unfaithful to his wife. Twyla looked fragile, like a breath of wind would break her in two. He didn't want his words to be that breath. But what could he do? He couldn't bring himself to lie to the woman. She'd been lied to enough already. Yet the words were difficult to say. Instead, he nodded. I'm sorry. He'd expected Twyla to burst into tears or begin an angry rant, but instead she only looked defeated. Her shoulders sagged and her head hung down like something inside her had been crushed. I should have known. The signs were all there. I just didn't want to see them. Do you know how long it's been going on? I'm afraid I don't. Or who the woman is. Ethan hesitated. He thought he'd been right to tell Twyla the truth about her husband's affair. But was Cherry's personal business his to tell? Was she doing anything wrong? She hadn't broken any vows. Don't tell me, said Twyla. It doesn't matter whoever it is. She abruptly stood up. I think I'll go. Thanks for being honest, Ethan. I appreciate it. I wish I had a different answer for you. Me too. I wonder how long he's been at it. I've suspected him for a long time. Ethan said again. I'm sorry. Twyla went to the cave entrance as if to leave, but she had another question for him. Do many people know? I don't know how many people know about it, Ethan replied. It was the truth, though a more accurate statement would have been, I think everyone knows. But he couldn't bring himself to add to her anguish. The woman had enough to deal with at that moment. Twyla said, No one else even gave me a hint. You were the only one to tell me, and only when I asked you directly. Ethan struggled to find an answer. Should he have told her? He hardly knew her. Luckily, Twyla left before he could think of a response. He stuck his head out of the cave and warned her about the broken rung, but she didn't reply and carried on climbing up the cliff. He sat down heavily. Big and small, the problems for the settlement were compounding. His revelation to Twyla could have a wider impact than it should. If Garwin was affected by the breakdown of his marriage, he might not be able to continue on as he had, leading the Gens to their freedom and independence while playing a double game with the Woken. The chaotic meeting going on at the top of the cliffs was evidence of how much the Gens needed the man. Out over the ocean, clouds were building up on the horizon. A storm was coming. Ethan got up and began moving his belongings deeper inside the cave, where the bone-dry sand indicated that rain never reached it. He thought he should go up to the cliff top and draw others' attention to the impending downpour, but he didn't have the motivation. He sat on a box and watched the gathering clouds. It wasn't right that Garwin was repeatedly unfaithful to Twyla. She wasn't a bad person, and Garwin had wanted to marry her after all. It also seemed unfair to Ethan. Garwin had the opportunity of a happy relationship with someone he loved, or at least someone he had loved at some point, while Ethan's first love had been murdered, and he avoided the train of thought. It would be a long time before he could be with someone else. Perhaps that might never happen, especially if whoever he chose didn't choose him. His thoughts strayed to safer ground. While he felt sorry for Twyla, he was also bemused at her ignorance about her husband's affairs. Garwin was notorious among the Gens for his numerous flings. He had confidence and charisma that few single and even married women seemed able to resist. It hardly seemed credible that the first news Twyla had heard of Garwin's dalliances had come from Ethan's lips. Garwin wasn't careful about hiding what he was doing, as his behavior that day they spent exploring the caves attested. Could Twyla really be that naive? He guessed she had to be. Perhaps the old saying he'd read in Earth literature was correct. The partner was always the last to know. A creaking from outside told him someone was approaching. Ethan jumped up and went to the cave entrance. "Watch out for a broken rung," he called before he could see who it was. He was looking up at Cherry's legs and bottom as she climbed down the ladder. "Where is it?" she asked, calling down to him. "The third one below, where your left foot is now." "Okay, thanks." A moment later, she jumped into the cave. "These ladders aren't very safe, are they?" "No," Ethan replied. "Someone needs to go over them and double-check all the connections. And we need to install a safety system, something like a harness that we clip onto the struts. Eventually, we're going to have to cut stairs into the cliff and wall them in." "That's a great idea," said Cherry, "but it'll take forever." "Maybe not. Someone was saying we might be able to use controlled explosions to break away areas of rock. That would speed up the process quite a bit." "Ethan," said Cherry, "what would we do without you?" "I don't know. Find another dumb farmer?" "Don't run yourself down like that. When are you going to understand how important you are to this colony?" "Thanks, but you're exaggerating. So is there something you need me for?" "Something I need you for? What kind of a question is that? Why did you go off when we were discussing what to do? It's anarchy up there. You have to come up and help us decide how to respond to the woken sniffing around the settlement. We need your opinion, Ethan. People will listen to you." He was in no mood for the meandering, confused discussions and arguments he'd just slipped away from, but he said, "Okay, I'll come up. But there's a storm coming. Can you see? We have to move everything away from the cave entrances." "All right, I'll organize that. There are plenty of people avoiding the debate just like you. You go and talk some sense into those gens up top." When Ethan returned to the clifftop meeting, it didn't seem to have moved on from where it had been when he left. The same people were repeating the same arguments. No side was willing to back down or even listen to anyone else. The only difference was that the mood had grown even more argumentative. If things were to continue in the same way, the debate could soon turn into a brawl. "Hey!" he shouted, raising his hands. "Hey!" He jumped up and down, waving the crowd to silence. The Yens turned to him, and gradually the noisy discussions subsided. "Have we heard any more news on what the woken have said or done?" Ethan asked. "They haven't done anything yet," someone replied. "Leastways that we know of. Just been asking awkward questions." "And the people in the settlement have been offering no explanation, like we agreed?" Ethan asked. "Just saying they don't know?" "That's right," someone said. "Then it seems to me the best thing for us to do," said Ethan, "is nothing." He paused to let his statement sink in. "Look at it this way. Why should we answer the woken's questions? We're not their slaves. We don't owe them our compliance. And even if we did, we've done nothing wrong. We have nothing to be ashamed of. Even if we believe we should follow the manual, which, by the way, I don't, there's nothing in there that states we can't do what we're doing, and nothing that states we have to keep the woken informed." The immediate reaction to his statement was silence. "That's right," someone said in the tone of receiving a revelation. "In fact, the manual states that we should move out of the original settlement and start new ones. We've only brought the schedule forward." "Whether we're following the manual or not," said Ethan, "makes no difference. So what if the woken have noticed the settlement's half empty? This is our planet. We can do what we like. We don't answer to them unless we choose to. So we do nothing, right?" Someone said, "I guess it makes sense. So we just carry on?" "Yes," said Ethan. "Just carry on as we have been, making our new home habitable and moving our supplies here." No one had any further comments to make, so Ethan said, "Glad we've sorted that out, because we've got more important things to deal with. It's going to start raining soon. We need to get everything we can into the back of the caves." The crowd began to dissolve. "But take care on the ladders," Ethan added. "Some of the rungs are coming loose." The gens moved away, forming lines as they waited to descend to their various locations within the cave system. Ethan wondered if he'd said something different, whether the gens would have gone along with that too. It was like they were only waiting for someone to take charge and tell them what to do. They had far to go to begin behaving like autonomous human beings. Their conditioning had made them into sheep or children, which is exactly what Cariad had accused them of being. It was partly a problem of confidence, he realized. The gens needed to think more independently, it was true. But in order to achieve that, they needed to believe in themselves. He joined the back of a line. As he waited his turn on a ladder, another realization hit him. What he'd been thinking about his fellow Gens also applied to himself. Chapter 25. Albright was in a rage, and he'd gathered all the woken together to witness it. He'd even demanded that representatives from the Guardians attend his rant. Strongquist and Faina sat at the back of the large meeting room aboard the Nova Fortuna. Strongquist's arms were folded and his legs outstretched and crossed at the ankle. Faina sat erect, her hands together in her lap. The female Guardian's eyes were bright and alert, while Strongquist's were hooded, as if he was mentally a great distance from the event. Obrio's weakness following his revival had entirely disappeared. To Cariad, while he lectured and threatened everyone about the situation planetside, where most of the Gens seemed to have left the settlement, he appeared as athletic and dynamic as he'd been on Earth. "This is unacceptable," the man thundered for the third or fourth time. "This situation is entirely out of hand, and it's your fault." He jabbed an index finger at the seated woken, who were as meek as sheep. "What the hell were you thinking of? Leaving them alone down there, unsupervised? I mean," he put his hands on his hips, "what did you think was going to happen? Of course they were going to get away from you. Of course they were going to do their own thing. They aren't robots. They're human beings. Of course they're going to want to be independent." Cariad rolled her eyes as Obrio echoed her words like they were his own. He paused and glared before going on. "Since you've all proven yourselves incapable of handling the situation, I'm going to take control. What's going to happen is this. None of you are to do anything. Nothing, do you hear? Either with or to those people on the planet without my express say-so. Seeing as you've proved your incompetence, I'm going to have to sort this situation out and get the Gens back where they're supposed to be, on that settlement and doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing." Anahi stood up. All the gazes in the room swiveled to her, Cariad's included. "This ought to be interesting." "I protest," she announced, though rather weakly. "I'm leader of this colony and "You're relieved of duty," Obrio snapped without even looking at her. "You can't do that," exclaimed Anahi. "It doesn't even make any sense. My duties are my work. Leader is an official position." She'd been about to say, "an elected position," Cariad was certain. Anahi swallowed and continued. "It's the highest position in the colony. You're welcome to offer suggestions and advice. That was why I gave the order for you to be revived. I recognize that we would benefit from your expertise in managing people, but I'm the one who has the final decision on how to address any problems with the Gens, not you." Cariad was impressed at the woman's bravery. Though her ploy to revive Obrio was severely backfiring, she wasn't giving up easily. Cariad didn't agree with what she'd done, but she couldn't help but feel a small measure of admiration. Anahi was aware she was playing with fire. Obrio could be utterly ruthless in getting whatever he wanted. "Listen," Obrio said, finally gracing Anahi with his eye contact. "In my business on my ship, people only get to do what they're good at. You're a shit leader. If you hadn't screwed up, we wouldn't be down around 1,500 people. So you're out, understand? I don't give a fuck what rules you've laid down. I'm the one running this place now. I've heard you might be a bit sick in the head too. So if you know what's good for you, you'll trot along to the medical center and stop interfering in things you don't understand." The anger that emanated from Anahi at Obrio's words was almost palpable. The woman was rigid and her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. She couldn't seem to find the words to reply, however, for she stalked from the room, clinging to what little dignity she had left. Before she had even exited, Obrio appeared to have forgotten her. He returned his attention to the assembled woken. "Right. Stop all your other work. You need to fix this problem and fix it now. How many of you are there? About 70 and some more in the freezer? Think you're going to make it on your own? When the supplies run out, do you think you're going to survive by yourselves down there? Forget it. You need those 2,000 people you've managed to piss off. We need them. Organize yourselves into teams of 5. First, find out where the Gens have gone. Next, bring them back to the settlement. I don't care how. I heard the Guardians have guns. Use them. Finally, make the Gens bloody well do what they're told. We need to get this colonization back on track, and we need to do it now." Obrio glared at the assembled woken. He put his hands on his hips and leaned forward before barking, "Move!" The scientists, who had been frozen in shock and awe, jumped out of their seats. They scurried toward the exits. Cariad's stomach was in knots. Obrio was going to make everything worse. If they forced the Gins back to the settlement, they would have a war on their hands. Ethan had threatened as much at the meeting after the incident at the equipment shed. "You!" yelled Obrio over the noise of the departing Woken. He was pointing at Strongquist and Fena. "I want to talk to you." The two guardians stood as Obrio strode across the room, Woken scattering before him like fish at the approach of a shark. Cariad sidled across to Strongquist and Fina, hoping to be privy to the conversation that promised to follow. "I've been hearing a lot about you Guardians," was Obrio's opening sentence. "I want to hear more. What are you doing here? What's your remit? What have you found out about the shuttle bombing? And I want to see your ship." "Well, your final request is easy enough to fulfill," Fena replied evenly. "Would you like to see the Mistral now? You could return with us. Then perhaps we can answer your other questions on the way." Strongquist only watched Obrio from beneath his brows. Cariad was surprised at the Guardian's ready acquiescence to Obrio's demand to see the Mistral. As far as she knew, she remained the only person who had been invited to it. Yet, unlike the Woken, their attitude to Obrio didn't seem to be fearful. Their demeanor indicated they weren't remotely cowed by the overbearing, abrasive man. And in truth, there was nothing to stop them refusing him and walking calmly away while he ranted and raved. Clearly, being on Obrio's right side suited their plans. Not that the man had a right side. As no one told her she couldn't come too, Cariad tagged along. She had to do something to stop the conflict that threatened the colony, though she had no idea what. They took the Guardian's shuttle to the Mistral. As they swiftly crossed the intervening space and drew near their destination, Obrio closely studied the Guardian's ship. "Is that weaponry you've got there?" he asked. Cariad's ears pricked up. Weaponry? The Guardians hadn't mentioned their ship was equipped with weapons. From the look on Fena's face, the Guardians hadn't expected Obrio or anyone else to recognize them. However, she didn't prevaricate. "Well spotted. We have pulse cannons fore and aft, railguns on mounted turrets, and—" "Railguns?" Cariad interrupted, peering out. "I thought those things were some kind of scanner." "The Mistral has scanners too, of course," said Strongquist. He said to Obrio, "I'm impressed that you knew what they were." "Had some dealings in the arms trade," Obrio explained. "I think I'd recognize a weapon when I saw one. It doesn't look like the designs have changed much." "Are they for space warfare?" Cariad asked, hoping the Guardian's arms weren't intended to be used on the planet. "I don't understand. We barely had the technology to build the Nova Fortuna when we left Earth. Don't tell me we were already developing weapons to fight battles in space." "Always pays to be ahead of the game," said Obrio. "Especially when it comes to war. Offense is the best defense, like they say." "But who would we have been fighting?" Cariad asked, aghast. "We had the global government. No more wars, remember?" When Cariad had been a girl, the Asian, Euro-Asian, African, Latin, and Pacific federations had finally come to the table to join with the Western Alliance to form a single world governing body. Each superstate had been vying for power over the others, political tensions increasing, until finally the wisest heads had prevailed, and a catastrophic conflict had been narrowly avoided. Cariad remembered it as a time of great relief and optimism. Sadly, the prevailing vision of the future at that time had turned out to be grossly inaccurate. The single government had been no better at solving the problems of exhausted resources and a burgeoning population than the smaller governments had been. Cariad had grown up during a time of increasing concern and fear over the future of civilization. It was one of the factors that had led to interest in the possibility of leaving the solar system entirely and seeking out a new path for humankind in deep space. Conversely, the fear had also given rise to the natural movement as people blame reliance on technology and science for the problems. "Could have had a breakaway federation on the moon or Mars," Obrio replied. "Might have needed to quell that, and that's not even counting the possibility of an alien attack." "Yeah," he ruminated, "if 10-foot alien predators tried to invade, there wouldn't have been many calls for peace and disarmament then." "Talking of which," he went on, "I take it there haven't been any signs of an alien presence around here? You would have said if there was, right?" Cariad didn't know if he was talking to her or the Guardians. She hadn't thought about the possible existence of aliens in the sector for a long while. We haven't seen any signs of sentience on the planet, if that's what you mean, she said. There are two predatory life forms, but I don't believe the xenozoologists have found anything else other than plant life and microorganisms in the area of the settlement. And the Nova Fortuna didn't pick up on anything on the way over? Obrio asked. I don't think so, Cariad replied. I'm not responsible for going over the records, but as far as I know, the scanners didn't sense anything indicating intelligent life. Cariad's thoughts returned to Obrio's earlier remarks. She asked, So was the weapons development you were involved in legal? Obrio gave her a look that told her he neither knew nor cared. He said to Fina, So are these weapons standard now on Earth starships? The Guardians told Obrio the story that they'd repeated ever since they arrived, that the Mistral was unique, the only FTL starship ever constructed, and that it had been built specifically to catch up to Nova Fortuna and protect the new colony. They explained that the weapons had been only precautionary. They hadn't known what they might encounter on the way over or when they arrived. As she listened to the story again, Cariad found that it rang hollow. There was something about the tale the Guardians told that didn't ring true, though she couldn't put her finger on it. Obrio was watching the two of them like a hawk. Cariad was sure he didn't believe them either. As she stepped from the shuttle into the Guardian's ship, Cariad experienced the same sensation of stepping into the future she'd had before. The sleek, spotless appearance of the interior of the Mistral and purity of its atmosphere made the place seem sterile. She wondered if the Guardians enjoyed living aboard their ship, or if they missed the organic sense and untidiness of Earth. She would have loved to ask them, but she'd never achieved the kind of casual friendliness with them that would allow such a question. Although the Guardians were always polite and civil, none of them had ever given the impression of wanting to be friends, not even Strongquist, who she'd spent the most time with. The Guardians also never talked about Earth unless they were directly asked, and they never spoke a word about their personal lives or each other. The more Cariad thought about it, the odder their behavior seemed. She would have expected a softening of relations by then. She resolved again to do her best to find out more about the enigmatic group, or at the very least she wanted to discover the reason for their standoffishness. Perhaps it was only a feature of human culture that had developed in the centuries since she'd left. The group went to the ship's bridge first. Fana explained the functions of the consoles to Obrio. They were the same as on the Nova Fortuna, like comms, scan reports, navigation. Though Cariad didn't recognize the consoles, she wasn't familiar with the Fortuna's bridge either. Obrio also seemed much less familiar with these than he'd been with the Mistral's weapons. He didn't say anything to indicate that, however, probably choosing to mask his ignorance with silence. They went to the engine room next, where Strongquist once more explained the working principle of the drive. Obrio said, I knew we'd get there in the end. Didn't realize it would take so long. Lucky we didn't wait around, Cariad? He winked at her. Would have been nice to avoid traveling as an ice cube for nearly 2 centuries, though. He put his hands on his hips as he surveyed the engine. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Almost makes me want to go back to Earth and build another one. Not that I could afford it. All out of cash, but maybe I could raise the money. The Guardians have said that Earth and the solar settlements are full to bursting, Cariad said. It doesn't sound like it would be a good idea to go back. Is that right? Obrio asked Strongquist and Fana. But what if I wanted to? What if I wanted to go back on your ship? That wouldn't be possible, Fana replied firmly. We are here to support the settlers in the founding of the colony. You said earlier that you wish to know our remit, and that is it. Put simply, returning individuals to Earth is out of the question. Obrio didn't reply at first. He was trying to outstare Fana. The woman didn't buckle. In fact, she betrayed not the slightest sign of any tension as Obrio gazed down at her, unblinking. Finally, he laughed and turned to Cariad, saying, Well, you don't know unless you ask, do you? It was a pride-saving move. Obrio was clearly simmering as his massive ego tried to deal with his failure to intimidate the Guardian. We'll show you the medical center next, said Strongquist. If you're interested, that is. I am, said Cariad. I didn't get to see it when I was here before. This isn't your first time, Obrio asked. I heard the Guardians didn't allow people on their ship. So that was why he'd particularly wanted to see it. He'd wanted to exercise his self-perceived privilege. Cariad was helping us with our investigation into the natural movement saboteur. said Strongquist. I invited her over to view some records. "Hmm," said Obrio. "Got your fingers in lots of pies, haven't you, Cariad? I'll have to keep an eye on you." They walked to the medical center, which was empty. The place was large and full of pristine equipment. Strongquist took the lead in showing them each item and explaining its function. Most interesting of all to Cariad was the gene therapy equipment. The Guardian explained that it engineered the patient's genes to correct developmental abnormalities. Cariad's excitement grew as Strongquist spoke. "You mean we finally cured genetic conditions retroactively?" she asked when he paused. "Absolutely," he replied. "This is marvelous," Cariad said. "This will help enormously to keep the colony healthy. I weeded out genetic conditions as far as I was able, but I can't prevent mutations further down the line. So is this available on Earth too?" "Only within a limited area," Faina said. "Most of human civilization has no access to advanced technologies such as these." Obrio was looking bored. Two more Guardians had appeared. They were dressed in medical scrubs. Cariad wondered what they were doing there, as the center currently had no patients. One of the medics activated a self-powered gurney. He brought it over, presumably to show them, though Cariad didn't think the design had altered much from her time. "Cariad," said Strongquist, "perhaps you'd like to see the immunomanipulator?" "I'd love to," she replied. "I'd like to take a look at your weapons systems," said Obrio. "Medical treatment isn't really my thing." Strongquist led Cariad away from the main group and over to another item of equipment. "I've seen as much as I want to in here," said Obrio. Cariad was inspecting the immunomanipulator when she realized she hadn't heard a reply to Obrio's comment. Yet she also hadn't heard him and the other Guardians leave. She glanced over her shoulder out of curiosity and gave a squeak of surprise. The large man was collapsing and the medics were catching him. "Oh no!" she exclaimed and rushed over. The medics were supporting Obrio's considerable weight and placing him on the gurney. His color was normal. "What happened? Did he faint?" Fina grimaced as if in distaste. "Number, don't be alarmed. Would you please move out of the way?" Cariad stepped backward to give the medics more room, bumping into Strongquist, who had come up behind her. "Perhaps it's a delayed effect of the revival process," said Cariad. "I thought he'd recovered. This is terrible. I need to get him back to the Nova Fortuna as soon as possible." "I think Obrio will be better off here," said Strongquist. "As you've seen, our medical facilities are superior." "That's true, but—" She looked at Faina, who was as unperturbed as ever, as were all the Guardians. "You said he didn't faint. How do you know? Why aren't you checking his pulse and airway and pupils? He could be seriously ill." "We know what's wrong with him," said Faina. "We injected him with a sedative." "You what?" The medics were strapping Obrio onto the gurney, restraining his flopping limbs. He was deeply unconscious. His mouth lolled open. "You sedated him," Cariad exclaimed. "Why?" "It was necessary, unfortunately," said Strongquist. "As we've explained, we are here to support the foundation of a healthy, thriving colony. We assessed Obrio's personality based on his behavior, since he was revived and we checked into his background. We've come to the conclusion that this man's influence would be detrimental to the colony. Therefore, we will keep him sedated until such time as he is no longer a threat." You... Cariad was so outraged she couldn't speak. "I understand this will be something of a shock to you," said Strongquist, "but please try not to be alarmed. This isn't something we undertake lightly. Obrio will come to no harm. His absence will be temporary, and it is for the overall good of the colony. We have all the necessary equipment and treatments to maintain him in an unconscious state until the Nova Fortuna project returns to stability. I'm sure you'll agree that its health is fragile at the moment." Outrage finally broke through her shock. She shouted at the Guardians over Obrio's prone figure. "You can't do this! You can't just knock people out if you think they're going to do something bad. This is barbaric. Who do you think you are? You aren't even a part of this project. No one invited you along. You've turned up out of nowhere." Frenzied possibilities rushed through her mind. It was impossible to verify the Guardian's story. You could be anyone. Maybe it's you who turned off the electric fence in the first night attack. Was it you who planted the bombs in the stadium and on the shuttle? It was, wasn't it? No Guardian has ever been hurt. Not ever. It's only ever been Gens or Woken. As the words tumbled out, Cariad was backing away from the Guardians, who regarded her impassively. She reached a corner and she could go no farther. She was the only non-Guardian on the ship and entirely at the mercy of these people. People who thought it was okay to sedate someone indefinitely because of something they thought he might do. "Who are you?" she whispered. Chapter 26. Since the Woken had discovered the absence of significant numbers of Gens at the settlement, tension had grown at the caves. What had been a happy mood of optimism as they fitted out their new homes had turned to a quiet, constant sense of anxiety for some, and for some, plain fear. There was talk of setting up armed defensive positions and a watch to constantly check for signs of an impending attack. If such an attack were to come, Ethan speculated, they could easily be trapped. The only exit he, Garwin, and Sherry had discovered, the time they had explored the caves, was narrow and difficult to navigate. The Gens would only be able to pass through slowly, one at a time. They'd hoped that more escape routes would be discovered later, when people arrived and began to investigate the site. But none had turned up. As Ethan pondered the problem again one day, stealing some precious moments of solitude in his cave, he decided it was time to look again. They'd already found one route from the rear of the caves to the surface. There had to be others. The cave walls all bore the signs of being worn by water, and what appeared to be a dry riverbed ran along the route to the coast. Ethan was no expert on such matters, but everything he saw pointed to the fact that, at some point in the history of the area, the river water had sunk into the ground and drained out from the cliff through the caves, as well as pouring over the edge in the now dried-up waterfall. Even if he found a tunnel that was too narrow to climb through, maybe they could blast them wider with explosives, as Seaberg had suggested. They needed all the escape routes they could get. Ethan filled a canister from his water container, grabbed a helmet that held a headlight, and climbed out of his cave and up the ladder on the cliff face, heading for one of the larger storage caves. He'd remembered that at the back of it was a tunnel that hadn't been deeply explored yet. It could lead to just the passage they needed. As he climbed, he noticed Garwin coming down above him. Garwin had rarely been at the caves in recent weeks. He'd taken the responsibility of remaining in the settlement for the time being, helping to keep up the appearance of activity in the place. Also, his workshop was there. He had to finish off putting together the kits to create the remaining machinery and vehicles the Gens needed. Ethan called out a greeting. Garwin looked down. "Ethan," he replied, "I was just coming to see you. I wanted to catch up on how things have been going here." After Ethan briefly explained what he planned on doing, Garwin said, "That's a great idea. I'll come with you. You can tell me about the progress here while we explore. I'll just tell Twyla where I'm going, then I'll meet you there." Twyla had recently arrived to set up a school for the younger children, and she and Garwin were sharing one of the larger caves with several other childless couples. Ethan continued climbing up to the storage cave. The place was more orderly than it had been the last time he'd seen it, and the areas were clearly labeled with signs that hung from the rock overhead. Garwin soon joined him. However, Twyla had also come along. She gave no sign to Ethan of their earlier conversation. Had she told Garwin she knew about his affair? It didn't appear so. Garwin was as relaxed and easy as he'd ever been. His arm was around his wife's waist as they came over to Ethan at the back of the cave. "I brought this," Twyla said. She held up a thick yellow crayon. "I'll write on the wall so that people will know where we've gone, and we can mark the walls as we go along so we don't get lost." "Good thinking," said Ethan. He'd been concerned about that possibility. "That's my wife," Garwin said affectionately. Ethan felt sick. The man's duplicity nauseated him. "It's this way," he said after Twyla had written her message, walking into the opening at the back of the cave, turning sideways to squeeze through the gap. Garwin and Twyla followed him. "Unless we find something better, we need to make the current escape route safer. It's too cramped and uneven." "Yes, it is," said Twyla. "I had a look at it. The younger children won't deal with that floor very well. We'd have to carry them. The whole place needs to be safer, in fact. The caves themselves don't need much work. Only smoothing out some walls and erecting barriers to prevent kids from accidentally falling out. But we have to find a better way of getting around than those ladders. I don't even like the idea of adults using them. It's really dangerous. People are getting lazy. If two people meet, instead of one of them backing up to a safe place, They go around each other. I'm surprised no one's fallen off already. Ethan explained his ideas of safety lines attached to the ladders and eventually constructing walled-in stairs in the cliffs. Garwin said, "Those are great solutions." They'd gone deeper into the cliff where the tunnel widened out and sloped upward. Very little light made it in from the cave, and all Ethan could see was within the narrow beam of his headlight. The smooth, water-worn rock was ridged, which helped his feet maintain purchase on the sloping floor. A black entrance loomed to the right, narrower than the main tunnel. "What do you say we try this side route?" he asked. "I think others have been down the main route already." Garwin and Twyla agreed. Twyla marked the entrance with a yellow arrow pointing in the direction of the way out, and they went in. This route was markedly steeper than the first, and Ethan had to use his hands as well as his feet to move along it. The atmosphere was moist and clammy, and he soon found himself wet with sweat. The moistness of his palms made the going even harder. He was just about to suggest that they return and try a different passage when the tunnel evened out and split into two. This time, they took the easier passage, bypassing the crack in the wall that was barely as wide as Ethan's shoulders. Twyla marked the direction of the exit again in yellow crayon. Silence fell as they conserved their breath for the effort of navigating the passage. Ethan wondered how far they'd come, but he'd lost track of the distance. Without landmarks for guidance, it was impossible to tell. They also seemed to have gone farther vertically than horizontally. He guessed they'd been going for around half an hour. Another split in the passage appeared. They had a choice of 3 directions this time. Once more, they chose the easiest of the 3, which was really the only possible choice. The other 2 were so steep, they were impossible to climb without ropes. Water began to drip from the ceiling, and a fat drop landed on Ethan's helmet. As the cold water fell onto his shirt and trickled down his back, a thought occurred to him. "Hey," he said to the other 2, who were a short way behind him. He paused as they caught up. "Do you think it's possible that the river isn't totally dried up? What if it still runs here, just underground?" "I don't think it does," Garwin replied. "It would have to come out somewhere, wouldn't it?" "I haven't noticed any sign of water exiting the cliffs." "No," Ethan replied, "but maybe it comes out below ground, in the ocean." He looked upward. His headlight reflected wetly on the bumpy surface of the ceiling. Thick drops of water seeped through here and there, hanging heavily before they fell. Small stalactites were forming. Or what if there isn't a river as such, just a lot of water? If we have a massive storm, the water might run through the caves again. Twyla said, "I hope not. That would be a disaster." "Do you think it's a possibility?" Garwin asked. "No," Ethan replied after a moment's consideration. "The caves directly inside the cliffs are extremely dry. No plants or anything else lives in them. It's like they haven't seen water for decades or centuries." "I never considered the cave settlement our long-term home anyway," said Garwin. "Their advantage is that we aren't out in the open if the Woken or Guardians decide to attack us and force us back. But when things settle down, we should look to creating a proper town somewhere where we don't have to climb to go from one place to another. Maybe we could look at the area on the other side of the farming district. We'll need those crops when they're ready to harvest." They walked on, panting a little with exertion in the humid darkness. Apart from the noise of their breathing and the drip of water, the tunnel was absolutely silent, and they could only see whatever the beams of their headlights illuminated. The passage suddenly dipped downward, and Ethan lost his footing, falling hard on his rear. He slid down the wet, slimy slope, grabbing vainly at the tunnel sides, but his hands slipped off any bumps he found. Garwin and Twyla had suffered a similar fate. They were coming down behind him. The beam from Ethan's headlight bounced around as he went along, wondering when he would reach the bottom. Then empty space yawned wide beneath him, a hole in the floor of the tunnel. Ethan grabbed wildly. His hands encountered a lump of rock that he gripped with all his strength. He just had time to blurt, "Watch out," before Garwin also arrived at the opening. Holding tight to the rock, Ethan hauled himself out of the hole and onto the floor of the slope. There was a cry that sounded like Twyla. He swung his headlamp around to find out what had happened. Garwin was half in, half out of the hole, barely holding on to a rough, lumpy area of the floor, and Twyla was in the hole, holding on to Garwin. Her knuckles were white as she dug her hands into his shirt and her face was panic-stricken. Garwin's expression was tortured as he tried to prevent his wife and himself from plummeting down the hole. Garwin gasped, "Get Twyla!" Ethan slid quickly closer. Lying flat on his stomach, he reached down and grabbed Twyla's arms. Garwin gasped and slipped toward the hole. Twyla cried out and dug her hands deeper into her husband's back. "I've got you," said Ethan. He squirmed backward, tugging on the woman's arms. Now that Ethan was taking a lot of her weight, Garwin also pulled himself upward, grunting with effort. Ethan tugged harder, eventually lifting Twyla's upper half over the edge. She didn't let go of Garwin until he was entirely out of the hole, and she was 3/4 out. All three lay on the tunnel floor, panting. Ethan sat up and looked along at the passage they had slipped down. They seemed to have come a long way. He couldn't see the top. "Are you okay?" Garwin asked. Ethan turned his gaze to the couple and saw that Garwin was talking to Twyla. They had sat up too and were hugging. "Yes, I'm okay," Twyla replied, though her voice sounded teary. Garwin hugged her closer. "Thank the stars, that was close." His voice was emotional too, and his face was white with shock and fear. He stroked his wife's hair and looked into her eyes. "Are you sure you're all right?" "I'm fine," she said. "Really?" The look that passed between the two was so intimate, Ethan looked away, embarrassed to intrude on the moment. Their deep love for each other was clear. Ethan couldn't understand why Garwin had affairs if his relationship with his wife was so strong, or why Twyla was so unaffected by the revelation of his cheating. "I don't know if we'll be able to get out the way we came down," he said. "The slope's too steep." "Can we get around the hole?" Twyla asked. When Ethan looked toward the couple again, they'd broken their embrace, and Garwin was peering over the edge of the hole. He ran his hands over the ground as if searching for something. "Anyone see a pebble? I wonder how deep this is." They looked, but the tunnel was bare of any loose rock. Instead, Twyla broke her crayon in half and handed one piece to Garwin. He reached out and dropped it in the hole. A plop signaled that there was water at the bottom, quite far down. When Ethan leaned over carefully and shone his headlight into the darkness, the light reflected on a wet surface. "It's probably fresh water," Twyla said, "from the old river, unless we've come down to sea level, which I don't think we have. If it is fresh, that'll save us a lot of trouble with desalinating the seawater," Garwin said. Ethan had been exploring the other side of the hole and found that the rock was wide enough to allow them safe passage. They went on. The slope had evened out, and they were on a flat stretch. No one mentioned the fact that it was now imperative that they find another exit. Returning the way they had come could prove impossible. It was clear that the passage was useless as an escape route too. Their new focus was on their own escape. The tunnel began to climb, which Ethan chose to look upon as a good sign. They had to have been traveling for at least an hour, he guessed. Their lights would last another hour or so. If they couldn't get out, they could last quite a while down there, though it would be in total darkness. Though no one had brought any food along, they could lick the water from the cave walls. However, lasting weeks could be a good or a bad thing. Ethan was also worried by the thought that a rescue party might follow the markings Twyla had made and fall down the steep slope that led to the hole. They might not be as lucky as they had been. Anyone landing in the water could drown. Ethan gave a shiver and pushed the thought from his mind. He needed to concentrate on escaping the cave, not on what would happen if they couldn't. He worked upward, clutching the slippery rocks, the sound of Garwin's and Twyla's heavy breathing joining his own. In spite of the heat of his exertion, he was chilled from the water that had dripped onto him, soaking his clothes. A gap opened in the wall to his right. Ethan poked his head through it, illuminating the view with his headlamp. The passage looked a little drier than their current tunnel, though it was even steeper. "This looks promising," he said. "What do you say we go this way?" "It's as good as any other," said Twyla. Both she and Garwin were sweaty and grimy, and their haggard expressions told of their exhaustion. Ethan imagined he probably didn't look much better. Without any more discussion, they took the route he'd suggested. It wasn't long before the signs indicated it had been a good choice. The tunnel walls and the air turned noticeably drier. Ethan panted heavily as he climbed higher. He grew warm again, and his sweat began to dry on his skin. A change in the darkness made him stop. "Hold on a second," he said to the others. "Turn off your lamps." He turned off his own too. Faint rays of light were piercing the black. Farther along the tunnel, a ragged hole in the rock ceiling was faintly outlined by light. "Thank the stars," Twyla breathed. "We must be near the surface." The prospect of escape from the cave system invigorated them all. Ethan climbed quicker, heading toward the tantalizing glimmer of light. His head struck rock. The blow was so hard, if he hadn't been wearing a helmet, he would have suffered a serious injury. As it was, he was only a little dazed. "What was that?" Garwin asked in response to the sound. Ethan explained that the ceiling had lowered and told them to be careful. He was forced to crawl. The space was barely high enough to avoid slithering on his belly. But he didn't mind. Daylight was clearly visible ahead, green-hued but bright. In a few moments, he had pushed his way out through vegetation that overhung the exit. The sunlight blinded him, and he had to put his hands over his eyes. Behind him, Twyla and Garwin also emerged and exclaimed in relief. When Ethan's eyes had somewhat adjusted to the light, he opened them wider and squinted at their surroundings. They were low down on the dried-up riverbed, the valley walls rising on each side. The route that he, Twyla, and Garwin had discovered would be useless for escape, but it didn't matter. He was glad they'd made it out alive. Chapter 27. Cariad demanded that the Guardians reverse Obrio's sedation, but they absolutely refused to wake him up, emphasizing the threat he presented to the success of the colony. Their words were little more than a meaningless jumble to Cariad. She was terrified that they might do the same to her. The horror of a potentially never-ending sleep, like returning to cryo, rose up before her. Both Strongquist and Fina continued to try to persuade her of the necessity of the sedation. Cariad couldn't get through to them, and fearing for her own safety, she insisted on being returned to the Nova Fortuna. She wanted nothing more than to put as much distance between herself and the Guardians as possible. "Take me back, then," she repeated. "Just take me back." She had to tell the other Woken what the Guardians had done. If she couldn't persuade them that their behavior was unacceptable, maybe others could, or Anahi might. The Guardians had said they would follow the leader's instructions. She had to speak to Anahi. Whatever happened, even if they complied with Anahi's command, the Guardians' Act had changed the nature of their relationship with all the colonists irrevocably. Eventually, Strongquist and Fina acceded to her demand. Cariad sat in stony silence, her hands trembling, the entire shuttle flight back to the colony ship. When she disembarked onto the Nova Fortuna, she left the Guardians without a parting word and went directly to Anahi at the leader's quarters. The outer door to what had once been the public office was locked. "Let me in," Cariad demanded through the doorcom when Anahi answered. "I have to talk to you." "What about?" Anahi asked cautiously. Cariad blurted the news of Obrio's sedation. At first, Anahi seemed to not believe her, her expression suspicious. "Do you really think I would make this up?" Cariad asked. "Open the door and let me in. We have to figure out a way to fix this." The door slid to one side and Cariad strode inside. Anahi was standing behind the desk in the lobby. Cariad put her hands on the desktop and leaned toward the older woman. "They just gave him a shot and knocked him out," she exclaimed. "I only turned away for a minute, and when I turned back, they were laying him out. Just like that, like it was the most normal thing in the world." "What did they say?" Anahi asked. Cariad related the tense conversation she'd had with the Guardians, finishing with, "I thought they were going to do the same to me. It was insane. They were so calm about it. Not acting guilty at all. I can still hardly believe it. I feel like I should pinch myself." "Are you sure he wasn't being violent?" Anahi asked. "Did he take a swing at them?" He was just being Obrio. "You know what he's like. I don't know what you were thinking when you wanted to wake him up, but there was no reason to knock him out. I mean, even if they were right that he's a threat to the colony, they can't just take him out of the equation. What if they decide to do it to someone else? If they do it to a Jinn, we'll have a revolution on our hands." "All right," Anahi said. "Sit down." Cariad slumped into a seat, some of her tension and fear finally dissipating. Anahi's expression was grave. "I'll speak to them. We'll see what they say." She opened her desk interface and sent a comm request. Cariad couldn't see the screen from where she was sitting, but she recognized Strongquist's voice immediately. "Leader," he said, "I thought I might hear from you. I'm guessing you want to speak to us about the unfortunate decision we had to make." "I do want to speak to you about your unlawful assault on a colonist." "Yes." Cariad admired Anahi's strong stance, but she doubted it would do any good. The Guardians held all the cards. They wouldn't have gone ahead with the sedation if they thought they could be forced to back down. As we explained to Cariad, Strongquist said, Obrio's attitude and behavior threaten the future of the colony, and so, you have no authority to act in this way, Anahi said. None at all. You aren't even members of the Nova Fortuna project. I demand that you return Obrio to our ship immediately. It is with great regret that I must refuse your request, Strongquist replied. He did actually sound regretful. But you have to do as I say, Anahi exclaimed. You have to obey the leader. That isn't quite correct. We have to ensure the future of the colony at any cost. In most cases, that means we bow to the leader's judgment. Obrio's case is extreme, however, and we have no choice but to deny your request at this time. When the colony is more stable, Anahi closed the connection. She looked suddenly older and very tired. After a pause, she asked, What have I done, Cariad? I never meant for things to turn out like this. I was only trying to keep us all safe. The longtime colleague Cariad remembered seemed to have returned. Though she wasn't sure Anahi's understanding of her motivations was accurate, she pitied her. She reached out and touched the woman's hand. You didn't bring the Guardians here. They're the ones we need to be dealing with right now. Anahi said, But what can we do? They're armed and only the gens have weapons. I don't know yet, but we have to figure out a way. We can't let the Guardians walk all over us. Anahi shook her head. Their technology is far superior to ours. If we refuse to allow them aboard the ship, they can force their way on. And we can't stop them from interfering on the planet. They can come and go as they please. They could take over the entire colony if they wanted to. If they start giving the gens orders, there's nothing we can do about it. The gens have already broken away, Cariad replied. If the Guardians decide they want to take over the colony, they'll have their work cut out for them. There are lots more gens than us, and the Guardians don't even know where most of them are. Thinking about it, it's we woken I'm more concerned about. What if the Guardians decide we're getting in the way of the success of the colony? There are only a few of us. Do you really think it'll come to that? Anahi asked. They've left us alone up until now. It's only been Obrio they objected to. They've been generally supportive, and they have tried to catch the natural movement saboteur. Have they? Cariad asked. Or were they only making a show of it? Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that they turned up at exactly the right moment? What if they're responsible for everything that's happened? We only have their word about the natural movement plot to destroy the colony. Has anyone actually seen any evidence of it? After what I witnessed just now, I don't feel like I know the Guardians at all. It was so cold-blooded. I don't feel like we're even the same species, as if humanity underwent some fundamental change after we left. Interesting, but it doesn't really help us. No, Cariad agreed. The fact is, the Guardians are armed and we aren't. And it isn't like the gens are just going to kindly hand their weapons back if we ask. We found that out already. Cariad bit back the retort that popped into her mind regarding Anahi's handling of that situation. That isn't to say we can't make our own. We have plenty of scientists who could figure out how, I'm sure. We have printers we can program to make the parts. There has to be something we can do. Yes, Anahi said. We have to do something to protect ourselves. First off, we have to tell the Guardians they're no longer welcome aboard the Nova Fortuna, and we have to continue to demand they wake up Obrio. Anahi took a breath. He's going to be so mad. Cariad smiled. She preferred Anahi without her megalomaniacal streak. I'm glad we agree about something. She wasn't going to let Anahi's conciliatory mood go to waste. What's happened has made me realize more than ever that we need a change of attitude. We've been seeing the gens as a problem that we need to fix. We've been imagining that we have all the answers, but both us and the gens are alike, unfamiliar with the new world and without any experience of building a colony. We should work with the gens, not try to control them. They aren't our adversaries. The natural movement is what's really out to make this colony fail. And now we have another enemy, the Guardians. Chapter 28. Ethan was piloting a flitter along the dry riverbed that led to the caves, the vehicle piled high with supplies he was bringing over from the original settlement, when he saw Twyla. She passed him on another flitter going the other way, flying quickly. He lifted a hand to acknowledge her, but she didn't seem to notice him. He continued his journey, mulling over the impending issues the Gens would soon face. Though the Gens had already transported so many containers that they'd nearly filled the caves designated as storage areas, they only had in their possession around a tenth of what had been brought down from the ship. It was a big problem. If they wanted to entirely cut ties with the Woken and the Guardians and go it alone, they couldn't keep returning to collect more food, equipment, and other essentials. If they wanted to be independent, they had to wean themselves from their milk mother, yet they didn't have enough room to store everything they might need. Ethan was also beginning to worry about the constant use of the flitters. The manual warning that the flitters' power supplies were finite was suddenly becoming more real. Once the flitters' energy ran out, the fledgling colony would not have the technology to replenish them. Independence was bringing the Gens constraints and pressures as well as benefits. Another concern on Ethan's mind was his farm. He hadn't been back there in a long while after Cherry had sown his crop of soybeans. He had no idea how the plants were doing. He hadn't fertilized as he was supposed to or irrigated when the weather was dry. The work he was doing to found the new settlement was important, but was it more important than growing the food that would feed them when the ship's supplies ran out? He arrived at the top of the cliffs and began unloading the boxes from the flitter onto the rocky ground. Next came the job of strapping each box to a platform and lowering it to the storage cave where someone would be waiting to haul it inside. Before beginning the task, he went and sat at the edge of the cliff to take a few minutes break. Dangling his legs over the precipitous drop, he watched the ocean. The sky was cloudy and the water gray and foamy as it churned. A crazy scheme took shape in Ethan's mind. He would leave the problems of colonization behind and build a boat. Ancient vessels on Earth used the wind for power, catching it in enormous pieces of cloth called sails. He would harness the power of the wind and travel by boat across the ocean. There was another continent beyond the one chosen for the first settlement. He wanted to see it. He wanted to travel across the entire globe, visiting all the landmasses. There was a whole world out there to discover. Ethan sighed. Maybe one day he would do it. Maybe. He already had a lifetime's work ahead, just helping to provide a reliable supply of food. He got to his feet to return to the supply boxes. As he stood, he heard a dull thud, and a shock radiated up from the ground. It was an odd sensation, unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Was it an earthquake? He'd learned about them in school. He waited to see if anything else was going to happen, but nothing did. So he walked over to the boxes and lifted one, ready to carry it to the platform. A shout came from the caves, followed by a scream. Ethan returned to the cliff edge and peered over. People were climbing the ladders that led up from the caves. They were moving fast, but he couldn't see why, or not at first. Then the cause of the disturbance became clear. Water was pouring from some of the caves. They were escaping a flood. Frozen in surprise, Ethan gaped at the sudden deluge of water. Loose, light items, like clothes and packaging, were being carried out and falling into the ocean below. More waterfalls appeared. Ethan tried to figure out what was happening. Where was the water coming from? It hadn't rained heavily recently, and the riverbed was as dry as ever. "Help!" a voice cried. The sound galvanized him into action. He ran to the nearest ladder, but it was full of people climbing up. He spotted another farther away that was empty, sped over to it, and began to climb down. If the caves were flooding, people would have to get out fast or risk being swept away. Even if they survived the drop into the ocean, no one could swim. He raced down the ladder. Another cry sounded out. Over to one side of the cliff face, the ladders were filling up rapidly. People were trying to leave the caves, but the ladders didn't have the capacity to hold all of them at once. Ethan worried that if people overwhelmed them, the structures might break free and send hundreds to their deaths. At one cave entrance, people crowded, jostling and shouting as they waited their turn to get onto a ladder. "Stay calm," Ethan shouted across to them. "Wait your turn." They either didn't hear or ignored him. The jostling grew rougher. "Hurry up," someone shouted. "I can hardly stand up." Ethan was amazed that any of them could stand in the torrent that swirled around their legs and poured down the cliff. Ethan could only hear the arguing voices faintly because the noise of falling water was turning into a roar. "Help me," a woman's voice called. "Someone, please." In the opposite direction, Ethan saw a woman teetering on a cave edge, holding the hand of a toddler. A barrier had been erected at the front of their cave, but it was hanging askew and water rushed through the gap. As Ethan climbed across the network of ladders toward her, the barrier swung wide and broke off entirely before spinning and tumbling down to the waiting waves. The woman lifted the child into her arms and balanced it on one hip, gripping the cave wall with the other hand. Her legs were spread out, bracing herself against the water's current. She couldn't both hold the child and climb out onto a ladder. Whatever carrier she had for carrying the toddler on her back must have been swept away. "Give him to me," he said as he reached the woman. She was soaked through and her features were pale and frightened. She hesitated, gripping the child tighter, gazing down at the waves, her eyes round. "It's okay," Ethan said. "I can help you." A shriek sounded out. Someone was falling from the crowd Ethan had seen at one cave opening. The figure hit the water so hard the sound reverberated up the cliff over the noise of plunging water. The person quickly sank out of sight. "Give him to me," Ethan yelled. "Hurry up!" Another cry came as someone else fell. Ethan turned around. Were people pushing in their fear and haste to get onto the ladders? Or had the current grown so strong it was sweeping them away? The woman thrust the toddler at him. He grabbed the child and held him with one arm while using the other to grip the ladder. "Now you!" A rumbling crash and roar came from deep within the caves, and the cliff face shook. The mother screamed as a wave of water poured out, carrying her with it. She grabbed Ethan just in time, but his feet slipped from the rungs and he almost fell. For a frantic second, the woman dangled below him, her legs windmilling. Ethan's other arm gripped a ladder rung, bearing his weight and the weight of the woman and the child. Then one of his feet found a rung. He heaved upward. His other foot slid onto a rung. The woman also managed to climb onto the ladder. Ethan's gaze swept the cliff face in horror. The cave entrances that had been crowded were now empty. The second flood of water had swept countless more people to their deaths. Only the people on the ladders had survived, and possibly some others who remained within the caves, holding on against the rush of water. Ethan climbed quickly to the cliff top. As he was putting the little boy on the ground, his mother arrived. "Thank you," she gasped as she grabbed her child. But Ethan was already climbing down again. There had to be more people who needed help. The entire cliff face could break away soon in the deluge. As he was speeding down, he wondered what had happened. He'd guessed where the water had come from. It had to be from the aquifer he'd discovered on his most recent exploration. But why had it suddenly burst? The caves had all been dust dry. No water had flowed through them for a very long time. There was no reason for its sudden appearance, except that something catastrophic had caused it. The implications of his line of thought began to pile up in Ethan's head, but he pushed them to one side. Figuring out the why and how of what had happened would have to come later. For now, he had to help the people remaining in the caves. He reached the first entrance and peered inside. The dark interior was empty save for the water running through it, pale and frothing with dust. Ethan made his way over to the next cave. Inside this one, a handful of people were clustered. They were huddled tightly together at the back, where the floor was higher. Cherry was among them. "Ethan," she said when she saw him. He couldn't hear her over the rush of water, but he read her lips. She smiled bravely, but her face betrayed her fear. Little Cherry, she was the smallest of them all. To get out of the cave, the people would have to withstand the force of current in the deeper water at the front. Deep water that was growing deeper. If they stayed where they were, eventually the water could rise high enough to sweep them away. "You have to get out," Ethan shouted at them. He beckoned. "I'll help you." Holding on firmly with one hand and balancing on one foot, he leaned out into the cave and beckoned again. A young man stepped tentatively out. His body pressed against the wall, he inched over to the cave entrance. As soon as he reached Ethan's outstretched hand, Ethan grabbed him and gripped tightly. "Hold on to me and climb around me onto the ladder." The youngster did as Ethan had instructed, grasping onto his body until he finally reached the safety of the ladder. A woman and another man did the same. Then only Cherry was left. She was hugging the wall, fighting the current and watching the rushing water. "Cherry," Ethan shouted, "you have to come out. Come on, it'll be okay." He didn't think she could hear him. She seemed mesmerized by the fast-flowing water. Ethan bellowed at her, "Cherry! Now hurry up." Her eyes lifted and met his gaze. She shifted a tentative step toward him. The strain of staying upright showed on her face. The water was up to her thighs. Ethan wondered if he should go into the cave and grab her, but then neither of them would have a firm hold of anything, and if he fell, he would take her with him. She moved another step and another. Her progress was painfully slow and the water visibly rising. How much of it had been hidden underground? It seemed an impossible amount. Cherry moved closer. He could almost reach her. He strained with his might to close the distance between them. Her gaze fixed on his. The fear on her face seemed to fade a little. She stretched out to him. Her fingertips brushed his hand, but then she lost her footing. She toppled backward into the water, sending up a splash as she hit. Her head was above the surface and her arms were flailing as she slid past on her back. Ethan made a wild grab for her. His fingers touched her shirt. Then she was gone. Cherry was gone. Ethan's gaze desperately searched the cascade of water that was falling into the ocean. He couldn't see her. Shock froze him, clinging one-handed to the ladder. He watched the boiling water below, which mixed with waves coming in from the ocean. Some supply boxes and other items that had been washed from the caves bobbed in the tumult. There was no sign of any people. Cherry was down there. Smart, funny, sparky Cherry, losing her fight with the water. Ethan pressed his forehead against the cold, wet rock of the cliff face. He gripped the ladder like a vice, afraid that he would jump into the water to save her. He couldn't swim. He would drown too, and there had to be more trapped people who needed his help. Exerting every ounce of willpower he had, Ethan forced himself to move. He climbed across and up and down the cliff, checking the caves. Others were doing the same. Ethan found several more people and helped them to safety. The water continued to rise. Just as Ethan was estimating that all the caves had been checked and that anyone who could be saved had been saved, an immense boom thundered up from below. Ethan's ladder juddered. He looked downward in time to see part of the cliff break away. A lake full of water spewed out as the rocks crashed into the ocean, sending out a massive wave. Ethan flew up his ladder, his hands and feet a blur of motion. When he reached the top of the cliff, he launched himself onto the flat ground. People were hanging around near the edge. "Get back! Run!" he shouted. He urged them to run toward the hills that bordered the dried-up river where other survivors were gathering. "Move!" he yelled. The cliff could collapse any second. Finally, they took notice and began to move. Running with the others, Ethan reached and then climbed the hill slopes, slipping on loose stones and dirt. When he thought they'd gone far enough to be out of danger, he halted. Gasping, he threw himself to the ground. As he panted, the image of Cherry tumbling over in the cave and being swept out into the torrent played again and again in his mind. A lump rose in his throat. He couldn't believe he hadn't been able to save her. She'd been so near. He'd touched her. If he'd only managed to reach just another couple of centimeters, he would have caught her for sure. Just a couple of centimeters had meant the difference between her life and her death. When Ethan had caught his breath, he sat up. The surviving Yens were dazed and weeping. Some were going from group to group, trying to find lost loved ones. As the tragedy of Cherry's death gripped him, other thoughts crowded in. Why had the aquifer burst? The suspicion that he'd pushed aside in his rush to help resurfaced. As far as he knew, only he, Garwin, and Twyla were aware of the existence of the aquifer. Now that he replayed the memory of the sound he'd heard and the sensation he'd felt just prior to the flooding, he realized that they could have been caused by a bomb exploding. Had someone deliberately cracked the aquifer walls and caused the disaster? Tens, if not hundreds of people had died. His grief and guilt over Cherry's death churned up inside him. Anger and fury took their place. He was sure he knew what had happened and who was responsible. He would make them pay. Ethan ran down the hillside, passing through the clumps of survivors. Already people were organizing help for the injured. It was a very different scene than the reaction after the stadium bombing, when the Gens had been a mess of confusion and inaction. The flitter remained where he'd left it, close to the cliff edge. The cliff hadn't collapsed as he'd feared it might, or not just yet. Ethan sped over to the vehicle and jumped inside. He would head back to the settlement. He needed to confront Garwin and Twyla. Chapter 29. When the news of the disaster at the Gens' new settlement filtered through to the Nova Fortuna, Cariad's first impulse was to go planetside and help. It turned out that the Gens had set up home at a cave system next to the ocean, and that the entire place had flooded. The rest of the Woken also wanted to help with the rescue effort, but Anahi was reluctant. She cautioned against using the shuttles. Everyone, including the shipboard Gens, had assembled at the shuttle bay. "What if they're booby-trapped?" Anahi said. "The Guardians went over them all with a fine-toothed comb," said Cariad's soil biologist friend Renee, "and no one except that party that Obrio took down has been near them since. No one's been allowed. They must be safe." "We have to go and help," Cariad said. "What will the Gens think if we stay up here all safe and sound and leave them to deal with this alone? If they ever needed us, it's now. And what better opportunity to try to heal the rift?" Anahi tried to voice another protest, but others were already arguing with her. Cariad desperately wanted to go down to the planet, and not only to offer what help she could. She needed to see Ethan. She'd heard that he'd been there at the time of the disaster, but nothing more than that. She wanted to be sure he was okay. "Wait," she said suddenly. "Why am I even listening to you?" She'd realized that Anahi could do nothing to stop her or anyone else if they wanted to go planetside. Ignoring the leader's reply, she said loudly over the discussion, "Well, I'm going down. Is there a pilot here willing to fly me?" Anahi's mouth dropped open as Cariad walked right past her into the shuttle bay. "I'll do it," called one of the Gen pilots. She also strode past Anahi, and several Woken followed her. Soon, everyone who had been waiting and arguing with Anahi was in the bay and boarding the shuttles. Cariad was on tenterhooks all the way down. The shuttle flight had never seemed so long. As soon as the ship landed, she was first to disembark. She ran to the passenger processing area and asked the clerk if she knew what had happened to Ethan. The woman said he'd been seen in the settlement, but she didn't know where he was. Cariad sped to the farmer's dorms, not really expecting to find Ethan there. But she hoped she might find someone who knew where he was. She was in luck. A man in the lobby told her that he thought Ethan was with Garwin, and he gave her directions to Garwin's house. Cariad raced over and impatiently rang the door chime. When no one answered, she rang it several times again, wondering if maybe Ethan wasn't there after all. After 10 or 12 rings, a tall, bony woman answered, looking deeply agitated or perhaps harassed. She seemed more agitated than was reasonable due to someone aggressively ringing her doorbell. Cariad didn't know the woman but assumed she was Garwin's wife. "I'm looking for Ethan. I was told he was here." "Oh, he's here all right," the woman said. Ethan appeared behind her in the hall. "Cariad!" He pushed past Garwin's wife and grabbed Cariad, hugging her so tightly he lifted her feet from the ground. He stepped away but held onto her upper arms. "What are you doing here?" "We heard about the disaster. We've come down to help, of course. A lot of Woken are on their way out there now. But I heard you were here. I wanted to make sure you were okay." Another figure appeared behind Ethan. Garwin had come into the hall too. Ignoring Cariad, he told Ethan, "I think it's best that you leave." Ethan turned away from Cariad to face Garwin and said, "You might be able to make me go away for now, but what I've said remains the truth. I'm not going to let it rest." He faced Garwin's wife. "I know what you did. You're not going to get away with it. I'm not going to let you hurt anyone else." "Ethan," said Cariad, "what's this about?" He shot another look at the woman before saying to Cariad, "I'll tell you all about it." "Not here, you won't," Garwin said. "Don't come back. I don't want to see you here again. Come on, Twyla." He disappeared into the darkness of the hall. Ethan was taking Cariad's arm to leave with her when Twyla leaned toward him and hissed, "I should have put an end to your interference while I had the chance." Her expression was so full of hate and evil, Cariad stepped backward. The door slammed. As they went along the narrow pathway to the street, Cariad said, "What was that about? You sure pissed them off. That's nothing to how they'll feel when I prove that I'm right." Ethan looked puzzled. "I'm not sure what Twyla meant by that last remark, though." "Right about what?" asked Cariad as they walked down the street. "Twyla, Garwin's wife, she's a natural movement follower, and maybe he is too. I'm not sure about that part." "What? How do you know?" "The flood at the caves was caused by an aquifer bursting. Only 2 people knew where that reservoir was apart from me, and that was Garwin and Twyla. We were together exploring the caves when we accidentally stumbled across it. It was difficult and dangerous to reach, and I'm certain no one else has gone that way after us. Twyla almost fell into it. Things might have turned out better for everyone else if she had." He halted, his expression shifting from anger to sorrow. He hung his head. A friend of mine died, Cariad. I nearly saved her, but she got swept away. She drowned in the ocean, like who knows how many more. And Twyla's responsible. I'm sure of it. Just before the flooding, I saw her speeding away from the cave site. Oh, Ethan. Cariad touched his arm. I'm so sorry. So you came back here to confront them? What did they say? What do you think? They denied everything, of course. Damn it, I went about it the wrong way. I shouldn't have said anything. Now they know they're under suspicion, so they'll cover their tracks even more carefully. They're going to wipe every trace of their possible connection with the disaster more thoroughly than they already have. When I told them I'd seen Twyla race away from the caves just before the aquifer broke, Garwin stood by her like a hero. He wouldn't hear a word I said against her. Thought up every excuse he could as to why she couldn't possibly have anything to do with it. Ethan shook his head. I'm not sure that Garwin's involved. I don't think even he is that two-faced. But her, I had a weird feeling about her the moment I met her. And their relationship is very strange. She's odd, nervy. Garwin doesn't seem to see it. He's in love with her. Well, she is his wife. Yeah, well, their relationship's complicated. They'd resumed walking as they talked and wandered over to the shuttle field. It was full of Nova Fortuna shuttles. What are so many shuttles doing here? Ethan asked. Only 2 or 3 would have been enough to transport all the woken. We didn't know how many gens had been injured, Cariad replied. We thought we might need to take them up to the ship's medical facilities. No one knew if the hospital here was fully operational. And Ethan, we thought some of you might want to return to the ship anyway. It's safer for you up there. All the bombings and disasters have taken place on or near the surface. It's a good thought, Ethan said. Plenty of us will appreciate it, I'm sure. But though I can't speak for the others, I don't think I'll ever be returning to the Nova Fortuna. This is my home now. I don't want to abandon it. I want to put right what's wrong here, not give up on it. Cariad was about to reply when the sight of an approaching shuttle distracted her. Uh-oh. What's wrong? Ethan asked. It's the Guardians. You didn't expect them to show up? I should have, Cariad replied. I just didn't think about it. Ethan, what have the Guardians been doing around here the last few weeks? I don't know exactly. I haven't been around the settlement much myself. I was at the caves most of the time. Cariad nodded and was quiet for a few moments. I guess that's why you haven't spoken to me for weeks. That's right. I didn't want to lie to you and, well, I'm sorry. She touched his arm. It's okay. I understand. Ethan, I have to ask you about the Guardians. Have they taken anyone away or hurt anyone? I'm sure I would have heard about it if they had. Why? Cariad explained what the Guardians had done to Obrio. After his initial surprise, Ethan laughed wryly. What's funny about it? Cariad asked. They had no right to sedate the man. He hadn't done anything. They were shutting him down because of what they thought he might do. Kinda like what you woken wanted to do to us? Cariad winced. Ethan said, That wasn't fair. I know you were trying to fight it. I was. Maybe I should have tried harder. The Guardian shuttle had landed. The ramp was down and a group containing 2 especially familiar figures were heading toward Ethan and Cariad across the shuttle field. What do you think they want? Ethan asked as Strongquist, Faina, and other Guardians drew nearer. They'll say they want to help, Cariad replied. Then I think they'll find their help isn't needed or welcome, especially not after word gets out about what they did to that guy. If the other woken are telling Jens about it, that might be the final... What is it? Stick? Huh? The final thing needed to send someone over the edge. It's a saying. Oh, straw. The final straw that broke the camel's back. Do you think the Jens will be hostile toward the woken? Probably not. You aren't armed. The Guardians are already hated down here. Although neither Strongquist nor Faina were carrying weapons, others were, and they were behaving like guards, flanking the unarmed Guardians. They were acting as though they expected to be attacked, which, given the tensions in the colony and the high feelings after yet another disaster, wasn't unlikely. Cariad, said Strongquist. I'm glad to see you. We're here to help with the disaster response, but I also have some news. I've had another breakthrough in our investigation into the natural movement saboteurs. If she hadn't been there to witness it, Cariad doubted she would have believed the nonchalance with which the man and other guardians were behaving in the face of their outrageous actions. "Fantastic," said Ethan. "Why don't you tell that to the bodies floating in the ocean? I'm sure they'll feel much better about being dead, knowing you've nearly caught the person who killed them." Strongquist was nonplussed by Ethan's sarcastic response. "The flooding was caused by a natural movement saboteur?" he asked. "Possibly saboteurs," Ethan replied. He said to Cariad, "Garwin was here the whole time as far as I can tell. I doubt he planted the bomb." But he had no explanation for Twyla's behavior, and neither did she. "It was a bomb?" asked Faina. "We heard it was a natural disaster. From the sound of it, the caves were unsafe from the outset. It was unwise to attempt to create a new settlement in such an area. There was always a risk of something like this happening." "The caves were safe," Ethan said angrily. "They were bone dry. No water had flowed through them in decades, if not hundreds or thousands of years. This was a deliberate act, designed to kill as many people as possible. Designed to—" He paused. His hands were clenched into fists, and he was leaning toward Faina. One of the armed guardians had gripped his weapon. Ethan turned his face away. "Go back to your ship. You helped us in the first night attack, but since then you've done nothing but interfere and make things worse. Leave us alone. We can deal with this ourselves." "I think we'll be the judge of whether our help is needed," Faina said. "We've identified the site of the disaster, and we'll be flying the shuttle there." She walked back to their ship, and the other guardians went with her. Cariad wondered why they'd come to the settlement at all if they intended taking their shuttle to the caves, unless they had only just discovered where the caves were. Faina hadn't received any comm that Cariad had seen. "I just wanted to tell you," Strongquist said to Cariad, "we found that Frederick Aparicio somehow managed to get aboard the Nova Fortuna as one of the first generation. We cross-matched our vids of him from Earth with the vids from the first decades of the voyage. We had no access to the ship's recordings until we downloaded them from the archive. The appearance match was 100% accurate. There's no doubt it was him aboard the ship after it departed Earth." "How the hell did he manage that?" Cariad asked. "We don't know for sure, yet if the natural movement had operatives who could manipulate and falsify court records and newspaper reports about the legal appeal, perhaps they were able to do the same with data about the first generation." "But he must have taken someone else's place," Cariad protested, "and whoever was bumped off the list wouldn't have kept quiet about it." "Perhaps the natural movement paid for their silence," said Strongquist. "Successful candidates were offered millions to sell their places, according to the records." "I know, but that was strictly prohibited. The candidates had been selected with extreme care. Their genetic codes were verified before they were allowed aboard, and no twins were allowed. You couldn't get tighter security." "I don't have the answer," said Strongquist. "What we do know without any doubt is that Frederick Aparicio lived and died aboard the Nova Fortuna. And he passed on the natural movement philosophy to a group of young Gens," Ethan said, "indoctrinating them from a young age. And when they grew up, they passed it on to other young children down the generations right up until arrival day." "But I don't see how," Cariad said. "Maybe if the Gens lived in families, I could see it happening. Back on Earth, parents usually brought up their kids to follow their own beliefs. But the controls we put in place on reproduction prevented that. Children were brought up in small groups with caregivers, not in families." "I know how they did it," said Ethan. "This guy, Aparicio. He was a kindergarten teacher, wasn't he?" "Yes," said Strongquist. "How did you know?" "Because that's Twyla's job." Chapter 30. After the Guardians left, Ethan returned to the caves with Cariad on a flitter. The Guardians' shuttle was much faster than their vehicle, and by the time they arrived at the site of the disaster, a standoff was already in progress. On one side, their backs to the cliff edge, stood assembled Gens and Woken. The two groups had banded together and were facing the small party of Guardians, who stood with their backs to Ethan and Cariad as they walked across from the parked flitter. The wind was high, gusting along gray-black clouds that threatened rain. Shouts could be heard from each side as they approached, but Ethan couldn't make them out until they got nearer. The first voice he recognized was Strongquist's. "I repeat, we only want to help," the Guardian shouted. "Yeah, right," a faint voice from the crowd replied. "Is that what you told Obrio?" "That was an entirely different matter," came Fena's high, crisp voice over the noise of the wind. Sometimes it's necessary to remove elements that threaten the success of the colony. He isn't an element, replied the same voice from the Gen and Woken side. He's a human being. An asshole human being, another voice said, which brought a tense burst of laughter. But that doesn't give you the right to knock him out. I assure you, Strongquist said, as soon as the colony is thriving and able to withstand the repercussions that derive from the presence of extreme personalities, we will bring Obrio out of sedation. How nice of you, another voice piped sarcastically. We'll look forward to it. This drew some more chuckles, but the expressions of the Gens and Woken were soon hard and confrontational again. This is wasting precious time, said Fena. There may be people trapped in the caves. We want to prevent any further structural collapse and then conduct a thorough search. Let us through immediately. For the last time, someone shouted, go away. Your help isn't needed or wanted. We've already searched the caves thoroughly. We got everyone out. We can manage this ourselves. We will manage this ourselves. We don't trust you, and we don't want any more of your interference. Do you understand? Leave. This is our colony, not yours. Go back to whatever's left of Earth, or go find another colony to poke your noses into. You're not welcome here. Yeah, another voice yelled, but give us back Albrio before you go. As Ethan and Cariad arrived behind the Guardians, they stopped talking, as if wondering what to do. Ethan also wondered what he and Cariad should do next. Should they cross the space to stand with the Gens and Woken? Cariad put a hand on his arm. They both halted and waited. As far as Ethan knew, the Guardians were unaware of their presence. He wondered how they would respond to the refusal of their offer of help. The news of Obrio's sedation had spread as fast as a calm. Surely they would have to give up now. The assembled Gens and Woken were too hostile and the situation too strained. They couldn't possibly do any good by remaining. The Guardians had gone too far. Gens already hated and feared them due to their armed control. And now the Woken understood they might also be subjected to Guardian control. They detested them too. It would take drastic action to redeem themselves and earn the colonists' forgiveness. A good first step would be to apologize. Then they should go. Even Ethan, who wasn't any kind of politician, knew that. Except for the rush of the wind and the sigh of waves on the beach below, all was silent. The Gens and Woken stood defiant, their arms crossed, waiting for the Guardians to back down. The Guardians watched them, not speaking. The tension stretched thin and taut. There was no way the Gens or Woken were going to allow the Guardians to help. They either had to leave or force their way through. They made the wrong choice. Guardian weapons were lifted. Gasps came from the crowd of Gens and Woken. This is your final warning, said Fina. We demand that you let us pass. We must search for trapped settlers. But some Gens had thought ahead and were ready for the escalation. They stepped forward, weapons at their shoulders. Cariad grabbed Ethan's arm. This is insane, she whispered. We have to do something before someone gets hurt. Wait, Ethan called out to the Guardians. Let's talk about this. They swung around to him, which meant that he and Cariad were looking down the muzzles of Guardian weapons. Whether the gun-bearing Guardians intended to aim at him, Ethan didn't know, but the threat was enough. The Gens fired. Pulses flew from their weapons, hitting Strongquist and Fena, as well as the armed Guardians. The group took pulse hits on their torsos, heads, and limbs. None had any effect. Almost before the shock of this fact could register, the Guardians swung back to face the Gens who were firing on them. They returned fire, felling the weapon-bearing Gens and others in the crowd. Stop! Shouted Cariad. Ethan ran at an armed Guardian, knocking him from his feet. Other Gens and Woken were also running over. The remaining armed Guardian began picking them off. Ethan fought with the Guardian, trying to grab his weapon. The man was exceptionally strong. As they wrestled, others were fighting around them. The Gens and Woken who had reached the Guardians were attacking the group, hitting them with their fists and tools they'd been carrying. Ethan was losing his battle with the Guardian. The man was just too powerful. As they tussled on the ground, the Guardian beneath Ethan, the man wrenched his weapon from Ethan's slipping grasp and turned the muzzle to face him. Ethan managed to push it away as a pulse round flew out. He grabbed the gun again, but the man was forcing it relentlessly upward toward Ethan's chest. A cry of effort sounded from above. A rifle butt pounded down onto the Guardian's skull. The man's skin split, revealing... Ethan sucked in a gulp of air. He let go of his hold like the man was contaminated with poison. He leapt up and stared at the prone figure. Where the weapon butt had struck the Guardian's forehead, there was no blood. And what was that under the man's skin? It was Cariad who had struck him. She too was gaping at the wound she'd inflicted. Where there should have been blood, tissue, and bone, there was only a pale gray, non-organic surface. Ethan couldn't tell if it was plastic or metal, but whatever it wasn't something that should exist inside a human being. What was more, the Guardian was only mildly affected by Cariad's devastating blow. He should have been knocked out, but he only blinked a few times. He grasped his weapon close with one hand and reached up to feel the loose, skin-like material that was hanging from his head with the other. The sounds and sight of his surroundings had faded away. Ethan could only see the artificial interior of the Guardian's head. Then he heard Cariad shouting, "What are you? You aren't people. You aren't human." Around them, Gens and Woken were still fighting. 3 had overwhelmed the second armed Guardian and managed to wrest her gun from her. More had targeted Strongquist and Feyna. A group had lifted up Feyna and were carrying her as she writhed and struggled toward the Guardian shuttle. The ones who had attacked Strongquist had him on the ground and were raining blows down on him. But Cariad's shouts penetrated the perceptions of the fighters, and as her words were heard and understood, the violence quickly ceased. Woken and Gens alike got up and backed away from their victims, eyeing them warily. Feyna was lowered, almost dropped to the ground. Strongquist rose to his feet, looking none the worse for his ordeal, though his expression was grave. "I always knew there was something wrong about you," said Cariad, her voice trembling. Ethan said, "What are you? And why are you here? You lied to us. You've lied to us all along." "We're here to help you," Strongquist replied. "That's always been our intention. Yes, at times we've been forced to lie, but that was only when we had to, when telling you the truth would have been dangerous to you." "Answer the question," Ethan demanded. "What the hell are you?" "They must be some kind of android," said Cariad. "That was why the pulse rounds had no effect on them." "Yes," said Feyna. "We are what you would call androids. We are complex machines designed to look human." "Designed to fool us," Ethan spat. "Designed to help you," said Strongquist. "You call this help?" a voice asked incredulously. "However," Feyna went on, "in a sense we are human. Our consciousness is an amalgamation of data from thousands of stored human minds. In the last years of human civilization, the remaining survivors uploaded their minds to storage systems. The technology to upload distinct personalities had never been perfected, but the information from thousands of memories and facets of personality is sufficient to form a new, human-like mind." The Guardian who had been struck by Cariad got to his feet, holding his torn skin to his forehead. Without any communication taking place between them, he and the other armed Guardian left, heading toward their shuttle. "The last days of human civilization?" Cariad echoed. "Yes," said Strongquist. "I am afraid to say that was one of the points on which we weren't entirely honest. We judged that to reveal the actual state of humankind would be too shocking and would exert too much pressure on the settlers when the colony was in a fragile state. Also, we couldn't reveal the truth without raising questions among you about our identity. Now that our true natures have been inadvertently revealed, we have decided to follow through with an accurate and complete explanation of why we're here." The remaining Gens and Woken who hadn't taken part in the fight had walked over from the clifftop. They crowded around, leaning in and remaining silent as they listened to the Guardian's words. Strongquist went on, "We've only withheld information on certain things. Everything we told you about the finding of archaeological evidence that revealed the natural movement plot to sabotage the colony is true. And we did come after you in the Mistral to avert the plot's success." He looked at Feyna, as if listening to her, then turned again to the crowd. "I will begin with what we know about the collapse of civilization. After the departure of the Nova Fortuna, environmental degradation and resource depletion increased. This was despite the fact that the natural movement's philosophy, intended to prevent these things, had predominated. As far as we can tell, research on how to solve the problems had entirely ceased. The difficulties worsened until the physical and societal infrastructures that supported civilization began to break down. When fledgling colonies on Mars and the outer moons could no longer be supported with resources from Earth, the colonists who could return did so. Urban centers began to lose their populations as people returned to the land to find and grow their own food. Economies wavered as credit systems disintegrated and people returned to cash and barter economies. At that point, human society might have continued at subsistence level, or it might have continued to gradually decline. We will never know because a new deadly mutation of the flu virus appeared. A pandemic traversed the globe. Its passage was slower than it would have been in the days of massive movements of people, but it was inexorable nonetheless. A few scientists remained who had studied epidemiology in secret, wary of public disapproval, but they lacked the know-how and technology to create a vaccine in time to halt the epidemic's progress. Toward the end, those who foresaw the destiny of humankind remembered the attempts of earlier scientists to upload their minds to databanks and live on as digital information. The funding for the research had ceased decades previously. It had not been thought natural or fitting to seek to live beyond the natural human lifespan. Thus, the technology had never been developed to its full potential, but some saw it as a chance to live on, in a small way. Even if they would not exist as full, complete personalities, a part of them would continue as long as the machines storing their data still functioned. Most of those wishing to upload their minds' data were scientists. Despite the prohibitions on research and experimentation, some had continued their work in hiding, teaching, and passing on what they knew to others. People who heard of the scheme to save something of human consciousness traveled down empty, potholed roads for weeks to reach the site. They removed forbidden renewable energy devices from storage and set them up. When their time came, they uploaded their minds. It was the last gasp of humankind. "Everyone's dead?" gasped Cariad. "All of humanity has been wiped out?" "Not all," Strongquist replied. "Some people remain, representatives of the tiny fragment of the population who is naturally immune to the virus. This is why you cannot return to Earth. You do not have any immunity. If you go back, you will all die." Strongquist paused. No one spoke. The Guardian hadn't yet told them the entire story. He hadn't explained how he and the other Guardians had been created and sent out to the colony, but what he had told them was so momentous, it was taking time to digest. The assembled gens and woken remained still, as if the news had robbed them of movement. Ethan himself could hardly believe it, and not only because it was almost too amazing to believe. The Guardians had lied to them before. They had lied to them all along, in fact. Who was to say they weren't lying now? Then a movement he saw from the corner of his eye attracted his attention. He turned to see what it was. Someone was walking toward the group, coming from the plain beyond the hills that led down the as-yet unexplored coast. The person was walking along the cliff edge. Ethan's heart lurched. He thought he recognized the figure, but he didn't dare believe he was right. His legs weren't listening to the disbelief of his mind. Before he knew it, he was running. He sped over the ground toward the person approaching them, yet he'd crossed half the distance to the woman before he could allow himself to believe what he saw. "Cherry!" he yelled. "Cherry!" Cherry raised a weary hand and halted, waiting for him to reach her. When he did, he scooped her up, her feet dangling, and hugged her to his chest, reassuring himself that she was real. "Yow!" she exclaimed. "Glad to see you too, Ethan, but you're crushing me." He set her down carefully. She had a large graze running across her face, and her clothes were torn, but she seemed okay. "What happened to you?" Ethan asked. "I thought you were dead. I was sure you were dead." "I thought so too," said Cherry. "I thought exactly that all the way down from the cave. I thought it when I hit the water, and I thought it the whole time I was trying to get to the surface. The falling water kept pushing me down. That was the only way I knew which way was up. But I got out from under it in the end, and when I made it up to the light, a storage box was floating on the surface. A sealed one. I grabbed it and held on to it for dear life. I didn't know what else to do. I got carried away from the cliffs by the current a long way along the coast. But then the waves pushed me to the shore. I arrived at a beach kilometers away." "You've been walking back all this time?" Ethan asked. "Yes, and I'm freezing," Cherry said. Ethan immediately pulled off his shirt and put it over her. The hem hung down around her knees. By this time, Cariad and some others had arrived, including Strongquist. "Let's get you something to eat," said Ethan. "You must be exhausted. Here, I'll carry you." "It's okay," Cherry said. "I can walk a bit farther." "Please come to our shuttle," urged Strongquist. "We have medical facilities aboard." "No," said Cariad. "Don't. Ethan and I will take you to the settlement hospital on a flitter." Cherry hesitated. "You seem in good health despite your ordeal," said Strongquist. "I'm sure that the treatment you receive at the hospital will be perfectly adequate for your needs." At last, the Guardians seemed to have begun to understand how severely they had breached the colonists' trust. Ethan put an arm around Cherry and began to guide her to where he and Cariad had left the flitter. Fina ran up carrying a blanket of thin material. She wrapped it around Cherry, saying, "This will conserve your body heat. I have some oral rehydration solution and nutritional supplements too." She handed the packages to Cariad, who broke one open to give to Cherry. After some expressions of relief to Cherry over her safety, the crowd of Woken and Gens began to break up. They returned to the task of assessing the safety of the cliffs and salvaging what supplies they could. By the time Ethan reached the flitter with Cherry, only Cariad, Strongquist, and Fina remained. Ethan helped Cherry aboard. She lay down across the back seat. As he got in the driver's side, Cariad said to Strongquist, "You didn't explain what happened after. Where did your ship come from? Where did you come from? What individual minds couldn't achieve separately, they could accomplish en masse," he replied. "Without cultural boundaries and clumsy languages preventing the passage of ideas, the uploaded minds began to work together. The surviving living scientists worked with them, trying to find a way for human civilization to continue to exist. Not in the degraded environment of Earth, but out here, in a pristine, untouched world. I understand that you might find it difficult to believe, given everything that's happened. We have made some mistakes. We see that now. But we really are here to help the colony to survive. You are all that's left. If the Nova Fortuna project fails, human civilization fails with it, perhaps never to rise again." "No pressure then," Cherry said from the back of the flitter. Chapter 31. While the doctor checked Cherry over at the settlement hospital, Cariad sat in the waiting room with Ethan, her thoughts spinning almost out of control. She could hardly believe what Strongquist had told them. She couldn't imagine an Earth almost entirely empty of human beings. The previous story the Guardians had told them, that resources were stretched to the limit and humanity was struggling to survive, had been hard to hear, but she'd believed it. In fact, it seemed that the conditions they'd spoken of had existed, but they had occurred much earlier in time, long before the Guardians had left the planet on their rescue mission. The second part of their story about Earth scientists working together to save the Nova Fortuna project was harder for her to swallow. Ethan was quiet. His hands were on his knees and his head was bowed. "Do you believe the Guardian's story?" Cariad asked him. He looked up as if coming out of a dream or a nightmare. "I don't know. I'm not sure I can believe anything they say. But does it matter? Whatever happened on Earth, the result is the same. We're here, and we have to do the best we can to survive while avoiding killing each other in the process. I only hope the Guardians will leave us alone now." "I guess you're right, but I can't wrap my head around the fact that Earth's a wasteland, and from now on we're it. Humanity's best hope. After thousands of years of civilization, it's come down to us to carry the torch." Ethan shrugged. "It's different for me. From my perspective, Earth was only ever a picture, or a vid, or an ancient book. It's never been real. Not like this place anyhow. I mean, I believed it. I just never really cared." Cariad hadn't thought about it in that way, but Ethan had just defined one of the gulfs that separated the Gens and the Woken. The Gens already thought of the planet as their home. It was a place they could finally live as themselves, and not as someone else's idea of what they should be. To the Woken, the colony was a project that they wanted to succeed according to the plan they'd set out. Maybe the difference in perspective was one of the causes of the problems between the two sides. "I'm glad your friend didn't drown," she said to Ethan. He leaned back and closed his eyes. "So am I. I've seen so many deaths, Cariad. People I loved and cared for." She took his hand and held it in her own. She had lost people too. Or rather, she had chosen to leave them, breaking their hearts and hers. She didn't think she would ever get over the guilt of what she'd done. They sat together like that for some time, quietly waiting. The doctor came in to see them. I'm happy to report that Cherry's going to be fine. Secondary drowning is a possibility in cases like this. She has some bumps and scratches, but no broken bones or any other serious injuries. I would say you could go and see her. However, she's sleeping right now. We're going to keep her here overnight as a precaution, but I'm sure she can leave tomorrow. Great, said Cariad. She was impressed that the doctor knew about secondary drowning. None of the gens had been near large bodies of water until coming to the planet, so he would have had no experience of treating drowning victims. Then Cariad realized what she was doing. She'd slipped into a patronizing attitude toward the gen doctor, just like a typical woken. Thank the stars, Ethan said, visibly relaxing, as if suddenly relieved of a heavy weight. He rubbed his face before getting to his feet. We'll leave her in your capable hands then, Cariad said to the doctor. As they left the hospital and went out into the settlement, Cariad noticed that Ethan's expression had darkened. What's wrong? She asked, touching his arm. Garwin wasn't there. He should have been there. A flitter arriving came down the street toward them, heading for the hospital. Cariad and Ethan moved out of its way. You mean he should have come to the hospital to support the disaster victims? Cariad asked. I mean to see Cherry. He doesn't even know how she is. Oh, are they good friends? They're lovers. Garwin was having an affair with her. You'd think he cared about her, wouldn't you? But instead, he's at home protecting his traitorous, murdering wife. Cariad took a moment to digest this new information. If he's been at home all this time, maybe he doesn't know that Cherry survived and she's at the hospital? Oh, he knows all right, said Ethan. He reached up to his ear and removed something from it. He held out his hand, palm upward. A tiny electronic device rested in the center. Is that a comm? Cariad asked, incredulous. She'd seen similar devices on Earth, but none had been brought along on the Nova Fortuna. You have your own comms? Yes. It's separate from the network and encrypted. We needed a way to talk with each other without woken or guardians snooping on us. I've been listening in on the conversations ever since the disaster. For a while, Garwin was fielding questions about Twyla. I told others what I suspected. Then he went silent. But that was after Cherry came back. He knows that she barely survived the flood and that we took her to the hospital. He knows all about it. He just doesn't care. I agree that he's an ass for abandoning Cherry, Cariad said, but maybe he doesn't dare to leave Twyla. He might be thinking that people could take the law into their own hands. Maybe he's staying home for self-preservation and to protect his wife in case something happens. Ethan didn't answer. His brow remained furrowed in anger, but then his eyebrows shot up and he halted. What's wrong? Cariad asked. That's what she meant, Ethan exclaimed. What? Who meant what? Twyla. When she said she should have put an end to me when she had the chance. One day a few weeks ago, I caught her in my cave. There was a big argument going on among the gens, and I left to get some peace and quiet. She must have thought I wouldn't be back for a while. What was she doing in your cave? Well, she told me she was there to talk to me in private. She asked me if Garwin was having an affair. She did. What did you tell her? What could I tell her? I told her the truth. I wasn't going to lie to her. But it was strange. Garwin has a terrible reputation in that regard. I was amazed she didn't know. Oh no, how did she take it? That's not the point. I think she did know. She knew all along. She was covering up for her being there. It was all a big lie. She had me completely fooled. Huh? So why was she there if not to ask you about Garwin's affairs? She had a bag with her. I think she was there to plant a bomb in my cave. She wanted to get rid of me. Oh, Ethan. Cariad felt like bursting into tears. She'd come so close to losing him. The settlement was bustling. Cariad guessed it was for the first time in weeks. She and Ethan were wandering with no particular direction in mind, but the majority of the crowd appeared to be heading in the direction of the stadium. It made sense. After the disaster at the caves and the Guardian's revelation, there were decisions that had to be made. The future of the Nova Fortuna project hung in the balance. Things could not continue as they were, and the implications of the true nature of the Guardians had to be discussed. They turned in the direction of the stadium too. When they arrived and Cariad saw the size of the crowd, her heart plummeted. even allowing for people who couldn't attend because they were injured or helping to care for the injured. The number of people in the stadium was pitifully small. She recalled the first time the stadium had been used, which had been at the announcement of the results of the vote to name the planet. Then the place had been two-thirds full. Now the crowd filled less than half the available space. The first night attack, the stadium bombing, the shuttle explosion, and the flooding of the caves had drastically reduced the population. It was a painful realization, but even if they eliminated the natural movement threat tomorrow and the colony experienced no further unexpected deaths, in its current state the Nova Fortuna project was doomed to fail. Cariad and Ethan took seats at the lowest tier, where they looked up into the dignitaries' box. Strongquist and Fina sat there, presumably in order to explain who, or rather what, they were to the gathered crowd. No other guardians were present. As Cariad watched, another figure appeared in the box. Anahi's black visual aide gazed out across the stadium. She seemed to be looking for something or someone. Though Cariad was somewhat distant from the older woman, she detected weariness and stress etched on her face. The black strip turned in Cariad's direction and stopped. Anahi beckoned. Did she mean for Cariad to go up to the box? The woken lifted her lapel to her lips. Her voice came over the loudspeakers. Cariad, Ethan, come up here. After exchanging a look, they rose and made their way along their row, then through the stadium seating to join Anahi and the Guardians. When they arrived, the square space seemed empty, with just the five of them there. Garwin was conspicuous by his absence. The crowd was already mostly quiet. It didn't take more than a few words from Anahi to entirely silence them. Gen's woken, she said. I'm sorry. She paused for her words to take effect. I'm only going to speak for a short time before I hand you over to wiser and more compassionate people. I confess that I've been foolish and impatient, and if I'm honest, I've been scared. I acted too hastily in assuming control of this project. I feared for its success and, by extension, my own survival. Since I declared myself leader, people have died. I feel that I bear some responsibility for those deaths, and that is something I shall regret to my dying day. It took the egregious behavior of the Guardians and the disaster at the caves to shock me out of my delusion and pride. I only wish I had seen sense earlier, but I can't reverse time and take back the stupid decisions I made. All I can do is try to make amends for my mistakes, and my first attempt is to step down as leader. Before doing that, however, I am making one last amendment to the manual, and that is to revert the election of leader to its former process. Leaders may only be elected from among the gens by majority vote as before. I only have one final thing to say. I nominate this man to stand for election. She pointed at Ethan, who was leaning forward in his seat, his head bowed. At Anahi's final statement, he looked up to see who she was indicating. When he saw it was him, he shook his head. A cheer of approval rose from the crowd, but still Ethan looked unhappy and embarrassed. Cariad stood and turned her comm to general broadcast, to be picked up and transmitted by the stadium speakers. Admitting that you made a mistake is a hard thing to do, Anahi. You have my respect, and I'm glad to see the return of the scientist I admired and looked up to for all the years that we worked together. Anahi nodded in acknowledgement of Cariad's words and went to the rear of the box to sit down next to Strongquist and Fina. Ethan was staring at the floor. Cariad suddenly found herself the only person remaining to address the crowd. She struggled to think of what to say. The gathered folk were waiting for someone to address their fears and show them the path to a viable future. But she wasn't sure she was capable of either. All she could do was explain how things stood as she saw them. I wish I could stand here and tell you that everything will be okay, that we've got everything figured out, but it just isn't true. I'm a geneticist, as some of you already know. I can tell you now we've lost too many people for this colony to survive as it is. Our genetic diversity is too low. Within 5 to 7 generations, we're going to start to see noticeable effects of inbreeding. So I've decided to restart the reproduction process aboard the Nova Fortuna. We have gametes stored that will add variety to the gene pool. She became aware of a presence at her side. Ethan had joined her. Give me your comm, he said. She unpinned it and handed it over. The time for fighting among ourselves is over, Ethan said. His voice echoed around the half-empty stadium. I don't know about you, but I've seen enough of fighting and death to last me a lifetime. That isn't why any of us are here. I've been listening to the exchanges between the genes while I've been sitting here, and I want to set you straight on the rumors that have been flying around. First, the rumor that the Guardians aren't human is true. We saw it at the fight at the caves, and they've told us so themselves. Ethan went on to relate to the crowd everything that Strongquist and Fena had told them about the situation on Earth. I don't know if I believe everything they said, he went on. They've told us plenty of half-truths and outright lies, all in the name of trying to ensure our survival. I don't know what the facts are about them, and I doubt we'll ever know for sure. They saved us in the first night attack, so we saw them as our saviors and protectors. They occupied a position of trust and reliance in the early days, but that quickly changed and they became a force to control Gens. What they're planning on doing now, what role they intend to take up, I don't know. What I do know is, their presence has harmed our colony. Anahi used the Guardians as a tool to assert her power over us Gens. If the Guardians hadn't been around, she wouldn't have been able to take over. And the fact that the Woken had an armed force to control us only deepened our resentment and desire to break away. For all the times they've said they're here to help us, the Guardians have done nothing but make things harder. I'm no leader, and I don't want to be, but if I were, the first thing I'd do is order the Guardians to leave. We don't need them and their tech. Everything we need we brought on the Nova Fortuna, and that includes each other. We need to trust each other and work together to survive, without interference from the Guardians. During the latter part of Ethan's speech, Strongquist had come up to Ethan. If I might speak, I have a proposal to make. Ethan looked distrustful, but gave a small nod. We Guardians are in agreement with Ethan. Our presence has not had the desired effect. Though we have carried out our mandate to the letter, the Nova Fortuna project does not seem to have experienced a net benefit, and in fact it seems reasonable to conclude that our actions have been detrimental. However, if we were to leave, we would be depriving the colony of the advanced technology aboard our ship. Therefore, we would like to propose that we place ourselves in suspension. Facilities in the Mistral storage areas allow for this. Then, if at some future time the Nova Fortuna colonists require our services, you may reactivate us. Ethan turned to Cariad. She raised her eyebrows, then shrugged. If the Guardians were like the more rudimentary androids she'd been familiar with on Earth, they could be turned off or turn themselves off. Whether the Guardians could reactivate themselves at will was another question. Perhaps it would be possible to bar their exit from the storage area Strongquist mentioned to prevent any surprise awakenings. Strongquist's proposal might work, but the Gens and Woken had a lot to consider. The Guardian was right when he said they could benefit from their ship's tech. Ethan asked the crowd, "Who agrees that the Guardians should deactivate?" The stadium was set up for voting. At each seat, an interface allowed the participants to record their responses, and the totals were relayed to the stadium's screen. The response was clear. Most of those present wanted the Guardians to deactivate themselves and leave the Gens and Woken alone to run the colony. Strongquist nodded and turned to Ethan and Cariad. "We will conduct training in the operation of the Mistral before handing it over. I also have some key information to impart before entering deactivation." "You also have to bring Obrio out of sedation," said Cariad. The Guardian's face expressed reservations, but he nodded again. "If you insist." "We do," said Ethan. He addressed the stadium again. "We have plenty of work to do, but if we stop fighting and hindering each other, we can do it. We don't have a choice. We have to do it." A voice floated up from the crowd. "What about the natural movement?" "We're on it," said Ethan. "I'm not saying any more than that, but we're closer than we've ever been to rooting them all out." Cariad realized the truth of his words. Ethan's reasoning on the evidence strongly implicated Twyla and possibly Garwin too. They also had the records of all the children Twyla had cared for over the years. Natural movement followers were among them, and others who had been in her class would remember things she had done and said that would give them more clues. "Voting for a new leader starts tomorrow," said Ethan. "Like I said, I'm not standing. There are plenty among you who can do a better job than me. But there's another vote I want to hold. We need to name this planet. It's our home. Let's give it a name that shows it belongs to all of us. We need a name to unite us. Input your suggestions to your screens. In 5 minutes, we vote. Then it's done. The past will be over. Our new lives begun." Cariad had sat down while Ethan spoke. As she watched him talk to the crowd, she didn't think she'd ever seen a more natural leader. If only he would realize it. "That's a good idea," she said as he sat down beside her. "We need something to unite us." "Oh, I've thought of a name." She quickly typed her idea for a name for the planet into her interface. When Ethan read what she'd written, he said, "What does it mean?" "It's a play on a word that means agreement." "I like it. You've got my vote." More suggestions appeared on Cariad's screen, along with the option to vote for them in order of preference. The countdown began, and they both waited while the system collected the votes. The winner would appear on the stadium screen when the time was up. While she waited, Cariad looked at the back of the box. Anahi had gone, but Strongquist and Fina remained, sitting impassively while the voting took place. Cariad could still hardly believe that the Guardians weren't human. The tech that had created them and their ship was so advanced, it didn't seem credible that the remaining Earth-dwelling humans had devoted all their skill and energy to trying to save the colony rather than themselves. If the Guardians carried out their promise and deactivated themselves, Cariad would try to find out the whole truth about them. "Voting's up," said Ethan, nudging her. Cariad looked up at the screen to see the result. The name she'd suggested had won. The crowd was cheering. For the first time in a long while, Cariad laughed. "Welcome to Concordia, your new home," she said to Ethan. Then as she gazed out at the crowd of mixed gens and woken, Concordia's colonists, a realization hit her. Through the painful days of struggle and conflict, she'd come to see them not as two separate groups, but as one group of people, a group of people to whom she belonged. The family she'd left behind on Earth, the sorrow and sense of loss at parting from them had been real, but it was in the past. If what the Guardians said about what had happened on Earth was true, it was likely that even her family's descendants were long gone. The people of Concordia were her people now. Chapter 32. Two Gen farmers, after hearing Ethan's suspicions about Garwin and Twyla, had volunteered to guard Garwin's home and prevent his or Twyla's escape. As soon as the applause and general celebration at the stadium over the naming of the planet had begun to die down and the crowd began to break up, Ethan left to head straight for the house. He wasn't sure what he would do when he arrived. He didn't have any authority to take the two suspected natural movement followers into custody. That would be the decision of whoever was elected leader the next day. But he could keep them under supervision until then. Cariad had come along with him, as had Strongquist. Fina had excused herself, saying she would return to the Mistral to begin organizing the handover. Evening was falling as they walked through the streets. "Anything happen?" Ethan asked Misha and Phi when they arrived. The farmers were standing outside the gate that led to the small home. "Not heard a peep from them," Phi replied. "We aren't even sure they're home. No one has come out while we've been standing here, and we haven't heard a sound from the place." Damn, had Garwin and Twyla already left? Ethan wondered if they'd fled to the home of another natural movement follower who would hide them. He should have asked for someone to guard them as soon as he left the place. He pushed open the gate and walked up to the door of the dark-windowed, silent house. The couple had almost certainly left. It was unlike Garwin to sit passively at home when his wife had been accused of a horrendous crime. The man had to have heard everything that had happened and what Ethan had said at the stadium via his earcom. He would know that Ethan was about to draw a net around them and that they were at risk of meeting the same fate as the first night attack saboteur. Ethan shivered at his recollection of that fateful moment when the saboteur had been executed. He'd felt as though the long daydream of arrival was over and he'd been jolted into the harsh reality of life in the new colony. The door was locked. He shouted Garwin's name. "Open up! I have some more questions for you and Twyla." Silence was the only answer. The bad feeling in the pit of Ethan's stomach grew. He didn't waste any more time on exhorting Garwin to let them in. The house had to be empty, but he wanted to know for sure. "Stand back," he told Cariad and Strongquist. Bracing himself by pushing his hands against both sides of the narrow porch, Ethan kicked the door with his heel 2 or 3 times until the lock broke. The door banged against the wall and bounced back. Ethan caught it and went into the hall. "Be careful," said Cariad, who was behind him. No voice or sound of any movement came from the unlit home. Ethan turned on the hall light and went into the living room. It was empty, but a sound was coming from the open doorway that led to the kitchen. Someone was home after all. The sound was a human voice, moaning softly, full of despair. The hairs stood up on the back of his neck, and the knot in Ethan's stomach tightened. He went toward the noise, dreading what he might be about to see. "Maybe you should stay back," he said to Cariad, but she came with him anyway. Strongquist heeded his advice. Ethan stepped into the kitchen. Garwin was sitting on the floor with Twyla in his arms. A wide pool of darkening blood surrounded them. The woman was dead. Her skin was devoid of color, and deep gashes marked both her wrists. Garwin was rocking his dead wife like she was a baby while moans escaped his lips. As the man slowly became aware that two people had arrived, he looked up. He was also ashy pale. "I was too late. She only said she would make some tea. Didn't utter a sound when she did it. When I came to check on her, she was already gone." Ethan didn't know what to say. Pity stirred his heart. Twyla's suicide seemed to be an admission of her guilt, but he wasn't sure that Garwin had known what she'd done. The man seemed to have loved her deeply, in spite of his infidelities. "She should never have married me," said Garwin. "I think she thought she'd made a mistake. When things became difficult between us after a while, she rejected me. I don't think she ever stopped loving me, but she didn't want me near her. As if to make up for her coldness, she made it clear she'd overlook any dalliances. I don't believe she was a natural movement follower, but if she was, I don't care. I would have stood by her." He pulled the dead woman closer, burying his face in her hair. Strongquist came into the kitchen, his gaze cold as he quickly appraised the scene. The Guardian's face betrayed no sense of disturbance. It was at that moment that the Guardian's inhumanity struck Ethan the most forcefully. Their desire to help the colony in their misguided fashion was not an emotion. It was a function in their machine minds. "We may be able to discover some useful information from the suspect's remains," Strongquist said. "I would like to retain the body for an autopsy." Ethan concurred with the Guardian's idea. If she had used explosives, perhaps some traces might remain on her skin. Then they would know for sure that they'd caught one of the saboteurs. At some coaxing from himself and Cariad, Garwin finally released his grip on his dead wife's remains. The man was soaked in her blood, but he seemed oblivious. Ethan called Misha and Phi in to help with Twyla's body. They were both round-eyed when they stepped into the kitchen, but were quick to help. They carried the corpse out, and Strongquist went with them. Garwin was almost unrecognizable. His confidence and charm had melted away. He stood caked in dark red and brown stains, looking like an old man, forsaken and lost. "We should take him to the Mistral too," said Cariad. "He has to be examined as well as Twyla." They led Garwin out of the house. He came with them without resisting. He appeared almost catatonic, moving mechanically like a sleepy child. The blood on his clothes was already stiffening the fabric. As they walked him through the streets, people stopped and stared. They drew aside, giving the strange procession a wide berth. Garwin's appearance would have given anyone pause, but the fact that the man had once been well-liked, respected, and often admired, an unofficial leader of the Gins, made the spectacle of his downfall all the more astounding. It was a long walk to the shuttle field. The Mistral's shuttle had already departed, so they took another, telling the pilot to fly them up to the Guardian's ship. The Nova Fortuna's shuttles traveled at half the speed of the Guardians, so they were still on their way when Strongquist contacted them over the ship's comm to report on his preliminary examination of Twyla's body. "I would like you to look at something," the Guardian said. The image he sent showed an area of skin bearing a small tattoo. "This is on Twyla?" Ethan asked. He kept his voice low and glanced at Garwin, but the man didn't appear to be registering anything in his surroundings. "It is," Strongquist replied. "Do you recognize it?" Cariad asked Ethan. "Should I?" "It's the natural movement symbol," she said. "Can you see? It's a stylized N and M." "Twyla had the natural movement symbol tattooed on herself," said Ethan. "That seems risky. What if someone had seen it and knew what it meant?" "It is risky," Cariad replied. "But I wonder if they needed a way to identify each other, and this was it." She leaned closer to the screen. "It would be dangerous to reveal your affiliation unless you were absolutely sure the other person also belonged to the movement. They probably had some kind of ritual when the tattoo was applied. It also explains Twyla's coldness toward Garwin. She must have married him thinking she could convert him to the natural movement philosophy. Then when that didn't work, She was worried he might have discovered what the tattoo meant and expose her. He probably wouldn't have. I didn't recognize it. Maybe it was still too great a hazard. The natural movement wouldn't have survived this long, passing down the ideas from generation to generation without being extremely careful. So now all we have to do is examine everyone and discover who's got the tattoo, Ethan said. Then we can capture them all. Maybe, Cariad replied. I was thinking, though, by now everyone knows what Twyla did. The natural movement members might guess that we would examine her body and find the tattoo. They could remove theirs and pretend the wound is an injury they received when the caves flooded. But I'm still hopeful. It's a step forward. We have plenty to work with. Yeah, Ethan had come to a decision. Now was as good a time as any to let Cariad know about it. But it's work that's going to go on without me. What? Why? There's lots you can do to help with the investigation. Maybe, but there isn't anything that someone else couldn't do just as well, or even better than me. Besides, someone needs to search the beaches for survivors of the flooding. Cherry's young and fit, and she wasn't badly injured. Others could have managed to get to shore, but can't go any further. They could be kilometers down the coast. I want to look for them. Then, after that, he took a breath. Cariad, someone needs to check for what other dangers there might be out there. We already know about the slug limpets, but no one has any idea what other predators might live on this continent. We don't know what might attack us at any moment. Cariad looked troubled, but she nodded. We've been remiss in that. The planet clearly harbors dangerous life forms that the probes didn't discover. It would be safer if we knew what they were. Also, Ethan continued, I have to get away. I have to be by myself for a while. I've thought about it a lot. I never really got over the first night attack and Lauren's and Dr. Crowley's deaths. I pushed myself to carry on as normal because there was so much that had to be done. Then everything that happened between the Gens and Woken. I wanted to help. I tried, and I did some good, I think. But that's it. I don't have anything left. I'm sorry, Ethan, Cariad said. I didn't know things were so bad for you. If I'd known... It isn't your fault, he interrupted. It isn't anyone's fault. I didn't know it myself until that moment when I thought Cherry had died. I couldn't stop the scene replaying in my mind. I thought I'd go mad. We have treatment for how you're feeling, Cariad said, with counseling and... I know what I need, and it isn't anything a Woken can offer me. I need to leave and just wander. I don't know for how long, but this planet can heal me. I'm sure of it. I just need some time. I'll explore the continent. Cariad gave a sigh and said quietly, if that's what you want. It's what I need. Can you take Garwin to the Guardians? I want to return planetside as soon as we arrive and get ready to leave. I want to start searching for survivors as soon as I can. She held his gaze with her own. I'll miss you. Ethan pulled her into a hug. I'll miss you too. I don't know when I'll be back. I have plenty to keep me busy, said Cariad. The time will pass. Chapter 33. As Cariad guided the devastated Garwin down the corridors of the Mistral, a bone-deep weariness settled over her. Ahead loomed the task of replenishing the colony's gene pool. She would have to look up the genetic codes of the surviving Gens and cross-reference the information with that held on gametes aboard the Nova Fortuna and the codes of the Woken, revived and in cryo. The genes of every sex cell in storage and every fertile individual would be required to ensure the long-term survival of the colony. Then she would have to select out the best matches to boost the heterogeneity of the pool while maintaining the optimum physical hardiness. For who knew what trials lay ahead of them? And that was only the beginning. Next would come the task of gestating the fetuses she would create to full term using antiquated equipment. Strongquist was waiting for her at the entrance to the medical center. Another guardian who was with him took Garwin away. The man hadn't spoken a word during the entire trip. Preparations for our deactivation are well underway, as well as for handing over possession of our ship, Strongquist said. The question is, who are we handing it over to? I don't know, Cariad replied. And to be honest, I'm too tired to even think about it right now. It's been a long and harrowing day, I understand. Do you? They went into the center and to a room where Twyla's body lay on a metal table, looking entirely inhuman. Cariad had seen plenty of corpses during her early days of medical training, yet the sight of this one made her cold and nauseated. The Guardians had cleaned away all the blood but hadn't yet begun an autopsy. The skin was light blue and rubbery looking, and the gashes on the wrists gaped, empty and dry. The body looked like someone's sick idea of a mannequin. "The tattoo is here," said Strongquist, indicating a part of the hip that Cariad couldn't see. She went around to the other side of the table. The tattoo was about the size of a fingernail and was placed behind the curve of the protruding hip bone. It was a place only a lover would normally see. "I regret that we didn't examine the first night attack saboteur before or after her execution," Strongquist said. "We incinerated the body. If we hadn't, we might have noticed the incriminating mark and searched for co-conspirators, preventing more deaths." Cariad nodded. Regret? It seemed an odd word for a machine to use. On the other hand, Faina had said their minds were human-like, and though Strongquist's demeanor had always seemed reserved, at times emotions seemed to inflect his speaking tone. "Strongquist, can I ask you something about the Guardians?" "Of course. Now that you know our true nature, we plan on answering every question you put to us. Until deactivation, that is. Do you feel emotion? And if you do, aren't you worried or upset about being deactivated?" Cariad was reminded of her own anxiety before being placed in cryonic suspension, not knowing if she would ever wake up. "We do feel emotion. It is a natural consequence of intellect and consciousness. But I believe we don't experience extreme emotions as humans do. They would interfere in the execution of our programming. For example, we might be unable to defend a human from a predator if we were terrified of also being attacked and suffering injury or termination." "That's an interesting example," said Cariad. "You talk about defending us, yet you could also kill a human if it came down to it. If it was essential in order to save the lives of more humans, and the death of the aggressor was the only available choice, we could. It's odd. We had androids on Earth when I left. They looked fairly human, but they were easy to tell apart from us. Only a small child could have mistaken an android for a person, but they were all fitted with fail-safes. None could ever harm a human under any circumstances. I can understand the reasoning behind that protocol," said Strongquist, "but if a human were engaged in mass murder and it was impossible to stop the person without risking their death, it would make little sense to abstain from action and allow more people to die. One death is preferable to several." "I guess I can't disagree. It's only that during my time it wasn't felt necessary to program androids for such a scenario. Mass murder and war were things of the past." A Guardian entered the room. "Excuse me," she said as she came around the table. Cariad moved out of her way. "I am about to begin the autopsy. You may wish to leave. The procedure may be disturbing for you to witness." "No, it's fine," Cariad replied. "I've seen plenty." "Go ahead," she said to Strongquist. "I'd like to see the test results when you have them. Of course, I'll send them directly to you as soon as they're in. There's another thing I wanted to ask you. Why didn't the people who made you take the opportunity to escape Earth instead of creating the Guardians to come here and help us? I can understand that they probably didn't want to risk coming here and infecting us with the virus, but then why didn't they build their own colony ship?" However, even as she asked the question, Cariad knew the answer. They didn't have the resources, did they? "That's correct. You are aware of the time and resources that went into building and stocking the Nova Fortuna? Mining, refining, industrial processing, manufacturing. These activities no longer occur on Earth. The people who created us and built the Mistral had a finite supply of materials. They used up what they had in order to try to save the Nova Fortuna colony from the natural movement plot. They gave their lives for ours? In a sense, though, it was also true that no other planet that would support human life had been discovered. If the survivors had used the Mistral to escape Earth, they might have been wandering the galaxy until they died. And even if they replaced themselves with their offspring, their descendants would have died out eventually. The Mistral isn't a colony ship designed to support many generations of humans. Besides, it would only have held a fraction of the hundreds who helped to create it, and us. As the Guardian performing the autopsy began to saw open the body's skull, Cariad imagined those people of an Earth far in the future of her own, toiling to ensure the survival of the Nova Fortuna colonists, knowing that they would never personally benefit from their efforts or even see the results. Although Strongquist's explanation made their work slightly less selfless than it had first appeared, They'd had no reason to complete it except for their desire to help strangers. Perhaps they'd seen the colonists as fellow human beings nevertheless, and perhaps they dreamed of saving human civilization. It was a strange twist that the Guardians' creators had worked so hard and with such good intentions, yet they had almost engineered the downfall of humanity's last hope. "There's something else I don't understand," Cariad said to Strongquist. "Why the big secret about you being androids? Why not tell us the truth from the beginning?" "I cannot answer that for certain," he replied. "That was never explained to us. If I were to guess, I would say that our creators wished you to accept our superiority and authority, and that if you knew we weren't human, you wouldn't do that. They didn't trust that you would accept our advice." "Huh? Is something amusing?" Strongquist asked. "That's just like us and the Geens," said Cariad. "We didn't trust them to do the right thing. We didn't respect them or their opinions. Your creators thought they knew best, despite the fact that they weren't even here." "The exterior of the brain appears typical," commented the Guardian performing the autopsy. "I think her brain will be entirely normal," Cariad said. "Twyla's problem wasn't a disease, though we'll have to treat it like one." "I take it you'll be examining all the colonists for the same tattoo?" Strongquist asked. "Yes, but I don't know what good it's going to do. If the natural movement members guess that we might have that clue to identify them, they could remove the tattoos easily enough. It would be painful without anesthetic, but it could be done." Cariad's tiredness settled deeper. She yawned. "I really need to lie down." "Of course, I'll arrange a room to be prepared for you." Strongquist didn't speak aloud or go anywhere in order to make the request. Like any machine, he accessed the ship's comm internally. "I'm also arranging that all our data be accessible to you. You may wish to browse the files before we deactivate, in case you have any questions. Though you will also have the option to reactivate myself or another Guardian for further information." "I don't think anyone will be doing that anytime soon." "I understand. However, one item of information that we withheld is very important. We didn't wish to alarm you all, but we have been scanning for signs of life within this galactic sector ever since we arrived, and we have identified several planets that appear to not only bear life, but sentient life. At some point in the future, it may be prudent to reactivate us in order to help protect the colony from hostile alien organisms. I would strongly advise not to hesitate in this scenario." "Hostile aliens might attack the colony?" Cariad exclaimed. "That's all we need." "It is only a possibility. As far as we can tell, if there is intelligent life within the local galactic area, it is currently unaware of the colony's existence, and we haven't detected any signs that alien organisms have visited Concordia." Strongquist's words were not reassuring, but Cariad didn't have the energy to deal with the new information at that moment. "Fine. Great. Anything else you haven't told us?" "I'm not aware of anything of equal importance." "Okay, well, if you think of anything, put it in a comm. I'm going to rest for a while." As Strongquist escorted her to a room, Cariad felt a pang of envy for Ethan. Exploring the new planet was what he'd always wanted to do, and he would be far away during the long, hard days that lay ahead, rebuilding the broken colony. She wished she could go with him, but he needed to be alone for a while. Never mind, Cariad thought. She had new people to grow. Galactic Inferno, Book 2. Chapter 1. From out of a clear blue sky, the shuttle descended. A glint of sunlight on its metal skin was the first sign. Then the vessel itself appeared. Snub-nosed, wedge-winged, it swooped from the upper atmosphere gracefully. Then it blew apart. A fireball split the hull into flaming pieces and shattered the wings. A heartbeat later, the deafening explosion arrived. Shattered wreckage shot out across the sky at crazy angles, spinning, whirling, and finally falling like fiery hailstones. Screams of those watching mixed with the thuds and clanks of smoking fragments hitting the ground. Cariad would never forget the first time she saw the vid of the shuttle explosion, which had arrived on her interface screen only a minute after it happened. Horror and dismay had gripped her. She'd nearly been sick. Next came the realization that she was supposed to be aboard the craft. A dreadful, guilty relief had flooded her. Now, as she gazed at the carefully collected and tagged remnants that the Guardians had collected, the vivid memory of the disaster and its accompanying emotions washed over her again. Are you feeling all right? Strongquist asked. She had almost forgotten the Guardian standing beside her. Yes, I'm okay. Just remembering. It was a terrible shock to the colony, Strongquist remarked. Weren't you scheduled to be aboard? I was. She glanced at Strongquist, a surreptitious peek that had become somewhat of a habit. She still found it hard to believe her companion wasn't human. Ever since the Guardians had confessed they were androids, she had become almost obsessed with trying to find visual evidence of their artificiality. As always, she could see nothing that gave it away. Yet the creepy feeling the Guardians had given her right from their arrival had increased tenfold. You were very lucky, Strongquist remarked. What? Oh, yes. Yes, I was. They were inside the large warehouse the Guardians had built to store the debris from the shuttle explosion. The place was so large they had been forced to build it outside the settlement site, which was already becoming cramped as the planned buildings went up. The warehouse was therefore also outside the electric fence that protected the colonists from the local predatory wildlife. It was daylight, which meant the threat of an attack was minimal, but Cariad was uncomfortable nevertheless. Her and Strongquist's voices echoed in the large space, and the artificial lights were painfully bright. All the evidence we found during our investigations of the stadium bombing and the shuttle explosion is in the Mistral's database, Strongquist said, but I thought it might be helpful if I pointed out the most significant pieces of wreckage and explained their importance. You can ask me any questions you may have before I deactivate. Right. So what is it you want to show me? Strongquist set off across the gruesome sea of shuttle remains, and Cariad followed him, carefully tiptoeing between the pieces to avoid disturbing them. She wanted to get this transfer of responsibility for the investigation into the natural movement saboteurs over as quickly as possible. After realizing the detrimental effect of their presence to the colony, the rest of the Guardians had already deactivated. Strongquist would be the last of them to voluntarily put himself in suspension for an undefined duration, possibly forever. Cariad could hardly wait. The two groups of colonists, the Gens, descended from the first contingent of passengers aboard the Nova Fortuna, and the Woken, who had spent the nearly 200-year journey in cryonic suspension, would finally be able to learn how to work together to survive. With the Guardians out of the way, only the natural movement would remain as a fat fly wriggling in the ointment. Determined to prevent the success of humanity's first deep space endeavor, because it was not how humans were supposed to live, the movement's followers had terrorized the colonists since their first night planetside. Here we are, said Strongquist. He'd brought Cariad to a corner of the warehouse where tiny pieces of shuttle strewed the ground like macabre, twisted metallic confetti. What did this used to be? She asked, wondering if the Guardians had even managed to identify the minute scraps. We believe these pieces are all from an area around the fuel supply. Material of this composition isn't found anywhere else on the Nova Fortuna's shuttles. Did you find the fuel supply section itself? Cariad asked. We found no sign of it despite extensive searching. We concluded that it must have been atomized by the explosion. So you think that's where the bomb was? We made that inference, yes. It makes sense that if the bomb immediately exploded the fuel, it would increase the devastation. A bomb in another section of the shuttle might not have had the same effect. If the vessel had only been blown in half, for example, it was so close to the ground there would have been a slim chance of survivors. The shuttles were built for maximum safety. If only they'd been built to prevent sabotage, Cariad said. Indeed. It's reassuring that you came to the same conclusion as we did so quickly. Perhaps you'll have more success in the investigation than us. I'm certainly going to try my best. It's clear the saboteur knew what they were doing by attaching the bomb to the fuel supply. Yes, Strongquist said. Do you know where that section is on the shuttles? I'm not sure. Isn't it under the tail? It is, but very few gens would know that. Okay, I get it, Cariad said. I'm sorry I can't tell you more than that regarding this detail. Well, we have the natural movement tattoo that we found on our suicide, Twyla, Cariad said. Dr. Montfort is carrying out full-body examinations of every colonist. By the way, there's something I forgot to ask you. How did you identify the saboteur on the first night attack? You'll find extensive records in the Mistral's database, but basically, several people volunteered the information that a woman had been loitering around the switch on the electric fence that day as dusk was falling. After we apprehended her, we had barely begun to question her when she confessed. Just like that. She said she would rather die than live unnaturally on an alien planet. Though when the time came for her execution, her fear showed. I wonder now if she gave up so easily in order to throw us off the scent. At the time, I don't think anyone suspected there might be other saboteurs. I think you're right. Is there anything else you wanted to tell me? She was itching to leave. The pressure of threats from outside and within the colony bore down on her. There was so much she had to do. Yes, you should know that the chemicals used to create both the stadium and the shuttle bomb were the same. The main ingredient of both bombs was derived from fertilizer. Fertilizer? So one of the terrorists could be a farmer? Possibly, but I believe the connection is weak. Anyone could have accessed the supplies. However, the fertilizer wasn't used in its original form. It was refined. Cariad said, "All right, I understand. Refining chemicals isn't typical knowledge for a general. Perhaps it was information that was passed down along with their central beliefs." Strongquist acknowledged her response with a nod. "Would you like to accompany me to the Mistral? It will give you the opportunity to ask me anything you feel is important before I deactivate." They stepped carefully between the shuttle remnants as they went to the warehouse doors. Outside, the soft sunshine was a pleasant contrast to the artificial glare inside the warehouse. They walked the short distance to the settlement fence, treading over the rubbery ground cover that clothed the open space. Tall fern-like plants dotted the landscape. Inside the protective fence, the streets were busy. The Gens were resettling the tiny town after the most recent natural movement, sabotage, had destroyed their breakaway settlement at an oceanside cave system. Cariad and Strongquist navigated the streets that led to the shuttle field. Although her new responsibility weighed heavily on her, Cariad was glad of the distraction. She had said goodbye to her Gen friend Ethan only 2 days previously, and she already missed him badly. Even the task she had of replenishing the colony's gene pool after the great loss of life hadn't been sufficient to stop her constantly worrying about him. She was also worried by Strongquist's earlier revelation that a nearby star system held sentient life. Though the presence of extraterrestrial intelligent life forms was an amazing discovery, there was no way to tell whether they were friendly. In its current state, Concordia could not withstand an attack. The truth was, the situation was dire. Not for the first time, she wondered whether giving up her life on Earth and leaving behind her family and friends had been worth it. But she had no choice except to go on. Chapter 2. After 2 days of searching, Ethan had been forced to conclude there were no survivors of the flooding at the caves. As he flew the flitter away from the last few remnants of the disaster that had been washed ashore, his mind turned to the journey that lay ahead of him. He'd been forced to pack hastily for his expedition, aware that injured Gens might be clinging to life on the beach, hoping for rescue. He had warm clothes and blankets, plenty of dried food, a full water tank, and a device that purified water. The portable appliance had been quickly put together by a mechanic called Osias. Ethan also had an instrument that tested for substances that were poisonous to humans. Cariad had advised him to only use it if he became desperate for food. The plant and animal life on Concordia could contain unknown toxins, she'd said. The most essential items Ethan had stowed in the flitter were 2 weapons. He had the gun he'd been issued as a farmer and a second weapon Cariad had given him. One of the Guardians she'd persuaded Strongquist to donate. Whenever Ethan left the flitter, he would be vulnerable. As well as the creatures that had preyed upon the colonists during the first night attack, capturing and quickly digesting their victims, Concordia was also home to predatory aquatic threat organisms. Ethan's friend Cherry had nearly been dragged into a lake by one of them. What other threats the planet held, Ethan didn't know, but he hoped to find out. Concordia wasn't supposed to harbor any animal life larger than the average insect, but the information the probes had sent back was inaccurate, or it had been tampered with by natural movement followers. Now no one knew what might be out there. Cariad had tried to persuade him to take an interface along. If he got into difficulties, he could calm the settlement and they could send a flitter out to rescue him. She'd said he would be able to access the network via satellite from anywhere on the planet. It might take a while to reach him, depending on how far he roamed, but it would be a safety net. But he had refused. He was risking his life by going off alone. He couldn't expect others to risk their lives too in order to help him. Also, he didn't want to be in contact with the settlement. He couldn't explain exactly why he felt so opposed to the idea, but it was something to do with the reason for his need to get away. His gut told him the answer to his problems lay in solitude out in the wilderness. The only electronic device he'd brought was a small recorder. It hung around his neck, ready to vid his journey and organisms he came across, especially anything that seemed dangerous. Night was beginning to fall. The sun had set and the ocean waves and beach were growing shadowy in the dusk. Although the flitter had lights, he preferred a full view of his surroundings in the uncharted territory. He would have to stop soon, but he decided to while away the short time remaining by recording the events of the previous 2 days. He turned on the recorder. This is Ethan, and it's the third day of the fourth month, year 1, Concordian calendar. It looks like no one but Cherry survived the cave disaster. I haven't managed to find anyone else still alive. Though I saw one victim 5 minutes flight down the coast from the caves, he paused and swallowed as he revisited the memory. I was stupidly optimistic. When I saw the body, it didn't occur to me that the person was probably dead. I flew straight at the figure, but then as I got closer, I realized the body's position and stillness could mean only one thing. I lowered the flitter to the sand and climbed out. It was a man. He was lying face downward, the waves lapping at his feet, his arms at awkward angles. I lifted his shoulder and turned him over. His face was swollen and disfigured, and small sea creatures had already begun to eat it. I guess I should have made a vid of the creatures, but I couldn't bring myself to. The sight was too horrible. I backed up. It wasn't possible for me to tell if I'd known the man. I retraced my steps to the flitter. I called out several times, hoping other survivors might be lying nearby. When I didn't hear a response, I took out a weapon and went to investigate the undergrowth, thinking someone could be unconscious in there and hadn't heard me shouting. As I got close to the vegetation, I called out again, asking if there was anyone there and if they were injured. I told them to make a noise if they couldn't reply. I didn't hear anything. All he'd heard was the waves on the shoreline. He had recorded a vid of the plants bordering the beach, which were different from the trees in the area surrounding the settlement. They were smooth-skinned and branched out from a central point in the ground. Each limb split into 4 or 5 more at intervals, roughly as long as his forearm. Cup-shaped receptacles stuck out from the ends of each branch. He'd peered between the plant stems to look for survivors, but hadn't been able to see anything. The plants were clumped so closely together, it would have been impossible to move through them without leaving a trail of damage, and there'd been none that he could see. Leaving the undergrowth, he checked up and down the beach for signs of disturbance, but it was unsullied by any footprints other than his own. I searched for hours that day and the next, but I didn't find any more bodies. Even the wreckage of the supplies that had been washed out of the caves petered out quite soon. There are plants here on the shoreline that are different from any I've seen before, and animals have left tiny tracks on the sand. But otherwise, I seem to be the only living thing for kilometers. I don't go near the water, so I don't know what's in the ocean. That's it for now. He turned off the recorder. Was that the kind of information he should be recording? He guessed so. He was the first explorer of Concordia, and his discoveries could prove invaluable to the rest of the colony. He resolved to record his observations every day. The sky was darkening quickly. He brought up the flitter's display, which showed a map of the local terrain. He spread the map wider with his fingertips. The settlement was at the corner. In one direction lay his farm and the lake that bordered it. Cherry was taking care of his land while he was gone, though he didn't know if he would ever want it back. He was finally doing what he'd always wanted to do, and not the occupation that the manual's role allocation system had decided for him. Cherry had been one of the few people he'd said goodbye to before he stowed the last of his goods on the flitter and drove through the gates of the settlement. Saying goodbye would have involved difficult conversations and questions he didn't know how to answer. In another section of the map lay the ocean and the cave system that had recently been destroyed. The rest was unknown territory. The continent he was about to explore was the largest on the planet. He assumed that was one of the reasons it had been chosen as the site for humanity's first deep space colony. He had plenty of space to roam. For the first time in a long time, a feeling of calm and peace settled over him. He closed the flitter's roof, shutting out the rapidly cooling nighttime breeze. He was traveling south, keeping the vehicle a short distance above the beach so he had a close view of it in the bordering land. In the fading light, the landscape was changing rapidly. The many branch plants were giving way to low, spindly bushes similar to the ones that had once covered his farm. The terrain inland was turning flat, and the sand extended from the beach between the bushes. He hoped to find some kind of hilly ground soon. Sleeping inside the only raised object for kilometers around would make him feel exposed. No hills appeared, however, and consulting the map told him there were none for kilometers. When he could no longer see into the distance, he stopped the flitter and increased its elevation until it was about his own height above the ground. He set it to hover. A breeze was blowing in from the ocean that would probably push him inland overnight, but it wouldn't matter much. If the flitter encountered raised ground, it would automatically alter its direction to avoid a collision. He was about to take out a food parcel and eat his evening meal when he thought of something else he wanted to record. After turning on the device hanging around his neck, he said, "From as far back as I can remember, I was told I was coming to a new home. Everyone said we were special because we would be the first gens not to die aboard the ship. They also told us we were deep space pioneers. If we succeeded in building a settlement outside the solar system, it meant humans weren't confined to a place that would eventually no longer support life. If we could build a deep space colony, it meant that, as a species, we could be immortal. They said our descendants would grow so numerous and so advanced that one day a colony ship would depart our new planet, just as the Nova Fortuna had departed Earth. And so on, throughout the galaxy, perhaps even billions of years into the future. Maybe even spreading to another galaxy and on into eternity." He paused briefly to collect his thoughts, then went on. "I was a kid at the time I was told that, and not a smart one. I didn't really get what they were saying, but I think I understand now. I'm the first human who ever saw the things I've seen today, and the first to pass over the ground I traveled. And for the rest of my journey, it'll be the same, whether I make it back or not. In a way, I don't care if anyone in the future remembers what I've done. I don't want this land or that ocean named after me. But I finally understand what I was told all those years ago. Though others will come after, I'm the first. When my ancestors decided to come down from the trees, they didn't know what they were doing. They had no understanding of where it might lead, and to be honest, I'm not sure my own understanding is that much better. But I do get this. I feel it. I'm at the very tip of a finger of human life that's reaching out. I just wanted to say that I'm glad and happy to be doing this, no matter what happens." He turned off the recorder, deciding not to play it back to check it. He'd probably spoken nonsense and made a fool of himself, but he'd spoken from the heart, and he felt better for it. Outside the flitter, all was dark except for starlight. The moon hadn't risen yet. He turned on the flitter's light and pulled out some parcels of food. A lot of the supplies he'd brought were dried and required rehydrating and heating up, but some of them were ready to eat. He chewed some protein strips and washed them down with water. He also took out fresh algae cakes. They weren't a favorite, but they were nutritious and light to carry. After his long day's travel, he found he was soon ready to go to sleep. He packed up loose items scattered around the cabin and pushed down the flitter's seats to make a bed. One folded blanket served as a pillow. He covered himself with the other. The soughing of the waves quickly sent him to sleep. It was nighttime and he was barefoot on soft, mossy ground. Darkness surrounded him except for a row of lights that shone from behind, their glow quickly fading into black night. He was heading away from the lights, looking for something, though he didn't know what exactly. Something had disturbed his sleep and he wanted to know what it was. The air was strangely thick and he was having to force himself through it. A shape moved in the darkness ahead. Darker than the surrounding black, it was long and low down to the ground. The creature seemed to glide rather than walk, and it was moving across his view. Was this what had made the sound he'd heard? He wasn't sure if he wanted to get close to the thing. For some reason, it scared him. Yet Ethan followed the creature, moving deeper into the night until he couldn't see it any longer. It didn't matter. He had something else to head toward. Lauren had appeared ahead. She was wearing a little girl's play suit, though she was grown up. She saw him too and waved. Relief overwhelmed him. He felt he'd lost her for a long time, but now he'd finally found her again. He began to run toward her. He wanted to reach her before she went away again. He would tell her he wanted her to stay with him forever, and that she mustn't ever leave. Then he saw the creature had returned. It was ahead of him, moving toward Lauren. He shouted out a warning, but she didn't seem to hear. He yelled again and again, and all the while the creature was getting closer to her. Why wouldn't she move? She only smiled and waved and waited for him. He was running as fast as he could, but he was getting nowhere. He couldn't catch up to the creature. It glided along swiftly, bearing down on unsuspecting Lauren. It would reach her before he could. It would... Ethan started awake, his hands reaching for Lauren. He almost cried out to warn her, to tell her a predator was about to kill her. But then the realization that he'd been dreaming hit him. His arms slumped down, and the words died before they left his mouth. Where was he? He saw the starlit sky through the flitter windows and heard the waves. His memory of the last few months returned. Lauren was dead, and so was Dr. Crowley. He sighed, turned over, and tried to go back to sleep. The same dream about Lauren had visited him many times. His subconscious mind couldn't seem to accept that she was gone. It wanted to give him the chance to save her over and over again. Recurring nightmares were one reason that he'd wanted to go on his expedition, hoping that the journey might give him time to process his girlfriend's death and that of his close friend, Dr. Crowley. Dr. Crowley had always been full of good advice. He liked to think back over his conversations with her, but he couldn't remember her saying anything about how to cope with the death of someone you loved. He guessed that if she'd been comfortable with death, or wise about how to accept it, she might not have joined the Nova Fortuna project. The doctor had outlived her natural lifespan by at least 184 years. It was a shame she'd only spent one night on the planet she'd worked so hard to reach. Sleep was refusing to return. He moved onto his back and stared at the roof, wondering if he should give up and read for a while. Cariad had uploaded all the woken's data covering what they'd discovered about Concordia. Maybe he might read something useful. Suddenly, the flitter tipped, rolling him over. He sat up, trying to maintain his balance as the flitter leaned farther to one side. Something was pulling at the vehicle or trying to climb onto it in the darkness. He felt for his weapon. His fingers touched cool, smooth metal. Where was the thing? It was too dark for a clear view outside. Then he saw it. Tens of scrabbling legs appeared at the window. He knew those legs. It was one of the slug-limbed creatures. He had to get it off the flitter fast. The creatures exuded a powerful acid, and if the thing disabled his vehicle, he would be at its mercy. He lowered the window and fired into the organism's underside. The flitter immediately filled with choking, acrid smoke. He couldn't breathe. He opened the other windows. The flitter was tipping precariously on its side, borne over by the creature's weight. Though he'd hit it squarely, the slug limit continued to cling on. He fired at it again, and another burst of suffocating smoke erupted. He couldn't touch it to try to push it off, or his skin would be eaten by the corrosive, digestive acid. He pulled a boot onto a foot and kicked at the thing. He'd managed to break it free a little, so he kicked harder and fired at it again. At last, the creature released its grip. A thud resounded from below as it hit the ground. He raised the flitter higher and took off his boot, taking care not to touch the sticky gloop. He quickly wiped the sole clean and dropped the rag from the open window. Peering out, he saw the predator hobbling slowly away into the undergrowth by the shore, black against the shadowy gray sand. It wasn't the only one, however. As it retreated, more were emerging. He quickly raised the flitter higher still, doubling its previous elevation. He'd thought that setting the vehicle at roughly his own height above the beach would provide sufficient protection from the local wildlife. He'd clearly been wrong. These slug limpets were larger than any he'd ever seen before. He yelled again, and all the while the creature was getting closer to her. Why wouldn't she move? She only smiled and waited for him. He was running as fast as he could, but he was getting nowhere. He couldn't catch up to the creature. It glided along swiftly, bearing down on unsuspecting Lauren. It would reach her before he could. It would. Ethan started awake, his hands reaching for Lauren. He almost cried out to warn her, to tell her a predator was about to kill her. But then the realization that he'd been dreaming hit him. His arms slumped down and the words died before they left his mouth. Where was he? He saw the starlit sky through the flitter windows and heard the waves. His memory of the last few months returned. Lauren was dead, and so was Dr. Crowley. He sighed, turned over, and tried to go back to sleep. The same dream about Lauren had visited him many times. His subconscious mind couldn't seem to accept that she was gone. It wanted to give him the chance to save her over and over again. Recurring nightmares were one reason that he'd wanted to go on his expedition, hoping that the journey might give him time to process his girlfriend's death and that of his close friend Dr. Crowley. Dr. Crowley had always been full of good advice. He liked to think back over his conversations with her, but he couldn't remember her saying anything about how to cope with the death of someone you loved. He guessed that if she'd been comfortable with death or wise about how to accept it, she might not have joined the Nova Fortuna project. The doctor had outlived her natural lifespan by at least 184 years. It was a shame she'd only spent one night on the planet she'd worked so hard to reach. Sleep was refusing to return. He moved onto his back and stared at the roof, wondering if he should give up and read for a while. Cariad had uploaded all the Woken's data covering what they'd discovered about Concordia. Maybe he might read something useful. Suddenly, the flitter tipped, rolling him over. He sat up, trying to maintain his balance as the flitter leaned farther to one side. Something was pulling at the vehicle or trying to climb onto it in the darkness. He felt for his weapon. His fingers touched cool, smooth metal. Where was the thing? It was too dark for a clear view outside. Then he saw it. Tens of scrabbling legs appeared at the window. He knew those legs. It was one of the slug-limbed creatures. He had to get it off the flitter fast. The creatures exuded a powerful acid, and if the thing disabled his vehicle, he would be at its mercy. He lowered the window and fired into the organism's underside. The flitter immediately filled with choking, acrid smoke. He couldn't breathe. He opened the other windows. The flitter was tipping precariously on its side, borne over by the creature's weight. Though he'd hit it squarely, the slug limit continued to cling on. He fired at it again, and another burst of suffocating smoke erupted. He couldn't touch it to try to push it off, or his skin would be eaten by the corrosive, digestive acid. He pulled a boot onto a foot and kicked at the thing. He'd managed to break it free a little, so he kicked harder and fired at it again. At last, the creature released its grip. A thud resounded from below as it hit the ground. He raised the flitter higher and took off his boot, taking care not to touch the sticky gloop. He quickly wiped the sole clean and dropped the rag from the open window. Peering out, he saw the predator hobbling slowly away into the undergrowth by the shore, black against the shadowy, gray sand. It wasn't the only one, however. As it retreated, more were emerging. He quickly raised the flitter higher still, doubling its previous elevation. He'd thought that setting the vehicle at roughly his own height above the beach would provide sufficient protection from the local wildlife. He'd clearly been wrong. These slug limits were larger than any he'd ever seen before. Had they followed him all the way from the area around the settlement? It seemed unlikely. The creatures appeared to be widespread on the continent, living in low undergrowth as well as among trees. Ethan watched the animals as they milled around and lifted the front halves of their bodies every so often, reaching up toward the flitter with groping legs. They knew he was there. What were they sensing? His body heat? He turned on the recorder and pointed downward to capture a vid of the organisms. Then when he thought he'd recorded enough, he flew the flitter down the beach away from them. Although the predators wouldn't have been able to reach him at the flitter's elevation, he didn't think he would be able to sleep knowing they were roaming underneath, hungry and waiting. Was nowhere on the continent safe from the slug limps? Wherever he went, would the horrible creatures always be there, waiting to attack as soon as the sun went down? He flew on, wondering what the coming weeks or months might hold. Chapter 3. It chilled Cariad to the bone to see the 40 or so deactivated guardians. They were standing still and silent, lined up in ranks in an empty room on the lowest deck of the Mistral. Part of the creepy effect was because they deactivated while upright, not lying down like humans in cryo. Yet they looked as human as ever, aside from the fact that none of them breathed or moved even a micrometer. Some hadn't even bothered to close their eyes before shutting themselves down. They stared blankly ahead, their gazes unfocused. The lighting in the room was dim, yet it was bright enough to glint on the Guardian's eyes as if they were moist. She mused that the Guardian's eye tissue probably wasn't damp. She imagined that if she reached out to touch an eye, it would feel smooth and dry, or perhaps greasy. The impression given of moist eyes was an illusion, like everything else about these strange androids from an Earth she had never known. I'm not sure whether you will believe me, Strongquist said, diverting her attention from the motionless guardians. But I would like to assure you that neither we nor our creators meant any harm to the people of Concordia. I hope the fact that we have voluntarily chosen to take this hiatus from the colonization is evidence of that. To be frank, she replied, I still don't know what to make of you all or what you intended to do here. And I think I speak for most woken and gens. We feel deeply deceived. I don't know how long it's going to take us to process and understand what you've done. As she spoke, her obsession with staring at the android's skin and hair reawakened. Strongquist looked perfectly imperfect. Uneven skin coloration, 5 o'clock shadow, flecks of gray in his eyebrows. Everything about him was convincingly human. She marveled at the skill and artistry that had gone into making him. We are aware of the problems resulting from our presence, but are you, she asked, do you really understand what you did? Are you even capable of understanding? It isn't only that you disrupted the colony, dividing us into factions by lending your support to one group. There are wider effects that I can barely guess at. When it was just Woken and Gens, everyone knew the score. Sure, the two groups didn't mix much, but they would have been brought together by the work of colonizing the planet. We had the mandate and the manual, and we had to make a go of the colony as best we could, because there was no going back. We were on our own, sink or swim. Now we don't know anything anymore. Our foundation has been ripped from us. You've come here and told us we aren't only the first deep space colony, but we're also probably human civilization's last gasp. Can you understand how that feels? I don't think you can. You aren't human. You have no empathy, and you don't even grasp basic human rights. If you did, you wouldn't have sedated Obrio. You've behaved like the machines you are from the moment you arrived. I don't know why it took us so long to see it. Strongquist looked down, as if in shame or regret. Was he only mimicking the emotions, responding appropriately to the conversation? Cariad didn't know. The Guardian Fina had said their minds were programmed with information from many human personalities, giving them some semblance of humanity. But Cariad didn't know what to think about the Guardians anymore. Is there anything else you want to say to me before you deactivate? Obrio has been taken out of sedation, he replied, and there are some things I haven't told you, things that we deemed inexpedient to divulge at the time. Like what? She replied. What have you got to say now? Are you going to tell me everything you said about what's happened on Earth isn't true? No, not that. Why should I believe you? She gave a huff of frustration. You could have been lying when you told us about what's happened on Earth since we left, or you could be lying now. Why did your creators make it possible for you to lie? We were never given any information on the rationale behind our programming, said Strongquist. If I were to guess, I would say that it wasn't possible due to the organic origins of our mind, or to prevent us from divulging information that could be harmful to the success of the colony, or in order to make us seem more convincingly human. His final comment took the wind from Cariad's sails. The android had a point. Humans could be just as deceitful as the Guardians had been. Strongquist's guess also reminded her of something she'd wanted to ask him about before he deactivated. Although he had explained the reactivation process, she had no intention of waking up any of the Guardians ever again if she could help it. She wanted to get all the important discussions over while Strongquist was conscious or switched on. Do you have anything else to tell me about the natural movement terrorists? She asked. You didn't lie about that, did you? I believe we've been entirely transparent about our investigation into the natural movement infiltration of the colony. If there's anything we didn't tell you, it was an inadvertent omission. In any case, all of the files relating to the investigation are on the Mistral's databases, along with the historical data from Earth that we brought with us. You may be able to discover information there that eluded us. She said, there was something else I wanted to ask you about that. Why did you invite me aboard the Mistral when you wanted to show me the vids of Aparicio? It occurred to me later that you could have just sent them to the Nova Fortuna. The reason for that ties in with something we didn't tell you because we feared it might destabilize the colony. Cariad, from the moment of the stadium bombing, we undertook extensive covert assessments of the psychological profiles of each of the gens in Woken. Our initial motivation was to attempt to discover the bomber. However, as events unfolded, We began to use the assessments to look for individuals who were best suited to steer the colony in a more favorable direction. "What the hell are you talking about, Strongquist?" she snapped. "You were spying on everything we did and said?" "Not exactly, but we did look deeply into each individual's history of behavior as far as it was possible," he explained. "I'm aware we may have appeared ignorant to exactly what was happening politically among the colonists, but we understood more than you probably suppose. We were seeking ways to attempt to heal the schism that was developing between the Woken and the Gens. To do that, we tried to support those we identified as most likely to be able to move the divided relationships in a better direction. One of those we identified was you." "Me? So you invited me to the Mistral to—" "As an act of conspicuous support. We were aware of the aura of mystique we had. By inviting you to our own vessel, you were the first person we invited, remember? We were attempting to raise your profile and status among the Woken. Your personality type isn't the kind to seek out power over others, yet we felt you possessed the qualities needed to bring the two sides together." She wasn't sure how to take the android's statements, but his words spurred another question. "So was it for the same reason that you helped me defuse the situation when the Gen farmers refused to hand over their weapons?" At the time, Strongquist had dropped a broad hint that gave her the means to assume temporary control and prevent any of the farmers from being hurt. "That's correct. We could not openly defy Anahi after she declared herself leader, so we did what we could to support you, knowing your actions would calm things down." His words kind of made sense, but she wasn't convinced. If the Guardians had truly wanted to play politics to promote the success of the colony, they would have thrown their support behind someone else. If anyone was born to lead the colonization of Concordia, it was Ethan. "Is there anything else?" It felt like long past the time to say goodbye to the android, hopefully forever. She couldn't wait to leave and close the door on the room of eerie mannequins. "Only one more thing, Yura," he said. "I see that you're irritated and impatient. You don't feel any confidence in anything I have to say. You got that right. It's regrettable, but perhaps inevitable in the circumstances. Well, in that case, I'll deactivate myself in a moment. The reactivation process is simple if you ever need our services in the future." "Yes, it's easy enough to start you all up again," she said almost flippantly. Yet now that it came to saying goodbye to Strongquist, her emotions did a somersault. Her irritation gave way to something else. She could hardly believe it, but she felt a little sorry for the machine. After all, it was self-aware, or it seemed to be, yet it was turning off its consciousness without knowing if it would ever reawaken. She was reminded of the moment she'd been sedated prior to her cryonic suspension for the long trip to Concordia. She'd fallen asleep not knowing if she would ever wake. If she was honest with herself, she'd been terrified. Right up to the moment the anesthetist put her under, she'd been reconsidering her decision to join the colony. In the end, it was partly the notion of how foolish she would look backing out at the last minute that had prevented her from calling the whole thing off. As he watched her, Strongquist suddenly looked more human than ever. "Doesn't it bother you," she asked, "turning yourself off, I mean? We might never reactivate you, you know? Especially not after everything that's happened. I don't think anyone will want to take the risk." The Guardian gazed directly into her eyes before answering. "I have no choice in the matter. As I've always said, the success of the colony is prioritized in our programming. We understand our presence at this time is detrimental, so we must deactivate. However, I would be lying if I were to say the action carries no personal cost. I try to think of it like this. While I am shut down, I shall be in the same state as I was before I was created. It didn't bother me then. Why should it bother me now?" His words sounded like mind games. "Maybe we will need you again at some point. I guess we should stop drawing this out. What was the final thing you wanted to tell me?" "It's only a suggestion. There is a hollow on the Mistral's database that might help you and the other colonists, but I would advise you to watch it alone before showing the others. You may judge it to be too alarming. I wasn't able to show it to you previously because it gives away the secret of our origins. But I'm aware you doubt the veracity of our statements regarding the conditions on Earth prior to our departure. This hollow was prepared for the time when we revealed our true identity. One of our creators explains the history and reasons behind our manufacture. I'll send it to your personal files. If you view this hollow, I'm confident you'll be assured that we were not lying when we told you that Earth is all but uninhabitable now. It's imperative that the colonists remain on Concordia and do their best to build a thriving settlement. There's no future for them on Earth. Okay, I'll watch it, Strongquist said. Very well. It's goodbye then. He smiled. It was a sad smile, and a rare event for the android. Goodbye, she replied. Then she realized he couldn't hear her. He had already deactivated. The smile on the android's face was frozen and would remain so until someone decided to wake him up. She wished he had given her time to leave before he'd turned himself off. Now she was the only living thing in a room of figures, like life-sized mechanical dolls, whose gears had wound down. She quickly went out and closed the door, then pressed the key that locked it. Despite all of Strongquist's words, she didn't fully trust the Guardians not to reactivate themselves. As well, natural movement members roamed free among the colonists, and there was no telling what any of them might do. She wouldn't have been surprised if one of them tried to reprogram the androids and turn them into killing machines. Not very natural killing machines, it had to be said, but the terrorists had already shown themselves capable of truly impressive feats of cognitive dissonance. Bombs were also unnatural, but that hadn't bothered them. She paused outside the locked door. There was so much she had to do, yet for a moment she couldn't move. Although the Guardians' interference had nearly brought the colony to its knees, their presence and high tech had felt like a safety net. Now the colonists of Concordia were on their own. She walked the corridors of the Mistral to the bridge, where the second-in-command of the Nova Fortuna had taken control. Adelson was reclining in the captain's chair, where the Guardian Fena had once sat. Adelson was a very different character from the cold, aloof android. He was suave and convivial and had a penchant for luxury. Cariad wasn't sure where the man's traits had come from. They weren't ones she had deliberately selected for among those that were genetically heritable. Perhaps they were an unforeseen expression of certain genes, or were conjoined with other attributes. Though she had been at the top of her field when she departed Earth, the discipline of genetics still held mysteries neither she nor other experts had managed to solve. Cariad, Adelson said when he noticed her enter the bridge, been tucking our friends in? It was way past their bedtime. You can say that again, she replied as she went over to him. What have you found out about the Mistral? Well, first off, she seems to be pretty much an open book. We haven't hit any security lockouts. Everything we encounter in the ship's system opens easily. But frankly, a lot of what we're finding is beyond our understanding. We're reading the instructions the Guardians left behind. They left instructions? Yes. It's all set out in English. She recalled how Strongquist had told her that English had evolved and the Guardians spoke a version the colonists wouldn't understand. It looked like the Guardians had prepared well for their deactivation. When do you think you'll be able to take full control of the ship? She asked. Probably another couple of days. One thing that concerns me a little is the weapons. We don't have anything like them aboard the Nova Fortuna. All we have on there are a handful of pulse lasers to blow apart asteroids we encountered on the voyage. If we have to use the Mistral's weapons, I don't think I'll have much of a clue what I'm doing. Are we likely to need to use them? When I realized the Mistral is equipped with railguns, etc., I thought it seemed overkill. Did the Guardians think we might attack them when they arrived? No, they weren't intended for us. She recalled Strongquist's earlier divulgence that there was sentient life on nearby star systems. No, Adelson said. Then who? Whoa, I hope you don't mean what I think you mean. His customarily upbeat expression took a hit from the new information. I do. So maybe you should prioritize familiarizing your crew with the scanners. We have to keep a close watch for unexpected visitors. All right, I'll get on that. Do you have all the people you need? I have enough for the moment, but don't tell me I said that if we find ourselves under attack. Do you think it's likely? We've been here for months. As we haven't been attacked yet, I'm guessing there's nothing nearby that wants us dead right away. And Strongquist didn't mention anything about spotting alien starships, only that they'd seen signs of sentience. Our luck should hold out for a while, I hope. Right. Still, I'll have someone analyze all the recent scanner readings. That would be smart. Adelson rubbed his hands together. This isn't too bad. I have a ship of my own to run, which makes a change. What's more, the Mistral's so up to date, it's like it's from the future. Scratch that. To us, it is from the future, right? Yeah. Best of all, Adelson continued, Geisen's green with envy. Cariad laughed. Geisen was the pilot of the Nova Fortuna, and Adelson had been bridesmaid to that bride his entire career. What are you going to do now? Adelson asked. Are you going to interrogate Garwin? He's been pretty quiet in his cabin the last couple of days. I guess I should. To be honest, I don't know what to do with him. He's devastated by Twyla's suicide. I feel like I should leave him alone, though I won't, of course. I have to do something about the natural movement, and Garwin's my only source of information right now. I don't understand how he can grieve over that bitch. Me neither. But love's strange. He did seem to really love her. Adelson wrinkled his nose. I'm happy to let you deal with him. I'll stick to flying starships. She left the bridge. At first, she walked toward the cabin where Garwin was confined, but then she changed direction. She'd given in to her urge to postpone that difficult conversation. She needed more time to get her thoughts in order about the man. As far as she understood it, according to what Gens had told her, he'd been playing a double game for a long time. While pretending to be a placatory, appeasing spokesperson for the Gens, he had actually been organizing their dissent. The alternative Gens settlement had been his idea, and he'd been instrumental in its construction and the transfer of the supplies. Yet she also thought that despite appearances, Garwin could easily have been fully aware of Twyla's involvement in the natural movement. If he was capable of such deep deception, he could even be the natural movement ringleader, for all she knew. Perhaps he'd wanted to move all the Gens to the caves to concentrate the population and make them easier to kill. She would have to approach interviewing him very cautiously. Meanwhile, Strongquist's mention of a hollow made by the Guardian's creators explaining the reasons behind their manufacture had piqued her curiosity. To the Gens, Earth was ancient history, an exotic country they would never visit, or so Ethan had explained. Perhaps it was almost a myth to them, but Cariad was deeply curious about her former home. From her perspective, she'd departed it less than 3 years previously. She felt a strong desire to see it in its most recent form. She walked to the room where Strongquist had shown her ancient hollows of the original natural movement infiltrator, Frederick Aparicio. The room was empty. It took her a while to figure out how to access her personal files from the interface, but eventually she managed it. A motionless hollow of a young man appeared in the room's center. It was the beginning of the recording, but Cariad hesitated before she let it play. It was the man's clothes that made her pause. They were extremely worn and patched, little more than rags. Yet according to Strongquist, this person had helped to build the Mistral and create the Guardians. Also, though the man was young, his face was haggard with tiredness. He didn't look ill, however. Strongquist had said a disease had wiped out most of humanity, breaking down the last remains of civilization. The look of desperation, sorrow, and perhaps anger on the man's face was also striking. What had happened to her home planet? She started the hollow. The man spoke, but the movement of his lips didn't match the words she heard. His speech was being translated into English she could understand. The distraction of the effect was short-lived as she heard what he said. "Hello, person of the future." The man's tone was sarcastic. "Or are you from the past, one of the cryonically suspended ones? Congratulations on surviving your long freezing. What was it like, I wonder, going to sleep then waking up a couple of 100 years later aboard a starship? I guess I'll never know. None of us will. To be frank, we're screwed. We'll never leave Earth because we gave our lives for yours." Chapter 4. On his third morning out in the wild, Ethan decided to do something he didn't think anyone had attempted yet. He would see how high he could take the flitter. As he ate his breakfast, he looked down at the beach below. After the slug limpet attack, he'd flown as far as he could until tiredness overcame him. Yet now as he looked down, he could see what seemed to be traces of more slug limpets in the sand. Their many legs had left long scratches all over the ground as they tried to reach him. Ethan doubted the creatures could have followed him after his long flight the previous night, so these were new ones. He gave a shiver. If he'd tried to go on his journey without a flitter, he probably wouldn't have survived the first night. As he watched, waves were washing away the slug limit tracks. The tide was coming in. Soon the shore would bear no trace of the predators. Concordia was a dangerous place to live. He finished his breakfast and brushed the crumbs out of the flitter. It was time for his experiment. He closed all the windows and set the controls to rise. Maintaining the same position, the flitter began to lift. Ethan turned on his recorder and settled back into his seat, looking all around at the view. The beach was soon a strip of gray between two blankets, one blue, one green. All around, the sky was clear, and the sun hung suspended just above the horizon. According to the flitter's control panel, the outside temperature was dropping quickly, and Ethan began to feel it as cold air filtered inside the vehicle. He wrapped a blanket around his shoulders and wondered how high the flitter would go. Would it rise into space if he let it? Clouds became visible at the ocean's edge. Then Ethan realized the clouds were hanging over land. He could see the continent that lay to the east. He remembered from lessons at school that Concordia had one large continent, two smaller ones, and an archipelago of large and small islands in a string across the largest ocean, which Ethan was looking out over. He wondered if what he was seeing wasn't a continent after all, but one of the larger islands. The flitter rose higher still. Ethan turned his attention inland. The first feature he noticed was a mountain range that ran down the continent. Then as he went higher, he saw a river beyond it. The river seemed to begin in the range's foothills, then grew wider and wider until it flowed out of sight. He was getting very cold. His breath was fogging, and fine water droplets were appearing on the inside of the flitter's windows. He also felt lightheaded. Of course, he realized the flitter wasn't airtight like a starship. He was running out of oxygen. It was time to return to the beach. He set the controls to take the flitter down. He'd only been up at a high elevation for a few minutes, but it wasn't safe to remain there for long. Going into space wasn't an option after all, which was no bad thing. He'd spent most of his life out in the black, but now he preferred the wide spaces and sweet-smelling air of Concordia. When he'd returned to the surface, he decided it was time to leave the beach and head into the interior. If he stuck to the coast, he might only see the same landscape and wildlife all the way around the continent. But venturing into the heart of the land would lead him to something different. He also wanted to try to escape the horrible slug limits. Perhaps there was a region they didn't inhabit. He set a course for the mountains. As he flew, he turned on his recorder and began a report on the slug limit attack the previous evening. He described how the pulse fire from his weapon had barely deterred the creature, and that it was only physically pushing it off the vehicle that had saved him. He paused as he remembered how the slug limits were not so easy to remove when they were stuck to a living being. Ethan opened a window and examined the side of the flitter the slug limit had clung onto. The paint was entirely eaten away, and the metal underneath it was seared, as if the vehicle had been on fire. He continued, speaking into the recorder. The slug limits are a menace. As long as they exist, life is going to be hard for us on this continent. A fast adult can outrun them, but they move quietly and can easily sneak up on people. Once a slug limit catches you, the fittest person doesn't stand a chance. If you're attacked in an enclosed space, it might not be possible to escape. Outside the electric fences, no one will be able to go out after dark or leave doors or windows open if there are slug limits in the area. Even inside the fences, we aren't completely safe. During the first night attack, the creatures climbed the fence over the dead bodies of others. It's lucky for us the slug limits aren't intelligent, or it might be nearly impossible for us to settle the planet. We would have to go to war with them. He hesitated before he went on. I hate the slug limits. They killed 2 people who were very close to me. Yet on the other hand, the animals were only acting on instinct. They live by eating other animals, and we're just food to them. While a part of me wants to see them all exterminated, another side of me thinks that would be wrong. Concordia was their planet before it was ours. We're the interlopers. And though I was horrified by what they did, what Cariad and I did to them was horrible too. We burned them alive. It was what we had to do, but that doesn't seem to make it right. I guess we have to accept that colonizing this planet is an aggressive act. We're taking what isn't ours so we can live. We shouldn't kid ourselves about that. Turning off the recorder, he focused on the landscape ahead. He'd set the flitter's elevation to 150 meters, and the mountains were slowly drawing nearer. Maybe the different landscape would be free of the slug limits. He still had a long way to go to find out. According to the flitter's interface, he wouldn't arrive until nightfall, even though the vehicle was flying at its top speed. To help pass the time, he watched and recorded the view of the ground below. Trees similar to the ones that surrounded the settlement covered the surface in a wide forest. Ethan wondered what might live among them. As his eyes became accustomed to the steadily flowing sea of green, he noticed tiny flashes of brilliant red moving among the trees. Could they be some kind of birds? He grew excited. He angled the flitter downward for a closer look. They were birds, or if not birds, some kind of flying creature. The wings of the animals moved so fast they were a blur. He angled the flitter lower, wondering if he might be able to catch one. When the underside of the flitter was brushing the tops of the trees, he opened a window. However, before reaching out to attempt to catch one of the airborne creatures, he had second thoughts. What if they were poisonous or wanted to bite him? He retrieved a pair of long, thick gloves from his pack. His hand encased in a glove, he reached out of the window. The flitter's presence seemed to have sparked an explosion of the scarlet creatures. They were flying up in huge numbers from the trees. Yet though his hand swept through the fluttering clouds many times, he couldn't seem to catch any. He didn't want to grab too roughly and hurt one of them. The red flyers had begun to land on the flitter, though none approached the window. Ethan turned on his recorder to capture a vid and also described what he saw. He was delighted with his find. Concordia wasn't only home to creatures that wanted to kill. The scarlet aerial animals were settling on the flitter's hood and the closed windows, and they clung to the doors. As soon as they landed, their wings stopped beating and he could see them better. As well as their four roughly triangular wings, which were thin as plastic paper and translucent, the animals had 8 legs and 4 pairs of long bodies a little thinner than Ethan's pinky finger. Their wings were 4 or 5 times the size of their little bodies. The creatures didn't seem to have eyes or mouth parts, and he couldn't tell which was the front or back, as the creatures didn't seem to have heads. He wondered how they ate. More and more of the flying animals landed. Ethan could no longer see out of the windshield, so he peered out the window. The flitter was entirely obscured by a great mass of scarlet beating wings. They were piled so thickly the shape of the flitter was entirely lost. It was a giant, homogeneous lump of red wings. A rustling came from beneath the flitter, and as green vegetation rose in the window, Ethan realized the flitter was sinking down into the trees. The weight of the creatures clinging to it was so great, it was overwhelming the agrav. Not knowing what lay beneath him, and alarmed at the idea of being buried alive in a heaving red mass of life, he set the flitter to maximum lift. It didn't rise, but it did stop sinking. He had to find a way to lighten the load. He reached out and brushed the hood of the flitter as widely as he could reach, wiping off a swathe of flying creatures. But as soon as they lifted up, the flyers settled down once more. He wasn't sure what to do. If he turned off the flitter's drive, it would drop into the vegetation, and who knew what unknown creatures might lie below. Yet he couldn't force more lift out of the agrav, and if he waited much longer, more scarlet flyers would land and make the flitter so heavy even the maximum lift couldn't keep it up. The only thing he knew about the flying animals was that they wouldn't enter the window. What if he lowered the cover? Maybe enough of them might fly off to give him a chance to get out of there. Alternatively, they might get over their reluctance and land inside the vehicle. Ethan had no other option than to try. He lowered the hood. Immediately, the sky was obscured by a rising red cloud. Relieved of the weight of the aerial animals, the flitter zoomed upward, and it traveled so fast the acceleration forced off the other red creatures too. Within less than a minute, the jungle was far below. All that remained of the flying animals was a couple that were stuck to the flitter's hood. They'd been crushed by the weight of the others. He slowed down the vehicle and reached out to peel off the dead creatures. He brought them inside and put them on the seat next to him. Maintaining the safe elevation, he resumed the course to the mountains and resolved not to take any more detours. Though the creatures had been pretty, his investigation of them could have been his downfall. He'd had enough of new Concordian life forms for that day. As the flitter carried him on to the next place he planned to explore, Ethan recorded a vid of the 2 dead flyers along with an account of his encounter. By the time he reached the foothills of the mountain range, it was dark. He didn't want to explore the new terrain at night, not knowing if the slug limps lived there too. Instead, he set the flitter at a safe elevation above a mountain slope and ate his dinner. It was his 3rd night away from the settlement, though he wasn't ready to return there and didn't think he would be for a long while yet. He was beginning to feel the absence of company. He thought about Cariad. If she'd been able to come on the trip with him, he wouldn't have minded. But she was busy replenishing the colony population. In 2 or 3 years, the place would be overrun with children she would create to replace the many lives lost. For the time being, he would be forced to undertake his journey alone. He wrapped his blanket around himself tightly and fell asleep. Chapter 5. The young man's face was intense, angry even. He glared into the camera, and Cariad saw despair mixed with fury in his eyes. His jaw rigid, he said, "If I'd had my way—" "Steen!" A woman walked into the camera's view and went to the young man's side. She didn't look much older than him and was similarly dressed in worn-out clothes. She grasped Steen's arm softly, trying to calm him. "No," he said, wrenching his arm from her grip. "Leave me alone. I'm doing the message. That was the agreement. This was the only reason I helped you. If you weren't going to let me go on the ship, I get to tell the bastards what I gave up for them. What we all gave up. I'm not saying you can't do it." She looked toward the camera. "Is that still recording? Turn it off." "No, don't," Steen said. "I want them to see everything. I want them to see every detail." All right," said the woman. "Just remember, this was our decision. It wasn't my decision. It was the majority decision, but that isn't important. It wasn't their decision. The Nova Fortuna colonists didn't choose this. They aren't responsible for what's happened here or what we've decided to do. You don't need to be so harsh. It isn't fair." "What is fair, huh?" For a moment, the woman's chin trembled. "Nothing's fair. Nothing." She clenched her hands into fists. "But you don't have to take it out on them. What's the point? It might make me hate them, and all of you just a smidgen less." The woman tilted her head and gazed into Steen's eyes, not speaking. After a pause, his body relaxed. "Okay, I hear you. I'll be nicer." The woman gave him a look of warning and stepped out of sight. "So," he said, returning his attention to the camera, "dear future person, if you're seeing this, it's probably because our little secret has been revealed. You know that the friends we sent to visit aren't all they seem. But they're pretty convincing, right?" He smiled smugly. "Did you like their skin? Mina did that. The lovely Mina who was here a minute ago to tell me to tone it down because none of this is your fault." He scowled. "Well, it might not be your fault, but it isn't my fault either. And you're the ones who get to live while we die in this poisoned, diseased dump once known as the beautiful planet Earth. Allow me a little anger on that account, okay? I think I deserve it. Anyway," he went on, as if he was telling a friend an anecdote, "I don't know how much our friends told you, so you'll forgive me if I repeat things you already know, won't you? A good story's worth telling twice. I promise I won't leave out the best parts." Steen put his hands in his pockets and began to stroll to and fro. "To summarize, nearly everyone is dead. The flu that killed them was nasty, but at least it was quick." He stopped and waved a finger at the camera. "Pretty painful, though, from what I heard. I don't really know. I never caught it. A little quirk of nature, a strand of protein on a chromosome, made me immune." He leaned toward the camera and cupped his mouth with his hand as if telling a secret. "If you really want to know what the symptoms were like, ask Mina. She's even rarer than me. She got sick but recovered. It was a crying shame the same couldn't be said for the rest of her family. Now there's a sight you don't want to wake up to." Cariad flicked the switch to stop the hollow, freezing Steen in his close-up. He was so angry and bitter, and the story he was telling was so awful. She felt sick. The hollow wasn't at all what she'd been expecting. Though Strongquist had warned her she might find it alarming, she'd thought it would be simple message or report, or even some kind of documentary like the ones that had been made about the Nova Fortuna project. The hollow was so raw and full of hatred, Cariad didn't want to hear any more right then. She turned it off, banishing Steen to her personal files. Maybe she would watch more later. Whatever it was that Steen wanted to say, it wasn't urgent. It was all history from before the Guardians had departed Earth. She had more important things to do. She had to speak to Garwin. She left the Mistral's viewing room and walked to the cabin where Garwin had been confined ever since his wife's suicide. Cariad hoped he would have recovered a little from the shock of his wife's death, and that he might be able to tell her something that would help her root out any remaining saboteurs. When she arrived, she unlocked the door and went inside. Garwin hardly seemed to have changed from his almost catatonic state of 2 days previously. He was slumped on a chair in the corner of the cabin. his chin on his chest and his hands hanging loosely on his lap, looking like a sail that had no wind to fill it out. He didn't look up or make any other movement that acknowledged her arrival. Compared to the Garwin who had confidently addressed the crowd of Gens and Woken at the stadium, and the man who had successfully played a double game that had won him favor on both sides of the Woken-Gen conflict, he was barely recognizable. It was like Twyla's death had sucked away his life too. She sat on the bed. Montfort had checked Garwin for a natural movement tattoo and found nothing, and she had decided the best course of action was to act as though she believed Garwin wasn't a follower. If he was, despite having no tattoo, he might think he had everyone fooled and grow overconfident, accidentally letting something slip. If he really wasn't, her belief in his innocence might encourage him to help her with the investigation. Garwin, I'm sorry about what's happened. You must feel terrible. Garwin shook his head and put his face in his hands. He took a breath and looked up. She wasn't involved with them. I know how it looks. She was there when we found the aquifer, but it wasn't her who blew it open. She would never have done anything like that. She taught Kindy. Do you think she would have killed kids? She loved kids. Cariad saw she had no easy task ahead. She hadn't imagined that Garwin would be so deep in denial about his wife. Why do you think Twyla killed herself? She asked. Isn't it obvious? Well, yes, Cariad replied. She feared exposure and execution. But I'm not sure we're thinking along the same lines. She was the prime suspect, wasn't she? Garwin asked. Just because she knew about the aquifer and Ethan saw her leaving the caves. What could she say to prove her innocence? No one would have believed her. The truth was, anyone could have done it. Anyone could have explored that area and found that aquifer. The bomb could have been planted at any time, but they all would have wanted someone to blame for all those deaths. They would want revenge for what happened. She didn't stand a chance, and she knew it. If that's so, how come you're still here? Cariad asked. What do you mean? You knew about the aquifer, too. You were also under house arrest after the disaster. What makes you think you wouldn't have been scapegoated as well as, or even instead of, Twyla? Because I was liked, Garwin exclaimed. I should know. I worked hard enough for it. You Woken all liked me, right? The Gens loved me. Twyla wasn't like that. She didn't work at being popular. She didn't enjoy being around people. That was why she worked with kids. Cariad folded her arms. To make him tell her anything about Twyla that might be useful to her investigation, she would have to convince Garwin his wife was a natural movement saboteur. She hated to do it, but she needed to get tough with the man if he was going to give her anything useful. Are you sure about that? You're sure the reason she worked with kids was because she was uncomfortable around adults? Yes, Garwin said. I am. She took out an interface screen and brought up the image of the tattoo on Twyla's thigh. To Cariad, it was unmistakably the logo of the natural movement. The stylized N and M was branded on her mind. It had caused her many moments of frustration and irritation on Earth when the group had protested the Nova Fortuna project or fought hard against rationality and reason in many fields of civilized society. However, as a Gen, it was possible that Garwin might not be so familiar with the logo. She turned the interface screen toward him. Do you know what this is? He studied the image for a moment. Someone drew something on their skin? I don't know what it's supposed to be. Cariad thought she believed him. In his current state of mind, the man's carefully constructed outward persona was by the wayside. The Garwin she was seeing seemed to be the real one. She told him the meaning of the sign. So? He asked. Why are you showing it to me? I've never seen it before. Maybe you haven't. Cariad inwardly squirmed over what she was about to say. Garwin, this tattoo was high up on Twyla's thigh. It was located in a place where only someone who was intimate with her would have seen it. The effect of her words on Garwin was instantaneous. His mouth fell open and a flicker of revelation crossed his features, but it was quickly supplanted with rejection. Garwin's jawline firmed and he looked away. I don't believe it. I can take you to see it if you want. I don't want to see it, he shouted, rising to his feet. How dare you come to me with lies about my poor dead wife? Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Get out. Garwin's sudden rage was frightening. She ran out of the cabin and locked the door. From inside the room came the sounds of objects being thrown about. This was a side of Garwin no one had ever seen. She had clearly pressed a sensitive button, and part of her hated to be so blunt with the man, but it had been necessary. She was sure the reason Twyla had been a kindergarten teacher was so that she could indoctrinate a handful of young children and pass on cultish natural movement teachings to them. If natural movement followers remained among the settlers, they wouldn't rest until the entire colony was wiped out. Garwin might know something that would help her prevent that from happening, but right then she would have to give him time to process what he'd seen. While she waited for Garwin to calm down and hopefully accept the truth about his wife, she would go planetside to check on the examination of all the colonists for evidence of a tattoo. But first she needed to sleep. She remained aboard the Mistral during the quiet shift. Adelson allocated her one of the spare cabins. The ship contained enough to accommodate all the Guardians. She wasn't sure why, as the androids probably didn't have any requirement for sleep or privacy. Perhaps the berths had been added in order to maintain the deception of the Guardians' humanity, or because their creators had thought there might be a need to transport Nova Fortuna colonists somewhere. The cabin she slept in seemed unused. The fact added weight to her suspicion that no Guardian had ever slept in it, though it was also possible that the ship's invisible nanobot sanitation kept it pristine. The next day she went to the Mistral's shuttle bay. The starship carried 2 shuttles and each held 40 passengers, which had been double the entire ship's crew. Cariad wondered what had been the rationale behind the Guardians' creators in providing them with one more shuttle than they needed. Perhaps Steen might explain when she found the time and fortitude to endure another bout of his anger and desperation. The Gen pilot who had been assigned the role of flying one of the Guardians' shuttles was happy to take Cariad down to the surface. As she was the only passenger, the pilot invited her to sit in the flight cabin. All the pilots were Gens, and the one flying the shuttle was called Zhang. Cariad knew her vaguely. There weren't many pilots among the colonists, and so they stuck out. There was something Cariad had wanted to ask Zhang. Though some time had passed since the shuttle explosion, the woman might know something useful. When the shuttle was out of the Mistral's bay, and the dome that was Concordia was spread out beneath them, Cariad asked, "Does flying the shuttles worry you now, since the explosion?" Zhang replied, "I have to admit, it does a little. But they're thoroughly inspected before each flight now, so that helps put my mind at ease. How about you? Does it worry you, traveling as a passenger?" "I do feel a little nervous sometimes. I was supposed to be aboard the one that went down. It was only a fluke that I wasn't." "Really? I didn't know that. What a stroke of luck." "Yes, I was very fortunate. Do you mind if I ask you something personal?" "That depends what it is." "Well, I wanted to ask if you were friends with the pilot who died." "Walston?" "Yeah, of course. We all know each other. I wasn't really close to him, you know, but he seemed like a good guy. His wife is pregnant. She found out a week or so before he died. Did you know?" "No, I didn't." Cariad's hatred for the natural movement saboteurs moved a notch higher. Still, the fact made her conjecture less likely. "Was that all you wanted to ask me?" Zhang said. "No, it isn't. I was wondering, do you think it's possible that it was Walston who brought the bomb onto the shuttle? Huh? And kill himself along with everyone else aboard? Do you honestly think that's a possibility?" "I agree it's a stretch," Cariad said. "I didn't think of it at all until after Twyla killed herself. Then it occurred to me that fanatics often have a death wish. Only they want to take as many people out with them as they can. I wondered if the stadium bomber had died in that explosion, and if someone aboard the shuttle had detonated the bomb." "If the saboteur was aboard," Zhang replied, "that's good news for us. It means there are fewer of them to worry about. But from what I know of Walston, I doubt he wanted to die. He had too much to live for. Who gets his wife pregnant, then kills himself? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me." She was probably right, Cariad reasoned. Still, Zhang hadn't experienced the growing excesses of the natural movement on Earth. The pilot hadn't lived at a time of festivals for deliberately exposing children to infectious diseases and back-to-nature communes on remote islands that resulted in people starving to death. To Zhang, if she knew anything about such events, they were dry facts of a disconnected past. Cariad had been around while such events were taking place. When she thought about it, there was nothing she couldn't imagine a natural movement follower doing to further their cause. After disembarking the shuttle, she walked directly to the settlement hospital, where Dr. Montfort was carrying out the examination of every colonist for signs of the natural movement tattoo. There were too many colonists to make everyone line up for their examination. Instead, they had been given an appointment to attend. She waited outside the examination room until the doctor was free to speak to her. "I won't take up too much of your time," she said as she went into the examination room. "I only wanted to find out how everything was going." Montfort said to his medic, "Alistair, would you mind waiting outside?" After Alistair left, she asked, "Did you find anything yet?" "As is to be expected, not anything definite," Montfort replied. "If it had been possible to immediately examine everyone the moment the suicide's tattoo was discovered, we might have stood a chance. Now, unless any remaining saboteurs are very stupid, the best we can hope for is the remains of a botched attempt to remove the ink." "What's the story you gave to explain the reason for the examination?" "I said we suspect that Concordian bacteria might be causing an infectious skin disease, but of course, natural movement members will know what I'm looking for. I haven't found anything except some grazes and scrapes in areas similar to where Twyla's tattoo was positioned. And the injured claim the lesions are due to accidents that occurred when the caves were flooded." "Obviously, and undoubtedly some of them are. We've also been dealing with broken bones, concussions, internal bleeding, sprains, and plenty of other traumas." "Of course you have," she said, suddenly guilty. "I'm sorry, I should have done more to help. It's been a long time since my training, but I could have done something." "That's okay. We all have a lot on our plate. The gen doctors are doing an excellent job." As you're here now?" "Sure. Where do I wash up and find clean scrubs?" "Sorry, I meant we need to get your own examination out of the way." "My examination, but Cariad had spent the last several months trying to help catch the natural movement saboteurs. She'd nearly died at their hands twice. Yet the doctor had a point. No one could exempt themselves from scrutiny. She sighed. "Okay. Where do I get ready?" The doctor indicated a curtained cubicle. Cariad walked over to it and parted the curtains. The sight of the narrow examination bed covered in sandpaper caused knots in her stomach. She had a particular dislike of being prodded and poked. After quickly stripping off her clothes and piling them on a chair, she put on the medical gown and lay down on the bed. Dr. Montfort asked if she was ready before he entered the cubicle. The first thing he did was wipe inside her mouth with a probe. He removed the detachable end and popped it into a DNA reader. "Not sure it's me?" she asked, joking to ease her tension. "That's right," Montfort replied. "You sure look like Cariad, but who knows? Maybe you're an insane cultist in disguise." His lighthearted tone relaxed her a little. But when it came time for the examination, she tensed up again. The doctor thoroughly examined her skin, recording a vid as he went along. He even examined the skin of her scalp under her hair. "Okay," he said finally. "You're done. It looks like you aren't planning to kill everyone after all." She adjusted her gown to cover herself. "Not today, anyway." Montfort smiled. "I'll leave you to get dressed. Take your time. You're my last victim this morning." As soon as he left, she put on her clothes just as quickly as she'd removed them, anxious to leave the cubicle. Montfort was at his desk recording his notes. Alistair hadn't returned. "You have notes on everyone who shows signs they might have had a tattoo before they got rid of it?" she asked. "I have a list of them here for you," he replied. "I don't like recording their names because I'm probably casting suspicion on innocent people, but I don't see a way around it." "So this list includes everyone who has a lesion in an unusual place?" "Exactly, all the ones I've seen so far. I still have around half of the colonists to examine. Normally, injuries from physical accidents are located on knees, elbows, hands, heads, and backs, and often the feet too if the accident is a fall of some kind. All the areas of the body where you might expect impact injuries if the person is conscious in trying to save themselves from harm. If someone has a mysterious lesion in an odd place, like the inside of the thigh, for example, they make it onto the list. Are there many of them? More than makes me comfortable. Do you want to see it now?" "Yes, I do." Montfort turned around his interface screen to show Cariad 6 names. She didn't recognize 5 of them, but one was a big surprise. "One of these is a woken," she exclaimed. "Renee?" said Montfort. "Yes, she's on it. I was very surprised to see a lesion on her." "She wasn't at the caves," Cariad said. "I know." Montfort's usually amenable expression turned grave. "Of course, it doesn't have to mean anything." She paused as her surprise settled down. Renee was one of the few people who had shown her support when Cariad had been the only woken who was prepared to stand up to the leadership usurper, Anahi. Also, Cariad hadn't considered that any of the woken might be a natural movement saboteur. After the discovery that the cult had probably passed down its teaching from one generation to the next over the course of the voyage, Cariad had assumed that if any saboteurs remained, they were Gans. The revelation that a woken could be one of the traitors threw a whole new light onto her investigation. "Did you ask her what happened?" she asked. "How she hurt herself?" "Yes, of course. I asked all of the people on the list where they sustained their injury, and they all had some kind of an explanation. Except for Renee. She said she didn't know." "She didn't know," she echoed. "How could she not know? I take it this wasn't a bruise or something slight like that?" "Numbers, she'd lost quite a bit of skin. She said she didn't even know the abrasion was there until I showed her. The lesion is at the top of her thigh, just under her buttock. Not many nerve endings there, but still the injury wasn't slight. She should definitely have been able to feel it." "Can you think of any reason she might not have known about it?" Montfort looked down. "Nothing's jumping out at me at the moment," she said heavily. "Well, could you send me the list?" "I will." Montfort asked, "So you're taking charge of the investigation, now the Guardians are out of the picture?" "Yes. I wanted to be involved right from the start after the stadium bombing, but the Guardians seem to hold all the information. Someone has to do it, so it might as well be me." "I can't think of a better person." Montfort smiled warmly, but his effort to cheer her up had little effect. The revelation that her friend could be a natural movement terrorist had left her feeling hollow inside. "If I can be of any more help to you, just let me know," Montfort said. "Just let me know if you see any more suspicious injuries. Do you need me to help with the examinations?" "Thanks for the offer, but I think I can manage. You have your plate full as it is, and Alistair is a wonderful help." "Yes," she said. "He's a good medic." She stood to leave. "How's the repopulation program coming along?" "Okay so far, but it's early days. Like you, I have great help, so that's something to be thankful for." "Mm-hmm," said Montfort. His gaze strayed down to his interface. "Oh, the leader election results just come in." "Really? Who won?" "Someone called Osias." "Osias?" Cariad repeated. "Should I know him?" "I think he was one of Garwin's mechanics." "They elected a friend of Garwin's? I wouldn't have predicted that." "Maybe they aren't friends," Montfort replied. "They might only have worked together. I don't know. Gen's society is something of a closed book to me. We Woken grew distant from them during the disturbances." "Yes, we did. And the two sides were never close from the beginning. I hope we can put that all behind us now." "Me too," Montfort said. As Carrie had left, she mentally added paying a visit to the new leader to her list of things to do. His cooperation while she carried out her investigation could be vital. Chapter 6. Ethan was awake before the sun came up. A chill air had invaded the flitter overnight, and he was shivering. Somehow his blanket had fallen off. As he sat up stiffly, drawing his blanket over his shoulders, he saw that the flitter's windows were covered in condensation. He wiped one clean with a corner of a blanket. Aside from pale stars in a lightning sky, all was dark outside. Lowering the window, he listened. The sounds of something shuffling around on the ground came from below. He stuck his head out the window and peered down, but he couldn't make out anything in the blackness. Only the shadowy shapes of the surrounding foothills were visible in the starlight. Keeping his gaze on the spot where the noise seemed to be coming from, he turned on the flitter's lights. A flurry of movement resulted. Whatever they were, the things moved too fast for Ethan to see them clearly. All he could make out were the hairy backs of animals about half the size of the slug limpets. In a moment, the creatures were gone from the circle of light that beamed out from the flitter. Had the nocturnal life forms been only wandering around, or had they been attracted by his presence like the slug limpets had? One thing was sure, they were another large life form that hadn't been recorded by the probes sent from Earth to assess Concordia. Were the organisms dangerous? Another type of predator, perhaps? If they were, what was their prey? Whatever the slug limpets ate had never been established. There was clearly a lot more information on the animals of the continent for Ethan to discover. He watched the lit-up area of ground for a while, but the creatures didn't return. Lowering the flitter to a couple of meters above the patch, He saw the dry ground had been disturbed by small, many-toed feet. After recording a vid of the tracks, he raised the flitter to a safe height. The sun was coming up over the thin line of ocean, just visible in the distance. Ethan made his breakfast, adding water to a cereal mix, and then pushing the button that activated the heating function. He stirred the mixture as the chemical heat permeated it until steam rose. Ethan spooned down the porridge quickly, grateful for the warmth that helped banish the chill that had invaded him while he slept. When he'd finished eating, he recorded his thoughts. The creatures that were moving beneath the flitter when I awoke were the fourth life form I've encountered so far on the Concordia, he said, and the second nocturnal animal. I don't know if these creatures are dangerous. It could be a coincidence they had congregated right below where the flitter was hovering and they weren't trying to reach me. But after my experience with the flying creatures yesterday, it's still clear that settling Concordia will probably be harder than we thought. As the sun rose, he guided the flitter higher up the mountainside. He wanted to see what was up near the summits and also find a pass that led through the range. He wanted to go down to the river that lay on the other side. The sun was high in the sky, and the mountains were flooded with light when he reached a spot near the top. The temperature had dropped considerably, so he put on another layer of clothes, topping them off with a thick jacket. He hadn't thought to bring a hat, and so he had to protect his head as best he could by turning up the jacket collar to cover his ears. No animal life seemed to be around on the rocky slopes, which were littered with loose stones and pebbles. He lowered the flitter to ground level when he reached a flattish spot, and taking his weapon with him, he climbed out of his to investigate the surrounding area. The slope wasn't very steep, and he could walk it comfortably, providing he took care not to slip on the scattered stones. It felt good to stretch his legs after days cooped up in the flitter. He recorded everything he saw. Between the larger rocks, sinuous strands like extremely elongated leaves wound, creeping out over the loose flakes of stone. When he stepped closer, he discovered that the surface of the ribbon plants was pitted and fissured and oozed a gelatinous material. Though the plants didn't seem to be injured, he forbore from touching the stuff, but he recorded it close up. As he drew nearer to the edges of the slope, where the land rose too steeply to walk and the slope met a wall of rock, he saw holes gaping at intervals. The holes were wide and flat, and their impenetrable blackness indicated they were deep. Were they where yet another nocturnal creature lived? After recording a vid of one, he backed up and stayed well away from them. He wandered for a while in a wide circle, but remained within 50 meters or so of the flitter. He didn't want to risk being cut off from the vehicle, which was his lifeline. He'd already traveled so far he would starve before he could walk back, assuming he would be able to find his way and avoid being eaten. After he'd seen and recorded as much as he could, Ethan decided that his next step would be to spend the afternoon taking the flitter down to the river. As far as he could, he'd established that the mountain regions might not be particularly safe. It was time to explore further afield. He flew the flitter into the air, searching for a gap between the mountain peaks that would avoid the necessity of traversing the high-altitude, snowy regions. Spotting a low pass, he flew toward it and through. In the country beyond the range, a wide brown ribbon divided the mountains from the land. He oriented the flitter in the direction of the river and began another long journey. The other side of the range was much more perpendicular, and Ethan found himself passing great walls of gray rock, similar to the cliffs of the cave settlement, though these walls were cracked in long, broken strips. He passed them in their shadow as they blocked the light from the sun. As he went, the rock's resemblance to the ocean cliffs reminded him of Cherry's near death, which also reminded him of all the people who had died at the caves and in the shuttle explosion and at the stadium bombing. Then inevitably his thoughts turned once again to the horrible deaths of Lauren and Dr. Crowley. A somber mood settled over him. His recorder hung unused around his neck. It was late afternoon by the time he arrived at the river. He hovered above the southern shore of the gigantic body of water, in the shadow of the mountain range. From his low elevation, the northern shore wasn't visible. He had seen plenty of vids of large rivers on Earth, but this seemed even larger than those. It was more like a sea. The sun was still some distance above the horizon. Ethan estimated that he had enough time to land and look around before any nocturnal animals, like the slug limits, would venture out for the night. He lowered the flitter to the sandy shore. Though as he landed, he saw that the sand was different from that by the ocean. It was dark gray and so fine it was almost like dust, except that it was moist and gritty. He was careful to take his weapon with him again when he left the flitter. He was also careful to close the doors firmly. He didn't want to find something inside waiting for him when he returned. The plants that grew alongside the river had high roots that arched out from the central stem down to the ground, and they had long, thin branches that dangled among the roots. Ethan had to step high to walk between them. It was hard to tell where one plant ended and another began. As he walked away from the shore, the fine sand gave way to sandy earth and then a rich black soil that he reached only 5 minutes' walk from the river. In this rich earth, the plants grew tall. The ones Ethan soon found himself among were 3 times his own height. He glanced back toward the flitter to check that he hadn't gone too far. As in the mountains, he was determined not to let the vehicle out of his sight. When he couldn't see it immediately, he began to retrace his steps. His footprints were plain to see in the soft soil, so it wasn't difficult to return along exactly the same route. Each step that he took, he expected to catch his sight of the flitter, but it didn't appear. His heart began to pound. Where had it gone? He should have been able to see it minutes previously. The black soil reverted to powdery beach sand, and the plants shrank to head height, and still there was no sign of the flitter. Ethan ran the last few meters. He reached the same riverbank he'd left only minutes ago, but it was bare. He sped over to the spot where he'd left the flitter and saw that the sand was disturbed. Long grooves led down to the water. He walked to the water's edge, but he couldn't see anything breaking the pale brown surface or beneath it. Had the flitter moved by itself? It didn't seem possible. Ethan was sure that he'd turned it off before he left it, and the area was too flat for the vehicle to simply slide into the water. He looked up and around, just in case the flitter had somehow risen upward by itself. The skies were clear. The only explanation was that his vehicle was in the river. That was what the grooves in the sand indicated anyway. Had something in the water dragged off his vehicle, his only way of returning to the settlement? All Ethan knew was that he was alone on the beach, and the flitter was gone. Chapter 7. Cariad did a little research before she went to meet the gen called Osias, who had won the election. The new leader was young, only in his late 20s, and he was a mechanic who had worked under Garwin, as Montfort had said. Whether he'd been Garwin's friend or not, perhaps some of the older man's previous charm had rubbed off on him. From what Cariad could tell from his campaign speeches, he seemed to be a good choice. Like his previous supervisor, he was sociable and always ready with a smile, yet he seemed level-headed too. And he was focused on integrating the woken and the genes. Already only a short time after banding together to reject the Guardians' interference, divisions were opening up again. The woken spent most of their time aboard the Nova Fortuna, while the gens rarely ventured up to the ship, despite the fact that the previous restrictions on travel had been lifted. They were busy with the restocking and continued building of the settlement. Due to the division of labor between the woken's scientific endeavors and the mainly physical work of the gens, Cariad could easily envisage a return to the times when the woken thought the gens were inferior to themselves and in need of guidance. In turn, the gens would begin to become annoyed at the woken's aloofness and bossiness. Someone needed to do something to encourage the groups to mix. Only a day into his tenancy, one of the first actions Osias had taken was to claim the leader's traditional office aboard the Nova Fortuna and to open another for his use within the settlement. As was the custom, whether aboard the ship or planetside, if he was in his office, anyone would be able to visit him during the working day to discuss their problems relating to colony life. Cariad was one of the first at the new leader's door. She'd chosen to visit him at his settlement office. She was spending as much time as she could planetside to buck the trend the reclusive woken were setting, though she hated to leave her techs to work alone in the reproductive lab. They had a lot to do. When it was finally her turn to see the leader, Cariad walked through to his private office. Osias was on a vid call as she entered, so she waited for him to finish. "Sorry, sit down," he said, closing his interface. "It's Cariad, right? I thought I might see you quite soon." He stood up and leaned over the desk, holding out his hand. He was wiry, not the kind of build Cariad would have expected to see in a mechanic. When she shook his hand, however, his grip was powerful. He went on. "I know I'm not supposed to have favorites, but you're my favorite woken." Cariad laughed. "You make us sound like pets." Well, I didn't mean it like that, said Osias, smiling. But you are a group apart from us, aren't you? We gens like to watch you from afar. I know, she replied. Osias was putting it politely, but she knew what he meant about the aura of mystique that the woken seemed to hold for the Gins. We're a slice of history to you, just like the Guardians seem to come from the future. Exactly, Osias said. So how can I help you? I'm guessing you aren't here to complain about the sanitation in the new residences, or to ask to change your profession. No, actually. I'm entirely satisfied with both my sanitation and my job. She smiled. Seriously, I wanted to propose something. It's an idea I had about safety in the settlement. Feel free to shoot it down. You are the leader after all. Please, go ahead. I'm very interested to hear what you have to say. I was wondering if you'd given any thought to the policing of the settlement. Osias's expression darkened. No, I hadn't actually. I thought we'd had enough policing from the Guardians. I thought so too. Only I'm not sure we've seen the last of the natural movement. Wasn't Twyla the saboteur? Osias asked. Otherwise, why did she commit suicide? You might be interested to hear Garwin's take on that, replied Cariad. But anyway, it isn't certain that Twyla was acting alone. Garwin might have been in on it too, and though he's under arrest, it's possible there are others. I already have a list of potential suspects. I think it would be prudent to act as though we still have saboteurs among us. Where did you get your suspects from? I can't tell you that. I'm sorry. Osias gave her a long look that belied his young years. She felt as though he was searching her for evidence of deceit. While she gazed steadily back at him, she wondered what he'd made of his former supervisor. Osias leaned back in his seat. You've taken over the investigation from the Guardians? She nodded, tense with the knowledge of how a Gen might view her actions as further interference by the woken. I thought I would take on the responsibility. I was involved quite closely when the Guardians were working on it. I see, Osias said, his tone implying he was reserving judgment for the moment. Well, if we are going to police the settlement, the law enforcers will be Gens. Of course, he nodded. Okay, I'll think about it. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help with the investigation. There are spare rooms in this building, for instance, if you need somewhere planetside to work. Thanks, Cariad said. I won't take up any more of your time. She left the leader's office more lighthearted than she'd felt in a long time. The man's intelligence and open-mindedness were a refreshing change from Anahi's anxiety-ridden attempt at leadership. Also, she felt instinctively that Osias was someone the Woken would warm to. It was time for her to return to the Nova Fortuna. She had to check in with her techs. As a team, they'd removed the fertilization and gestation equipment out of storage and restarted the reproductive processes. She'd wasted no time in analyzing the gene pool of living, fertile gens, and woken. Some gametes also remained in storage from the ones collected from donors on Earth. She found their viability was still good, despite 184 years spent frozen, and other sex cells had been collected from gen volunteers during the course of the voyage. Based on the data, she'd selected the best matches to ensure the maximum heterogeneity and healthiness of new colonists. Her techs were working on creating the embryos. She had always felt uncomfortable about the section of the manual that stated that gens had to be chemically prevented from reproducing naturally until a couple of years prior to arrival. Donating eggs or sperm had been the only way open to them to pass something of themselves onto posterity, though the identity of their offspring was concealed. She understood the necessity of the anonymity rule. Parents had a disincentive to stick to the colonization plan. The prospect of their own children being forced to live out their lives aboard a starship would have made them more likely to rebel. During the first 1 or 2 generations, the gens might have tried to turn the Nova Fortuna around and return to Earth, so even if they never saw blue skies or smelled grass again, their children might. Later generations might have tried to take the ship off course to investigate the possibility of finding a closer habitable planet. Although this possibility wasn't fantastical, the data on the planet they'd been on course for was the most rigorously assessed and the safest bet in the gamble of deep space colonization. Though she appreciated the rationale behind the decision to not allow any gens except the final generation to bear their own children, that didn't prevent her guilty feelings. Each natural pregnancy and birth that had occurred since she'd been revived from cryo was a source of pleasure to her. Still, she had a special enjoyment of her job too. She especially liked decanting the new infants. So although the reason for reopening the reproduction facilities was regrettable, she had no problems with returning to the task of stocking the colony with new humans. She had never really noticed the smell of the Nova Fortuna until she'd spent time aboard the Guardian's Mistral, which was almost clinically clean. Now each time she stepped off a shuttle onto the old colony ship, it smelled stale and moldy to her. This wasn't surprising given the ship's age and the fact that many thousands of humans had lived and died on it, but that didn't stop her from noticing it. She walked the familiar route to the fertilization lab. "Hey, Cariad," said one of her two techs, a gen called Cassie. "Cariad," another said, a woken called Florian. "Who's that? Never heard of her." "Oh, you know who she is," said Cassie. "She used to work here, like years ago." "Come on, guys," Cariad said. "Cut me some slack. I haven't been gone that long. I've had a lot to do. I had to say goodnight to that final creepy guardian for one thing." "You did?" Cassie asked. "What was it like? And where did they all go? I mean, I keep thinking they're going to spring out of hiding all of a sudden and kill us all in our sleep. That isn't likely. I locked the room they went into. But to answer your first question, it was pretty eerie. They all just turned themselves off, standing up too, and wearing their uniforms. Some of them didn't even bother to close their eyes." Cassie looked horrified. "Well, thanks for that. Now I feel a whole lot better. Sorry, but you did ask. So what are you both up to? Have you implanted the first batch of embryos?" "Yeah," Florian replied, "and they all took. Isn't that great?" "That is great," said Cariad. "Well done. You can't get much better than a 0% failure rate. So the gestation room is full. Where are you going to put the ones you're making now?" "We cleared out a couple of extra rooms, like you said," Cassie replied. "The soil biologists weren't too pleased. They were using them to grow microorganisms they'd found in Concordian soil. But I explained that the future of the colony depended on, actual colonists, and they couldn't argue with that." "Microorganisms?" Cariad said. "I'm not sure those are the best rooms to be growing babies in." "Don't worry," Florian said. "We sterilized both rooms top to bottom. The only thing that'll be growing in there from now on is fetuses." "Okay," said Cariad, though she remained uncomfortable. She wished her assistants had chosen disused storage rooms or something similar. Concordia remained mostly a closed book to all the scientists. They couldn't assume they could predict the properties or behavior of anything they found there. But the embryos her team were creating had to go somewhere, so she didn't have any choice but to allow them to go into gestation bags in the rooms that had been selected. "How many bags did you find room for?" Florian replied. 73 in the extra rooms." "Right," said Cariad. "So with the fetuses you started yesterday, that brings us up to 123 new colonists in 9 months' time. That isn't enough to entirely replenish the pool. Don't forget the pregnancies planet-side," said Cassie. "The last I heard, we were up to 21, and one of them is twins." "Twins?" said Cariad. "Cool. They'll be the first twins ever born on Concordia." "Providing they make it that far," said Florian. "Hate to put a downer on the news, but twins do have a higher rate of complications. Better not to count our chickens yet." "Count our what?" Cassie asked. "Chickens," Florian repeated. "You know." He made his arms into wings and clucked around the lab, pecking at imaginary corn. Cassie laughed so hard she couldn't catch her breath. She wiped her eyes. "No, I don't know, and I don't think I want to. You woken have some strange sayings. Earth must have been a crazy place. I'm glad I'm going to live on a normal planet." "I'm glad you're going to live on a normal planet too," said Cariad, also chuckling at Florian's antics. "But if we're going to make a success of that, we need to grow some more people. And you're both doing fantastically to help with that. I forgot to remind you, though, to be gentle with the equipment. It's nearly a couple of centuries old. I'd been hoping to never have to use it again." "Yeah," said Florian. "We know. It's almost as old as you and I, Cariad. We're taking the most care we can." "Great," Cariad said. "So 21 pregnancies planet-side, hopefully resulting in 22 babies, brings us up to 145 new people. It still isn't enough. All in all, we've lost 352 colonists, and it will take at least 18 years for the babies we have now to grow old enough to reproduce." And it wouldn't be a good idea to encourage them to have babies so young, said Florian. Very true, Cariad agreed. We need to up the numbers now rather than later. On the other hand, 123 new babies aboard the ship is a lot to handle. The facilities are only set up to handle 50 at a time. I'm pretty sure the gens will make up the shortfall over the next few years, said Cassie. The people I speak to are getting over the icky aspect of natural reproduction, and they're thinking about having their own babies. That's good to hear, said Cariad. I wouldn't want to try to force them, but the colony needs all the people it can get right now. Ideally, I'd like to be matching couples for maximum genetic diversity, but I don't think that would go down too well. No, said Cassie. I think the gens have had enough interference from the woken to last a lifetime. As she realized what she'd said, the tech turned bright red. Sorry, I didn't mean... It's okay, Cariad said. For what it's worth, I entirely agree. Yeah, don't worry about it, said Florian cheerfully. The gens will soon be breeding like rabbits. Rabbits? Cassie queried. Are they the animals that purr and sit in your lap? No, Florian replied. That's cats. Please, said Cassie, sensing what was coming next. No more animal impersonations. Undeterred, Florian went on. You know, meow. Laughing, Cariad said, I'm going to go check on the new embryos. You are, said Cassie. I don't think they're even visible to the naked eye yet. Yeah, well, I'm going to have a look anyway. Cariad caught a glimpse of Florian rolling his eyes at Cassie, but she chose to ignore it. She knew she had a rep for being overly attached to the babies she was responsible for growing. She didn't care. After putting on sterile overgarments, she went into the dimly lit gestation room. The seemingly empty transparent sacks hung from the ceiling in rows, each containing a bundle of cells at its apex that would hopefully grow into a healthy baby. The gestation room was one of Cariad's favorite places aboard ship. One of the techs had already started up the recording of a mother's heartbeat and the swish of blood through veins and arteries. Cariad found the sound soothing, and she guessed that the babies did too. Cassie had been correct to say the embryos were still too small to see, especially in the dim red light that mimicked the interior of a uterus. But Cariad still took pleasure in walking up and down the rows, checking the bags and imagining the infants that would gradually fill them as they grew, until they would finally be decanted, slimy and squirming, and perhaps uttering their first cries. She recalled Cassie's mention of the ickiness many gens felt about pregnancy and birth. She understood the feeling. It was exactly how she'd always felt too, and the paradox between her sentiment and her role on the Nova Fortuna wasn't lost on her. She wondered if she might ever feel differently. She wasn't too old to have her own children if she chose to, and with the current state of the colony, she felt some of the pressure that all women of childbearing age were probably feeling. Her thoughts drifted sadly to memories of her parents and sisters, who she'd been forced to leave behind to take part in the Nova Fortuna project. Her mother would have been delighted to have a grandchild. She hoped at least one of her sisters had been able to fulfill that desire. Cariad heaved a sigh. Her time in the gestation room wasn't having its usual soothing effect. She felt more melancholy and anxious about the future than she had before she'd come in. It was strange. Whenever she remembered the family she'd left behind, it always made her more fearful about the failure of the colony. It was as if it would only be if the colony succeeded that she would finally be able to banish the guilt that plagued her. Although her family were long dead, she somehow needed the colony to thrive for their sake. She wanted to be able to assure herself that the sacrifice she'd forced her family to make had been worth it. She left the gestation room and took off the sterile garments before returning to the fertilization lab. Florian had ceased horsing around, and both he and Cassie were working on creating embryos. She joined them and began to carry out checks on the fertilized eggs from her tech's earlier work. She worked with her team for a few more hours until they were all tired and decided to call it a day. Before going to eat in the refectory, she went to her cabin. She wanted some time alone. When she arrived, she sat on her bunk and turned on her interface to see if Montfort had sent any updates to his list of people with lesions that might be a removed tattoo. When she saw 4 extra names, she groaned. Was the doctor being overly cautious? It didn't seem credible that so many people would have abrasions in seldom-seen areas of the body. Just as she was wondering what she was going to do about the potential natural movement members, another comm arrived. It was from Osias. A man and a young child had gone missing down by the lake. Chapter 8. All Ethan had was his weapon, his recorder, and the clothes he was wearing. As he stood on the sandy riverbank, staring at the place where the flitter had disappeared into the water, he got angry at himself. He'd been stupid to walk away from his only means of transport and all his food, water, and other vital equipment. Yet who could have guessed that such a thing would happen? And what could have taken his vehicle? It wasn't like the flitter was edible. Why would anything want to drag it into the river, assuming that was what had happened? Maybe an aquatic creature had been able to smell his food, but it seemed hardly possible. Could an animal in the water smell food on land that was inside tightly sealed packages? He didn't know. He hadn't learned about earth animals with that kind of ability when he was at school. Then Ethan remembered the thread creatures in the lake near his farm that had grabbed Cherry. He was far from the lake, but the organisms could live in waterways all over the continent or even the entire planet. He took a few steps backward. If a thread animal had taken the flitter, it could rise out of the river and try to add him to its haul for the day. The light brown water flowed swiftly past, not giving any sign of what might lie within it. The edge of the sun was brushing the horizon. If slug limpets inhabited the area, they would be out in an hour or so. He contemplated going into the water and trying to retrieve his vehicle. The flitter's roof might lie only just beneath the surface. If that was the case, he might be able to drag it out again. The vehicle wasn't heavy, but the river was so muddy he couldn't see below the surface. Also, whatever had taken the flitter was probably hanging around. If he went near the water, it could very well try to grab him too. Should he risk capture to retrieve his vehicle? As it was, he had no shelter and no protection from predators, and he would find it just about impossible to return to the settlement without a flitter. The colony's stronghold was many kilometers away, and he had no navigation device. Even if by a miracle he made the journey without any food or protection from hostile life forms, he could travel within a short distance of the place and still miss it. The conclusion was obvious. He had to try to retrieve his vehicle, even if it meant risking death. Without the flitter, he was as good as dead anyway. He gazed at the murky water washing up on the riverbank. He couldn't swim. Like all gens, he'd never learned how. Water had been far too precious a commodity on the Nova Fortuna to waste on a swimming pool. He had seen the artificial pools in vids from Earth, but he hadn't been able to imagine what it might feel like to go into one. The idea of submerging his entire body in water and moving through it had seemed weird. The sun was already halfway below the horizon, and still Ethan hesitated. He was remembering Cherry's screams of terror as she'd fought being dragged into the lake by the long threads wrapped around her legs. If he hadn't been able to cut through them with the plow, she wouldn't have stood a chance. The memory of the threads reminded him of the thin branches of the plants that bordered the river, and an idea occurred to him. Perhaps he could use them to reduce his risk of capture. He strode over the sand to the arch-rooted plants and walked through them until he found one that had extra long branches sweeping down. He stepped up onto a root, gripping the central stem to keep his balance. The root was slippery with slime. Where one of the branches joined the stem, he grabbed it and twisted. The tissue was fibrous and pliable. He twisted the branch all the way around several times until it finally broke off. He jumped down from the root and returned to the river. Standing as far away as he could, while still being able to reach the water, he poked the end of the branch under the surface next to the spot where the flitter had been. He held the branch loosely, ready to release it if something tugged at the other end. He felt no resistance. Edging a little closer, he tried again. Again, the branch sank effortlessly into the water. Either there was a steep drop-off just beyond the river's edge, or the flitter had been dragged out farther than Ethan had hoped. He moved nearer to the river until he was closer than Cherry had been to the lake when she'd been grabbed. His throat tight, his gaze scoured the moving water for a sign of anything beneath it. Each slightly anomalous ripple made his heart leap, but he had to get the flitter back. He just had to. If he didn't, he might as well walk right into the water. It would be a quicker and probably less painful end than losing his life to a slug-limbed or dying of starvation. Once more he shuffled closer. The river wet the toes of his boots. Yet still the branch met no resistance. In an agony of despair, he took a large step forward, heedless of the cold water that soaked his feet and calves. He felt the branch touch something solid. He pushed it deeper. Had he found the flitter's roof? If he had, the vehicle was very deep in the water. Another problem occurred to him. Would the vehicle be irreversibly damaged from being submerged? If he did manage to retrieve it, would it still fly? He probed with the branch. The resistance he felt didn't seem to be what he would expect from the flitter roof. He pushed the branch down hard. It sank in softly, and at the same time Ethan's heart sank too. He'd guessed what was happening. He pulled the branch out the water and lifted it up to inspect the end in the quickly waning light. The tip was coated in thick, black, smelly mud. He hadn't found the flitter, only the riverbed. If his vehicle was anywhere nearby in the water, it was out so far he would have to swim to it to retrieve it. He flung the branch toward the river and watched it spin in the air until it landed, and the current swiftly carried it out of sight. He sat on the soft sand, not caring as its moisture soaked his pants. If he did venture into the water, he would be pulled off his feet by the current too. He'd seen how powerful moving water could be during the cave disaster, when water pouring from a burst aquifer had washed people into the ocean. The river's current would be far too strong for him to resist. The thought he'd had earlier popped into his mind again. At least it would be quick. The sun had set and the wind blowing from over the water was turning chilly. Ethan gazed out over the gigantic river. When he'd left the settlement and set out on his ambitious journey, he'd known how dangerous it would be. He'd known he might never return. Now that he seemed on the verge of his probable demise, he wondered if the short journey he'd made had been worth it. It had, he concluded. He didn't regret his decision. It had been the right thing for him to do. But it wasn't enough. He wasn't ready to give up. If his experiences of recent days had taught him anything, it was to appreciate what he had. He was going to cling on to his life to the last second and do his best to return to the settlement. And he wouldn't give up hope. During the first night attack, he'd come within a hair's breadth of dying, but he'd been spared at the final moment. Something equally unpredictable might come his way and save him. He stood up and shouldered his weapon. If slug limits inhabited that region, the approaching night would be the most dangerous time for him. But if he was careful and kept moving, they might not be able to catch him. He would walk during the night and sleep by day. He didn't know yet what he would do for food. The device that tested for chemicals that were toxic to humans was with the rest of the equipment in the flitter. But perhaps he could try to eat small amounts of plants that he came across. He could wait a day to find out if they made him ill. Maybe he would find something edible. He brought to mind his memories of the continent's topography. To return to the settlement, he would have to cross the mountain range. The river sprung from its foothills, so he only had to head upstream to find a way into them. With trepidation, he recalled the creatures that had gathered beneath the flitter and the deep, dark holes he'd found in the upper slopes. He would face the mountain animals in the cold of the high altitude when the time came. His first goal was to survive the night, and to do that, he had to walk. He would have to remain within sight or sound of the river to avoid becoming lost, but he would also avoid straying too close to it if he could. Ethan turned to face the opposite direction of the river's current and began to walk. He had one thing in his favor, he realized. He was on the correct side of the river for returning to the settlement. If he'd chosen to fly the flitter over to the opposite bank, he would have had to travel much farther. He would have had to go around it because he couldn't ever have crossed it. Smoky wreaths began to rise from the river, almost glowing in the dusk. He had never seen such a sight before. He guessed that the white, drifting clouds were water vapor rising from the surface. The effect mesmerized him as he walked, stepping through the vegetation while keeping an eye on the now nearly black water. The mists looked almost alive as they curved and glided out onto the bank. As darkness quickly fell, he found the white vapors eerie and unsettling. For some reason, they reminded him of the flitter in its watery grave. He imagined the food packages becoming sodden and contaminated with mud, bursting apart as the water soaked the dried food and it swelled up. Realizing that his thoughts were turning gloomy and that dwelling on negative subjects wouldn't help him in his quest to survive, he tried to think of something more cheerful. However, everything that sprang to mind sent him down a black whirlpool. If he thought of his time on the Nova Fortuna, he was reminded of Lauren and Dr. Crowley. If he recalled the period he was at the settlement, he remembered bombings, attacks, and the gens being oppressed by the woken and guardians. In the overall darkness of his recollections, his memories of the few times he'd spent with Cariad were the only bright sparks. Yet when he dwelt on them, he missed her, and his mood lowered again. Frustrated, he shook his head, trying to clear it. The stars were coming out, and he had a long night of walking ahead of him. He needed to improve his state of mind to stand a chance of surviving the difficult journey that lay ahead. He decided to try a different tactic. Rather than occupying himself with random memories, he would focus on happy recollections. Aboard the Nova Fortuna, one of the forms of entertainment had been music concerts in Main Park. A group of musicians had been very popular when Ethan was a teenager. He couldn't remember the band's name. It had been something like the Astro Novas or the Going Novas, but he could remember one of their songs. As he hummed the tune, the lyrics came back to him. He began to sing, "Come into my arms, baby, and I'll never let you go. I'll take you all the way to arrival day. If you let me kiss you, you'll never regret it. I'll take you all the way to arrival day." Ethan smiled to himself. As a young adolescent, the subtext of "I'll take you all the way" had been obscure to him. He continued to hum and tried to remember the rest of the song. After 2 or 3 hours of striding along beside the river, thankfully with no sign of slug limps, thirst began to trouble him. The answer to his problem was obvious and lay only a handful of meters from him. Faint glints reflected from the recently risen moon gleamed from the water through the dark shapes of intervening vegetation. He dreaded going near the river again. It had swallowed his flitter, or rather, whatever was in it had taken the vehicle. Even if he had left that creature behind, the expanse of water could harbor other animals, possibly of huge dimensions. The moon was only a sliver in the starry sky. The night was so black he couldn't see the water very well. If he ventured to the edge to drink, he would have to be very careful and very quick. But to the water's edge he had to go. He wouldn't survive for long without water. Pointing his weapon forward, he stepped slowly over the arching roots in the sandy earth. The rushing, swishing sound of the river grew louder as he drew closer. The surface was oily and black. Tucking his weapon under his right arm, leaving his finger on the trigger, he formed his left hand into a scoop, ready to quickly lift water to his lips. What he could see of the water seemed normal. Nothing was disturbing it beneath as far as he could tell. His tongue was sticking to the roof of his mouth. He bent down, reaching forward with his left hand while keeping his gaze fixed on the dark water. He lifted a handful of water to his lips. It tasted sweet and refreshing, though gritty, but the amount he'd managed to scoop up barely wet the back of his throat. He reached forward again and scooped up another small amount of the delicious liquid. He could feel the cold, sweet fluid going down his throat into his stomach. He would risk one more mouthful, then he would retreat to safety. But as he leaned forward for a third time, something tightened around his ankle. He leapt away, dropping his weapon in shock. The grip on his ankle tightened. It was a thread. A thread organism had a hold of him. He lifted his weapon. The thread was tugging on his ankle, nearly unbalancing him. He couldn't get away. He fired at the barely visible, thin, black line, narrowly avoiding shooting his own foot. He'd hit it. The pulse round severed the thread. He tried to run, but his other leg was caught. While he'd been shooting at the first thread, another had snaked around his other ankle. This one was thicker and stronger. When it yanked, it almost pulled him off his feet. He shot at it, half severing the thick strand. The wound didn't make the creature let go of him, though its strength was reduced. More threads were slithering from the water. He fired at them at the same time as pulling with all his might against the thick thread holding on to him. He shot at it again. This time he hit it and cut right through it. He was finally free. Except he wasn't. 3 slim ribbons had fastened themselves around his calf. They were dragging him toward the swirling black waters of the river. Chapter 9. Cariad was just in time to catch the final shuttle flight to the planet's surface, before the beginning of the quiet shift. All the way down, she wondered what had happened to the child and man who had gone missing. Osias hadn't replied to any comms since he'd sent her the message. But Cariad guessed he thought the disappearances had something to do with the natural movement, and that was why he'd contacted her. It was the first time she'd arrived at the settlement by shuttle after dark. Lights shone in a line around the shuttle field and at the landing stages. and the small town streets were also marked out by dim yellow solar lanterns, glowing softly with the energy they'd absorbed during the day. The only other sign of the impact of human civilization in its new home was a single string of illuminated spots that marked the road out to the farming district. Used to seeing the spread of buildings within the protective electric fence, Cariad was struck by how fragile and ephemeral the settlement appeared, when only its lights were visible within a surrounding ocean of darkness. As soon as the shuttle landed, Cariad rushed past the line of woken, who were waiting to return to the ship after spending the day working planetside. Her calm chirruped, and she was relieved to see Osiris wanted to speak to her. "Sorry, Cariad," he said. "I made a mistake. I shouldn't have contacted you. This isn't anything to do with the natural movement." "Are you sure? What's happened?" "Yes, I'm sure. I didn't get the full story until I arrived at the site, but there's no doubt about it. The victims were attacked by native wildlife. Sorry to waste your time. There's no need for you to attend. We can handle it." Attacked by native wildlife? Was it slug limpets? Cariad was outside the shuttle field, wondering if she should turn around quickly to board the final flight to the ship that day. But even if the attack didn't involve the natural movement, she still felt she might be able to help. She'd had close encounters with slug limpets herself. No, not slug limpets. Aquatic creatures in the lake out at the farms. Huh? How did it happen? There had already been one attack by organisms in the lake. As far as Cariad knew, the place was now entirely out of bounds. "I'm sorry," Osias said. "I can't explain right now. I have to deal with this." "You're at the lake now?" "Yes." "Okay," Cariad replied. "I'm coming out there." "No, there's no need for that." "Well, I'm planetside now and I'd like to help. Woken should be involved in fixing colony problems." "Okay, but I don't know how you're going to get out here." Cariad was already striding in the direction of the flitter shed. "Don't worry, I'll figure it out." However, when she arrived at the shed, it was closed and locked. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. Walking to the lake was out of the question. It would take her too long and, more importantly, the slug limits came out after dark. Cariad was wondering if maybe she shouldn't have been so set on helping out when someone walked past on the street. She caught up to the Jen, a young woman who seemed to be on her way home. "Excuse me," Cariad said. "Do you know where I can find the person who's responsible for the flitters?" "Verney?" the woman replied. "That's easy. He lives right there." She pointed at the small single-story next door to the flitter shed. "Of course," Cariad said. "Thanks." Verney came to his door, wiping his mouth. His hair was thin and close-shaven. He didn't appear to mind being interrupted while at his dinner until Cariad saw the signs of recognition in his eyes. Immediately, his expression grew narrow and suspicious. She was familiar with this attitude toward her as a woken. It wasn't without just cause, so she never took offense. But she needed this man's help. "My name's Cariad," she said. "Sorry for disturbing you." Verney didn't reply. He only waited to hear what else she had to say. She took a breath. "There's been an attack out by the lake." "I heard about it," Verney said, shoving his hands in his pockets and tilting his head. "I want to go out there, only you need a flitter." Cariad gave a small nod. Verney looked her up and down. "Think you can help?" "I want to, if I can. From what I heard, they were dragged into the lake a while ago. I don't see what's to be done about it now." "Still?" Verney paused another moment before saying, "Well, it won't hurt. Have you flown a flitter before?" No." It was a problem she hadn't considered. "In that case, you're not taking one out by yourself at night." Cariad thought Verney meant to take back his agreement, but he came outside and closed his door. "Come on." He walked the short distance to the flitter shed and opened the security lock. "I'll take you." Cariad rushed over and into the shed, where Verney was turning on the lights. He opened a flitter door and told her to get in before walking around the other side and climbing into the driver's seat. After starting the drive and maneuvering the vehicle out into the street, he hopped out for a moment in order to return to the shed and lock it. Soon they were at the gate in the electrified fence that surrounded the settlement. Cariad saw men and women with long poles walking along the interior of the fence. "What are those people doing?" she asked as they passed through the gate. "Looking for dead slug limits," Verney replied. "Really? Why?" "Oh, wait, I know. They push off the corpses, don't they?" "That's right. During the first night attack after their first attack had been repulsed, the slug limps had climbed on the dead bodies of others to scale the electric fence, and the settlers had suffered a second attack. That terrible night had only occurred a few months previously, but to Cariad it felt like the distant past. She'd forgotten that the people living planetside constantly endured the risk of a repeat invasion of predators. Verney was flying the flitter down the road that led to the farms. He kept his gaze on the dark surface, broken at widely spaced but regular intervals by round, glowing patches from the sparse streetlights. He didn't seem inclined to talk. The road surface was smooth and plain, lacking lines to segment traffic as had been usual on Earth. Cariad could hardly believe that one day the road might require such lines and have signs and junctions leading to other roads. She hoped that day would come. "Have you been out this way before?" Cariad asked, finding the silence awkward. "Nope." Cariad glanced at the man's profile, almost a silhouette in the scant light. "Ah, well," she thought, "if he doesn't want to talk, I won't make him." She had the impression that Verney considered he was already granting her enough of a concession by agreeing to chauffeur her out to the lake, and that engaging in small talk with a woken would be a step too far. They passed through the fence that protected the farming district from slug limits. The area it encompassed was much larger than the settlement. Cariad imagined it would be a time-consuming job to patrol it. A knot of 7 or 8 figures stood by the lake, outside a similar enclosing fence, though Cariad didn't think this one was electrified. It was there to prevent unwary colonists from straying too close to the dangerous waters, not to deter the aquatic predators. As far as she was aware, none had ever been observed to leave the lake. Cariad wondered if that was what had happened. Had an animal from the lake come out after nightfall and climbed the fence? Verney parked the flitter next to the group of women and men. Cariad recognized Osias's wiry figure, but she didn't know the other Gens. "Cariad, Verney," Osias said gravely when they drew near the group. "Thanks for coming." "What's been happening?" Cariad asked. "Have the people been found?" However, the answer to her question was already clear from the somber mood. Osias sighed. There's been no sign of them." "What happened?" "A toddler got away from her parents' farmhouse and wandered down to the lake. When the girl's father and mother realized she was missing, the dad went after her while her mother calmed for help before following him. The kid's dad had tracked the path she'd made across the fields." He paused and pointed to the fence. "He caught up to her just as she made it under. She ran right over to the water and the thread creatures dragged her in. He climbed over the fence to go after her, and the creatures took him too. The mother saw sense and waited for help. Thank the stars." Cariad walked across the field toward the fence. "It's safe on this side of it, right?" she asked over her shoulder. "Yes," Osias replied. "Do you want to see the place where the victims were dragged in?" "Yes, I do." Osias followed her, and they strode the short remaining distance through the crop field. At the edge of the field, the gap beneath the fence was plain to see, even in the scant moonlight. It was a shallow depression that the bottom of the fence didn't reach into. Nothing had worn away the ground. It had been awfully bad luck that the child had happened to go to that exact place while running from her father and that she'd fitted through it. She'd probably been attracted to the expanse of water beyond. The top of the fence was bent where the father had climbed over it. The lake looked calm and peaceful, with barely a ripple in the stillness of the night. "Where's the mother?" Cariad asked. "She was so distraught, I asked one of her neighbors to take her to the hospital." Cariad's heart ached for the poor woman. The child must have been one of the very first conceived when the natural reproduction prohibition was lifted on board the Nova Fortuna. Cariad couldn't imagine how it might feel to lose both your child and your husband at the same time. She recalled with bitterness her first impression of the lake. She'd thought it was pretty and a nice spot for Ethan to have his farm. He'd been lucky that a thread predator hadn't attacked him. "There's no hope they're still alive," Osias said, also looking out over the water. "Otherwise, we might have tried to get them back. As it is, I don't think there's anything we can do except check the fence for gaps and fix them." "Can't you electrify it?" Cariad asked. Osias replied, "We're already using every spare generator we have, keeping the fence around the farming district supplied to ward off slug limits. We're under relentless pressure of attempted attacks." Cariad peered at the sand where the child and her father had been dragged into the water. As well as signs of scuffling, There were long, whip-like trails cut into the surface. She gave a shiver. Whatever had taken the little girl and her father, it had been large and its reach had stretched nearly to the line of the fence. You know, she said, whatever's in the lake, it might help to get more information about them. Do you know if any xenobiologists have been down from the ship to investigate it? I don't mean today, I mean generally. I don't, Osias replied. He turned toward the group of farmers, who were discussing the attack with Verney. Hey, he called, have any woken been down to check out the lake? Not that I know of, a farmer replied. Her companions agreed. I don't think any woken have been here to look for wildlife since they cleared the area for farming. The best protection would be to eradicate the creatures entirely, Cariad said. It wasn't the ideal solution in terms of the mandate, however. A central idea of the Nova Fortuna project was to avoid ruining the planet's environment in the way that Earth's had been ruined. Yet when it came to the colony's survival, they had to do whatever it took. I think we should scan the lake, she said. See what's down there. If there are only a few of these creatures, maybe we could catch them and move them to another area. What do you think? Maybe, Osias said, though I'm not sure that would help over the long term. Maybe they lay eggs and they'll hatch out sometime in the future, but it would certainly make the place safer for now. Okay, Cariad said. I'll calm the ship and ask if anyone has a portable scanner they can send down. When they discussed the idea with the farmers, they agreed with the proposal. Soon afterward, Verney took Cariad and Osias back to the settlement in the flitter. The last shuttle must have left long ago, Osias said. Where are you staying tonight? Actually, I don't know, Cariad said. It had slipped her mind that the temporary shelters for colonists had been dismantled now that most of the permanent homes had been built. I have spare rooms at the leader's residence. You're very welcome to stay there. I will, thanks. That's kind of you. Feel free to stay as often as you like and use whatever rooms are available. I think it would do the colony good to have the woken spending more time down here. I agree, Cariad replied. I'll do that. Osias was right that a woken living in the settlement would help reduce divisions in the society. Also, while she conducted her investigation into the natural movement saboteurs, she would be spending plenty of time planetside. It would be more convenient if she didn't have to return to the ship every evening. How are you finding life as leader? Cariad asked. Osias rolled his eyes. I think maybe I bit off more than I can chew. Really, I think you're doing a great job. Thanks, that's kind of you to say. It's going to take time to fix all the damage that's been done, physical and otherwise, but we'll get there. It helps that right now everyone's so busy trying to get everything working, we don't have time to complain and fret. It must be hard to stay on track when you're so down on numbers, Cariad said. That's right, and that's apart from the psychological shock so many gens are struggling to overcome. They didn't speak much more as Cariad was preoccupied with thoughts of the day's tragedy and the fact that 2 more precious lives were lost from the colony. Chapter 10. Ethan scrambled backward on all fours. Severed ends of threads lay on the beach, feebly writhing and squirming in their death throes. The living parts had retreated into the water, and no more were slithering out to clutch at him. He was clutching his weapon so tightly the stock dug into his ribs, but he barely registered the pain. As he regained some control, he eased farther from the water, pushing between the roots of plants. Then a thought hit. Slug limpets. He sprang to his feet, his pulse racing once more. The vegetation was full of shadows, but he couldn't detect any movement. He hoped the digesting predators didn't inhabit that region. He couldn't risk returning to the water's edge, but he had to drink. The few mouthfuls of water he'd managed to scoop out hadn't done much to slake his thirst. There was no point in continuing his journey, trying to get as far as he could without water. He would never make it back to the settlement, and probably not even as far as the foothills of the mountains. He turned the problem over in his mind. Somehow he had to get the water from the river without approaching it, but the task seemed impossible. All he had were his weapon, clothes, and boots. He had no utensils of any kind, though his boots would hold water. Parched as he was, the idea of drinking from them didn't seem unappealing. If he could get one into the water and retrieve it, it might hold water long enough to reach him. But what could he tie to a boot so he could pull it back? And what if one of the threads took it? The prospect of walking a great distance with only one boot daunted him. Sweeping his gaze over the vegetation, wary of slug limps, he tried to decide whether to take the risk. While he might manage to walk barefoot on the river sand, footwear would be essential to cross the mountains. It would be better to wait until he was nearly dying of thirst before risking the loss of a boot. What about other items of his clothing? He looked down at his shirt sleeves and had an idea. He took off his shirt. He edged a little closer to the water. Holding the end of one sleeve, he cast his shirt forward. It hit dry sand. He pulled the shirt back, shook the sand out of it, and tried again. The second time he timed it so that the shirt sleeve caught an approaching wash of water. For a few moments the sleeve soaked up precious fluid. He pulled it back, flicking it upward to try to avoid picking up sand. He wasn't very successful. The cuff of the shirt was coated in fine grains when he lifted it to his mouth, but it was also wet and heavy with water. He sucked at the liquid, ignoring the grainy powder he also took into his mouth. As he drew in the water, his gaze was focused on the river. There was no sign of the threads. His idea seemed to work. He performed his trick several times. While he slaked his thirst, he also kept a lookout on the ground around him, wary of the approach of slug limps. His luck seemed to have changed for the better in that regard, too. There was no sign of their low, flat carapaces pushing through the plant growth. Whatever happened, he guessed he wouldn't die of thirst, or at least not while he walked alongside the river. When his disgust at the sandiness of the water overcame his thirst, he put on his shirt and continued tramping along the riverbank, out of reach of any threads that might venture from it. He settled into a steady pace he hoped to be able to maintain all night, which would bring the now dark mountains significantly closer by the time morning came. To give himself something to occupy his mind, Ethan tried to remember more popular songs from his days aboard the ship. The catchy Arrival Day song was hard to shake from his mind at first, but then he remembered a female solo singer who went by the stage name Quasar. He had been about 11 or 12 when he'd first watched Quasar sing, and she was the first woman he'd ever crushed on. At that time, Lorne had been his age, and he didn't think of her as anything more than a very good friend. Quasar, on the other hand, had awakened deeper, confusing feelings in him. He recalled the song she'd been singing the first time he saw her. It was called Time Dot. I see the seconds tick away in your eyes. In your eyes, minutes pass, and I come no closer to understanding you. Should I wait for you? For how long? For how long? A lifetime. The countdown draws closer, but you draw no closer to me. Come with me to the observatory. For a while, star watching doesn't take long. It takes forever. Time leaves us behind. It won't wait, an eternity. But I'll wait for you. I'll wait forever. He smiled sadly. Quasar had been about 18 when she'd been popular as a singer. When she grew older, she gave up stage performances and concentrated on her job as a ship's engineer. He recalled that she died during the first night attack. So many lives had been lost since arrival. He had left the settlement before the final tally of deaths in the caves disaster had been released, but he guessed the colony had lost more than 300 men, women, and children. He hoped Cariad could bring the population up to a sustainable level. He also hoped that his own demise wouldn't add another to the count. His thoughts ranged wider, drifting again to the shipboard days. During one of his many chats with Dr. Crowley, she had explained the importance of the diversity of the colony's gene pool and why the genes couldn't replenish their numbers naturally over the course of the long voyage. I imagine it must be hard for you to accept, the doctor had said. What? Ethan had asked. The fact that we couldn't have our own children? Yes, replied Dr. Crowley. It's one of the many sacrifices the project founders forced upon you. Perhaps the largest one. The impetus to reproduce is instinctive after all. We denied gens the right to fulfill their natural desires. I never thought about it like that, he said. After the prohibition on natural reproduction was lifted and contraceptive-free water became available for people who wanted to conceive, Lauren and I talked about having a baby. She wants to wait, at least until after arrival, and maybe longer, even forever. She says the idea of something growing inside her, even a little baby, is really weird, and that the pregnant women she's seen on Earth vids look so uncomfortable and kind of grotesque. I got the impression she really doesn't like the idea of conceiving, but she's trying to get used to it for the sake of the colony. I don't mind either way. I like kids, but if I never have any of my own, I'm okay with that. And even if I wasn't, it isn't something I would ever try to persuade Lauren to do against her own will. It isn't me who would have to carry and give birth to the child. So, he went on, I don't think it's as much of a sacrifice as you think. I never heard anyone complain about it, not even women who are too old to become pregnant now. I see, said the doctor. Do you mind if I ask you something personal? Did you or Lauren ever donate? To the Gamet Bank? Yes, we both have. Why do you want to know? Do you think it makes us more content not to have our own children if we know there are little Laurens and Ethans running around somewhere? Dr. Crowley laughed. Number I was wondering if your lack of desire for children is an effect of the contraceptive. So when you both spent some time free from artificial manipulation of your hormones, you didn't feel any different about conceiving? I mean, I know it's only for a month or so, but you might have noticed a change. I didn't, said Ethan. And if Lauren did, she didn't tell me about it. She only said it made her feel more emotional than usual. In that case, maybe the desire for children is a social thing. Dr. Crowley sighed. I guess we'll never know. I certainly hope the distaste for the experience you talk about doesn't continue long after arrival, or we could have a problem on our hands. We'll need the gens to begin to reproduce naturally as soon as possible then. I've been very glad to see there are a few pregnancies aboard already. I think things will be okay in that area, Ethan said. Just because Lauren might take some time to get used to the idea doesn't mean all the women are the same. No, but it's a problem we didn't account for, said Dr. Crowley. We thought the opposite would be true, that frustrating the impetus to reproduce naturally would cause discontent and unrest. Some of us speculated that we might awake from cryo to find the ship jam-packed with many thousands of people, and they would be starving due to using up all the supplies. I don't think anyone imagined we might have the opposite problem. She smiled wryly. I hope you're right. I and many other woken are far too old to personally make up the shortfall in new blood. Ethan wondered if it was an appropriate moment to ask his friend a question he'd long wanted to put to her. He decided to go for it. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question too? Not at all. I'm an open book. Okay. I wanted to ask, did you leave children behind on Earth? Ah, good question. No, I didn't. I was unmarried, had no siblings, and both my parents were dead. I didn't have any children. So joining the project was a no-brainer for me. For one thing, I was getting on in years. Who would pass up a chance to live another couple of centuries, even as an ice cube? It was different for others, of course. Some of the Woken made very hard decisions in order to be one of the first humans to set foot on an extrasolar planet. Very hard decisions indeed. You mean some of them did leave their kids behind? Yes, they did. It was deemed ethically unsound to place children into cryonic suspension. The process had never been tested for the length of time we would be frozen. Only those who had a full understanding of the risk could take part, and children were too young to give their consent. What's more, even childless Woken often left behind a spouse. Each application was assessed individually, you see. The standards the applicants were judged against were so rigorous, it was often the case that only one half of a married couple met the criteria. There was a lot of bitterness, anger, and acrimony surrounding the entire selection process. It was a difficult time. But not so difficult for you, said Ethan, because you were only leaving behind your friends. In that way, yes, replied the doctor. To tell you the truth, after my work occupied nearly all my time while we prepared for departure, I had precious few friends. Since my revival, I've worked hard to correct that error. She smiled at him. However, in other ways, it was quite hard. You see, once you received your acceptance into the cryonic suspension program, you couldn't tell anyone about it. It was too risky, so I had to constantly guard my words. There was a sad case of a scientist who was murdered by someone whose application had been rejected. Murdered? Ethan exclaimed. That was a bit of an overreaction, wasn't it? Of course, but those were desperate times. The murderer probably felt a strong desire for revenge, and that he had nothing to lose. The natural movement were quickly gaining followers and power, and anyone with any sense could see the way the world was going. With the anti-technology, anti-interference with nature sentiment that was building, it was apparent that we were gearing up for another descent into the Dark Ages. I wouldn't want to live in such a world either. Such a shame. We seemed on the verge of so many amazing breakthroughs. Ethan didn't know what the Dark Ages were, but he got the idea. As with many of his conversations with Dr. Crowley, he was left wondering what living on Earth had been like, or living on any planet for that matter. His thoughts returned to his present predicament. Now he'd experienced life on Concordia, he preferred it to the life aboard the ship, despite all the terrible things that had happened since arrival. He didn't know if it was the wide-open environment or the fact that his safety was no longer guaranteed, but he felt more alive than he ever had on the Nova Fortuna. He walked for hours, memories of life aboard ship and of Dr. Crowley and Lauren crowding his mind. So much had happened after their deaths, the natural movement bombings, the division between the Gens and the Woken. He hadn't had much time to think about either of them or to go over the happy times they'd had and what both of them had meant to him. As he went along, he became aware of a rushing sound. It was like the sound of waves on a shore, but it didn't rise and diminish. It grew louder. The sound seemed to be coming from behind him, but the night was so dark he couldn't see much more than the faintly glimmering band of the river, surrounded by shadowy vegetation. The noise increased as he watched, and then he saw it, a line of gleaming foam. A high wave was running up the river, against the current. It was heading toward him. He sped away, colliding with and tripping over roots and dangling branches. After a few minutes running, he halted. If he went too far, he might lose sight of the river and become lost. He could still see the glint of reflected starlight on the water's surface. The rushing sound was louder than ever. He wondered if he should try to climb into one of the arching trees, but they had no horizontal branches, only limbs that hung down to the ground. He heard hissing and gurgling as the water swept toward him, a black liquid flowing along the ground. He backed up farther. Would the threads come with it? But before the wave reached him, it shrank and receded. Within moments it was gone. The rushing sound grew fainter as the wave swept on upriver. Cautiously, he returned to the river's edge. He couldn't risk wandering aimlessly through the vegetation in the dark. The ground was much wetter after the wave. The soft, fine sand was rich with organic matter, and his boots were soon sodden and squelching with every step. He continued trudging along, ignoring the empty ache in his stomach. Hours passed. He grew more and more tired, but he didn't dare to stop. A pause of more than a few minutes might be enough time for slug limits to home in on him, if any lived in those parts. Eventually, he lost track of time. The night seemed to stretch on without end, and his thoughts were reduced to the impetus to put one foot in front of the other. When dawn finally came, he almost didn't notice. His world had shrunk to the narrow focus of the ground in front of him and the river to his side. He'd even forgotten about the dark mountains that loomed ahead. Then he noticed that the dirt and roots he was staring at were no longer black and shadowy. They were glistening wetly, reflecting growing light. He halted. The sensation of ceasing his endless motion felt odd. He turned, trying to find the source of the light. In the distance, clouds were glowing with the light of the rising sun they veiled. He could hardly believe it. He'd done it. He'd survived a night alone in the wilderness. If he could survive one night, maybe he could survive many more. Maybe he might make it back. Chapter 11. Cariad was lying on the bed in a spare bedroom Osias had loaned her at the leader's residence, when Dr. Montfort called to say he'd finished his examination of all the colonists. He sent Cariad 2 more suspects to add to the list. One of them was a surprise. "Are you going to arrest them all?" Montfort asked. "I haven't decided. I don't think I can, realistically." "Well, my job's done for now." "Good luck. Let me know if I can be of further help." "Okay, thanks." Cariad put down her interface. She had avoided the step of arresting suspects while waiting for Montfort to complete his task. She hadn't wanted to trigger anger by taking Gens into custody without explanation. Now that she had all the names, she continued to hesitate. It wouldn't be right to arrest anyone without evidence, and the harmony between Gens and Woken was fragile. Any action she took that appeared unjust or overstepping her bounds could result in an out-and-out revolt. Ruefully, Cariad realized she couldn't arrest anyone, even to protect the colony. She would have to root out any remaining natural movement terrorists and prove their guilt before taking such a potentially divisive action. She hardly knew where to start. Garwin was in custody, but the last time she'd seen him, He clung to the belief that Twyla had been innocent. She would have to speak to him again. She also had to speak to her friend, Renee, and find out if she had an explanation for the lesion Montfort had reported seeing. Also, interviewing the suspects about how they had come by their injury might turn up some answers. But first she would pay Garwin another visit. He'd lived with a natural movement saboteur for a couple of decades. He had to know something, and perhaps what he could tell her might inform her interviews with the other suspects. She had to return to the Mistral. Garwin was lying on his bunk, facing the wall when Cariad went into his room. Adelson had installed a camera in case he turned violent, but from his slumped, unmoving position, the possibility seemed unlikely. More than ever, Garwin looked like a broken man. It wasn't surprising. He'd gone from a position of high regard and respect among the Genes and the Woken to a suspected member of a group of known saboteurs and terrorists who were responsible for hundreds of deaths. Not only that, he'd also lost the woman he'd loved. "I need to talk to you," Cariad said as she sat on the room's only chair, preparing herself for a long wait. He had no incentive to speak to her. He couldn't win back anything he'd lost. She would have to rely on patience and persistence to get anything from him. But to her surprise, he turned over and sat up. He'd shed kilos of weight, and his once handsome, bearded face was thin and sallow. The gray in his hair seemed to have doubled overnight. He smiled sadly. "I'm sorry for my outburst last time. I must have frightened you." "You did. Are you feeling better now?" "Not really. Calmer, maybe. I didn't want to upset you, but you didn't give me much choice. I had to convince you that what I was saying was true." "I know. I realize that. Only some revelations are difficult to bear, especially when they confirm something that, deep down, you always knew was true." Cariad straightened up. "So you accept that Twyla was a natural movement follower? That's what the marking would seem to show, wouldn't it? I can't think of any other explanation, and I don't think you would lie to me." "I wouldn't lie to you. I'm interested in the truth." She reined in her excitement over Garwin's apparent change of heart. It might be a ploy. The man had played the Woken while leading the Gen Rebellion, by all accounts. If he was such a successful deceiver and manipulator, she would have to proceed cautiously. "So," she continued, "have you thought of anything Twyla did or said that might help us to catch the other natural movement members?" He rested his elbows on his knees. "Since I accepted what she was, I haven't been thinking of much else. Or perhaps not that exactly, but things I ignored or excused over the years. Unexplained absences, calms that she would take in another room, though to be fair, I had plenty of those myself. Conversations about the Nova Fortuna project where she would abruptly change the subject. I thought she didn't care about the colonization or the Gen's role in it. I thought she didn't want to discuss the subject because it bored her, not because she profoundly disagreed with me. Although, he had been looking down as he spoke, but he lifted his head to look Cariad in the eye. When I finally accepted the truth about Twyla, I thought back over the years of our marriage, trying to pinpoint the moment when she gave up hope of converting me to her way of thinking. I guess I found it. When I saw the incident in its true light, it finally all made sense. It was in the first year of our marriage. She'd returned from work, excited and happy. I always wondered how she had the energy to work with those little kids all day and not be exhausted when she got home. But she never was. I think I see why now. She was filled with zeal for her cause. His words chilled Cariad. How many children had Twyla taught over her career? It had to be hundreds. How many had she indoctrinated with the natural movement philosophy? That night, he went on, after she came back to our room, well, the details don't matter, but suffice it to say, she never wanted the light on when we were intimate. I always thought she was shy. Afterward, I wanted to talk about what we would do after arrival. It was a common subject among we gens, as you might imagine. This was years before we began to revive the passengers, as we used to call you. But Twyla didn't want to talk about it, as usual. She said the time was so far off it wasn't worth thinking about, and that we should enjoy our days together then and not think about the future. She began on a track that, now I think about it, she'd begun many times before. But that night she went further than she ever had, saying how it was unfair that we'd been forced to take part in this experiment on behalf of humankind. She said we hadn't chosen it, and that it was wrong, morally and ethically, and that it was against human nature to leave Earth. I disagreed. I was looking forward to the end of the journey and thought I was lucky I would be around when it happened. We argued. I said, he sighed, it doesn't matter what I said. If I'd known about the natural movement then, I would have suspected her immediately based on what she said. But none of us knew about the threat to the colony at that time. No one knew until the Guardians revealed it. Of course, Cariad said. She didn't think the Gen's educational materials covered the subject, or that much information on the movement had been included in the ship's data about Earth. The people who had decided what the Gens would be told about humanity's origin planet had been just about as anti-natural movement as you could get. The reason I remember that night so well, Garwin said, was because it was after that particular spat that Twyla became cold toward me. At first, it seemed to be the usual. We would fight, then we wouldn't speak for a day or two. But the days turned into weeks, and then we slipped into civility once again. But the warmth was gone. Not on my part, but on hers. I couldn't seem to reach her anymore, though I loved her just as much. He was looking down again. I'm sorry, Cariad said. Not as much as me, said Garwin. I wish I could have realized what she was. I never forgot that argument. If I'd put two and two together, if I'd been willing to admit the truth, if I hadn't trusted her, some people who died might be alive today. But it's hard to accept that the person you've been married to for years is a monster. After a pause, Cariad said, have you thought of anything that might help us find out who the others are? The older man slowly shook his head. You have the names of all the children she taught, right? I can look them up. There must be a lot, though. I keep going over our time together, right back to when we met, but nothing has jumped out at me yet apart from that argument. I'll carry on thinking, though. Thank you. Though it wasn't much, Cariad felt she'd inched closer to finding out the key that would unlock the natural movement's secrets. Calm me if anything occurs to you, no matter how small. More deaths would be a tragedy, but from a purely pragmatic viewpoint, we can't afford to lose any more people. I'll do my best. I want to try to put things right. As she left the cabin, Cariad reflected that there might be some redemption for the man yet, though he would never be the same again. Now she had to speak to Renee, who was the only woken on Montfort's list of people with suspicious lesions. Cariad dreaded the prospect. Though they hadn't worked closely while preparing for the Nova Fortuna project, Renee was a friend. Cariad could hardly imagine the possibility, but she would be devastated if it turned out that her friend was a natural movement saboteur. Not far along the corridor, she met Obriot, who had apparently come to find her. He'd taken some time to recover once the Guardians had brought him out of sedation. The drug the Guardians had given him had returned him to the state of weakness he'd experienced after his revival. She inwardly groaned. Obriot was the last person she wanted to see right now. As he marched toward her, he seemed to have regained all his former strength and drive. He strode forward, head slightly bent downward, his gaze fixed menacingly on her. Yet this time, Cariad was not to be intimidated. Despite his overwhelming personality, Obriot held no true power in the colony. She doubted that Osias would be awed by him, and the rest of the Gens wouldn't care who he was. He might try to exert control over the Woken again, but they were no longer running the show. She didn't even give him a chance to speak. "What do you want?" she asked. He halted in surprise. "Don't forget that I'm not your employee any longer," she continued, walking forward. "And I'm not at your beck and call." She pushed a fingertip into his broad, well-muscled chest. "What's more, I think you would be wise to remember that while you might have been someone once, we're a long way from Earth now. Here, you're just another Woken, only you don't have any skills that are useful to the colony. The ability to shout and boss people around don't count. Do I make myself clear?" Obriot didn't answer. His mouth was hanging open. "Good." She stalked past him, leaving him speechless. Chapter 12. Hunger had become a problem much sooner than Ethan had guessed it would. By the time his fourth day without food arrived, weakness and fatigue were plaguing him. As usual, he'd walked all through the night. Since losing the flitter, he hadn't seen any sign of slug lymphs or other nocturnal predators, but he'd nevertheless stuck to his plan of keeping moving during darkness. But by the time the sun had begun to rise that morning, he'd been barely able to stay upright. As soon as he could see its glow on the horizon, He allowed his trembling leg muscles to give way, and he collapsed where he stood, lacking the energy to move any farther. He lay on his stomach, his head turned to the side. The ever-present river surged past a few meters away. On the second day, the spindly, arch-rooted plants had become interspersed with shorter vegetation that had jagged, spreading leaves and a few other diverse plants. A jagged-leaved plant was growing near Ethan's head, and now that he was close to it, he saw it was infested with tiny creatures about the size of his pinky fingernail. They were nearly the same dun green-brown as the leaves, which was why he hadn't noticed them before. Too exhausted to move, he watched the little animals clambering up and down the plant, cutting off parts of its leaves and carrying them away. He tracked the path of the creatures to a hole in the black sandy soil. Were they feeding their young or doing something else with the leaf fragments? The organisms seemed familiar. He closed his eyes. Even thinking tired him. He needed to sleep. After that, he would have to find food. He had no idea how, but if he didn't, he guessed he wouldn't be able to walk through the night again. And not moving at night could mean his death. If it didn't, he would eventually die of hunger anyway if he couldn't make it back to the settlement. Summoning his fragile strength to lift his head and take in his surroundings, he saw a patch of open ground that was covered in a blanket of the short, rubbery vegetation that grew at the settlement. He crawled across to it and, pulling off his weapon, he lay down on his side. Hunger woke him. After losing the flitter, his stomach had griped with pangs for about a day, but then the pain had gone away. His digestive system had seemed to accept it wasn't going to receive any food for a while, but this time, after a sleep that, judging from the sun's position, had lasted into the afternoon, horrible cramps were racking him. He sat up. The weather had luckily remained dry all the time he'd been traveling on foot. However, though the temperature didn't seem to have dropped, he was trembling with cold. He thought of the warm jacket he'd brought along on his expedition, now lying sodden underwater somewhere, courtesy of whatever had taken his flitter, perhaps the thread creatures. He also thought of the packets of dried food that were now ruined by the river water. His recorder hung loosely on his chest. He hadn't made a recording or a vid since he'd begun his arduous attempt to return to the settlement. Perhaps now would be a good time to make a log of his thoughts. The way things were looking, it was doubtful he would even make it as far as the mountains. He would keep trying to return to the settlement until the end of his strength, but the reality of his situation was clear. He lifted the device to his lips and turned it on, but when he began to speak, his voice cracked. The problem wasn't only that he hadn't said anything for 3 days, he was also parched. He stood and walked unsteadily toward the river. The mountains blocked the sky to his left, but they didn't seem much closer than they had been the previous day. He guessed he probably hadn't walked far overnight due to his weakened state. After removing his shirt, he flung it toward the river while holding onto one sleeve, using the method he'd developed to collect water while remaining safely out of reach of the thread organisms. His technique had improved over the days so that he didn't end up taking in sand too, which always made him nauseated. But this time weakness made him clumsy. It took him over half an hour to slake his thirst, and his mouth was painfully gritty afterward. His lips were also chapped and sore from sucking on the material with its sandy coating. He lumbered back to the patch of ground where he'd slept and slumped down. He decided that, in a while, he would try to find something to eat. Maybe he could nibble a leaf and wait a while to see if it had any ill effects. Or perhaps he could try to eat the creatures he'd noticed earlier. On board the Nova Fortuna, insects had been on the ship's menu. Ethan hadn't liked them much, and he hadn't missed them since living planetside. But if he had to eat the Concordian equivalent to survive, that's what he would do. He turned on the recorder. He explained what had happened to the flitter and what he'd been doing ever since. I haven't kept up to date with making vids of everything here. Sorry about that. This is what's around me now. He lifted the recorder and turned it 360 degrees before bringing it down again. I haven't seen any slug limits or other large animals, though it could be that the wildlife is avoiding me. Nothing's followed me as far as I know, and I haven't been attacked while I slept during the daytime, which was a big concern. It's possible that slug limpets don't inhabit this region. Maybe it would be a better place for a settlement if that's the case. I don't know. That's for the xenobiologists who come after me to decide. But if it is, I hope I can make it back so I can tell you all about it. That isn't looking likely at the moment, but I'm going to try. He paused. If he was going to die in his attempt to get back, There were final messages that he wanted to leave for certain people, things he'd left unsaid because the timing hadn't been right. His body might be found someday, and though he would be only bones, the recorder could remain intact for decades. He wasn't at his last extremity yet, however. The messages could wait until his final hours. I have found some other life forms. I'll show you them. He walked to the clump of vegetation where he'd spotted the small creatures and recorded a vid of them, cutting off pieces of leaf and carrying them away. They don't look very tasty, do they? But I might try some soon. I'm pretty hungry now. It's slowing me down, and I'm probably not being as observant of what's here as I could be. I might have passed other forms of wildlife and not noticed them, especially as I'm doing all my traveling by night. He returned to his resting spot and sat down, wondering what to record next. He said, "I'm not sure what's going to happen now. I have weeks of traveling ahead of me. I have to get over the mountains for one thing. It's very cold up there, and the local animals could be dangerous. If I manage that, I'll still be hundreds of kilometers from the settlement, and to be honest, I don't know how to find it." He paused again as an idea occurred to him. "Scratch that. I do know. If I head east until I reach the coast, I can follow it north to the remains of the cave settlement, and then I know the way to the settlement from there. Maybe someone will even come out that way and I'll see them. Yes, that's what I'll do." Despite his famished, exhausted state, optimism surged in Ethan. He wouldn't have to wander in the wilderness, hoping to one day stumble upon the single tiny spot of human civilization on the entire continent. His new route would be much longer than traveling across country, but he wouldn't become lost. It was a sure way back. If he could only survive long enough, he would definitely arrive home one day. "Signing off now," he said. "It's the 10th day of the 4th month, year 1, Concordian calendar." No matter how certain his route, he would never reach the settlement unless he found some kind of food to sustain him along the way. Of course, he could eat something so poisonous it killed him immediately, but that was simply a risk he had to take. He decided to try the little creatures first. They would be more of a complete food than the plants as he understood it. He got up and returned to the infested clump. The tiny organisms were just as busy as ever. Ethan picked one up between his finger and thumb and, not allowing himself the opportunity to be squeamish, popped it into his mouth. The animal squidged between his teeth, releasing a powerfully bitter liquid. Ethan heaved and dropped to his knees. He spat out the remains in his mouth flooded with saliva, and his stomach forced its way up his throat, expelling the sandy water he'd drunk earlier. After his stomach had emptied itself, Ethan continued to retch. Finally, his energy utterly spent, he collapsed on his back. Gazing up at the late afternoon sky, he said, "I guess not those, then." He chuckled weakly at his own joke. He turned onto his hands and knees and spat to one side, trying to rid his mouth of the overpowering bitterness, which was now mixed with the taste of his own bile. It seemed so unfair that now he'd figured out a way to go home. This obstacle of lack of food should stand in his way. There had to be something he could eat. All he needed was something that provided sufficient calories and wasn't poisonous enough to kill him before he reached the end of his journey. Surely there had to be something. He watched the little disgusting tasting creatures carry on their leaf harvesting task. He didn't want to try the leaves. They probably supplied their pests flavoring. Then he remembered something. He knew why the animals had seemed familiar. He'd seen a vid of similar earth insects that also cut out pieces of leaves. He recalled they did something odd with them. He tried to recall what it was. In a moment, he had it. The earth insects had grown a fungus on the chewed-up remains of the leaves. He had eaten plenty of types of fungus aboard ship. If the animals weren't edible, maybe they grew a fungus that was. He followed the trail to the hole he'd seen earlier. The creatures were leaving and entering it at a rate of several per second. Ethan also remembered that earth insects often bit or stung in defense. Yet the creature he'd tried to eat hadn't hurt him. He hoped the rest of them were the same. He pushed his hand into the soil around the hole and scooped it out. The texture was loose and easy to penetrate. Immediately, the creatures went crazy. They began running around as if trying to find the cause of the disaster. Several ran up Ethan's arm. He brushed them away and continued to dig. Another 2 handfuls of soil later, he hit what he'd been hoping to find, a mass of soft, pale material that seemed to be the Concordian equivalent of a type of fungus. It was thick with wriggling larvae. His stomach turned and threatened to resume retching, but he swallowed his saliva and clenched his teeth. He had to eat. If the fungus was edible, he would eat it. It didn't matter if it was disgusting. After brushing away as many of the larvae as he could, and ignoring the creatures that were now running all over him, thankfully not actually hurting him, he took a small bite of the spongy material. It had little taste, and though it broke into weirdly textured fragments in his mouth, it didn't immediately make him vomit. None of this meant that the fungus wouldn't kill him, either right away or eventually, of course. He ate a little more. He would wait a while to test its effects. In truth, he didn't think his stomach could have tolerated any more of even the most wholesome food right then. But if the fungus turned out to be sustaining, he would have to eat more before nightfall. He had another long walk ahead, and plenty more after that. Chapter 13. Cariad had to wait half an hour for Osiris to answer her comm. She'd hooked her personal interface to the Mistral system with Captain Adelson's permission and ensconced herself in an empty cabin for privacy. The new leader was so popular, he was in need of a secretary. When he could finally speak to her, she told him of the breakthrough with Garwin. He was with Twyla day by day for a couple of decades, and this was during the time that no one knew about the natural movement infiltration except its members, so Twyla might not have been very guarded about what she said or did. Garwin already told me something, she said, that would have clearly implicated her if she'd said the same today. I'm hoping that with time he'll be able to recall more, perhaps some things that will give us clues on how to track these people down. That is good news, Osiris replied. Thanks for letting me know. What's your next step? Next, I have to interview the other suspects. I'm heading to the Nova Fortuna, then I'll be coming planetside. I'll need a room to work in at your residence, if your offer still stands. Yes, of course, you're very welcome. Like I said, I want to encourage more woken to spend time here. Well, I don't think I'm going to be very popular when I begin bringing Gens in for questioning, but I appreciate your help. Cariad said goodbye to the leader and made a mental note to pack a bag to take with her when she went to the surface. The interview process would probably take several days. After closing her comm to Osiris, she contacted Adelson to ask if she could take a shuttle to the Nova Fortuna. What? The captain replied. You're leaving us so soon? You only just arrived. I was hoping to catch up on gossip. I am, sorry, lots to do. While I'm gone, Garwin might ask to speak to me. If he does, could you pass on the message right away? Sure. If you go to the shuttle bay, I'll make sure a shuttle's ready for you when you arrive. Thanks. She sped along the ship's corridors, pleased she was finally gaining some traction in the natural movement investigation. If there were any more saboteurs, she desperately wanted to catch them before they struck again. She was also pleased to have a distraction that would help prevent her from worrying about Ethan. Ever since he'd left, she'd been checking his flitter's tracking signal, which satellites launched from the Nova Fortuna not long after arrival were picking up. Recently, whenever she checked the signal, the flitter remained in the same spot. She couldn't understand why Ethan would choose to spend time in one area when his intention had been to explore the continent. She couldn't help wondering if he was in some kind of trouble. The flitter might have broken down, though it was unlikely. In that case, he wouldn't be able to return to the settlement. Trying to travel alone across the country would be a death sentence. Carrying enough food to sustain himself would be impossible, so he would be forced to rely on finding edible plants or animals in the wild. But that would be the least of his problems. If the existence of the slug limpets was anything to go by, Concordia was probably host to all kinds of nasty predators. She didn't know how to react to the unmoving flitter signal. If Ethan wasn't having problems, it would be ridiculous to try to save him. On the other hand, if he did need help, would Osiris agree to risking another life in another flitter on a rescue mission? She wasn't sure he would, and Ethan himself had said he didn't want anyone to come after him if he got into difficulties. It was too soon to make a decision about what to do, she concluded as she reached the Mistral's shuttle bay. She would just have to continue to check the signal and hope it moved. Hi, Cariad, Renee said. I haven't seen you in ages. What have you been up to? Cariad had gone directly to the soil lab when she arrived aboard the colony ship. But now that she'd arrived, she wasn't sure how to ask her friend about the lesion that Dr. Montfort had discovered on her. Hi, Renee. Could I speak to you in private? Ooh, sounds serious, Renee replied. How about we go outside? The ship's corridor wasn't the ideal place to accuse a friend of being a murderer and a terrorist, thought Cariad, but it would do for a preliminary conversation. Yeah, that would be good. Renee followed her out of the lab. The corridor was mercifully empty, yet the fact didn't seem to improve Cariad's feelings of awkwardness. So, how are you doing? When Cariad had come out of cryonic suspension, she'd shared a room with Renee. Cariad thought they'd gotten to know each other well. Looking at her friend at that moment, she seemed the same amiable, intelligent, sweet-tempered person Cariad had thought she'd always been. I'm good, Renee replied. Hey, are you hungry? It's nearly dinner time. What do you say to us going to grab something to eat while we talk about this private business you want to discuss? No, Cariad replied. It's better if we talk out here. She had to be professional about her investigation, even if Renee was a friend, because Renee was a friend. Cariad couldn't allow her personal feelings to blind her to the truth if Renee was affiliated with the natural movement. Oh, okay. Renee's friendly expression turned to concern. What's wrong, Cariad? You look like someone died. No one's died, or at least not in the last day or so. Is this about that attack at the lake? I heard about it. Just awful. It was a father and his little daughter, wasn't it? Yes, it was, but this isn't about that. What is it then? Asked Renee. Come on, spit it out. What's wrong? She took a breath. When Dr. Montfort was checking everyone in case they'd contracted the skin disease he's worried about, he found a lesion on you. I have to ask you how you got it. As far as she knew, no one yet suspected the cover story Montfort had made up. What the hell, Renee spluttered. Whatever happened to patient confidentiality? We aren't on Earth, Cariad said. There aren't any rules or laws here except the ones we make. Can you tell me how you hurt yourself? Well, that abrasion is pretty hard to explain. I can't explain it myself. But is that any reason for Montfort to tell you about it? And why are you asking me about it now? Why is it your business that I hurt myself? I can't tell you that. So you're saying you don't know what you did that resulted in the injury? I don't know why it should matter to you, but that's right. I got the surprise of my life when Alistair held up a mirror so I could see it. When I knew it was there, I began to feel sore. Montfort applied a healing gel and sent me on my way. It was weird, but after a while I gave up trying to figure out how I'd done it. It's all healed up now. But why did Montfort tell you about it, and why are you interested? Cariad said, so as far as you know, you received the injury just hours before you were examined? Do you think you would have noticed it if you'd received it earlier than that? The wound looked quite fresh. I'd say as recently as the evening before, but as to how, maybe it was an accident that you somehow forgot about, like slipping in the shower, Cariad said. I guess that's the only explanation. It's strange that I didn't remember, though, and I didn't have any other bruises or scrapes. It seems very strange. You're sure you can't remember hurting yourself? I'm certain. Cariad didn't count herself as very good at knowing when people were lying, but Renee seemed completely honest in her story. Okay, thanks. Are you going to tell me why you're asking me now? Number I can't. Right. Okay. So, do you want to come and eat dinner with me? I can't do that either. Sorry. Cariad realized she would have to keep a distance between them until her investigation was concluded and Renee was no longer a suspect. Thanks for answering my questions. I have to go now. I'm going to catch the last shuttle planetside. You're going to sleep at the settlement tonight? Yes. I want to be up bright and early. She missed the shuttle by about a minute. As she stood at the closed portal to the shuttle bay, tiredness plucking at her eyes, she realized it was probably a good thing that she would have to spend the night aboard the ship. After picking up a meal at the refectory, she went to her room. She ate slowly, mulling over her conversation with Renee. Her friend's explanation seemed implausible. How could she have hurt herself badly enough to require a healing gel, but not even remember it? Yet it was the doubtfulness of her story that made Cariad inclined to believe her, even setting aside their friendship. An actual natural movement follower would have thought up a much more credible lie. They would know about Twyla's tattoo and guess the real reason for Montfort's examination of everyone, and they would have had time to fake an accident or think up something more plausible than I don't know. But if Renee wasn't lying, what did it mean? She finished her meal, showered, and went to bed. However, as she lay in darkness, sleep didn't come to her. As well as trying to figure out the implications of Renee's story, she couldn't stop worrying about Ethan. According to the signal the satellite was receiving, the flitter had stopped at the edge of the massive river that lay beyond the central mountain range. Horrible images formed in her mind. She saw Ethan's body floating face down in the water. She saw him trapped in the sunken flitter, struggling to get free, and finally drowning. She sat up and turned on the light. She needed a distraction of some kind, something she could do until she was so exhausted that sleep would finally overcome her worries. Cariad recalled the hollow message from the Guardian's creators that she'd begun to watch. It wouldn't be pleasant to view more of the Bitterstein's rants, but it would help take her mind off problems in the present. As she turned on the hollow, Stain appeared above the display unit in her desk. He was frozen exactly as he'd been when she'd turned off the hollow before, his face set in a sneer. Cariad sighed. He'd directed so much anger and hate toward the colony. If only Steen had known what the colonists' lives were really like. If he'd known about the predatory life forms and sabotage attempts, he might have thought himself lucky that he gave up the chance to travel there. She started the hollow. "I was going to tell you all about what you escaped when you flew away in your mega starship," said Steen, "but words can't accurately convey what humanity has been through since you left, so I'll let these images speak for themselves." He paused. "You know, I've seen the reports from the time the Nova Fortuna departed. People used to say that the first generation were heroes. They said they were giving their lives so the rest of humanity could spread to the stars. How terrible it would be to live out the rest of your life aboard a starship, even prohibited from having your own children," people said. "But you know what? The first generation were lucky they didn't have children. Their descendants didn't have to live through this." Steen was replaced by a scene of rioting protesters. Cariad recognized the context immediately. They were natural movement followers. The signs they carried were calling for an end to the interference of big pharma and government, including vaccination, contraception, and abortion services. After a few minutes of shouting, screaming, and surging crowds barely held back by riot police, the scene changed. In the next vid, the rioting was more violent. Police were using water cannons on the crowds. The camera pulled backward, opening the shot and displaying the extent of the protest, which spanned tens of blocks. More scenes followed, showing arguments on TV shows, attacks on medical clinics and research centers, and news sites reporting the banning of stem cell therapies, genetic modification, artificial fertilizer and pesticides, and science education in schools. Politicians followed the trend, giving speeches on the wisdom of people living as they were meant to and of humanity returning to more natural ways of life. The scenes were sickening. The natural movement's way of thinking had always occupied a place in most human societies, but she didn't understand how it had taken hold in large sections of the population. She began to skip the hollow ahead through the montage. She didn't feel the need to witness any more of it and was only interested in returning to Steen's message. Then a glimpse of a scene piqued her interest. She paused the hollow and reversed to the beginning of the scene. A woman lay in a hospital bed, surrounded by her family. She was skeletal, as if suffering from a wasting disease or cancer that had gone untreated. Her head was little more than a skull topped by wispy hair, and her arms as they lay on the blanket were almost nothing but bones. The camera zoomed in on the woman's face. Her lips were moving. A voice said, "What, Mom? What did you say?" The woman tried to speak again, but the recorder still failed to pick up the sound. The unseen speaker said, "We're happy you're dying naturally too, Mom. We're proud of you." Cariad was disgusted. She zoomed the hollow forward, unable to stomach any more scenes from the willful return of humankind into ignorance. When Steen reappeared, she halted the hollow and let it play on at normal speed. Steen seemed calmer. "Dear viewer, I want to ask you, are you a scientist?" "Me too. We're all scientists and engineers, we who are saving your butts. Did you have a job before you left? Maybe in a university or a research lab? Or were you one of the scientists working on the project? It doesn't matter. Imagine being forced to do your experiments in secret. Can you even think how hard it would be to practice your passion in hiding, fearful of discovery? Can you imagine the need for a covert underground network of scientists complete with passwords and secret signs? Does that sound insane to you? It is insane, isn't it? But that's what things came to in the end. For centuries after the Enlightenment, scientists labored to find out the truth. And in doing that, they made things better for people. Science freed people from disease, suffering, and never-ending toil and drudgery. We improved the lot of humanity and gave our fellow human beings the opportunity to avoid their natural destinies. But Steen chuckled ironically, and his expression turned grim. They didn't want it, not any of it. It turns out that people would rather labor, suffer, and die like animals. They don't want to rise up and live better, saner lives. They don't want intellect to triumph over biological destiny. They don't want civilization. His face turned red with rage, and he shouted, gesticulating violently. They want to snuffle for their food and eat and shit and fuck like pigs in mud, because that's what's natural. Steen hung his head and rubbed his eyes before returning his gaze to the camera. What's the point? This is ancient history to you, right? Hell, it's history to us. I guess I should tell you what happened after and how we came to build the Mistral. He'd arrived at the part that promised to be the most interesting, but fatigue was overwhelming her. She turned off the holo and fell asleep, thinking about what had happened on Earth since she'd left, and also thinking of Ethan. Chapter 14. Last night, Ethan had reached hilly ground, the beginnings of the foothills that led to the mountains he would have to cross. When he woke up from his daytime sleep, he saw the river was narrower. He could now see the green line of the farther bank. The vegetation in that part of the country had also changed, perhaps due to the thinner, rockier soil. This worried him. His only source of food was the fungus grown by the creatures that infested a certain type of plant. He'd been forced to search long and hard for the plant the last time he'd eaten. If it didn't grow in the mountains, he would have to find another source of sustenance. Yet the fact that the topography of the land was changing was a good sign. The river was fed by tributaries from the mountains. The first one he came across, he planned to follow upstream and finally leave the river behind. If the stream was shallow and clear, it might be safe to drink directly from it, free from the worry of thread creatures pulling him in. He stood up and stretched. His clothes were loose and baggy. He'd lost weight, but otherwise he didn't feel too bad. The fungus kept hunger pangs away, and he didn't want for water, providing he had the patience to collect it from the river, using the safe method he'd invented. When he'd first set out on his expedition, he hadn't imagined he would ever be able to survive without the flitter and his supplies, but he'd managed it so far. Dr. Crowley would have been proud of him. She'd seemed to see something in him that he couldn't see himself. Perhaps she'd been right after all. He smiled to himself. Lauren would have been proud too. He became aware of a rushing sound, like heavy rain falling, but the sky was clear. Then he remembered when he'd heard the same sound the first night after he'd lost the flitter. A wave was traveling up the river. He was already some distance away from it, but for safety's sake, Ethan walked farther into the low forest that bordered the river. Being swept into the tentacles of a thread creature would be a sad end after he'd worked so hard at staying alive. This time, he had a good view of the wave as it came. The crest was pale foam, the same brown hue as the river, but much lighter in tone. He guessed it was perhaps half his own height. The previous wave he'd seen had been taller, he thought, although it had been hard to tell in the dark. He waited until it passed and then returned to the river to see the after effects. The ground was muddy and the plants were covered in sediment the wave had deposited. He wouldn't find any fungus-growing creatures there, he guessed. He would have to roam farther afield. He shouldered his weapon and resumed his long trudge toward the mountains. If he had to walk, he might as well walk in the direction he had to travel anyway. He walked on the edge of the zone affected by the wave, searching for the jagged-leaved plant. The weakness he'd felt after not eating for a few days hadn't returned since he'd been consuming the fungus. If he could find plenty of it, he would try to walk for the rest of the day and all through the night. He was growing thirsty, however. It was time to take off his shirt and approach the river again. He left the drier zone and entered the muddy ground where the wave had passed. His boots squelched and clung to the wet soil, and he was forced to pull up each leg every time he took a step. He drew closer to the river. He had grown to dislike it. Whenever he was forced to go near it, He was always reminded of his lost flitter and thread creatures that might lie only meters away from him. He had a problem. At the river's edge, the ground was too muddy to draw water from, either by hand or by dipping his shirt sleeve into it. The wave had degraded the river's edge to a swamp-like consistency, yet he had to drink. He was very thirsty, he realized. He hadn't drunk since going to sleep that morning. How should he attempt to collect water? He moved one step closer. He would have to stretch to cast his shirt far to water, to hit the water, but he believed he was at a safe distance. He flung out his shirt and hit it just right the first time. Thirstily, he sucked the cuff dry. Another cast resulted in another mouthful of water painstakingly extracted from the material. The process was laborious, but it was the only one he had. He threw out his shirt again. This time, as the sleeve hit the water, a thread curled around it tightly. Before he had time to react, the thread gave a sharp tug. He was already unbalanced, leaning forward to reach the water and holding the shirt tightly. The tug on it tipped him forward. He couldn't save himself. He fell. His weapon slipped off his shoulder. As he hit the mud, more threads were already snaking out from the river, lightning fast. The thread that had tugged the shirt abandoned it and slithered over the mud. More threads wrapped themselves around Ethan's forearms. He reared up, struggling against their insistent pull. Managing to rise to his knees, he dragged with all his strength against the insistent filaments. They were wet, rubbery, and powerful, biting into his muscles, which bulged with his efforts to free himself. Yet more threads were gliding from the water, their ends probing the mud like tongues, trying to find him. He gasped with effort and pain. The threads were too strong for him. His knees were sliding along the mud as he was dragged toward the river. He fought with every muscle he possessed. He was rigid with resistance as he fought the inexorable drag. A thread wound up his thigh, encircling it. He looked at his weapon lying just out of reach. Could he hook it with a toe? But a thread was already winding around his other leg. Panic overcame him. His death lay only seconds away, either by drowning or something else the threads would do to him once they had him in the water. He jerked, twisted, and battled with all his might. The threads were cutting deep depressions into his flesh. The water of the river drew closer. It washed over his knees, then his thighs. No, please! Ah! This was it. His time on Concordia was over. There was no one and nothing that could save him now. The water was up to his waist. Threads were encircling his torso and winding up to his neck. He hoped it would be over quickly. The threads pulled him forward and then downward. Just before his head sank beneath the surface, though he knew his situation was hopeless, he took a deep breath. Chapter 15. Cariad had set up an office at the leader's planetside residence and sent out messages to the Gens on Montfort's list of subjects, requesting their presence for an informal chat. She scheduled 4 people to come and see her that afternoon. She hadn't specified the subject of the conversation, thinking that anything she said might influence what they would be willing to tell her. Also, if she made the reason for the request too specific, her intent to root out the remaining natural movement saboteurs would be clear. She was aware she was treading a tightrope. She had to try to discover any remaining threats to the colony, but at the same time she was terrified of alerting the terrorists and triggering another devastating attack. If the situation were different, she would simply arrest all the suspects. But she knew the Gens would never accept such draconian action. If she started locking people up without an obvious justification, it would be disastrous for the current fragile harmony. The first 3 interviews seemed to go smoothly. She asked the suspects about their experiences over the last few months, as if she was conducting a general checkup on the mood and morale of the colony. She also asked about the suspicious injuries that Montfort had reported, as well as inquiring about other injuries the suspects had sustained, trying to find out if they had credible explanations. All 3 interviewees had related believable stories that explained their lesions. She was fairly satisfied that none of them were lying. Also, when the interviews were over, none apparently realized her real intention behind her questions. They seemed pleased that their opinions had been sought and their experiences noted. The next person on her list, and the final person she planned to interview that afternoon, was Cherry. Cariad had been surprised to see her name. Cherry was the last Gen Cariad would have expected to be a natural movement saboteur. But then, she reminded herself, it was possible that none of the people on the list were terrorists. What was more, Cherry had nearly died during the cave disaster. It was reasonable to expect that she would have been injured. That the woman had survived at all was something of a miracle. Ethan hadn't returned from his search for other survivors, so no other Gen who had been washed into the ocean had lived to tell the tale. And if Cherry was Ethan's friend, Cariad strongly doubted she would be allied with the natural movement. On the other hand, Ethan had said Cherry and Garwin had been having an affair. Garwin's wife had been a terrorist. Was it too much of a coincidence? Cariad walked to the door of her borrowed room in the leader's offices, opened it, and saw Cherry sitting outside, gazing at her interface as she waited for her interview. Cariad greeted her and invited her in. Cherry gave her a sullen look before standing and following Cariad. "I'm sorry to take you away from your work," Cariad said, wondering if that was the reason for the woman's bad mood. "What is it you do?" "I'm a farmer," Cherry replied. Her sun-burnished skin testified to the fact. Her gaze was fixed hard on Cariad as she strode inside the room and sat down. "I see," Cariad said. "Your employment status on your record is blank. I'll have it fixed." "You do that," said Cherry. "Make sure you put my job in the little box. I'd hate my file to be incomplete." "Is that it?" She stood up. "No," said Cariad. "Of course not. I didn't ask you to come in to find out what job you do. That would be ridiculous." "Would it?" "So many things around here are ridiculous. I find it hard to tell them apart." Cariad paused and regarded the woman, trying to understand why she was so belligerent. Cariad had doubted she was a natural movement follower, but Cherry's hostile attitude was giving her doubts. Had she guessed why she'd been summoned? Was she trying to obscure the truth through acting aggressively? Cariad decided to adopt a conciliatory attitude and see how Cherry reacted. If her problem was only a general resentment toward Woken, she might be mollified. "Things have certainly been difficult ever since arrival. It's been a trying time for everyone. But mostly the gens," Cherry said. "I'm not denying it. Of the 352 deaths since arriving at Concordia, the gens made up more than 4/5 of the total. The gens have borne the brunt of it." Cherry's resentful attitude faded just a touch at Cariad's words. "You know Ethan, don't you?" "I do," Cariad replied. "Have you heard from him? Is he okay?" "I haven't heard anything. He didn't want to stay in touch. As far as I know, he's okay." Cherry breathed a huge sigh. "Ethan's a good person." Cariad nodded, her lips pressed tightly together. For some reason, Cherry's mention of Ethan had brought all her worries, fears, and sadness at missing her friend to the surface. Her emotion must have been apparent to Cherry as the resentment in her features faded a little further. "So why am I here?" Cherry asked. "I'm interviewing colonists about their experiences. I want to get a handle on how things are going, find out how people are doing. How have you been since your accident?" "You mean my near drowning?" Cherry asked. "Why do you want to know?" "I just said, no. There's something else going on here. Why are you really questioning us?" Cherry's stare was making Cariad uncomfortable. The interview wasn't going at all as the others had. She looked down to compose herself. "Is this something to do with Twyla's sabotage?" Cariad looked up. "What makes you say that?" "So it was her who did it." "I didn't say that." "You didn't deny it." Cariad felt like she was the one being interviewed, or rather interrogated. "Okay, you got me. We're fairly certain it was Twyla. What do you know about her?" Cherry had been leaning forward in her chair. She relaxed back into her seat. "Only that she was Garwin's wife, and she taught Kindy. That's all. That's all. I hardly knew her." "But," Cariad hesitated to disclose that she knew about Cherry's affair with Garwin, but she figured it didn't matter now. "I heard that you and Garwin were in a relationship." "We were. I started sleeping with him when I was 19. "You were that young?" Cariad was surprised. Garwin was in his 40s. "Is it that shocking?" Cherry smiled wryly. "You woken think you're so smart, don't you? You don't know half of what goes on in this colony. I wasn't the only person Garwin was sleeping with either." "But he's so much older than you." Woman-to-woman curiosity got the better of her. "Did you know he had other girlfriends? Didn't you mind?" "I did know, and I didn't mind. I was only having fun. The same as he was. He said that Twyla didn't care, and I believed him. Honestly, he didn't make a big secret of what he was doing, unlike everything else he did." "What did he do?" "Disappear. for hours sometimes, and he would play people off one another. Everyone thought Garwin was their friend, but everyone knew of someone he didn't like. "You don't make him sound very nice," remarked Cariad. Cherry's story didn't seem to be adding up. "If he was so fake, why did you stay with him for so long?" Cherry shrugged. "I'm not one for serious commitments. All that romantic, sentimental stuff isn't for me. Garwin knew my attitude, and he was happy to go along with it. The arrangement suited us both." Cariad rubbed her temples. She wasn't sure where the interview was going. Was Cherry implicating Garwin as a natural movement follower? And if she was it to deflect suspicion from herself? Cariad decided to force the issue. "What are you telling me? You think Garwin might have been a saboteur too?" It was certainly possible. A terrible thought occurred to Cariad. Had Garwin murdered Twyla and made it look like suicide to imply his wife's guilt and his own innocence? "What's wrong?" Cherry asked. "Did I hit a nerve?" "Garwin is under suspicion, isn't he? That's why he's aboard the Mistral. You're keeping him in confinement while you figure out if he's a member of the natural movement." That was no big secret. Cariad was surprised Cherry wasn't sure of the fact. "That's right. We aren't sure that Garwin is innocent, so it's interesting to hear what you have to say about him." "Well, I regret saying anything about him now. I don't think he's a saboteur. He worked too hard for Gen Independence for that to be true. He just isn't very trustworthy." "Okay," Cariad said. They were back to square one. It was no good, Cariad realized. Cherry was too smart to fool with subtle questioning. Cariad had no choice but to ask her outright what she needed to know. "Cherry, I have to ask you how you came by the abrasion on your hip. That scrape Dr. Montfort was so interested in? Is that the real reason why he wanted to examine everyone? He was looking for something that might link us to the natural movement." "Look, I can't tell you anything about that," Cariad replied. "Could you please answer my question?" "No, I can't." "Why? You were being very frank a moment ago." Cherry said, "I'm not being evasive. I can't tell you how I hurt my hip because I don't remember. I'm covered in cuts and bruises from that fall from the cave, and I don't know how I got any of them. I was kind of preoccupied at the time." "Okay, that makes sense." Cariad felt deflated. She'd started the afternoon full of anticipation that she might make significant progress in the natural movement investigation, but after interviewing 4 suspects, she didn't feel she learned anything useful. Maybe she just wasn't cut out for the job. She was a scientist, not a detective. "I think that's enough for now. Thanks for coming," she said to Cherry. "If you remember anything about Garwin that might be relevant, let me know." "So I'm not a suspect anymore?" Cherry asked, standing up. "I didn't say you were a suspect." "No, but it's pretty obvious. You mean just because I scraped my leg when I fell into the ocean, I'm suspected of setting off bombs?" "I didn't say that either. As far as I'm concerned, everyone's a suspect until we find a reason to rule them out." "Everyone except the woken, you mean?" "I don't mean that at all." "Huh," Cherry said dismissively. She strode to the door and went out. In truth, Cariad hadn't strongly suspected the woken. It was clear the Gens had been infiltrated by the natural movement at the Nova Fortuna's departure, and that the cult had indoctrinated a number of Gens down the years of the ship's passage. Nothing Strongquist had found had implicated woken involvement, but Cariad's opinion had changed after hearing Renee's story. Now she wasn't so sure she could rule out her fellow scientists. Chapter 16. Ethan was wrapped in threads and they were pulling him down, down, down into the river. His eardrums and lungs felt like they would burst. It was pointless for him to cling on to life until the very end, he knew. Yet he couldn't help it. A part of him continued to fight against inevitability. Where were the threads taking him? To a gaping maw on the riverbed where he would be eaten alive? Or would they squeeze him ever tighter and tighter, biting through his flesh, slicing him into pieces? Panic forced his eyelids open. The river water was murky and stung his eyes. The current, as well as the predatory threads, was pulling him. He couldn't hold his breath any longer. A bubble of air forced its way out from his lungs. He fought the urge to breathe in. He was dizzy and sleepy. Calmness and serenity began to replace his fear. It was a pity he had to die. He had so much to live for, but then again, death came to everyone in the end. Ethan only wished he could have said goodbye to Cariad. She would never know what had happened to him. He hoped the colony would succeed and that she would live a long and happy life. Another bubble of air slipped from his lips and was lost in the murkiness. He didn't have long now. He was glad his death wouldn't be any worse than this. He felt peaceful and ready to go. His head broke the surface. Shock made him gasp, and he drew in deep lungfuls of sweet air. He had only a moment to wonder what was happening and take in a view of the wide brown river and distant bank before the threads pulled him under again. Again they dragged him so deep that the water pressed in on him. The breath of air had given him new hope and vigor. He battled the enveloping threads, writhing and kicking against the tight bonds. But it was no use. He was so tightly wrapped he could barely move his limbs. Just as he thought he would die if he didn't breathe, his head popped above the surface again. He drew in air quickly. He had no idea what the threads were doing, but if a few more minutes of life were being offered to him, he would take them. This time the landscape had changed. He caught a glimpse of the arch-rooted plants with draping branches before he was pulled under once more. The threads were dragging him at enormous speed. They had taken only minutes to travel a distance it had taken him days to traverse. As he edged perilously close to drowning for the third time, he slammed into a hard surface. With his remaining consciousness, he wondered where he was. He hadn't expected to hit anything hard on the bottom of the river. He'd expected soft, slimy mud. Unless he'd impacted a wide, flat stone? But it hadn't felt like stone. The surface he was pressed against was smooth and regular. The surface slid away. He tumbled into a hole along with a deluge of water. The threads released him. Unable to stop himself, he took a breath and water flooded his throat and lungs. He coughed violently, but his reflex reaction to coughing was to breathe in again. To his profound surprise, the next breath he took was of air. He continued to cough and retch in darkness. His feet were resting on a solid surface, but he guessed he was chest-deep in water. His head, neck, and arms were somehow in a bubble of air at the bottom of the river. He reached out, but his fingers didn't make contact with any surface. The water was gurgling and gushing. It was draining away. He could feel the water moving downward. The level was dropping. It moved down to his stomach, then his hips, and then his thighs felt sodden and cold as the water left them. When it had drained as far as his ankles, the ground slid out from beneath his feet and he fell again. He hit another floor, landing hard and awkwardly. He cried out as his ankle wrenched to one side and he fell heavily, one elbow taking his full weight. The floor of this second chamber was covered in a thin layer of water about a couple of centimeters deep. He continued to cough as his lungs tried to expel the remaining water that irritated them. His ankle and elbow sent out shooting bolts of pain. Where was he? Where had the threads taken him? Was he in some kind of storeroom to be kept fresh until they were ready for him? When his coughing finally eased, he sat up on the watery ground. He remained in utter darkness. He couldn't even see his hand in front of his face. He was also soaking wet and so cold he trembled. But he was alive for now. Unwilling to trust his ankle with his weight, he crawled across the floor, trying to discover the boundaries of the place where the threads had deposited him. When he'd crawled about 3 or 4 meters, sloshing through the water that covered the floor, he met a solid, vertical surface. Taking care to favor his uninjured leg, he stood up, sliding his hands up the wall and as far as he could reach over his head. He couldn't reach the ceiling. He continued his explorations along the wall and eventually discovered he was in a room about 6 meters square. A rushing sound came from all around, which he guessed had to be the river flowing past. He was shaking with cold. He took off his shirt and pants, which seemed to be only draining the heat from his body, and wrung them out as forcefully as he could. He didn't have anywhere to hang them, so he put them on again, benefiting a little from the drier cloth. His boots were gone, apparently falling off at some point as the threads dragged him through the water. He went to a corner of the chamber and stood, leaning against it, to avoid wetting his clothes again in the water on the floor. What now? He was shivering less than before, but that was about the only good thing about his situation. The threads were clearly keeping him confined for a purpose. Then curiosity invaded his morbid speculations. He touched the wall again. The material didn't feel like natural stone, and it wasn't metal or plastic either. The chamber he was in was flat and square, as if it had been artificially manufactured. The threads had to possess some kind of intelligence to create the place. He also realized that the first room the threads had put him in was a kind of airlock, like he'd seen aboard the Nova Fortuna. Only here it was to transition between water and air, not between the vacuum of space and atmosphere inside the ship. The airlock was another sign of the thread's intelligence. Not only had they constructed a regularly shaped chamber, they understood that he needed air to live. The realization that his captors were intelligent lit a tiny flame of hope in Ethan. If they possessed intelligence, perhaps the creatures could be reasoned with in some way. He noticed that by some miracle, his recorder still hung around his neck. Thinking that it was extremely unlikely anyone would ever replay his words or look at the pictures he'd taken, he nevertheless felt compelled to continue to record his experiences. He turned on the device. After relating his story of being captured by the threads, transported along the river, and deposited in the chamber, he went on. From what I can tell about this place, the threads must be intelligent to create it and place me here. If they're intelligent, I guess they probably have some kind of language. Though I don't know how to communicate with them, or even where they are, I can't hear anything except the noise of the river water passing by outside. I remember seeing vids of aquatic animals on Earth, but I'm not sure how they communicated. I think it might have been through electrical impulses or light. If that's the kind of language the threads use, I don't have a hope of talking to them and making them understand that humans are intelligent too. If they knew that, maybe they would let me go. The pain from his ankle and elbow had reduced to a throbbing ache, and his uncontrollable shivering had stopped. He still felt very cold, however, and he was hungry. Perhaps it was insane for him to hope the threads might release him. Maybe his only salvation lay in finding his own way out somehow. Ethan racked his brains for a way to escape. Of course, if he did make it out of the chamber, he would be in the rushing current of the river and unable to swim, but he would figure out that part when he came to it. Whatever happened to him then was a preferable alternative to waiting to become dinner. He began to feel along the walls again, hopping on his good leg, trying to find a seam or hole that he might try to widen. He had no tools other than his hands, but the activity gave him something to do. Sometime later, he stopped. He spoke into the recorder again. I haven't managed to find any kind of break in the walls. The material of the wall seems manufactured or at least cut with some kind of instrument. The threads are a sentient species. This is worrying, and the implications are wider than I thought at first. What might happen if they decide they don't like humans living in their world? Could they find a way to leave the water and attack the settlement? The threads aren't dumb like the slug limits. They might be able to figure out how to get past an electric fence. And the threads are in 2 places on this continent and possibly elsewhere too. I don't know if the colony would survive an attempt from the threads to destroy it. I have to tell the others. I have to warn them. But I can't get out. He could bear the prospect of his own death, but not of the other colonists. They had all been through so much. So many of them had died already. He couldn't allow Cariad to die from an attack by the threads. He had already failed Lauren and Dr. Crowley. He wasn't going to fail her too. He thumped a fist against the wall in frustration, forgetting his injured elbow. Pain jutted up to his shoulder, making him cry out and curse. He struck the wall again, using his good arm this time. As if in response, a light flicked on, and he was drowned in beams. He covered his eyes for a moment while they adjusted. When he looked out again, squinting and blinking, he finally saw the room that confined him. Chapter 17. Osias had invited Cariad along on the trip to survey the lake. She was glad to take a break from interviewing the natural movement suspects, as she didn't seem to be getting anywhere. She needed to try a different approach, but she wasn't sure what that should be. Verney was bringing the portable scanner that Cariad had arranged to be sent down from the ship. He'd fixed it to the bottom of a flitter and linked it with the vehicle's computer system. Do you know the range of this thing? Verney asked when Cariad joined him at the flitter shed. I don't fancy going anywhere near that water. I'm not sure exactly, Cariad replied, but it should be accurate to 20 or 30 meters, I guess. We'll soon be able to tell from the readings if we need to go any lower. Osias was at the shed too. They all climbed into the flitter, and Verney flew them out of the settlement and down the road that led to the farming district and the lake. When they arrived, he adjusted the vehicle's altitude so that they were high above the lake. She could see the low buildings of the settlement in the distance. The lake was self-contained with no rivers or streams feeding it. She guessed it was fed from an underground spring. The body of water was irregular. A long tongue stretched out at one end, while the other was smoothly rounded. At its widest point, the lake was about 300 meters across, so it wasn't large. She hoped it didn't contain more than a handful of the predators. Verney started up the scanner, and the flitter's interface came to life. The screen was a moving melange of shapes and colors as they flew over the water. A key at the corner explained the meaning of the different hues. The land around the lake was dark-hued and therefore comparatively cool. The temperature of the lake water seemed unusually high, but she wasn't sure what was a normal range. Verney cursed. "What are those?" She had been focusing on the key, but at Verney's exclamation, she gazed at the image of the area they were passing over. What she saw was the last thing she would have expected. The floor of the lake was covered in square and rectangular shapes. If she'd thought it possible, she would have said that what she was seeing wasn't much different from their own settlement's buildings. Osias asked, "Is that one of them?" The scanner's infrared readings were showing a living creature passing along what could only be described as a thoroughfare. The organism seemed to consist mostly of long, sinuous limbs, stretched almost 5 meters according to the scale on the scanner. Cariad, Osias, and Verney watched in horrified fascination as the creature reached a building, if that's what the structure was. Rather than entering it from the side, however, the creature climbed on top and went through a hole in the upper surface. "How deep are those things?" Osias asked. "The structures?" Cariad said, looking at the image key again. "The tops of them seemed to be only 1 or 2 meters below the water surface. As they flew farther over the lake, they discovered its entire bed was filled with the structures. The lake was also alive with the tentacled creatures. Then they saw something even more remarkable. "What the hell is that?" she exclaimed. The heat signatures in the water were going haywire. According to the key, the temperature under the water was hundreds of degrees centigrade. She looked out of her window to the lake surface. It was smooth and still, reflecting the bright sunlight. The scanner was recording temperatures that should have made the water boil. "Could it be volcanic water?" Osias asked. "I read about hot springs on Earth." "No," she replied. "No way. Look at it. If that was natural hot water, it would be spreading out. The water surface would be steaming, if not bubbling. Look at it. That heat looks like it's being created artificially." "I hate to admit it," said Osias, "but I think you're right." They were looking at bright spots of heat that quickly faded to a normal temperature, as if something was containing it. The scanner also showed the spreading limbs of thread creatures operating near the heat source. The implications of what she was seeing sent her mind reeling. Eradicating the organisms from the lake was a secondary consideration now. A town appeared to exist beneath the water. What they had all been assuming was local, predatory wildlife seemed to be sentient. Concordia was inhabited by intelligent, indigenous beings. The probes had failed to discover the fact because the creatures were aquatic. Or perhaps the probes had found them, but the information had been removed long ago by natural movement infiltrators. The colonists were interlopers who had invaded an occupied planet. She sent the VI from the scanner up to the xenobiologists aboard the ship as soon as she returned to the settlement. "How much are you going to tell people?" she asked Osias as they were discussing what to do at his leader's residence. "I haven't decided yet," Osias replied. "I have to tell them something. Verney was with us and saw everything. He won't keep quiet about it, but I wouldn't ask him to anyway. Yens are very sensitive to being shut out from important information right now. But I don't want everyone to panic either." "I don't think that's likely, do you?" she asked. "The threads have kept to themselves as long as people didn't stray too near the lake. I don't see any reason their behavior should suddenly change, providing we don't provoke them." "I guess you're right," Osias said. He chewed his lip. She pitied this young man who had the weight of human civilization's last hope on his shoulders, let alone the lives of around 1,800 men, women, and children, depending on his decisions. "I'm going up to the Nova Fortuna to speak to these xenobiologists about what we saw today," she said. "As soon as I find out anything useful, I'll let you know." She knew the scientists would want to speak to someone who had been at the lake when the scan took place. Osias would have enough on his plate dealing with the fallout from the revelation about the thread creatures. "Okay, thanks." "Osias," she said, "you're doing a great job. The gens have survived a hell of a lot so far. They can get through this too." The leader thanked her again before she left. She had tried to sound more sanguine than she felt, hoping to buoy Osias's confidence. In truth, she was deeply disturbed by the notion of what seemed to be a society of intelligent beings sharing Concordia with them. Hypothetically, the fact that they were aquatic implied that the two sentient species on the planet could live peaceably, one occupying the land and the other inhabiting the waterways. Yet if human history had taught her anything, it was that intelligence brought with it the desire to explore, occupy, and exploit new territories. The few months that the colonists had lived on the planet had passed relatively peacefully, but who knew what the future held? The threads had already demonstrated their belligerence on the young child and father they had killed. Cariad had to wait over half an hour to catch the next scheduled shuttle, and all the while she was occupied with worry. The last time she'd checked Ethan's flitter signal, it still hadn't moved. She couldn't help feeling that something was terribly wrong. She had a desperate urge to travel across the country to try to find him and check that he was okay. But how could she leave the colony when it was in such a precarious state? She had barely begun her investigation into the natural movement, and she wasn't at all satisfied that their threat to the colony was over. She'd left her techs to deal with the important task of restocking the gene pool by themselves for far too long, and now a third problem had emerged. At least this was something she could safely leave to someone else to deal with. Xenobiology wasn't her field. Other expertise was required. She would tell the scientist what she'd seen and then go to see her techs for an update on how they were getting along. As soon as Cariad disembarked from the shuttle aboard the Nova Fortuna, she went quickly by transit car to the xenobiology section. These woken were the envy of the rest because their equipment had lain virtually untouched throughout the colony ship's long journey. Most of the others, like Cariad, had to work with ancient, worn apparatus. She asked for admittance at the security panel. When the door slid open and she walked through into the lab, several sights greeted her. The first was a slug limpet. The scientists had managed to trap one. The creature lay on its back on an examining table, held by straps made of a material that resisted the corrosive acid. It was still alive, and its legs wriggled horribly. Though the creatures were Cariad's least favorite animal, the slug limpet's confinement seemed rather cruel. Next to the slug limpet was a man in a wheelchair. The revival process had left him paralyzed from the waist down. Cariad didn't know him very well. It was the other person in the room who really caught her attention, however. Cariad, auburn-haired and covered in freckles, he looked exactly as he had when they'd wished each other good luck and parted 184 years previously. Kez. Montfort had revived Kez. Cariad felt a confusing rush of emotion, relief that her friend's revival had been successful, and happiness at seeing him again. But she also felt somewhat guilty. Her friend walked around the examining table and its wriggling slug limpet. He came over to her and wrapped her in his arms. "I missed you," he said. Cariad hugged him back. "Missed me? How long have you been up and around?" "I just started work today. I was one of the last to be revived, apparently." Cariad laughed. "Then in your terms, you only saw me a few weeks ago. But I've missed you too. I had no idea you were being revived. I wish Montfort had told me. I would have come to see you." "Ah, I asked him not to say anything. People don't look their best, do they? All that flaking skin. You know what it's like. Vain of me, I know. I'm really pleased to see you didn't suffer any ill effects." "Oh, sorry." The xenobiologist in a wheelchair, who Cariad remembered was called Vasquez, said, "Don't worry about it. I'm quite used to it. But if you two could spare a moment from your joyful reunion, I believe you're here to discuss the scan readings from the lake?" "Yes, that's right," Cariad said, her happiness at seeing her friend again quickly dissipating. "I take it you've had time to look at them closely. What do you think?" "Well," Vasquez said, "professionally, I'm intrigued. However, personally, those images have left me feeling apprehensive, if not downright scared." Cariad's mood fell further. "I was hoping you were going to tell me I was wrong." "No," said Vasquez. "As far as I can guess from this admittedly scant evidence, I think these aquatic creatures may well be highly intelligent, and judging from their behavior, they are not at all friendly." Chapter 18. Although Ethan now had the benefit of light, he hadn't been able to find any possible way to escape the chamber. The walls were patterned with swirling grays and blacks that were not unlike the threads. The light shone down from the entire ceiling. It glowed softly like sunlight through water. Ethan guessed that though the beams had hurt his eyes at first, the light wasn't strong compared to daylight. The ceiling was only just out of his reach. He couldn't see where it had opened to allow him to fall through. When he lifted up a hand to try to touch the glowing surface, stretching as high as he could, he noticed that the ceiling was emitting warmth as well as light. Below him, water covered the floor about a centimeter deep. His situation was unfortunate, but it could have been worse. Ethan guessed that he might be able to sleep in such a shallow layer of water without becoming too cold. Sleep was the last thing he wanted to do, however. What he wanted was to escape. After searching thoroughly again, he discovered that the swirls that covered the walls and floor didn't hide any imperfections that he might work at to break through. He needed another way out. As he tried desperately to think of a solution to his problem, Ethan realized that the light had come on just after he'd hit the wall of the chamber. Were the two actions connected? There was only one way to find out. He struck the wall again hard with his balled fist. His other hand was resting on the surface, and he felt the vibration of his blow. When nothing happened, Ethan hit the wall again. Again, there was no result from his effort other than a smarting hand. For the third time, he thumped the wall. Nothing. He gave up, concluding that the appearance of the light at the same time that he'd struck the wall before had been a coincidence. Ethan turned around to lean back on the surface and rest his hurt leg. Then he nearly jumped out of his skin. The wall opposite had become transparent. Beyond it was a mass of threads churning and roiling in the muddy river water. The sight was so disgusting, it made Ethan retch. He slid down the wall, hitting the floor with a thump. The creatures pulsated against the see-through wall, wriggling and heaving all the while. If Ethan could have clawed his way out of the chamber and away from the creatures, he would have. He closed his eyes against the sight, wishing the light had never come on. His chill was leaving him and being replaced by an uncomfortable, humid sweatiness. He was nauseated. He opened one eye a crack. The horrible creatures were still there. What were they doing? Could they see him? They didn't seem to have any eyes. Could they sense his presence some other way? He looked up at the light. That would be where the threads would enter the chamber to come for him. The hole in the ceiling would open. The river water would pour in and bring with it the dreadful threads. He closed his eyes again and wondered how long it would take. Ethan had no way to tell how much time had passed, but he guessed that he had sat in the corner of his wet prison for an hour or longer while the threads writhed against the transparent wall. If they intended to enter the chamber to attack him, they were taking their time about it. Perhaps they were interested in observing him for a while. If the threads could construct a solid-walled cage, a ceiling that lit up, and a wall that turned from opaque to clear, the creatures might have guessed that he wasn't from their planet. In that case, the threads might want to keep him alive. They would want to study him. Ethan gave a shudder as the full implication of his new understanding hit him. The Woken didn't study living Concordian creatures. The only living things aboard the Nova Fortuna were humans and a couple of insects that were bred for food. But Ethan had learned about animal experimentation that used to take place on Earth. This new prospect was more terrifying to him than the idea of being eaten alive. If he were only prey to the thread creatures, he could hope for the end to come quickly. But if the threads wanted to experiment on him, they would keep him alive as long as they could. His only hope lay in getting away. There was no way out of his cell, but if the threads wanted to approach him, they would have to come inside at some point. That would be his chance, and he would have to take it. He would have to be ready. If only he had a weapon of some kind, even a knife. Then he might have felt more confident about attacking the slimy, squirming beasts. But all he had were his bare hands. They would have to do. He watched the creatures, tension eating away at him. The constant sight of his captors and the murky flowing water oppressed him heavily. Ethan got to his feet and hobbled toward the transparent wall, leaning against another wall for support as he went. The motions of the threads didn't seem to be affected by his slow, hesitant approach at first, but as he moved closer to them, the swirling and writhing increased. The threads' appearance really did resemble the patterning on the walls of the chamber, Ethan confirmed as he drew nearer to them. The first time he'd seen them had been when they had tried to catch Cherry at the lake, but he'd been too distracted then in his effort to save his friend to take in many details about how they looked. The same was true of the occasions they'd attacked him, but now he could study them. He could see their tentacle-like limbs were intricately patterned in many shades of black and gray. The patterning was easiest to see when they briefly pressed their limbs against the transparent wall. As they moved away, they became less distinct due to the muddiness of the water. There didn't seem to be any rhythm or order to their movements. More time dragged past as Ethan gazed at the threads, their whirling almost hypnotizing him. The wall was close enough for him to reach out and touch it. He found he'd grown less appalled by the sight of the creatures. He lifted a hand. It wouldn't hurt to touch his side of the clear wall. He placed the tip of his index finger against the cool surface. Instantly, the agitation in the threads redoubled. They wriggled almost too quickly to observe, as if in response to his gesture. Ethan snatched away his hand, alarmed by the reaction of the threads. But it was too late. A whirring sound started up overhead. He'd triggered something. He watched the ceiling, squinting against the light. The surface was vibrating very slightly. Were the threads opening the airlock? Were they coming in to get him? Ethan balled his hands into fists. Whatever they planned on doing to him, he would fight them to the last breath in his body. A section of the roof lifted and began to slide to one side. Water poured through it for a moment, adding another centimeter to the layer in the chamber. Then something else appeared. Not wriggling threads, but something bulky and dark. The thing fell and hit the floor, splashing into the water and bursting apart. Ethan stared at the object in growing recognition, and overhead the whirring began again. The hatch in the ceiling was closing. At the last second, Ethan realized the chance he had. He leapt onto the sodden mess that had been pushed into the chamber and reached up to the closing hole in the ceiling. But he sank into the soft, black object, and his ankle gave way. He couldn't reach high enough. His grasping fingers met nothing but air. The hatch closed and Ethan fell. He sprawled on top of the thread's delivery. It had taken him a moment, but he had recognized it eventually. The lump was his food sack from the flitter, drenched and beginning to rot. He rolled off of it. Tugging the sack open, he reached inside and drew out a package. The contents were soaked in muddy river water and entirely spoiled and inedible. As Ethan gazed forlornly at the wet, disintegrating mess, he came to a better understanding of the threads. They knew that he and the flitter were connected, and they perhaps guessed that what they had given him was his food. Were they intending to keep him alive and confined for a long time? After leaving the problem of the intelligent thread creatures in the lake with Vasquez and Kez, promising to meet up with Kez the following day, Cariad grabbed a takeaway dinner from the refectory and went to her cabin, tired and sleepy. She'd been finding it hard to sleep in the strange room at the leader's residence, partly because she was planetside. She'd gotten used to sleeping aboard ship. The faint vibration of the ship's engines was soothing. Cariad calmed Osias to update him on what Vasquez had said. Then she ate her food. The next thing she did was check the position of Ethan's flitter signal. Checking the satellite report had become like an itch she had to scratch. Each time she looked it up, she hoped to see that the flitter had moved. Each time she'd been disappointed. That night, however, she saw something worse than no movement. She saw something she hadn't imagined could happen. The signal was gone. It wasn't possible. The devices that emitted the signals were virtually indestructible. They were intended to be used to locate the vehicles in case of an accident and were built to withstand extreme impacts, fire, immersion in deep water, and other extreme stresses. What could have happened to cause the signal to disappear? Cariad checked the report and checked it again. She requested a second report, this time encompassing all of Concordia. Ethan's flitter signal had entirely disappeared from the planet. No matter how hard she searched or stared at the screen, the result was the same. She no longer knew where Ethan was, or even if he was still alive. She felt like she should tell someone, but who could she tell? Concordia had no rescue services. The colony wasn't far from being in need of rescue itself. Ethan's expedition had been a personal choice, taken in full knowledge of the incredible risks involved. Also, he hadn't asked permission to leave. At the time, there hadn't been anyone for him to ask. Anahi had stepped down as leader, and a replacement hadn't been elected, and Ethan had taken a flitter for his own long-term use, which was technically illegal. The flitters belonged to the colony. They weren't for anyone to use as they wanted. The settlement had been in such a state of upheaval after the flood at the caves, with the Guardians withdrawing and relations between the Gens and Woken in flux. Ethan had simply made his decision to check for survivors and then embark on a longer expedition, and slipped away. If Cariad raised a hue and cry about the missing flitter signal, what would happen? Traveling into the wilds of Concordia, even as a group, was risky, and the colony numbers were already dangerously low. They couldn't afford to lose more people. She had a strong suspicion that Osiris would forbid anyone to leave and try to find Ethan. She was torn. She wanted to head out to the site of the last signal from the flitter, but should she? She was needed at the colony. Cassie and Florian were able assistants, but she wasn't sure they could manage the complexity of the DNA matching required to maintain the health of the settlement's gene pool. And she was heading up the natural movement investigation. There was also the question of what she might find at the place where Ethan's flitter had disappeared. Whatever had happened to the vehicle had to be serious. What if the same thing happened to her flitter too? Cariad wasn't the adventurous type. Her decision to participate in humanity's first deep space colony had been out of her usual character. The idea of traveling to wild, remote regions of Concordia scared her. She didn't have the skills to survive a night outdoors, let alone being stranded in the wilderness. Yet she couldn't ask anyone to accompany her if she did go. There were plenty who would. Ethan was universally liked, but it wouldn't be fair to risk even more lives to try to help him. By the time a new day had begun aboard the Nova Fortuna, Cariad had hardly slept and was exhausted with worry. Each minute that passed felt like another minute lost that might have saved Ethan's life. What if he was hanging on somewhere, desperately hoping someone would arrive to help him? Cariad was haunted with images of finding his body minutes too late, yet she couldn't just up and leave, flying out alone into the back of Beyond. Could she? Cariad hurried to the refectory. At that time in Nova Fortuna's ship's schedule, her assistants should have been eating breakfast. If she was going to make a rescue attempt, she would need to brief Cassie and Florian before she left. Her gaze roamed the tables. Ever since the majority of the gens had gone planetside after arrival, the refectory had been much emptier and quieter, but Cariad couldn't see either of her techs eating breakfast. Maybe they'd gone to work early. Cassie and Florian were in the lab, though they hadn't started work. Cassie was sitting on a stool and Florian was standing over her, showing her something on an interface. Cassie was laughing. She looked up as Cariad entered the room, and Florian whipped the interface away guiltily.